Chapter 1. In the T University campus, early September, the noon sun was fierce, and the air still yet scorching, with only the cicadas chirping echoing between the woods and teaching buildings. Bang! A dull thunderous sound shattered this tranquility. Are you tired of living? Jiang Shaoyan rotated his wrist, the finger joints cracking audibly, then twisted his neck around, keeping an unwavering gaze on the boy opposite who was pressed against the wall, a pair of pitch-black eyes gleaming menacingly. Wanna die? I'll send you on your way. The students exercising on the playground heard the loud noise and were startled, then gathered out of curiosity, though dared not come too close. Some recognized Jiang Shaoyan, whispering their speculations on the side. This freshman's actually trying to hit on Shaoyan. Mr. Yen is once again teaching some alpha a lesson today. I bet on Mr. Yen to win. Go go go. An overturned trash bin lay on the ground, its metallic surface indented after having apparently suffered inhuman violence. The scattered beverage bottles, fruit peels, scrap paper littered the area, along with seeping wastewater leaving a pungent stench everywhere. The boy leaning against the wall had narrowly escaped being struck by the flying trash can, recovering from his fright and muttering under his breath, "Shit. That steel trash can must have weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. And here was an elegant-looking Omega lifting it up with one hand as if it were nothing. What kind of iron babe is this?" Seeing other classmates gather round whispering among themselves, the alpha boy felt that he couldn't afford to lose face over this. Just attempting to chat someone up wasn't successful, now even scared off by an Omega. He'd just started school, how could he continue living if news of this spread? Swallowing saliva, he shouted loudly, "You're already lucky to find people for you, Omega. Who do you think you are turning down others? Look at yourself in the mirror." Just before his 21st birthday, Jiang Shaoyan narrowed his eyes. 1 hour later, the director's office. "Jiang Shaoyan. It's you again. It's been what, a few days since school has begun?" Shen Yongmei shook her head helplessly. "I've worked here over 20 years, and never have I met an Omega as mischievous as you." Jiang Shaoyan smirked. "Cool, right, Director Shen. You're talking back." Shen Yongmei rubbed her forehead sitting down painfully. "Someone's parent wanted to confront you. Lucky me who took the blame for you. An alpha being hospitalized by an Omega, still daring to come asking for trouble. Don't they feel ashamed?" Shen Yongmei jumped up from her seat angrily. "Yes. Just you succeed, just you have talent. So proud of yourself. Believe me or not, should I call your father?" Jiang Shaoyan made a face. "All right, aunt, my dear aunt, next time I'll surely settle it peacefully." "You say this every time. When did you listen? Can't we give our parents some peace of mind?" "I can't help it." Originally standing straight, Jiang Shaoyan now leaned against the desk carelessly, white arms slightly muscular resting at each side, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Who asked them to provoke me first? They're all wimps anyway." Shen Yongmei didn't know what to do with this nephew of hers, though mainly their fault. "You also should start looking for a partner. The suppressant won't work more than 3 years, there aren't many months left." "Aunt, I know." Jiang Shaoyan interrupted, "I'll handle it well." "What can you handle well? You don't even have anyone you like." Shen Yongmei was genuinely worried. When Jiang Shaoyan approached his 18-year-old heat period, there was no suitable match, so his father allowed him to use suppressants, which could temporarily block alpha pheromones and delay the onset of heat periods. After injecting the suppressants, it showed effects. But his temperament and character weren't really like those of an Omega, and with protection from the suppressant, no longer affected by alpha pheromones, he became even more unruly, wreaking havoc on campus for 3 years, dealing with countless insincere alphas trying to flirt with him. Now many freshman alphas see him and respectfully call him Yen Gu. With the suppressant about to wear off and seeing no progress in her nephew's romantic life, Shen Yongmei was truly troubled. "Like someone, sort of, there's one," Jiang Shaoyan replied offhandedly. Shen Yongmei was stunned. "There's one. Who?" "Zhou Rui, same year, I think his skills are pretty strong." "Are you finding a partner or challenging someone?" "Pretty strong." Jiang Shaoyan glanced at his watch. "Aunt, I need to return to the dormitory, the weather forecast said there will be a thunderstorm shortly, and my clothes are still hanging outside." Shen Yongmei waved her hand helplessly. Go, go. I'll deal with this. Study hard and don't cause any more trouble." "Okay." Jiang Shaoyan left the office and headed straight for the dormitory building. The air before a heavy rain was always unbearably sultry, an inexplicable brewing under the skin without relief. It felt like sweating, but when he raised his hand to wipe it, nothing was there, extremely annoying. By the time he went back to his dormitory balcony to collect clothes, the sky was already shrouded in dark clouds. The breeze brushing against his face carried heat and humidity. Sweat that had been pent up all over his body suddenly came out, only to be dried instantly by the wind, making him feel refreshingly comfortable immediately. Some of the clothes were hung too high, so Jiang Shaoyan stretched his arms as far as he could to reach them. A subtle soreness then passed through the blood in his arms. "Shit." He cursed irritably, admitting unwillingly that the suppressant's effect was gradually wearing off, and the nature inherent to Omega within him was returning step by step. Previously, he could lift such a heavy trash can effortlessly, but today when he hurled it with one hand, he actually secretly borrowed strength from other parts of his body, otherwise, he wouldn't have generated enough power to intimidate others. And that wasn't the worst part yet. When that despicable alpha deliberately released pheromones to chat him up, Jiang Xiaoyan acutely sensed the fluctuations inside his body which didn't use to trigger any feelings. The wild beast that had slept deep down for a long time seemed to sense a trace of aroma, starting to stir restlessly. It was only because the suppressant was still effective that it hadn't woken up completely. There were only 3 months left, and what a fucking nightmare it was. If he couldn't find a mutually affectionate alpha soon, he would have no choice but to submit himself to someone during the mating season. He would rather be tortured to death by pheromones than go to bed for 3 days and nights with someone he disliked or even strangers. Suddenly, the thick leaden cloud layers outside flashed with white light, followed by a deafening thunder a few seconds later. The long-awaited raindrops finally fell, first drizzling, then quickly building momentum into torrential rain that even the wind couldn't carry away, splashing on the railing of the balcony with a loud noise, and drenching large patches of the ground instantly with spattered raindrops. Jiang Xiaoyan had hurried too much while collecting his clothes. Carelessly, a freshly cleaned t-shirt dropped on the floor and got wet by the rainwater. Grabbing the clothes, he hastily turned around and entered the dormitory, closing the balcony door behind him. The heavy rain was immediately blocked outside the door. Feeling utterly irritated, he tossed the pile of clean clothes onto the bed, swiftly undressed and went into the bathroom to shower, washing away the sticky sweat all over his body, feeling somewhat refreshed afterward. Then, throwing the towel for drying hair over his shoulder, he threw the dirty clothes along with the wet t-shirt into the basin, picked it up, and walked out of the dormitory in a vest and flip-flops. The dormitory buildings of T University were quite well equipped. Double rooms, each with its own private bathroom, but he was lazy to wash by himself and usually used the coin-operated washing machines in the laundry room. Dormitory buildings were not specifically divided into zones according to ABO types. Anyway, Omegas at this age mostly had partners already, so they wouldn't randomly come into heat. Some even hoped to live with alphas. Alphas and Omegas inherently attract each other due to genetic coding. This sentence was something Jiang Xiaoyan learned from a biology textbook, yet he always doubted this common knowledge. He had never encountered an alpha that stirred his heart since childhood. The stronger the force, the purer the pheromones, the more pursued alphas are, who are natural elites standing at the top of the pyramid looking down upon the world. Countless Omegas willingly offer themselves, so these alphas tend to become arrogantly self-centered. Such alphas were not the ones Jiang Xiaoyan wanted to chase anyway. Moreover, he was fully aware that his non-delicate figure and uncooperative personality probably wouldn't appeal to those alphas either. As for the remaining ordinary alphas, although they were powerful enough for most Omegas, Jiang Xiaoyan was not your average Omega. At 15 years old, he single-handedly defeated 2 same-aged alphas and became renowned as the undisputed school tyrant at that junior high school. His alpha must be stronger than him. Chapter 2. The laundry room was at the end of the corridor on this floor. Jiang Xiaoyan walked in, went to a washing machine, inserted his laundry card, dumped his clothes in all at once, sprinkled some detergent, closed the lid of the washing machine and pressed the switch, then sat on a nearby bench waiting. He took out his phone and scrolled for a while. There was nothing new recently. The homepage only had dozens of pet bloggers he followed who posted cute animal pictures every day. Jiang Xiaoyan really liked animals, both cats, dogs, and birds. Originally, he had a golden retriever and 2 ragdoll cats at home, but since he lived on campus, he couldn't take care of them anymore, so they were being kept by his grandparents. As he was scrolling, a message popped up in the group chat with his good friends. Someone had tagged him. Lu Han, at Jiang Xiaoyan, Big Brother Yen, which alpha did you teach a lesson to today? There was also an attached picture. Jiang Xiaoyan clicked open to see it was the scene from the afternoon when he stood off against that alpha. It wasn't clear who among the onlookers had secretly taken the photo. Luo Yonghan, it's probably one of this year's freshmen. Who else at our school is this fearless and dares to deliberately release pheromones to seduce Big Brother Yen? Su Qian, let's observe 3.2 seconds of silence for the 32nd fallen alpha. Jiang Xiaoyan, how do you remember so clearly? Su Qian, everyone in your dedicated thread on the school's Jiaba keeps count for you. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't really check the school Jiaba often. He knew vaguely that he had a thread there, but he hadn't clicked to see it. He knew himself better than anyone else, there was no need to look at what others said about him. His wet hair hung down on either side, water droplets dripping onto the screen, blurring the words. Jiang Xiaoyan wiped it with a towel and noticed that a classmate had sent another message. Lu Han, Xiaoyan, I heard from the dorm supervisor today that there's going to be a freshman alpha coming to live in your dorm. Jiang Xiaoyan stopped wiping his hair and furrowed his brows deeply. Jiang Xiaoyan, I never share a room with anyone. Lu Han, there's nothing we can do. I heard he's someone with connections, specifically requested to live with you. Someone with connections? And specifically requested? These 2 words together instantly translated into one sentence in Jiang Xiaoyan's mind. Asking for trouble, extremely asking for trouble. Jiang Xiaoyan, humph. Lu Han. Luo Yonghan, I feel like the number is going to rise to 33 soon. Su Qian, please remove, I feel. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't even want to look at his phone anymore. Why were there so many issues today? Since the start of school, he had been living alone in a single dormitory room, enjoying the peace and quiet. Relying on the fact that the dean of studies was his aunt, naturally no one had anything to say. But now, he was actually supposed to live with an alpha, and it happened when his suppressant was almost losing its effectiveness. Crazy. Jiang Xiaoyan immediately called his aunt. After 2 or 3 rings, she picked up. Brat, have you caused trouble again? Shen Yongmei thought he must have messed something up again. Auntie, the dorm supervisor said there's an alpha coming to live in my dorm, he said with an intentionally whiny tone in his voice. I don't want him. Let him go to other dorms. Shen Yongmei hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds, she said, I know about the situation you mentioned, but he's connected to the principal, and I have no choice. However, this alpha shouldn't pose any threat to you. When Jiang Xiaoyan heard how solid the connections were, he understood that his aunt was truly powerless. He could only reluctantly accept reality. Still, he had 100 ways to make the other party leave voluntarily. After finishing the conversation with his aunt, as soon as he hung up, the door of the laundry room opened. Jiang Xiaoyan casually turned back and looked at the person who entered. His gaze paused, his heart slightly moved. Zhou Rui came in carrying a basin of clothes, wearing a similar tank top, but his body's muscular lines were obviously much more rugged. His low neckline exposed part of his chest muscles. Drops of water clung to his wheat-colored skin, flowing down along his chest and arms. Zhou Rui saw Jiang Xiaoyan and winked at him, also come to do laundry. Jiang Xiaoyan felt the question was a little stupid, but since Zhou Rui asked, he barely responded with a word. Zhou Rui was the person sort of liked that Jiang Xiaoyan referred to when talking to his aunt. Actually, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't really know what liking someone felt like. But if he had to find someone around him who was stronger and single, who could be a potential partner, then the only person would be Zhou Rui. As the captain of the school basketball team, Zhou Rui, with his robust physique and strong pheromone scent, was quite popular. Whenever the game got intense, the pheromones he intentionally or unintentionally released could make many Omegas weak-kneed. But currently, he did not have an Omega partner, meaning everyone had a chance. Apart from sometimes showing signs of slickness and flamboyance in his behavior and mannerisms, Zhou Rui's personality was relatively kind and friendly without arrogance or pride. He also looked good, and Jiang Xiaoyan's impression of him wasn't bad. It seemed like Zhou Rui also had a soft spot for him. They frequently chatted on their phones, but beyond that, there was no real progress. They'd known each other for nearly a year. Though they were familiar with each other, they were still in the ambiguous phase. Jiang Xiaoyan was not the type to take the initiative, but circumstances forced him. If he didn't act soon, this only somewhat tolerable alpha might be snatched away. After pondering for a moment, he threw out a topic. Zhou Rui, your muscles are impressive, how do you train them? Zhou Rui closed the lid of the washing machine and turned around upon hearing the question, flexing his biceps. Are you talking about here? Or here? He then lifted up his shirt to reveal his abs. Jiang Xiaoyan. Zhou Rui completely failed to notice Jiang Xiaoyan's exasperation. Actually, there's a way to work all the muscles in your body. What method? Plank exercise, I can hold it for 10 minutes each time. Zhou Rui took 2 steps closer, looking at Jiang Xiaoyan, and smirked mischievously with an exaggerated curve, but if you were lying underneath me, I probably couldn't last even a minute. Jiang Xiaoyan. How about it, do you feel any attraction? Attraction? A big fat no. Every time Zhou Rui made these suggestive and greasy gestures or statements, Jiang Xiaoyan felt he'd rather just suffer through his heat cycles. Bearing with Zhou Rui's nonsense for a while longer, the laundry was finally done. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't think of any other topics to talk about, so he simply said, I'm leaving. Alright, we'll catch up later. Zhou Rui swung his phone meaningfully. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded and let out a long sigh once he walked out of the door. Finding a partner is really fucking difficult. Chapter 3. Lu Han had mentioned that a freshman would be moving into his dormitory to live with him, but Jiang Xiaoyan didn't expect it to happen so soon. When he returned to his dormitory with his freshly washed clothes, he noticed the door was wide open despite having locked it half an hour ago. He took 2 steps inside and spotted someone unfamiliar next to the other unoccupied bed in the dorm. Hey! The guy jumped at his sudden voice. He had been bent over arranging his luggage and now quickly stood up to face him. Jiang Xiaoyan. This first-year alpha was rather tall, nearly a head taller than him. His panicked expression turned out to be quite handsome, still retaining a bit of high school naivety. When the boy recognized Jiang Xiaoyan standing at the door, he paused for a moment before breaking into a bright, sunny smile. Senior. Nice to meet you. The boy took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Jiang Xiaoyan, saying shyly, I'm Wang Zhe. Please take care of me. As they got closer, Jiang Xiaoyan noticed this alpha had hazel green eyes, a prominent nose bridge, deep-set eye sockets, and facial features slightly different from most Asians. Are you mixed race? Wang Zhe looked somewhat embarrassed under his gaze. Yeah, my grandfather is German. This alpha seemed rather friendly, Jiang Xiaoyan thought. But then it struck him why the other had chosen to live with him, and his face turned cold. Why do you have to live with me? Do we know each other? Wang Zhe didn't expect Jiang Shaoyan to be so direct, so he became momentarily flustered, stammering, not exactly, we met before, but senior probably doesn't remember. Jiang Shaoyan was curious, where did we meet? When I was being bullied by others, senior scared them away from me. You? Being bullied? Jiang Shaoyan sounded as if he'd heard something hilariously absurd. Aren't you an alpha? Typically, the weak omegas and some betas are the ones targeted for bullying. It wasn't unheard of for an alpha to be bullied, but certainly not common enough to make sense here, especially not for such a towering alpha who didn't look feeble. Wang Zhe avoided his eyes, seemingly reluctant to explain, so Jiang Shaoyan moved on to another topic. So what's the deal with you living with me? Coming to be my follower? Wang Zhe fidgeted with the edge of his shirt nervously, sweating profusely, wanting to say something but then immediately sealing his lips tight. Just speak, Jiang Shaoyan urged impatiently. He'd never seen an alpha act so timid. Senior, I. After much hesitation, Wang Zhe finally gathered his courage and looked directly at Jiang Shaoyan with his green-brown eyes. I like you. Please go out with me. Jiang Shaoyan froze. He hadn't expected a confession from a new junior at their first meeting. Moreover, it was the most serious kind of declaration he had ever received. There were plenty of alphas who had approached him before, given that omegas inherently attracted alphas. Even an omega as bad-tempered as Jiang Shaoyan wasn't completely undesirable, most alphas simply approached him casually, without commitment, even going as far as trying to influence him with their pheromones. None came close to offering genuine feelings. Never had anyone sincerely told him, I like you. Is it because I helped you once? Jiang Shaoyan couldn't quite understand it. He had helped many people in the past, yet no one had ever reciprocated with such devotion. Wang Zhe's courage seemed to have all drained during the confession, now panicking again. I don't know. But anyway, I really like senior. Jiang Shaoyan furrowed his brow. How could someone be so unclear about why they liked another? Though the confession startled him earlier, upon regaining his composure, Jiang Shaoyan didn't think the apparently weak alpha matched his taste. Still, considering the sincerity in the other's offer, he decided to give him a chance. Release some of your pheromones. What? I want to check how strong your pheromones are. If they're powerful enough, I'll consider. This was the greatest concession Jiang Shaoyan was willing to make. A weak personality could be trained over time, but weak pheromones were simply irreplaceable. Hearing this, Wang Zhe stood there motionless, dazed with some unknown thoughts running through his mind. After a while, he muttered. My pheromones are very faint, almost tasteless. But I really like you. Stop right there. Jiang Shaoyan cut him off mercilessly, thank you for liking me, but I'm looking for an alpha whose pheromones are strong enough to hold me down. You're not suitable. Give up. Wang Zhe froze, and then the fervor in his eyes gradually faded, leaving them dim and shadowy, the once vibrant hazel green now tinged with gray. He lowered his head, his tall figure slouching, and Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but be reminded of his own obedient golden retriever when it felt wronged. Instinctively, he reached out to pat the top of Wang Zhe's head. So timid and well-behaved, no wonder others pick on you. Wang Zhe waited until Jiang Shaoyan had finished patting before looking up. The desolation on his face hadn't yet disappeared, though this gesture had forced a weak smile. Senior, can I still live with you? I promise not to cause any trouble. Jiang Shaoyan pondered for a moment. This alpha was indeed as harmless as Aunt Lu had said, posing no threat or worry about being attacked. Even if Wang Zhe did try something, Jiang Shaoyan was confident he could handle it. Alright, you can stay for now. If your behavior isn't satisfactory, I'll kick you out. Wang Zhe's lips drooped again. Please don't make me leave, senior. I'm really well behaved. It depends on your behavior. Jiang Shaoyan didn't loosen his stance. After reaching an agreement unilaterally, Jiang Shaoyan took his role as a senior quite seriously, helping Wang Zhe organize his luggage while casually explaining some dormitory rules. During their conversation, he learned that the principal was actually Wang Zhe's uncle, which explained how he managed to secure such specific accommodations through connections. At first, Jiang Shaoyan was quite annoyed about having to share living space, but now he wasn't so sure anymore. Wang Zhe was much like a pet with a larger frame, completely obedient, doing whatever he was asked, even taking care of tasks he wasn't specifically assigned, like cleaning duties. Though perhaps a bit overly enthusiastic at times, he made an ideal roommate. Fine, let him be just like keeping a pet, then. Chapter 4. On Monday morning's early class, Jiang Shaoyan habitually yawned and walked into the classroom just in time. The gossip king of the alpha world, Lu Han, immediately came over. Let me see if there are any love marks on your neck. Hey, why is there nothing? Jiang Shaoyan slapped his hand away with a palm. Get lost, or I'll report you for sexual harassment to your person. Lu Han, hahaha, my Xiao Xiao, and I don't even consider you as an omega. Luo Yongheng and Su Qian also gathered around. They were betas, not as sensitive to pheromones, but they also noticed there was no smell of alpha on Jiang Shaoyan. Wasn't that Alpha supposed to have moved into your dormitory the other day? Nothing happened is fine, but how come there's not even a hint of his scent? Su Qian asked. Jiang Shaoyan suddenly smiled. You guys seem to be really looking forward to something happening, huh? The three of them were chilled by this eerie smile and their hearts sank. Just then, the bell rang for class, so they quickly went back to their seats. Jiang Shaoyan propped his head up while listening to the lecture. Sleepiness was creeping in again, and he threw a strong mint candy into his mouth to stay somewhat awake. While his eyes were fixed on the teacher's projection screen, his mind began to wander aimlessly. Wang Zhe wasn't kidding when he said his pheromones had almost no scent. After living together for 2 days, Jiang Shaoyan didn't catch even the faintest whiff of his pheromones at all. In theory, at this impulsive age, even if deliberately held back, male alphas and omegas would release some pheromones in the morning. Jiang Shaoyan used suppressants to mask his smell, but could Wang Zhe possibly be using them too? No, it probably wasn't that. Although various specialized alpha suppressants are available on the market, they're usually for alphas with mental illnesses or physical dysfunctions to prevent them from releasing information randomly. Some bachelor alphas also use another kind of suppressant which works effectively forever as long as they don't bond with omegas. Healthy and normal alphas can freely control the release of their pheromones and don't have fixed periods of heat like omegas do, so they don't need suppressants. Therefore, Wang Zhe should naturally have weak pheromones. This was quite pitiful. An alpha's pheromones were akin to a peacock's tail feathers. The more beautiful and large the plumage, the more likely it is to attract a mate. No female peacock would choose to mate with one whose plumage is bald, and similarly, it goes for alphas and omegas. To put it bluntly, whether an alpha's pheromones are strong directly determines how satisfied an omega is in bed, whether they feel safe, and whether they will submit both physically and mentally. Jiang Shaoyan knew his pheromones were intense, so even if he liked Wang Zhe, it would still be impossible for them to be together. Because if equally strong or stronger pheromones did not balance each other out, an omega would still suffer during heat periods, enduring excruciating pain. An alpha like Wang Zhe could probably only find happiness living with a beta. Jiang Shaoyan irritably scratched his hair. Why was he worrying so much about this anyway? As long as Wang Zhe didn't stubbornly chase after him relentlessly. But Wang Zhe was exactly that, a die-hard. During the afternoon PE class, as soon as Jiang Shaoyan entered the playground and wanted to look for a basketball hoop to practice, he saw a group of students standing by the plastic track. Among them, a tall figure stood out prominently, none other than his new roommate. The sun was somewhat glaring, and Jiang Shaoyan squinted his eyes, casually observing Wang Zhe not far away. Under the sunlight, his hair was a deep brown instead of the pure black common among Asians. He looked quite imposing when standing still without smiling. Lu Han, walking beside Jiang Shaoyan, noticing that he had slowed down his steps, followed his line of sight. You're looking at what? Oh, there's a real handsome guy over there. Lu Han immediately noticed Wang Zhe too. Judging by his build, he should be an alpha. He immediately perked up. Are you interested? Should I go find out about him for you? Jiang Shaoyan, he's my roommate. Lu Han, what? My Yanbao, someone like him doesn't catch your eye either. So, what type are you aiming for then? Jiang Shaoyan instantly shot him a fierce glare. Try saying that again. Lu Han quickly retracted the nickname but couldn't help being curious. Seriously, I think this junior schoolmate looks pretty good, don't you think? Jiang Shaoyan, too weak, reject. Lu Han. The number of alphas that Jiang Shaoyan thought were strong enough could probably fit on one hand in the whole school, and most of them already had significant others. Are you really going to hang on to Zhou Rui? He's not that great anyway. Lu Han didn't particularly like Zhou Rui and felt he wasn't the right person for lifelong commitment. He's fine. Jiang Shaoyan responded indifferently. Being good enough is sufficient. There aren't that many perfect partners in the world, and he himself has a heap of flaws, so he has no right to demand perfection from others. Lu Han clicked his tongue twice, thinking Jiang Shaoyan was defending Zhou Rui because he liked him. Walking under the basketball hoop, Jiang Shaoyan rolled up the short sleeves of his t-shirt to his shoulders, exposing an entire stretch of pale arms that were somewhat dazzling under the sun. Omegas naturally have fairer and more tender skin, not easily tanned. Even if they get tanned, they quickly whiten again. Jiang Shaoyan had always wanted to become one of those healthy wheatish complexions, but unfortunately, genetics wouldn't allow it. Fortunately, muscles could still be developed to some extent, though not as robust as alphas. His physique was already considered sturdy among omegas and even betas. He picked up the basketball and dribbled on the spot a few times, getting ready to shoot a basket as a warm-up. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone waving hard from the opposite side. Wang Zhe, senior brother. Senior brother. Jiang Shaoyan. The big dog started shouting and jogged over from the track. Senior brother. What a coincidence. What a load of nonsense, they were in the same department, of course their PE classes would be together. Jiang Shaoyan muttered inwardly, but considering Wang Zhe had taken on all the cleaning duties for the dormitory, he patiently replied. Aha. Bystanding Lu Han, doomed bachelorhood forever. Jiang Shaoyan, question mark. Wang Zhe didn't mind, flashing a white-toothed smile, we're going to test our physical fitness soon, running 1,500 meters. Would senior brother like to watch? Jiang Xiaoyan puzzled, no, why would I watch running? Lu Han couldn't bear it any longer and interjected, junior classmate, hi, I'm his classmate, Lu Han. What's your name? Wang Zhe seemed a bit shy in front of strangers, lowering his voice, I'm Wang Zhe. Lu Han immediately understood why Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't interested in Wang Zhe, although he looked pretty good, this timid personality was definitely not Jiang Xiaoyan's type. Wang Zhe seemed unwilling to give up, asking again, really won't watch? I run pretty fast. Jiang Xiaoyan became a little annoyed, no time, I want to play basketball. Wang Zhe nodded, smiling faintly, alright, senior brother, go for it. I'll come watch you after I finish. After saying that, he waved again and scurried back to his class lineup. Their conversation was noticed by surrounding classmates. It was rare for an alpha Jiang Xiaoyan didn't know to talk to him without getting beaten up, so other boys who played basketball gathered around curiously asking. Brother Yan, who's that? New roommate, likes me, I don't like him. Jiang Xiaoyan gave a concise summary. Everyone fell silent, finding no way to dig up gossip. Lu Han felt a bit sorry for Wang Zhe, he's so enthusiastic, at least take a glance. Jiang Xiaoyan did a backward jump shot, pushed with his arm and released the basketball, making a three-point shot successfully. It's his choice, not my problem. If you want to watch, go ahead yourself. After hearing these words, Lu Han realized Jiang Xiaoyan truly had zero interest in this alpha, and could only reluctantly drop the subject, joining the basketball game. However, during the game and halftime breaks, Lu Han still glanced towards the track several times. Physical testing was conducted in groups of 4, Wang Zhe's luck wasn't great, and it took a while for his turn to come. He kept glancing at the basketball court from time to time, looking both anxious and expectant. But even until his final turn came, Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't spared a single glance in his direction. Lu Han saw the sports teacher give the command, and Wang Zhe dashed off like an arrow leaving the bowstring. He indeed ran fast, his loose t-shirt and athletic long pants pressing tightly against his body due to the wind generated while running, every step and swing of his arm showcasing the strength hidden within his body. When Wang Zhe reached the last lap, he was already far ahead. He turned his head again to check Jiang Xiaoyan's position, and seeing he still wasn't watching him, his mood inevitably dropped. He slowed down his pace but ended up crossing the finish line first anyway. As an alpha himself, Lu Han instinctively felt this young alpha had something about him, intriguing. Chapter 5. When Wang Zhe finished running, the class was almost over, but he still rushed over and just in time caught Jiang Xiaoyan's last shot. Great! Senior, your shot is so accurate. He clapped his hands at the side of the court, showing great appreciation. Jiang Xiaoyan. Shut up. Come on, someone take this guy away, please. The bell rang for the end of the class. A few classes heading to their next period entered the playground. The already lively playground became even noisier. Jiang Xiaoyan looked like a person who easily caused trouble, but in fact, he didn't really like crowded, chatty environments, so he prepared to leave immediately. Even more annoying was that someone wouldn't stop chatting incessantly in his ear. Wang Zhe, senior, you're really good at basketball. Can you teach me? If Jiang Xiaoyan had the patience to teach others, he wouldn't be the formidable Yan brother known across T University today. He endured it for a while, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Are you ever going to stop? Before Wang Zhe could reply, suddenly, he caught out of the corner of his eye a ball hurtling straight towards him, aiming right for his face. Reacting quickly, he raised his hand to block it. His face was saved from injury, but his forearm immediately turned red from the impact. Sorry, my hand slipped. Zhou Rui, who had just entered the playground, strolled over leisurely with a deliberate smirk on his lips. Xiaoyan looked too captivating, I accidentally got distracted. After speaking, he placed his arm naturally around Jiang Xiaoyan's shoulder. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder, then at Zhou Rui's slightly lifted lips, frowning. This seemed to be their boldest and most straightforward move since they met, practically a declaration of ownership. He should have felt happy, but he didn't. Zhou Rui deliberately released some pheromones. The hot summer air mixed with an alpha's powerful scent, seeping through the skin as his body involuntarily started to feel slightly restless, with a faint flush rising to his cheeks. But his heart remained icy cold. Even if Zhou Rui had acted out of jealousy, Jiang Xiaoyan disliked the way of using pheromones to make other alphas back off and force omegas to submit. Arrogant and foolish. Zhou Rui sized up the unfamiliar alpha in front of him and asked, Xiaoyan, who's this? Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Wang Zhe, whose expression was somewhat stunned, and said, my new roommate. Although Wang Zhe was actually 1 or 2 centimeters taller than Zhou Rui, his presence was completely overshadowed. Moreover, he had absolutely no detectable pheromones that could counteract Zhou Rui's. Zhou Rui also noticed that this alpha, though appearing tall and imposing, posed little threat, so he smiled, I thought he was another alpha trying to flirt with Xiaoyan. Just don't bully our Xiaoyan in the dormitory, alright? Who can bully me? Jiang Xiaoyan scoffed. With almost affectionate tones, Zhou Rui pinched his cheeks, that's right, you're the strongest. It wasn't until Zhou Rui left and they exited the playground that Wang Zhe finally came out of his daze, still looking stupefied. Jiang Xiaoyan, hey, let's head back to the dorm. Wang Zhe didn't say anything and silently followed behind him. When they entered the dormitory building, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Senior, was that guy intentional? Jiang Xiaoyan replied casually, probably. Wang Zhe fell silent again. Once inside the dormitory, Jiang Xiaoyan opened his cabinet, took out a first aid kit he commonly used, retrieved a tube of ointment, and walked over to Wang Zhe sitting slumped in a chair. Extend your hand. Wang Zhe obediently stretched out his hand, thank you, senior. Jiang Xiaoyan pulled Wang Zhe's arm closer and saw the previously reddened area had now turned bluish-green. Zhou Rui had clearly used a lot of force. Wang Zhe, after all, got injured because of him, so the least he could do was return this favor. I apologize for him. This guy, he's impulsive. Wang Zhe smiled, it's fine, I'm tough-skinned. Besides, it's an honor to have the senior personally apply medicine for me. I'm happy about it. Jiang Xiaoyan paused in his movements. This alpha was far too optimistic. Are you not angry? That thing where he intentionally hit you? He asked. Wang Zhe smiled faintly, but not convincingly, it's normal that he hit me. I didn't know you have a boyfriend, yet I confessed and kept bothering you, causing trouble for both of you. Sorry. His voice grew softer, and his head lowered down. Jiang Xiaoyan tousled his messy hair gently, there's nothing to apologize for. I haven't hooked up with him yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe immediately raised his head. His eyes sparkled like dark green gems, emanating a deep light. But indeed, it might be better for you to give up on me. I've said before, we're not suitable, Jiang Xiaoyan added, not wanting him to set his hopes too high. Wang Zhe's expression hardened, that I can't do. If the senior has no partner, I will continue pursuing you, if the senior does have a partner, I will secretly bless you in my heart. This is what I decided before coming to university, and it won't change. Jiang Xiaoyan realized that Wang Zhe usually had a gentle temperament, but when it came to this kind of situation, he was exceptionally stubborn. Fine, do whatever you want. Don't blame me for not telling you, no matter how proactive you are, I might never respond to you, so don't come crying to me later. I don't care for such behavior. He needed to make things clear, even if it sounded cruel. Better to let the other party see reality sooner and avoid future trouble. Wang Zhe stayed calm, as if he had foreseen this. Actually, I didn't have high hopes in the first place. The senior is amazing, and I'm clearly not good enough. But I still want to try. He scratched his hair, seemingly a little embarrassed. Jiang Xiaoyan felt slightly irritated, unsure whether it was due to Wang Zhe being an alpha yet lacking confidence, or because he wouldn't give up despite knowing there was little hope. He didn't want to overthink it, so he tossed the ointment toward Wang Zhe and pointed at his hand, remember to apply the medicine. Then he went into the bathroom to take a shower. At around 10:30 in the evening, Zhou Rui sent a message asking Jiang Xiaoyan if he wanted to go drinking. Previously, Jiang Xiaoyan had gone with him once, there were always random people gathered together making noise, men and women shouting and clamoring, giving him a headache. He immediately replied, I'm lying down, some other time. Zhou Rui, come on, this early. Which university student goes to bed this early? In fact, Jiang Xiaoyan was just lying in bed without any intention of sleeping right away, but to prevent Zhou Rui from inviting him out, he replied, a bit tired today. For a while, Zhou Rui did not reply, and Jiang Xiaoyan thought he'd given up, but shortly afterward, a voice call came through. He answered unhappily, hello. Say, Xiaoyan, is the alpha in your dormitory infatuated with you? Zhou Rui suddenly asked this question, and Jiang Xiaoyan paused in speech, glancing toward Wang Zhe's bunk. Wang Zhe noticed his gaze sharply and lowered his book, smiling at him softly, lowering his voice so as not to disturb his phone call, Senior, what's wrong? Jiang Xiaoyan mouthed, nothing, back to him, then said into the phone to Zhou Rui, yes. On Zhou Rui's side, the background noise was chaotic, as if a group of people were egging each other on for something. Zhou Rui's voice carried a laugh, so what do you think of him? Jiang Xiaoyan, nothing much, not interested. Zhou Rui, haha, I knew it. He's too weak, you like stronger ones, right? Although Jiang Xiaoyan was indifferent to Wang Zhe, he resented Zhou Rui implying he looked down on him simply because Wang Zhe lacked pheromones. Zhou Rui used them as the sole indicator of an alpha's strength, showing excessive arrogance. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could refute him, Zhou Rui suddenly spoke. What about me? What's your view of me? Jiang Xiaoyan. Zhou Rui, very confident, you like me, don't you? Why not be mine? Jiang Xiaoyan's first reaction upon hearing this wasn't joy. He and Zhou Rui had been flirting for nearly a year, and finally, near the heat cycle, Zhou Rui invited him into a relationship, which should have relieved him of tension. Instead, what came to his mind was the scene where Wang Zhe confessed his feelings to him. That day, those brown-green eyes had been filled with seriousness and anticipation, speaking carefully yet extremely firmly. I like you. Do you like me? Just switching the pronouns, why did they sound so different? Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't see Zhou Rui's expression now, unsure of the attitude behind these words, so he fell silent in thought. Zhou Rui became anxious at not getting a response. He had already told the group of friends cheering around him that Jiang Xiaoyan liked him, and everyone was waiting for the confirmation. He couldn't lose face. So, he repeated, Xiaoyan, answer. Do you like me or not? Without knowing why, Jiang Xiaoyan again instinctively glanced at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe was still watching him, his gaze fixed since the moment he took the call. Their eyes met. Wang Zhe shyly scratched his nose and turned his head, but his soft gaze fell back on him with a warm smile. Maybe I like you a bit. Looking at Wang Zhe, Jiang Xiaoyan said it into the phone to Zhou Rui. The warmth on Wang Zhe's face froze abruptly as he realized who Jiang Xiaoyan was talking to and what they were discussing. Apparently thrilled, Zhou Rui laughed loudly. Great, call me Brother Rui. Jiang Xiaoyan obliged, Brother Rui. More smug and happy, Zhou Rui added more sweet words, eventually hanging up after being urged by his drinking companions nearby. Only then did Jiang Xiaoyan realize Zhou Rui hadn't mentioned liking him either. Across the room, Wang Zhe had already lain down, turning his back toward him. Only the lump under the blanket remained visible, almost completely hidden in silence. Extremely quiet and subdued. After Jiang Xiaoyan turned off the dormitory's main light, he also went to bed early, a rare occurrence. He wasn't going to bother comforting the other party, he'd already made everything clear. Whether the other felt sorrow or disappointment was entirely on them for pursuing this situation. If life required someone to experience a few jerks to grow up, then he didn't mind being that jerk. Chapter 6. Ever since they had that conversation, Zhou Rui became a little more proactive. In the past, when he saw Jiang Xiaoyan, all he would do was wave and chat for a few seconds. But this time, he even waited at the classroom door on the second day after class to invite Jiang Xiaoyan to eat together. Brother Rui, I think we should go slow. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned and pulled Zhou Rui's arm from his waist. Zhou Rui carelessly circled back again. Are we not together? What's wrong with a hug? Jiang Xiaoyan remained expressionless. I only said that I have some feelings for you, but I didn't say we are together. I haven't thought it through yet. What? Zhou Rui was shocked. He had always been pursued by Omegas and this was the first time he took the initiative, thinking that Jiang Xiaoyan must be moved, yet here he was saying he still needed to consider. He was annoyed, but upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's cold demeanor and prideful attitude, he knew any harsh words would have the opposite effect, so he suppressed his anger. Alright, whatever you say goes. Anyway, I will make you mine one day. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him. This statement sounded domineering but lacked an emotional touch to move him. His heart felt no ripple. Almost all alphas thought he was too rash and hard to handle, yet in reality, it wasn't difficult to win him over. He already had some feelings for Zhou Rui, and if the other sincerely expressed, like, this might have been resolved. But just this crucial point was missing. The two entered the cafeteria together. Under Jiang Xiaoyan's insistence, Zhou Rui stopped hugging his waist, though occasionally leaning close to whisper sweet nothings in his ear, quite clearly flaunting their relationship. You sit there, I'll buy your food, said Zhou Rui considerately. Jiang Xiaoyan gladly accepted the favor without refusing, turning around to find a seat. It was dinner time, the canteen was bustling with students, with very few empty seats left. After a quick scan, he noticed Lu Han's head as he was eating and talking to someone opposite him, with two vacant seats nearby. Jiang Xiaoyan walked over confidently to greet Lu Han, suddenly realizing that the figure of the person opposite seemed familiar. Lu Han also spotted him, waving and shouting, Hey! Xiaoyan! Come sit here. Jiang Xiaoyan sat down next to Lu Han and realized that the person sitting across was Wang Zhe. How did you end up eating together? Lu Han replied, just happened to bump into each other. I wanted to deepen my understanding with the younger student, so we exchanged WeChats. Wang Zhe smiled slightly and greeted Jiang Xiaoyan with a senior brother, then continued quietly eating his own meal. Since last night's phone call, his spirit hasn't been in good shape. Jiang Xiaoyan chatted with Lu Han a bit, occasionally glancing at the big golden retriever-like figure eating ahead of him. Not long after, Zhou Rui came over carrying 2 meals. What are you chatting about? Hey, isn't that your roommate? Really sorry about last time, does the spot where you got hit still hurt? Zhou Rui asked teasingly beside Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe gripped his chopsticks tightly and replied, no pain. The senior brother personally applied medicine for me. He emphasized the word personally, causing Jiang Xiaoyan to secretly smile inside. This guy actually confronted Zhou Rui, which was quite bold. Zhou Rui snorted and paid no attention to Wang Zhe's reply, turning to hand Jiang Xiaoyan the chopsticks. Come, let's eat. Jiang Xiaoyan took the chopsticks and glanced at the plate, green pepper and meat strips, braised eggplant, and onion beef. I don't eat onions or green peppers. Zhou Rui was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, you're an adult, how can you still be picky eater? These are healthy vegetables, you should eat more. Jiang Xiaoyan poked the green peppers in his dish with his chopsticks but made no attempt to eat. He disliked them and couldn't stand the smell, let alone eating them. However, this meal was something Zhou Rui had waited in line for. Declining it would seem overly fussy, leaving Jiang Xiaoyan unsure whether to force himself to eat. Why force our senior brother to eat what he doesn't like? Isn't being picky fine? Everyone has things they dislike. Jiang Xiaoyan looked up to see Wang Zhe seriously advising Zhou Rui with furrowed brows. Annoyed, Zhou Rui stared daggers at him. What's it got to do with you? Seeing that it was heading towards a showdown, Lu Han quickly intervened. Don't argue. Speak nicely. There are so many people around. Zhou Rui always valued maintaining his good public image and fell silent upon hearing this. I won't let the senior brother do anything he dislikes. Wang Zhe muttered under his breath, yet the words were heard loud and clear by Zhou Rui sitting next to him. Zhou Rui immediately got angry, throwing down his chopsticks and sneered. Is that so? What your senior brother dislikes most is your pestering. Why don't you scram already? Enough? Jiang Xiaoyan finally snapped. I'll go get myself another meal. Wang Zhe, stop talking. Wang Zhe was stunned, his face paling slightly, and like a dog reprimanded by its owner, he lowered his head and fell silent. On the side, Zhou Rui laughed arrogantly, pointing at Jiang Xiaoyan's retreating back. See that? He doesn't care about you, he only listens to me. Lu Han could no longer bear to watch. Zhou Rui, don't get too smug. If you treat Xiaoyan badly, he will definitely hesitate not a bit before breaking up with you. Zhou Rui snorted coldly, don't bother yourself. By the time Jiang Xiaoyan returned, Zhou Rui was the only one left on the seat. Where are they? They've already left after finishing their meal. After the little drama just now, almost all dishes in the cafeteria were sold out. Jiang Xiaoyan managed to pick some edible dishes, which finally gave him a little appetite. Just as he was about to pick up a chopstick, suddenly he heard Zhou Rui say. Xiaoyan, how about moving to my dormitory? Jiang Xiaoyan paused with his chopsticks. I said it before, I want to take it slow. Zhou Rui grew somewhat impatient. We are not in the same major or living in the same dormitory, meeting is too troublesome. Going slow should also have a limit. Otherwise, until when do you expect me to wait? Jiang Xiaoyan put the shrimp ball into his mouth, his tone calm. I currently have no intention of changing my dormitory. Zhou Rui frowned. What's wrong? Can't part with that junior in your dorm. I just talked to him, and he didn't object. Jiang Xiaoyan's initial good mood for enjoying lunch was destroyed again. That fool of a dog, what is he thinking about? He clearly insisted on moving in so desperately, claiming so loyally that, brother, I am very well behaved, please don't drive me away, yet as soon as someone else mentioned it, he agreed to move out without any principles at all. Jiang Xiaoyan became inexplicably angry. In the end, he still did not agree to Zhou Rui's suggestion of moving dorms. On one hand, he currently didn't want to share a room with Zhou Rui, and on the other hand, he didn't trust Zhou Rui to refrain from doing anything. An alpha and an omega living together, the likelihood of things getting out of hand was too high. Only someone as gentle as Wang Zhe, being herbivorous and tame, would be relatively safe. Chapter 7. There were no afternoon classes, so after eating, Jiang Xiaoyan returned to the dormitory to take a nap. He watched a bit of a soccer game and was just about to fall asleep when Wang Zhe came back after finishing the first class of the afternoon. The sound of him opening and closing the door was very light, as if he knew Jiang Xiaoyan was resting. He quietly placed something on the table and tiptoed to the bed where he softly called out. Senior. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned, reluctantly opening his eyes. What is it? Wang Zhe squatted by the bed. I bought some boiled fish. Do you want to eat some? Since Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't eaten much at noon, he was indeed a little hungry now. And since he liked fish very much, upon hearing this, he immediately caught the tempting scent in the air, and his drowsiness disappeared instantly. He turned over, got off the bed, and sat by the table. When he looked at the takeout bag Wang Zhe had brought back, he recognized it from a quite famous nearby restaurant. You were in class, right? When did you have time to buy this? Wang Zhe pulled up a chair for himself and sat beside him. I ordered takeout at lunchtime, scheduled to have it delivered right after class ended, then I just brought it here. Jiang Xiaoyan watched as he took out a large container from the bag. As soon as he opened the lid, an irresistible aroma filled the room. Wang Zhe helpfully split the wooden chopsticks and handed them over. Here, try the taste. Aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. This was specifically bought for you, senior. You probably didn't eat enough at noon, right? Somewhat. Jiang Xiaoyan stopped being courteous and accepted the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, put it in his mouth, the tender fish meat coated in delicious soup with a bit of Sichuan peppercorn's numbing spice. Its flavor was absolutely wonderful. How do you know I like fish? There are many things I don't eat. Wang Zhe smiled and replied, I saw you ordering fish slices at the cafeteria once. Since you also like spicy food, I figured you must like it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan momentarily became stunned. After Wang Zhe moved in, they had only shared 2 meals together, the first time when Wang Zhe moved in, and today at noon. Yet Wang Zhe still remembered his preferences. It seemed that apart from his dad, there had never been anyone else who cared about his affairs this much. Though he had many friends, he wasn't like other delicate omegas, even a single cough would elicit warm concern from others. Everyone subconsciously believed that someone as independent and strong as him didn't need anyone's care or attention. It was only after he got injured in a fight that he would occasionally receive care and greetings from his friends. He originally disdained being treated as a weakling, but at this moment, his stance seemed to waver a little. Being treated like this, cherished in such a way, it wasn't bad either. Senior, is it not tasty? Wang Zhe, seeing that he finished eating without speaking for a long while, asked nervously. Tasty, Jiang Shaoyan replied. After thinking for a moment, he casually picked a piece of fish and extended the chopsticks to this obedient giant pet. Open your mouth. For those who sincerely treat him well, he has never been one to be unappreciative. Wang Zhe's eyes and brows curved happily as he opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. After Jiang Shaoyan retrieved the chopsticks and was preparing to eat again, he realized these were the same chopsticks he had just used to feed Wang Zhe, and then eaten from himself. Although he didn't suffer from OCD, it made him feel somehow strange inside. Sitting beside him, watching Jiang Shaoyan eat, Wang Zhe's happiness was evident in his consistently raised corners of his lips. Bathed in the soft light, his hair appeared almost translucent around the edges, giving off a warm aura. However, the faint greenish hue in his pupils under the dim light made him seem less than completely harmless. Jiang Shaoyan felt slightly uncomfortable under his gaze. Do you have nothing better to do? Why are you staring at me? Wang Zhe seemed to snap out of his reverie and said apologetically, sorry. Sorry, senior. There's no need to apologize. Go ahead with what you were doing. Thank you for the takeout. Jiang Shaoyan rarely spoke so politely. With a soft, Wang Zhe showed no sign of moving, looking hesitant. Jiang Shaoyan noticed and said, if there's something, just say it. It's just that. Wang Zhe twisted his fingers anxiously and stammered, I'd like to stay with senior a little longer. Maybe I won't have the chance after. Jiang Shaoyan was baffled, what do you mean? Zhou Rui. Your boyfriend said you'll be moving into his dorm in a few days. Cursing silently in his mind, Jiang Shaoyan cursed the impulsive decision by Zhou Rui, but now he wanted to thoroughly question the person in front of him. Just because he said I should move, you readily agreed? Didn't even argue back. Wang Zhe looked up, somewhat aggrieved, senior told me not to speak. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but laugh, though he was somewhat annoyed, you're really obedient. Would you jump off the building if I told you to? Wang Zhe pursed his lips tightly, knowing that Jiang Shaoyan was mad, he dared not speak anymore, could only stare helplessly at him. Jiang Shaoyan's sudden burst of anger seemed rather inexplicable. After venting his frustration, he realized that his words had been too harsh. His personality was always arrogant, and even when he knew he was at fault, he rarely apologized. However, facing Wang Zhe now, an unusual sense of genuine guilt and apology arose within him. It might be due to his nature as a pet lover. Zhou Rui is not my boyfriend, he said straightforwardly. I do have some feelings for him, but I haven't liked him enough to want to be with him. Next time something like this happens, let him come ask me first, there's no need to be so weak. Jiang Shaoyan paused for a moment and added, but don't confront him either. He's not as harmless as you. I might not even be able to beat him in a fight. Today at noon, when I told you not to speak, it wasn't scolding you. I just didn't want you to provoke him. Have you already forgotten the lesson from last time when you got hit by a basketball? Wang Zhe listened attentively, and after a long pause, finally replied, so senior actually cares about me so much. Jiang Shaoyan sighed deeply, you sure know how to pick the right points. Wang Zhe's adaptability was astonishing, immediately bouncing back full of energy, practically jumping on Jiang Shaoyan, does this mean I still have a chance? Can I pursue you? Jiang Shaoyan regretted telling him all of this. Supporting his head with a hand, he let Wang Zhe excitedly yell while he started eating the water-boiled fish that was nearly getting cold. It really tasted great, and it seemed this silly guy wasn't entirely useless. Chapter 8. For 3 weeks, things went on peacefully. It was rare for Jiang Shaoyan to go such a long time without causing trouble, even surprising his aunt Shin Yongmei, who worked as the head of the teaching department. She thought maybe his new roommate had helped him reform. Jiang Shaoyan responded with disdain, how could that be possible? But upon further reflection, Wang Zhe's presence did have an impact. Sometimes when he felt a little down, after venting to Wang Zhe, being consoled by Wang Zhe's kind smile, he would no longer dwell on it. In the past, when he lived alone, those thoughts would only make him angrier until he rolled up his sleeves and started a fight. Having a roommate didn't seem like such a bad thing after all. However, his progress with Zhou Rui remained slow. Though Zhou Rui sometimes seemed a bit domineering and self-centered, overall he treated Jiang Shaoyan well. During the day, they would eat together, at night Zhou Rui would send messages to chat, and on weekends, he would invite Jiang Shaoyan out on dates. Still, Jiang Shaoyan always felt something was missing. That feeling of being genuinely cared about and liked. If it weren't for Wang Zhe's appearance, he might have easily agreed to start dating Zhou Rui after just a few flirty advances. However, Wang Zhe had shown him that liking someone can truly involve such sincere efforts. Once, he saw Lu Han posting on WeChat moments about wanting to eat Peking duck and casually commented, you mentioning it made me crave it too, but then promptly forgot about it since there were no roast duck restaurants nearby their school, and he wouldn't have bothered going far just for that. That night, however, Wang Zhe brought some back. The roasted duck was neatly sliced, wrapped in thin pancakes, accompanied by finely chopped green onions and dipping sauce, all packaged in separate small containers inside a thermal box, still steaming hot as if freshly cooked. The nearest branch of this restaurant was an hour's drive away and offered no delivery service. Wang Zhe hadn't even let him lift a finger, carefully rolling the duck meat in pancakes for him and almost feeding it to him directly. This tough Omega, known to most alphas as Brother Yen who never backed down from fights, found himself treated by Wang Zhe like a 3-year-old child who couldn't take care of himself. To say he wasn't deeply moved would obviously be false. Since childhood, he'd always been strong-willed and independent, occasionally showing affection only toward family members. This was the first time someone outside his family had pampered him so much, naturally making him think this person was different. But to what extent he was touched, Jiang Shaoyan himself was uncertain. Wang Zhe reminded him so much of his golden retriever at home, obedient, considerate, and devotedly loyal, as if he was the center of Wang Zhe's world. After experiencing such thoughtful care, Jiang Shaoyan felt Zhou Rui's level of attention lacked appeal. On Friday evening, Zhou Rui called again, inviting him to a gathering. After missing last time, it was impossible to refuse this time. Jiang Shaoyan agreed, figuring since he wouldn't be returning home this weekend, getting drunk would be fine. Wang Zhe also wanted to come along, but Jiang Shaoyan worried they'd end up arguing again, so he didn't let him. Before leaving, Wang Zhe repeatedly instructed him to call if anything happened, to which Jiang Shaoyan waved off dismissively, claiming he understood. The gathering location was set at a KTV near the school. As soon as Jiang Shaoyan pushed the door open, he was hit by a wave of intense sound, mingling smoke and alcohol smells rushing toward him, prompting him to frown in discomfort. Zhou Rui waved to him, "Shaoyan, come over." Jiang Shaoyan approached and sat beside him, glancing around. Several people in the private room were from the same school, seeing him made them somewhat nervous but yet they cast admiring looks at Zhou Rui. Jiang Shaoyan was puzzled, unsure of what was going on. At this moment, Zhou Rui grabbed him by the shoulder. His face was red, indicating he had already had some drinks. "Why are you sitting so far away? Come closer, my Shaoyan doesn't bite, right?" Smiling cheekily, Zhou Rui turned to look at him, getting very close, almost touching his ear. The warm breath carrying the smell of alcohol made Jiang Shaoyan uneasy. He subtly pushed Zhou Rui away, saying flatly, "I'll bite if you get any closer." Though his expressionless tone indicated this was a joke, others in the group were surprised to see the notorious Brother Yen, high on the list of top people not to mess with at T University, making a light-hearted comment. Naturally, this increased their admiration for Zhou Rui, who could seemingly tame him. With his pride bolstered, Zhou Rui loosened his grip happily, grabbing a bottle of liquor to hand to Jiang Shaoyan. Then, grabbing his arm, he posed in an overly intimate way akin to a wedding cup-sharing ritual and teased, "Will you drink with me?" Jiang Shaoyan answered without hesitation, "Sure." They exchanged glances, then both lifted their bottles. Amidst the cheering and whistling from the crowd around them, they tilted their heads back dramatically and drank heartily. It wasn't long before the bottles were empty. Zhou Rui finished first by a second and laughed loudly, "I won." Jiang Shaoyan smiled back, "You should have said it was a competition." For a moment, Zhou Rui simply stared at him. Jiang Shaoyan was revered out of sheer respect for his character and temperament. In reality, he didn't look intimidating at all, just had a sharper and more authoritative air about him compared to other Omegas, with an exquisite face masked by iciness that could be quite off-putting when he wore a stoic expression. But now he was smiling, his slightly upturned lips moistened by alcohol and gleaming with water-like luster. A light blush tinged his cheeks, softening his coldness while retaining the arrogance in his eyes, which seemed to glint like a blade's edge. His beauty was captivating, yet so dangerous it kept people at bay. Zhou Rui's Adam's apple bobbed as he suddenly pulled Jiang Shaoyan's arm and, under everyone's watchful eyes, leaned in for a kiss. The action came so unexpectedly that Jiang Shaoyan had no time to dodge, only managing to turn his head at the last second so Zhou Rui kissed his cheek instead. Mistaking his avoidance for shyness, the others cheered and hollered wildly until Jiang Shaoyan cast a single icy glance around the room, immediately silencing them all. "I'm not feeling well. I'll go back," he said curtly, saving Zhou Rui some face even though the excuse was obvious to everyone. He stood up right away and exited the private room. But before he'd taken a few steps, Zhou Rui had already caught up and grabbed him. "What's your problem?" Zhou Rui snapped, having never been rejected repeatedly, not especially in such a public setting where he'd lost face, and finally venting the mounting frustration inside him. Jiang Shaoyan eyed him coolly, "That's what I should ask you. Did you have my consent?" Zhou Rui was utterly baffled. "What's the big deal about a kiss? You like me, I like you too, we're bound to be together eventually. And if I haven't miscalculated, your first heat cycle is due in 2 months, right? We'll end up sleeping together anyway. This is just some normal preheating." Since Zhou Rui had laid it all out so bluntly, Jiang Shaoyan saw no point in holding back any longer. He arched an eyebrow and sneered, "Are you so confident that I'll sleep with you?" "Well, what else?" Zhou Rui retorted. "Unless there's someone else you're considering. Like that roommate of yours who lacks pheromones altogether. Don't kid around. You know damn well that weak alpha pheromones will torture you during heat." Jiang Shaoyan had no rebuttal. Indeed, unless he quickly developed feelings for a strong alpha within the next 2 months, and they reciprocated those feelings, his only option would be to either choose Zhou Rui or find some random alpha to ride out his heat. He wasn't against Wang Zhe, it's just that Wang Zhe's pheromones might not relieve his heat and possibly endanger his life. Choosing Wang Zhe was far too risky. Still, he disliked this notion from Zhou Rui. It made their potential relationship feel like something forced upon him because of biological needs rather than mutual affection. There's nothing left to talk about between us. Reflect on your mistakes. Otherwise, don't bother coming near me again. Without another word, Jiang Shaoyan dismissed him outright, shook off Zhou Rui's hand, and walked away resolutely without looking back. Even if he ultimately had to submit himself unwillingly to someone, at this moment, he would absolutely not allow an alpha who disrespected him to do as they pleased with him. This was his bottom line, a final struggle before the impending heat took over. Chapter 9. On the way back, Jiang Shaoyan was extremely annoyed. Coupled with the rapid drinking earlier, his stomach now felt slightly scorched, the rising heat exacerbating the anger in his heart. He even hoped someone would provoke him so that he could vent his anger by getting into a fight, but unfortunately, there was no one to irritate him along the tranquil road, leaving him no choice but to return to the dormitory seething with suppressed rage. As soon as he pushed open the door of the dormitory, he saw Wang Zhe sitting on his bed. Wang Zhe, upon seeing him, hastily stood up. Senior brother, how did you return so soon? Jiang Shaoyan slammed the door heavily with a bang, and walked in with an icy face. What the hell are you doing sitting on my bed? Wang Zhe had never seen Jiang Shaoyan so infuriated and fierce, momentarily stunned and disoriented, stammered, I was thinking about senior brother. Jiang Shaoyan stepped forward, grabbing the collar of his shirt, using considerable force, forcibly pulling Wang Zhe who was taller than him down to eye level. Are you also planning to get into bed with me? Have some guts if you dare. Isn't this your ultimate goal anyway? Jiang Shaoyan knew he was lashing out randomly, but he just couldn't help it. Seeing Wang Zhe sit on his bed made him even more agitated than when Zhou Rui kissed him earlier. Wang Zhe's affection for him was merely due to the nature of an alpha desiring an omega. The instant this possibility arose, he could not suppress the feeling of annoyance. The collar pinched around Wang Zhe's neck left red marks, but he did not resist at all, honestly saying, I am indeed inclined to, but that is not my purpose. It's because I like you. Jiang Shaoyan sneered coldly, released his grip, then loosened his own collar which was already untidy, revealing half of his shoulder, pointing to the gland behind his neck. Then I'll give you a chance now. Mark me. Dare or not. If you can mark, I'll reconsider you, if not, you will have no chance forever. Biting through the gland only creates a temporary mark, but since he said it, he was determined to keep his promise. If Wang Zhe really could release some pheromones to mark him, it wouldn't be completely hopeless. In fact, he had somewhat lost hope, preferring a compliant alpha rather than an alpha like Zhou Rui who disregards his wishes. Perhaps he could only choose between liking someone else or being liked by someone else. After hearing these words, Wang Zhe's action seemed frozen for a moment, gazing silently and intensely at him, his dark brown-green eyes slightly intimidating. After a long while, he pulled Jiang Shaoyan's hand away from the side of his neck, fully exposing the position of the gland. Then he bent over and came closer. Jiang Shaoyan quietly drew a breath, preparing for the bite. But Wang Zhe paused right in front of him. Then slightly bowed his head and kissed his fingertips softly yet deeply filled with emotion. I cherish you very much, senior brother. Please value yourself too. Jiang Shaoyan's heart shook immensely. Wang Zhe spoke softly, of course, I want to mark senior brother, to make you mine, but what's the point if you don't like me? We wouldn't be happy together either. I don't want you to be unhappy. So marking should be reserved for the person senior brother truly likes. Jiang Shaoyan felt the warmth lingered on the tip of his fingers that were kissed, and the temperature not only didn't fade but increased instead, permeating through his skin following the blood to his heart, burning his restless thoughts. All his previous agitation was dissolved, leaving only the burning heat. What if the person I like doesn't respect me, what do I do? Wang Zhe smiled bitterly, even if I know how to handle it, I wouldn't say it. I'm not magnanimous enough to help senior brother pursue a rival, sorry. Upon hearing this form of refusal, Jiang Shaoyan inexplicably felt better. I thought you would cowardly concede without a fight. How could that happen? I haven't given up yet, maybe I'll end up being the last person senior brother falls for. Wang Zhe continued holding Jiang Shaoyan's hand, somewhat embarrassed now, but still reluctant to let go, his palm growing warm, reddening his cheeks as he whispered, because I'm also an alpha. Just now, I had to use a lot of effort to refrain from biting you. Then I guess I should praise you a bit. Jiang Shaoyan teased. Wang Zhe smiled, is senior brother not angry anymore? Jiang Shaoyan's anger was indeed reduced significantly, yet he maintained a stern expression. Truthfully speaking, what exactly were you doing sitting on my bed just now? Wang Zhe said shyly, I was imagining how senior brother usually views me. Jiang Shaoyan snorted disdainfully and pulled out his hand that had been held for quite some time. I thought you were prepared to masturbate on my bed. Wang Zhe's face flushed instantly, no. I wouldn't do that. Wouldn't or didn't think of it. Jiang Shaoyan inexplicably wanted to tease him. Wang Zhe fell silent, his face turning increasingly red, his gaze evasive. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't hold back his expression anymore and burst out laughing, feeling exceptionally cheerful. He raised his hand and ruffled the hair of the alpha in front of him, who was way too easy to understand. Stupid dog. Chapter 10. Zhou Rui hadn't come to find him for 3 days, and Jiang Shaoyan guessed this was probably what they called the Cold War period. He had no intention of initiating a reconciliation, and it didn't matter if their interaction ceased. After all, his initial good feelings were nearly all wasted by the other person anyway. With the school anniversary approaching, all students were busy preparing performances and the subsequent ball, and he was no exception. 2 years ago, due to causing quite a few troubles at the ball, Jiang Xiaoyan was given a ban from participating in all campus activities. Last year, he did attend, but his clumsy dance video was captured by someone and circulated among the T University students. Such humiliation, he didn't want to experience again. On the weekend, Jiang Xiaoyan went home once. His house was far from the school, and as his father frequently traveled for work, he usually only went back every 2 or 3 weeks. Wang Jie acted like a parent seeing their child off on a long journey, cutting fruits for him and reminding him to eat them during the 2-hour trip. Jiang Xiaoyan was speechless, furrowing his brows as he shoved the largest pieces of honeydew melon into Wang Jie's mouth, lightening his baggage. He took the rest with him. As soon as he got home, Jiang Xiaoyan was subjected to his father's affectionate interrogation. "Darling, is there any alpha you like at school? If there is, start dating already." This term of endearment felt extremely embarrassing for Jiang Xiaoyan, who was already over 20. Once, when talking to his dad via voice call, Lu Han heard it and had since been teasing him with Yanbao. Hearing it each time made him want to punch that guy. "Dad, stop worrying. I know my own mind." Jiang Xiaoyan came from a single-parent family. Before he was even born, his alpha father cheated and ran off with another omega, leaving him under the care of his father ever since. Although his father was tenacious about his work, fundamentally, he was still a frail omega who endured much hardship raising a child alone. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyan resolved from a young age to become someone who could protect his father in the future. While other omegas were pampered in greenhouses, he was already sweating it out with other alphas and betas in the dojo. He had to be more diligent and stronger than others, breaking through physical limitations to become an omega capable of bearing the responsibility of being the pillar of the family. Perhaps due to the absence of an alpha father, Jiang Xiaoyan found it difficult to trust alphas, which was one of the reasons he had not found a suitable partner yet. Jiang's father was still deeply worried, discussing this matter during dinner. "Else, should I check if there are new suppressants available to delay it a bit?" Jiang's father was a researcher and knew some physicians studying suppressants, but Jiang Xiaoyan quickly quashed his unrealistic ideas. If there were, they'd have hit the market already. Those still in the research phase, I wouldn't dare use them. Jiang's father listened and thought it made sense, sighing helplessly. "I don't want you to end up like me, having no choice but to get by with someone." "Don't worry, Dad." Jiang Xiaoyan consoled him, "Heat cycle doesn't require complete marking anyway. I can still look for a partner later." Saying that, but Jiang Xiaoyan understood his father's meaning. Although heat cycles didn't demand full marking, mutual bonding was inevitable. Once an alpha emits powerful pheromones overpowering an omega, unwillingness would amount to nothing. Regardless of how high his combat value might be, once the suppressant wore off and heat arrived, he would be humiliated and at the mercy of the alpha. Omegas were naturally weaker, something embedded in genes, difficult to change. In short, "I won't let anyone bully me." That's how he reassured him. After finishing the meal, Jiang Xiaoyan had nothing else to do, lying around in his room scrolling through Weibo pet accounts. As he scrolled, he couldn't help but think of that dog back in the dormitory, not sure what it was up to. Never mind, that guy was more homely and caring than he was, surely taking care of himself well. Just as he was about to log out and play a game or two, his phone suddenly buzzed, unexpectedly receiving a video call invitation from Zhou Rui. He hesitated for a moment but answered it anyway. "Hey, darling." Zhou Rui's face immediately showed on the screen, looking as though he'd just taken a shower, his hair still wet. His features were rather rugged. He was shirtless, showing off his chest and abs as if on purpose, but it couldn't be denied, it was quite pleasing to the eye. They had been in a cold war just a few days ago, and Jiang Xiaoyan momentarily lost for words, replying stiffly, "What's up?" Zhou Rui grinned cheekily, "Can't I admit I'm wrong? Come on, darling. I've never groveled this much for anyone before, you're the first." It sounded as though he were truly aggrieved and heartfelt. "Sharpie, don't treat me that way. I'm not someone who likes forceful moves." Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a chance to step down, finding a comfortable position leaning against the head of the bed. Inadvertently, his collar pulled open, exposing a patch of pale skin. Zhou Rui was elated by the term, "Brother Rui," and seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's rare moment of being obedient, his crude joke almost slipped out. "Do you not like it rough?" "Huh?" At first, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't understand, but when he saw the teasing grin on Zhou Rui's face, he quickly caught on. Shit. This guy was driving him crazy, he was about to hang up. No. I was just joking. I have a serious matter to discuss with you, really." Jiang Xiaoyan barely restrained himself enough to listen for a bit longer. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll block you right away." Believing Jiang Xiaoyan would follow through on his words, Zhou Rui hurriedly explained the real reason for this call. "I'm serious, Xiaoyan. For this year's school anniversary ball, will you be my partner?" Picking a dance partner at T University was a very serious matter. If an alpha attended the ball with an omega, it generally meant they had committed to each other and were ready to go public with their relationship, thus declaring ownership. Last year, Jiang Xiaoyan had attended the ball with a beta from the same class, Su Qian. As an omega, and since Su Qian was female, no one thought they made a pair. Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated. In the past, Zhou Rui indeed would have been his ideal choice for a dance partner, but now, he inexplicably remembered that foolish dog. Can you make it? Zhou Rui asked again. If you don't agree, I'll ask someone else. I'm quite sought after, you know. Jiang Xiaoyan scorned this provocation method. Oh, then go find someone else. Not so fast, I was just messing around. I only want you. You'd look so good by my side. Please say yes. Ultimately worn down by his persistence, Jiang Xiaoyan agreed to be Zhou Rui's dance partner, treating it as the last chance to evaluate him. If he still felt nothing during the dance, after the ball they could part ways openly. There was still a month until the school anniversary, and he had to practice well, unwilling to repeat the embarrassment of last year. But Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't bring himself to tell Zhou Rui he didn't know how to dance and ask him to teach him. After much consideration, he sent a message to Wang Zhe. For the school anniversary ball, we have to do the waltz. Do you know it? Wang Zhe replied quickly, I do. Everyone in my family knows it, and I've learned too. Jiang Xiaoyan, then can you teach me? Wang Zhe, sure. Shortly after, Wang Zhe sent another voice message, laughing, I didn't expect the senior to ask me to be your dance partner, I'm so happy. Thank you, senior. Jiang Xiaoyan. He suddenly realized how improper his actions were. Wang Zhe liked him, yet he was asking Wang Zhe to teach him to dance so he could attend the ball with someone else. That was way too hurtful. Never mind, you don't have to. I'll figure it out myself. Jiang Xiaoyan deliberated carefully on how to phrase his response without sounding overly cruel, but ultimately found it hard because he was never good at consoling others. On Wang Zhe's end, there was silence for a moment, and then a new voice message came in. I'm sorry, senior, I might have assumed too much. No worries, please don't feel troubled. Let me teach you, okay? This damn puppy was just too understanding and gentle. Jiang Xiaoyan simply couldn't refuse him. Alright, then I'll bother you. His tone was polite even to the point of making himself incredulous. Still, after finishing the message, he felt uneasy, sending another message a few minutes later to check on his junior. What are you doing? Wang Zhe didn't reply instantly, prompting Jiang Xiaoyan to send a video call on impulse, ringing for 7 or 8 times before being answered. Senior, what brings you here so suddenly? Wang Zhe's hair dripped water, and some foam still clung to it, clearly showing he was washing his hair just now. Foolish dog. Seeing Wang Zhe's flustered state, Jiang Xiaoyan felt amused and impulsively wanted to cross over the screen and rinse the foam clean from his hair. Wang Zhe weakly wiped his hair with a towel, though drops of water had already soaked large parts of his t-shirt, tightly clinging to his body. He tugged at his shirt but didn't take it off. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly became curious about Wang Zhe's physique. Though he seemed sturdy, broad-shouldered and long-legged, Wang Zhe always wore clothes to shower and changed back into them after coming out. He had never seen him without clothes. Even though one was an alpha and the other an omega, both men sparked a little competitiveness within Jiang Xiaoyan. You're all wet, take it off. He said plainly, devoid of any untoward thoughts. Wang Zhe mumbled indecisively, it's fine, it will dry soon. Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled, don't be shy, I won't laugh at your poor figure. Okay. Wang Zhe hesitated for several seconds and then gave in, placing his phone facing himself as he grabbed the edge of his shirt to lift it, raising it a few centimeters. Honey, come eat some fruit. John's father entered carrying a plate of freshly cut fruits. Hearing the sound in the video, Wang Zhe immediately dropped his shirt, causing Jiang Xiaoyan to feel somewhat regretful. Who are you chatting with that has you smiling so much? Your boyfriend? John's father curiously leaned in to see the phone screen. Jiang Xiaoyan confidently turned the screen toward him, my roommate. Wang Zhe, this is my dad. Wang Zhe's hair still had some water and foam on it. Hurriedly wiping his hair, he blurted out without thinking. Dad. Nice to meet you. Both Jiang father and son were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter simultaneously. The amused father said, oh, this kid is truly entertaining. Wang Zhe was too embarrassed to lift his head, sorry. Alright, you're pretty stupid. Though scolding, Jiang Xiaoyan had a smile on his face as he said, gotta go now. Wang Zhe hurriedly bid farewell to him and his father, repeating apologies several times. After ending the video call, Zhang's father immediately probed, he's an alpha, right? You live together. I think he looks quite nice. Recently tormented by matters of the heart, Jiang Xiaoyan felt close to dying of a headache and didn't want to discuss these things even at home, so he grabbed the fruit platter and ushered his father away. I'll definitely tell you when I have a partner. Leave me alone for now. The father stormed off complaining about how ungrateful his son was but then suddenly remembered something. Your roommate looks familiar. Is he an old classmate? Not really. Jiang Xiaoyan answered straightforwardly, yet as soon as he finished speaking, he instantly recalled Wang Zhe mentioning he had helped him in the past, driving away those who bullied him. When exactly was that? Could they have known each other before? Wang Zhe's handsome features with hints of mixed heritage would leave an impression if they'd met. He'd ask him once back at school. Chapter 11. Yet, by the time Jiang Shaoyan returned to school, he had already forgotten about the matter. There weren't many courses in the third year of college, often, there were only 2 or 3 classes a day. Wang Zhe, who was 2 years younger and just started his first year, was far more exhausted with typically 4 or 5 classes. Sometimes, he even had evening classes and returned to the dormitory around 9 or 10 o'clock but still enthusiastically made plans with Jiang Shaoyan to teach him how to dance. On Monday's PE class, Jiang Shaoyan, as usual, played basketball on the playground. Wang Zhe did not have training today and stayed on the sidelines throughout like an admiring junior, cheering loudly. Jiang Shaoyan wasn't particularly good at basketball, but Wang Zhe applauded him exaggeratedly several times, making Jiang Shaoyan feel extremely awkward. He glared at Wang Zhe angrily, finally getting him to quiet down. During the break, Jiang Shaoyan had finished his water, and without hesitation, Wang Zhe immediately ran to the convenience store to buy more for him, impossible to stop. Jiang Shaoyan rested on the side with his sleeves rolled up, his arm muscles slightly bulging. His physique didn't resemble that of an ordinary Omega at all. Luo Yongheng came running over, slightly out of breath, and sat next to him. He marveled, "Brother Yan, I really admire you for being an Omega with such a body." He squeezed the muscles on his own arms, which clearly paled in comparison. Jiang Shaoyan grinned slyly, "What else can I do to be your brother Yan?" Just as his words faded away, he caught sight of a boy he didn't know walking towards them. The boy was rather handsome, with a pale, delicate face, thin and straight limbs, clearly an Omega. If it hadn't been for the piercing stare, Jiang Shaoyan might have appreciated him a bit more. The boy glanced up and down at Jiang Shaoyan and asked, "You're Zhou Rui's boyfriend?" "Nope," replied Jiang Shaoyan, "you've got the wrong guy." The boy snorted disdainfully, "Fooling around, aren't you? Aren't you Jiang Shaoyan? I thought you'd be some hotshot, but you turn out to be such a roughneck." Compared to this well-dressed, gentle, slim Omega before him, Jiang Shaoyan, sweaty with disheveled hair and rolled-up sleeves, indeed looked quite rugged. Jiang Shaoyan stretched his arms back, leaned arrogantly against the basketball stand, and squinted at the Omega he could easily overpower. "Who let out such stupidity?" "You." The boy's face instantly turned sour. He was one of Zhou Rui's admirers. In these days, strong and handsome alphas were rare, and as one of the few high-quality single alphas at T University, Zhou Rui naturally caught the attention of many. Recently, though, rumors spread that he had a partner, an Omega known as the fierce Jiang Shaoyan. Most people didn't dare to provoke Jiang Shaoyan, leaving reluctantly. But there were also those who wouldn't back down and boldly challenged him. But this Omega, despite his anger, seeing Jiang Shaoyan's cold face and obviously stronger build, remembered his long-standing terrifying victories over alphas, becoming somewhat hesitant, not daring to truly mess with him. "Don't get too cocky," said the boy, "it's obvious Zhou Rui is more interested in me. Sooner or later, I'll snatch him from your hands." "Oh, please go ahead," Jiang Shaoyan responded indifferently. For a moment, the boy couldn't think of anything else to say and could only huff angrily before turning and leaving. Luo Yongheng patted his chest, "Zhou Rui sure is in demand. Even Yao Yi likes him. You need to watch him closely. That guy isn't someone who stays calm." "Do you know him?" asked Jiang Shaoyan. "Yao Yi? Don't you know? He, is the flower, no, the grass of the neighboring department. Anyway, plenty of alphas are chasing after him. I saw Zhou Rui walk with him several times. Be careful." Jiang Shaoyan smirked disdainfully, "If he took him, that would be great, saving me from wasting time on that guy. Zhou Rui recently has been bothering me so much." Luo Yongheng speechlessly remarked, "Didn't you say before that he wasn't bad? Talking is fine, but upon closer interaction, numerous problems emerge." Jiang Shaoyan shrugged. "Had it not been for the lack of other choices, I would have broken up with him a long time ago." Luo Yongheng sighed, "Brother Yan, speaking frankly, haven't you cared about Zhou Rui much from the start? Your indifferent attitude all along might make anyone lose hope eventually. Where does the losing come from if there's no real effort?" Jiang Shaoyan spotted Wang Zhe coming over hurriedly after buying the water from afar. Better than certain fools who at least know loyalty toward their masters. Luo Yongheng didn't understand, until following Jiang Shaoyan's gaze to spot Wang Zhe. Unable to help himself, he sympathized, "This freshman is truly pitiful. Not only does he have to run errands for you, but he also gets mocked by you." "Mocked? Which I saw me mock him?" Jiang Shaoyan felt baffled. "Luo Yongheng, didn't you ridicule him by comparing him to a dog?" Jiang Shaoyan, "And what do you mean by that? My golden retriever is my fool dog. I only called him this nickname because I find him likable." Luo Yongheng. "Brother Yan, you're really hard to figure out." Jiang Shaoyan. "Let me give you a heads up, Brother Yan," Luo Yongheng said earnestly. "It's not easy to find someone who genuinely cares for you this much. If you have any feelings, you must clarify them with him. Otherwise, misunderstandings might cause you two to miss each other." Jiang Shaoyan kicked him away, "You've been watching too many TV dramas." Unable to lecture successfully, Luo Yongheng grumpily continued playing basketball. In the brief moment he was talking, Wang Zhe had already run under the basketball hoop, gasping for breath as he handed Jiang Shaoyan the just-bought mineral water. I said I wanted it cold, Jiang Xiaoyan said as he unscrewed the bottle of room-temperature water. Big brother, drinking cold water isn't good for your stomach. Jiang Xiaoyan beckoned him closer, come here. Without hesitation, Wang Zhe leaned in a bit closer. Jiang Xiaoyan secretly maneuvered his hand behind Wang Zhe and abruptly doused his neck with water. Foolish dog. Jiang Xiaoyan grinned as he watched Wang Zhe flail to wipe off the water. It was still warm in October, carrying the lingering heat of summer. Wang Zhe's neck glistened with sweat from his trip back and forth, and a small patch on the back of his shirt had also become wet. Jiang Xiaoyan used part of his own water bottle to wash away the sticky sweat for Wang Zhe, feeling rather thoughtful and generous about himself. Wang Zhe's hand paused momentarily as he wiped the water, then resumed smiling warmly as usual, saying nothing. Because they needed to prepare for a performance, Jiang Xiaoyan went to the rehearsal hall after dinner to help classmates prepare stage props. Their department had prepared a skit to be performed during the school anniversary. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't get to take the stage. On one hand, his appearance simply wasn't suitable, and on the other hand, if he stood on stage, no one in the audience would dare laugh even once. Therefore, his task was to assist other students who weren't performing in preparing the props. Jiang Xiaoyan had a reasonable sense of collective awareness, took responsibility seriously without slacking off, and stayed busy until 9 in the evening without returning to the dormitory. Instead, it was Wang Zhe, having finished his evening classes, who came to the rehearsal hall looking for him. Wang Zhe voluntarily assumed the role of laborer. Tall and robust, his strength surprisingly matched his frame. Things that usually require 2 hands for an ordinary person, he could easily lift with 1, saving quite a bit of trouble. As a result, they finished the task half an hour earlier than originally planned. The two walked out of the rehearsal hall one after another toward the stairs. The outside was already pitch black. By the time they returned to the dormitory and finished bathing, it was almost 11. Big brother, are we going to practice dancing? Wang Zhe asked hesitantly. Jiang Xiaoyan knew how long he'd been looking forward to it. Seeing the bright gleam in his eyes, rarely did he feel soft-hearted, unwilling to let him down. Let's practice. All right. Wang Zhe grinned radiantly, despite having a handsome face, always laughing like an oblivious child. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at him amusingly, then suddenly caught a fleeting shadow sneaking around on the lower stairwell. Because they stayed behind to clean up, they were the last ones to leave. Although the rehearsal hall had nothing particularly valuable, losing some public property could be inconvenient. Who's there? Stop. Jiang Xiaoyan reacted instinctively, taking a step forward to chase and check, but immediately upon landing felt something amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late. The floor, slick with oil, slid away underfoot as soon as he stepped on it. His center of gravity lost, he tripped and fell straight toward the stairs below. In the dizzying moment, all he heard was Wang Zhe shouting loudly from behind, "Big brother." Instantly, he was pulled by a strong arm into a solid embrace that tightly shielded him. His heartbeat stopped momentarily. Chapter 12. The entire accident happened in just 2 or 3 short seconds. When their intertwined bodies finally came to a stop on the lower level after rolling down the stairs, Jiang Xiaoyan's brain was dizzy from the impact, but he didn't feel much pain. However, Wang Zhe, who had been protecting him, let out a muffled groan filled with suppressed agony. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart tightened, and he immediately sat up to inquire, Wang Zhe, where does it hurt? He carefully supported the other person, not daring to make any large movements, and quickly checked him thoroughly from head to toe. Fortunately, there was no injury to the head, nor were there any visible cuts or bruises. After a while, Wang Zhe gradually came to from his dizziness and managed to force a smile. It's nothing, probably just a sprained ankle. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed in relief. Don't move, I'll call for help. Fortunately, the phone in his pocket hadn't been damaged. He called both Lu Han and Luo Yonghan, explaining the situation. He waited with Wang Zhe on the spot for over 10 minutes before they quickly arrived. Lu Han even brought his own Omega. Xiao, what are you doing here? Go back and rest, said Jiang Xiaoyan. Lu Han interrupted as he hoisted Wang Zhe onto his back. We were just on a date, and when he heard your call, he insisted on coming along despite my worries. I'm fine, this fool protected me. The Wang Zhe lying on Lu Han's back smiled faintly. Jiang Xiaoyan, seeing Wang Zhe's carefree attitude towards his own safety, couldn't help but throw a not-so-light punch at his back. What's so funny to laugh about? Wang Zhe struggled to lift his hand, brushing off the dust that had stuck to Jiang Xiaoyan's face, still smiling gently. I'm glad you're safe. Jiang Xiaoyan's mind hadn't fully caught up, but his hand instinctively grabbed hold of Wang Zhe's retreating one. You can't get hurt either. Being tall and strong, Wang Zhe proved too heavy for Lu Han alone, so Luo Yonghan and Jiang Xiaoyan had to help support him on either side to alleviate some of the strain. Eventually, after rushing through the campus, they reached the medical room. By then, Wang Zhe's left ankle had swollen to the size of a bun. The school doctor turned out to be quite reliable, kneading Wang Zhe's ankle skillfully, which significantly relieved the pain. Yet full recovery would require some quiet rest. Jiang Xiaoyan helped Wang Zhe lie down on the clinic bed and told Lu Han and others, you all go back, I'll stay here. Though Luo Yonghan had wanted to stay and keep watch, Lu Han had forcibly pulled him away before he could open his mouth. Alright, we're going now. Luo Yonghan. Out the door, unable to resist her curiosity, Xiao Xiao quietly asked Lu Han, "Doesn't Xiaoyan seem a little into that alpha?" Lu Han understood her insinuation, raising an eyebrow. "You noticed too, huh?" Only Luo Yongheng was completely lost. "Notice what?" Lu Han rolled his eyes at him. "Just you and those two fools inside haven't noticed." Luo Yongheng. Back in the ward, only the two of them remained. After all the commotion, night had deepened. The doctor had already gone to rest. With medicine applied to his foot, Wang Zhe lay immobile, watching Jiang Xiaoyan intently. "Brother, go back to your dormitory." "I'm fine," Wang Zhe said. Jiang Xiaoyan shot him a glare. "Shut up, go to sleep." But his hands moved softly as he tucked the blanket around Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe obediently lay down in bed. Covered to his neck, only his fluffy-haired head showed, making him look all the more endearing. "Am I useless, brother?" There was a hint of melancholy in his gaze. "Such a small matter caused me to get injured, needing brother's care. How can I ever become your support like this?" "Did I ever say I needed you to support me?" Jiang Xiaoyan countered. Wang Zhe pressed his lips together, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, they were slightly red. His brown-green irises looked like a disturbed clear pool, innocent yet sorrowful. Jiang Xiaoyan, upon meeting his gaze, instantly lost his temper. "I've never thought you were useless. Sure, you may be timid sometimes, but you're still pretty dependable. Thank you for protecting me." He ruffled Wang Zhe's hair and changed his tone to sound fierce, "But don't do that again. I don't need you to protect me. If you got hurt badly or disabled, wouldn't you still rely on me to take care of you for the rest of your life?" Wang Zhe laughed, scratching his nose. Hee. "Not bad actually." Jiang Xiaoyan shook his head helplessly. "All right, go to sleep. I'm getting tired just looking at you." Wang Zhe nodded. Good night, brother. You should go back to your dorm." "I'm not going back. I'll sleep on the chair outside." As Jiang Xiaoyan turned to leave, his hand was grabbed. Wang Zhe hastily protested, "That won't be comfortable. Just go back, I'll be fine." Jiang Xiaoyan's hand was enveloped in the warm and large palm of Wang Zhe. That warmth seemed to penetrate his skin, merging into his blood, making his whole body unconsciously heat up, just like the last time Wang Zhe kissed his fingertips. "Or I could sleep with you. This bed looks wide enough." He made a casual joke, but after speaking, his heartbeat gradually quickened, and an inexplicable sense of tension arose. Wang Zhe blushed upon hearing it, tightened his lips without a word, yet still held on to him tightly. Jiang Xiaoyan, seeing how easily Wang Zhe could be teased, became less nervous and had the urge to play around. He deliberately leaned in close, lowering his voice. "How about it? Could you spare me some space?" The green in Wang Zhe's eyes grew dim and deep, seemingly adding a bit more mystery than usual. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart rate, which had just stabilized, suddenly became erratic again under his gaze. "No." Wang Zhe finally spoke, his voice soft. Jiang Xiaoyan was surprised at his refusal. "Why not?" Wang Zhe averted his eyes, his ears slightly red as he murmured, I can't promise that I won't do anything." Jiang Xiaoyan snorted dismissively. "With your current state, what exactly can you do?" He patted Wang Zhe's head, straightened up, and said, "Stop daydreaming and lie down properly. I'll sleep outside." "All right." Wang Zhe, seeing his persistence, reluctantly let go. "Be a good boy. Call me if anything happens. Borrow your jacket to cover myself." He casually grabbed Wang Zhe's coat lying nearby and left the ward. Chapter 13. Jiang Xiaoyan put together a few chairs to make a makeshift bed and lay down fully clothed. The school infirmary had a comfortable temperature, but just in case, he still covered himself with Wang Zhe's coat. After all, Omegas were naturally weaker constitutionally. If even Wang Zhe got sick, then there would be no one to take care of that foolhardy dog. The surroundings were tranquil, and no sounds could be heard from the ward. He settled his mind slightly, closed his eyes, and his other senses became more acute. This coat, it still retained some of Wang Zhe's warmth. He didn't know why, but on impulse, he pulled the coat closer, placed it under his nose, and took a light sniff. As expected, there was little smell of alpha pheromones. However, there seemed to be a trace of that fool dog's natural scent. Tender, shy, brimming with affection, yet laced subtly with an innate alpha possessiveness, as if the person under this coat automatically belonged to him. "I can't guarantee that I won't do anything." His mind suddenly flashed back to Wang Zhe's words earlier. If they really slept on the same bed, what would that fool dog do? Would he dare to embrace him tightly? Or steal a kiss? Even? No, there wouldn't be any even. With only that level of courage paired with his physical dominance, at most the other would only manage a stolen kiss, after which he definitely wouldn't allow anything further to happen. Jiang Xiaoyan pondered confidently for a while, but then suddenly felt uneasy. Wait, why did he think that stealing a kiss was within tolerable limits? Just as he was reflecting on which nerve had gone wrong, his phone beside him buzzed. Jiang Xiaoyan picked it up and saw that Xiao Xiao had sent a message asking how things were going. Though Xiao Xiao and he looked completely different as Omegas, their personalities matched well. They met through Lu Han and had always maintained a good relationship. He momentarily set aside his tangled thoughts and replied, nothing serious, Wang Zhe is sleeping. I'm about to sleep too. Xiao Xiao teased, are you two sleeping together? Jiang Xiaoyan. No. Xiao Xiao, hahaha, that's good, otherwise with the two of you being the only A and O around, you might not have been able to control yourselves. Jiang Xiaoyan, we live in the same dormitory. If anything could have happened, it would have happened long ago. Between him and me, it's impossible. After replying, he stared at the three words, impossible, feeling oddly disturbed by them. Xiao Xiao wouldn't let go, why is it impossible? What's wrong with him? Jiang Xiaoyan's fingers hovered over the keyboard, but he froze. He found he couldn't name any of Wang Zhe's flaws. When he first met this freshman junior and roommate, he thought the guy was utterly useless beyond looking handsome and being obediently quiet, clinging, timid, and absolutely not the alpha type he admired. But somehow, starting from who knows when, he began to find Wang Zhe increasingly likable. Perhaps because the other's smile and behavior were so gentle and thoughtful, or perhaps because of the other's sincere devotion, like a warm spring breeze that didn't leave much of an impression when it passed by but left the heart feeling warm when remembered. His previously explosive temper had been soothed to perfection these past few days, almost never losing his cool. All of this was entirely thanks to Wang Zhe. His pheromones are too weak, they probably won't get me through the rut. This was the only flaw Jiang Xiaoyan could list in the end. Xiao Xiao, is that all? So, if his pheromones were sufficient, would you choose him? For this question, Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated not even a second before an answer popped into his mind. Yes, if the pheromone condition fit, he would certainly choose Wang Zhe. This was too strange. Clearly, someone like Zhou Rui, strong and confident, full of alpha characteristics, had always been his ideal target. Someone like Wang Zhe, such an alpha, wouldn't even have caught his eye before. Why? Why was Wang Zhe the exception? I found that you've changed since meeting him. Xiao Xiao suddenly said. Jiang Xiaoyan startled, what? When we found you guys just now, you were panicking horribly, hahaha. Our fearless brother Yan has endured countless injuries from fights, but when has he ever been so anxious about someone else getting hurt? Jiang Xiaoyan blushed faintly, did I? Of course, both me and Lu Han noticed. Xiao Xiao replied, and you haven't even realized you like him, but you criticize him for being foolish. You're not exactly smart yourself. Jiang Xiaoyan froze at these words. Li. Ku. Regaining his composure, he immediately called her, what do you mean, like? Where does it show I like him? Xiao Xiao sighed, you're truly, fine, let teacher Xiao enlighten you. First, you don't dislike him, right? I don't dislike him. Jiang Xiaoyan was quite sure of this point. What if he holds your hand? I can accept that. What about a hug? Jiang Xiaoyan thought for a moment, it's okay. And, a kiss? Jiang Xiaoyan fell silent for a few seconds, recalling how he had earlier categorized stolen kisses as tolerable. Reluctantly, he answered honestly, I guess I wouldn't dislike it. Xiao Xiao, no need for me to elaborate further, right? Think about it, would you let Zhou Rui kiss you? Jiang Xiaoyan immediately felt nauseated as he remembered the incident at the KTV, who in hell would willingly let him kiss them? He didn't even ask for my permission. But what if it were Wang Zhe? If he suddenly kissed you forcefully, would you be angry? Jiang Xiaoyan imagined the scene, one day Wang Zhe became uncontrollable, pinned him against the wall with dark green eyes glowing dimly, calling him softly, senior brother. Before hastily kissing him. Damn, he actually found himself slightly moved. Xiao Xiao confidently followed up, if you're still unsure, let me ask from another angle. Could you tolerate Wang Zhe holding another Omega's hand? A vein popped on Jiang Xiaoyan's temple. Xiao Xiao continued firing questions, could you tolerate him hugging another Omega? Or kissing another Omega? Or gazing tenderly at someone else and saying, I like you? F***K, no way. Xiao Xiao cleverly summarized, you like him. Jiang Xiaoyan, shit, I really like him. Xiao Xiao, okay, case closed. What are you waiting for? Go tell him now. Jiang Xiaoyan's brain was still struggling to process this fact, no, his pheromones might not be enough. How will I survive the rut? But you yourself said it's just might. Why not start by trying temporary marking first? I asked him to mark me, but that guy said he cherished me and refused to mark me, do I have to beg him again to mark me? That's too undignified. Xiao Xiao angrily retorted, is dignity more important than love? By the way, did you already think about letting him mark you? I've wasted so much time guiding you. So you two already got intimate. Anyway, Xiao Xiao sighed, seize this opportunity, Yen brother. If you miss this chance, I feel like you'll regret it for life. Jiang Xiaoyan silently contemplated for a while, then glanced toward the infirmary. It was as if he could see through the door to the person lying inside. That person who was unlike any other alpha, who had come with unwavering sincerity from the beginning, never changing, enthusiastically admiring him, treating him gently, respecting him genuinely, able to suppress his alpha instincts for him, and willing to disregard his own safety for him. He truly didn't want to miss out, nor could he let go. He finally exhaled deeply, expelling all the annoyance and hesitation accumulated in his heart, speaking both to Xiao Xiao and to himself. Your brother Yan won't let himself regret. Chapter 14. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyan took advantage of Wang Zhe still being sound asleep and went to the academic affairs office, asking his aunt to retrieve the surveillance from the hallway outside the rehearsal hall from last night, wanting to find out the perpetrator. Unfortunately, due to the poor lighting in the hallway, they could only vaguely see a blurry figure after watching for a long time. The face was completely unrecognizable, so he had to give up temporarily. Failing in the investigation, he harbored anger inside, going to the cafeteria with an extremely fierce expression to buy breakfast. The student standing before him was scared and didn't know whether to go or stay. It's your turn, hurry up and buy, Jiang Xiaoyan reminded him. That student shivered. Ah. Auntie, give me 1 meat bun and 1 tea egg. Jiang Xiaoyan waited impatiently for him to finish taking his items, then stepped forward and said, Auntie, I'll have 1 of each. The students who hadn't left heard this and were instantly shocked. There were over 10 kinds of breakfast items in the cafeteria, and he wanted 1 of everything. What a terrifying appetite. Brother Yan is indeed not a normal omega, as rumored. Jiang Xiaoyan carried a large bag full of breakfast back to the school infirmary. Upon opening the ward door, he found Wang Zhe already awake. Good morning, senior. His hair was slightly messy, and his eyes dazed, obviously having just woken up. Morning. What do you want to eat? Jiang Xiaoyan put the bag on the table, taking out all sorts of breakfast items, buns, steamed rolls, fried dough sticks, pancakes, tea eggs, soy milk, millet porridge, pumpkin porridge. In no time at all, the table was covered with food. Wang Zhe's eyes widened more and more, incredulously saying, Senior, are you that hungry? Jiang Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, it's for you, idiot dog. I don't know what you like to eat. Previously, Wang Zhe would almost always buy breakfast for him every day. After refusing a few times without effect, he accepted it guiltlessly. Now, thinking about it, he didn't usually wake up too late, but he didn't realize how early Wang Zhe must have woken up to buy it for him while he only cared about eating himself, ignoring Wang Zhe's preferences. That wasn't very decent. Just buying whatever is fine, Wang Zhe flashed a radiant smile, I love all the things the senior bought. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily dazzled by Wang Zhe's handsome face, his heart rate quickening slightly. He pretended to cough twice, then you're probably going to eat yourself to death. In the end, even he ate so much that he couldn't move. More than 10 types of breakfast were indeed too much for 2 people. Therefore, when the school doctor entered to check their conditions, he saw an alpha slumped on the bed and an omega slouched in a chair. The doctor sniffed the air, there was no smell of pheromones. How did these 2 look like they fought all night? After a thorough examination, Wang Zhe's sprain was less severe than the previous night. He could return to the dormitory but still couldn't walk independently, needing crutches. Wang Zhe was originally somewhat reluctant but upon a glare from Jiang Xiaoyan, immediately obediently took the crutches offered by the doctor and limped back to the dormitory with assistance. Along the way, he received many curious stares from other students, making him so ashamed that he nearly buried his head into the ground. Both of them took a day off. Wang Zhe needed rest for his injury and didn't have any other place to go, so he lay down on the bed again. Jiang Xiaoyan had just settled down his foolish friend when he received a call from Zhou Rui. Since Wang Zhe was close to him, he also saw the name displayed on the incoming call screen. His mood instantly plummeted, quietly saying, Senior, you can answer. Don't worry about me. Then, he voluntarily turned over and lay facing the wall. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned, knowing that going out to take the call might make it seem like he didn't trust Wang Zhe. Thus, he openly answered it inside the dormitory. What's the matter? Zhou Rui laughed loudly, Xiaoyan, I heard your roommate fell down the stairs and injured his leg. Too weak, haha. It was exceptionally quiet inside the dormitory, making the echo louder. Jiang Xiaoyan was sure Wang Zhe had definitely heard it, but he showed no reaction. His body seemed frozen, and his breathing was barely audible. Jiang Xiaoyan clenched his molars. Want me to break your legs? Zhou Rui's laughter paused abruptly, what are you talking about? Wang Zhe got hurt protecting me. Jiang Xiaoyan deliberately raised his voice to ensure that the person on the bed could hear, anyone who mocks him is mocking me. If you don't want to fight me, shut your stinking mouth. Are you scolding me for him? Zhou Rui was incredulous, but remembering Jiang Xiaoyan's explosive temper, he realized challenging him wouldn't bring benefits, so he could only suppress his anger for now and timely shifted the topic, okay, I know you're the most grateful person. I won't argue with you. I just want to ask, do you still remember about being my dance partner? He would have been better off not mentioning it. The moment Zhou Rui brought it up, Jiang Xiaoyan became angry. Why did he agree to it in the first place? Keeping promises has always been his principle, so there was no way to back out. But looking at it positively, this was an opportunity to openly clarify things with Zhou Rui, they weren't suitable, and there was no need to continue interacting. Before expressing his feelings to Wang Zhe, he had to clear up his relationship with other alphas first. Otherwise, how could he reciprocate Wang Zhe's wholehearted affection? Remember, we'll talk about it on that day. Gotta go. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't bother with any small talk and hung up the phone right away. Wang Zhe turned around after hearing the entire conversation, looking utterly disheartened. With an apologetic tone, he said, "Senior, I might not be able to teach you dancing anymore. I'm sorry. Wish you and Senior Zhou have fun." Jiang Xiaoyan immediately became even angrier. What about not giving in easily? Was this stupid dog about to give up? "I'm not happy," he snapped furiously. "How could I be happy if you don't dance with me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe flinched and carefully replied, "I'm sorry. I'll get better as soon as possible, then I'll teach you to dance. Please don't be mad." That's more like it. Only then did Jiang Xiaoyan feel satisfied. He thought his method of acting fierce was pretty effective and decided to discipline this stupid dog more often in the future so that he wouldn't always be timid and shy, never taking the initiative. Sigh, having a relationship was truly exhausting. Chapter 15. There was less than a week left before the school anniversary, and every department had entered the final rehearsal phase. The props team had basically finished their tasks and had nothing to do. Jiang Xiaoyan occasionally went to the rehearsal hall to watch his classmates practice, but most of his free time was spent on the basketball court or in the dormitory. In the past 2 days, Wang Zhe could already return to class. He originally wanted to pick him up and drop him off since walking with crutches was still inconvenient. But Wang Zhe was very stubborn. He quietly got up, washed up, and left early in the morning while he was still asleep. In the evening, he also sneaked back to the dormitory without letting him know and then sent a text message saying that he had returned to the dormitory and did not need to be picked up. He gave him no chance to take care of him. Though Jiang Xiaoyan was annoyed, there was nothing he could do about it. The amount of time they spent together suddenly decreased significantly. Previously, they could often see each other at school, now they could only talk for a while in the dormitory. Wang Zhe no longer mentioned teaching him to dance, so Jiang Xiaoyan didn't ask either. He didn't look for anyone else to practice with either. If he made a fool of himself, it didn't matter anyway. This went on until the day before the school anniversary. That night, after watching the department's last rehearsal, Jiang Xiaoyan returned to the dormitory around 9 o'clock. Upon entering, he found Wang Zhe there as well, sitting at the table reading a book. When he saw him come back, Wang Zhe smiled and said, "Senior, you're back. Would you like me to teach you how to dance?" Jiang Xiaoyan paused in surprise and then sniffed, "Huh, you finally remembered." Despite the dismissive tone in his voice, his heart warmed slightly. For several days, he had pretty much given up on the possibility of Wang Zhe taking the initiative, and in his mind, he planned that after the ball was over, he would drag this idiot back to the dormitory, scold him thoroughly, and then threaten him into marking him. This way, he would achieve his goal without losing face. Perfect. But since this idiot finally decided to make an effort for him, let's see what he's going to do first. Wang Zhe stood up. Without his crutches, his steps were still somewhat unsteady, but his towering figure slowly approached Jiang Xiaoyan. He slightly lowered his head and spread out his arms. "Senior, hold on to my shoulders." Jiang Xiaoyan expressionlessly placed his hand on him and immediately realized how broad and sturdy Wang Zhe's shoulders were. Through the fabric of his clothes, he could feel the warm body heat emanating from him, yet his own palms felt hot. "Senior, I am going to put my arm around your waist." "Sorry." Wang Zhe drew closer and whispered softly in his ear. An arm soon encircled his waist and gently tightened, almost pressing their chests together. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly felt a little short of breath. He recalled the last time he fell down the stairs. Wang Zhe tightly embraced him. That force almost crushed his waist, as if wanting to melt him into his body. At that moment, due to the sudden occurrence, he didn't have the chance to fully experience the feeling, but now, in this silent environment, every breath and heartbeat was magnified, even the vibrations from their chest when they spoke could be felt through their clothes. He realized both their heartbeats were abnormally fast. He wasn't sure what kind of expression he had as Wang Zhe held him close against his firm chest, only being able to see his ears which were turning red. I also need to hold your hand, senior." Jiang Xiaoyan proactively reached out and grabbed the hand of Wang Zhe who was struggling to speak smoothly, "Like this?" Wang Zhe took a deep breath, slightly loosening the overly intimate embrace, his face flushed. "Then, I will start teaching you, senior. Please pay attention." Wang Zhe nervously and carefully started moving his feet, leading him swaying forwards, backwards, left, and right. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't remember a single step. Wang Zhe's breathing lightly brushed against his face, lacking the scent usually associated with alphas, but inexplicably comforting. Every step he took felt as if he were stepping on clouds, and his heart lifted accordingly. After stepping on Wang Zhe's foot again, Wang Zhe couldn't help but gasp with a hiss, causing Jiang Xiaoyan to instantly regain clarity and release his hands. "Let's stop here for today. Anyway, it's too late to learn now." If he continued dancing like this, the next moment might be when he pleads Wang Zhe to mark him. This was far worse than the shame of making a fool of himself while dancing. Suddenly, the embrace around Wang Zhe became empty. He paused for a second, then softly said, "All right, senior, get some rest early. Tomorrow is going to be tiring." He hesitated a moment and added, "Have fun with Zhou senior." Jiang Xiaoyan's expression darkened immediately, and he silently walked into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. He roughly splashed cold water on his face. Even though he promised not to give up hope, "Don't lose faith so early, you idiot dog. It looks like once back from the dance tomorrow, a beating should come first." Chapter 16. On the day of the school anniversary, there was celebration throughout the campus. In the morning, each department performed at the school's 1,000-person auditorium. Most were regular talent shows, and there were also sleep-inducing poetry recitals. Jiang Xiaoyan's department was the 10th to perform, presenting a skit with characteristics unique to T University's campus life. It humorously criticized various phenomena at T University, resonating greatly with the audience. The students below all laughed heartily. Although Jiang Xiaoyan had already seen it countless times during rehearsals, he still gave polite applause with a smile on his face. In the afternoon, there were booth activities organized by different clubs. Lu Han and Xiao Xiao insisted on dragging him along to browse around. After participating in a few events, they arrived at a dart-throwing booth where Wang Zhe happened to be managing it. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the name of the club, Astronomy Club. No wonder the dartboard was filled with all sorts of constellations. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyan, Wang Zhe immediately handed him a large handful of darts, twice as many as anyone else, and grinned as he said, "Senior, you'll get a reward if you hit something. What's the rule? Simply hit your own zodiac sign. Jiang Xiaoyan is Aries." He glanced at the board position, warmed up his wrist a bit, and then raised his hand to aim. "What's your zodiac?" Wang Zhe was momentarily startled. "Oh. I'm Cancer." Whoosh! A dart flew through the air and accurately pinned itself onto the Cancer spot. "Senior, you need to hit your own." Wang Zhe repeated the rules again. "Foolish dog." Jiang Xiaoyan quickly threw another dart, hitting the target precisely again. "So stupid there's no saving you." Another one. "I'm going to die of frustration because of you sooner or later." Yet another one. Lu Han and Xiao Xiao beside them were barely holding back their laughter until their stomachs hurt. Only Wang Zhe remained standing, looking at Jiang Xiaoyan throwing each dart while venting, until he finished with the dozen or so darts, thoroughly covering the Cancer position with darts. Even after finishing, Jiang Xiaoyan still felt unsatisfied and turned to scold Wang Zhe a bit more when suddenly a voice nearby sounded. "You really are accurate." Zhou Rui walked over smilingly, naturally placing a hand on Jiang Xiaoyan's shoulder and casually said to Wang Zhe, "Give me some darts, I want to shoot his zodiac." Jiang Xiaoyan frowned and shrugged off Zhou Rui's hand. "Go away." Zhou Rui burst into laughter. "Don't be shy, Xiaoyan." After saying that, he noticed Wang Zhe still standing motionless, stubbornly staring at him. "Gimme some." "What are you doing? Not convinced?" "Then let's have a little competition," Zhou Rui taunted. Wang Zhe's smile disappeared, the handsome face with sharp features instantly appeared somewhat cold, his brown-green eyes seemingly exuding danger. Jiang Xiaoyan had never seen this kind of expression on him before and was momentarily stunned. Without saying anything, Wang Zhe stepped beside Zhou Rui, giving Zhou 5 darts while taking 5 himself, clearly preparing for a contest. Zhou Rui didn't take him seriously at all, sneering slightly and casually flinging his hand, hitting the Aries icon easily. Wang Zhe, however, stared intently at the target in complete silence, his expression extremely focused, as if this were a match that would determine fate. He tested out a few throws, aimed carefully, then made a forceful throw. Ping! The dart landed at the Pisces position. Zhou Rui laughed even more condescendingly, effortlessly tossing the remaining 4 darts and scoring every single one. Even though Wang Zhe managed to hit his target 4 times in a row afterward, it was clear that he had lost. Seeing Wang Zhe's somber expression, Lu Han pulled Jiang Xiaoyan aside and whispered, "Don't let them continue the contest. Your junior is about to lose all his pride." Jiang Xiaoyan shook his head, continuing to observe the situation with his arms crossed. Wang Zhe looked back at him once, silently conveying his unwavering determination not to give up, took a deep breath, and mustered up the courage to methodically and determinedly throw each dart, concentrating fully with each throw. Unfortunately, none entered the range of Aries. TCH, utterly weak. Zhou Rui smirked contemptuously. "Xiaoyan, come with me. Help me pick out clothes for the dance." Jiang Xiaoyan looked at Wang Zhe who stood silently with his head bowed without uttering a word. In his mind, he reflected, this fool dared to accept the challenge despite knowing he had little chance of winning. Should he say it was reckless bravery, or admirable courage? Or perhaps it was simply because Wang Zhe liked him too much, so much that he wanted to impress him even if it meant having just a sliver of hope. He suddenly felt extremely delighted, and with a slight curl to his lips, he went forward and gently tousled Wang Zhe's hair, whispering softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Foolish dog, come find me at the evening dance party. I'll give you a surprise." Wang Zhe looked up bewilderedly, his eyes still retaining a hint of dejection. But Jiang Xiaoyan had already walked off with Zhou Rui. Chapter 17. The evening ball was the grandest event of the entire school anniversary celebration, where all departments gathered together. Regardless of grade or background, everyone could enjoy themselves in the hall or the adjoining outdoor square. Those who preferred quietness or wanted to be alone with their partner usually chose the outdoors, while those who wanted to show off their dance skills or publicly flaunt their affection chose the hall. If he had a choice, Jiang Xiaoyan would rather not attend at all, but people like Zhou Rui, who loved showing off, naturally took him without hesitation to the brightly lit hall. Before the ball, he accompanied Zhou Rui for over an hour selecting clothes. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't understand why a grown man could be so fussy, so he himself just wore a slim-fit suit that Su Qian had insisted on buying for him last year when she asked him to be her dance partner. She said it highlighted his narrow waist and long legs, but Jiang Xiaoyan didn't think much of it, he only felt comfortable wearing it, so this year, he simply wore it again and didn't bother buying a new one. Zhou Rui eventually picked a deep blue suit with subtle patterns that shimmered under the lights, exuding an unbearable level of flamboyance. Fortunately, he still looked decent, otherwise it would have been unbearable to look at. As soon as they stepped into the ballroom, a few people approached Zhou Rui to chat. Jiang Xiaoyan always felt their gazes toward him were very subtle, yet their admiration for Zhou Rui was consistent. What's wrong with these people? Zhou Rui, you've arrived. Jiang Xiaoyan heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Yao Yi dressed in a white suit with fringes at the cuffs, incredibly slim with delicate makeup, her skin looking smooth and tender under the lights, almost like a porcelain doll. Yao Yi, you look beautiful today, Zhou Rui replied, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Xiaoyan. Confused, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't want to acknowledge him at all. Yao Yi blushed coyly, saying, I've been waiting for you, can I have this dance? Zhou Rui pointed at the emotionless Jiang Xiaoyan, sorry, my significant other is jealous. Jiang Xiaoyan responded, jealous? Of what? He wasn't in the mood for their exaggerated banter, lost in thoughts about Wang Zhe. Are you done chatting? If you're dancing, do it already. I want to go back. With a face full of helplessness as if to say, see? He's definitely jealous, Zhou Rui said indulgently, alright, let's go. Jiang Xiaoyan suppressed the urge to hit someone and reluctantly followed them into the crowd of dancers. The background music was a soft tune, with many couples swaying slowly in each other's arms, whispering sweet nothings. Zhou Rui elegantly bowed and extended his hand, palm up in an inviting gesture. Jiang Xiaoyan nonchalantly placed his hand in Zhou Rui's, intending to keep some distance between their bodies, but the latter yanked him forcefully, pulling him into a tight embrace. Let me go, damn it. Smiling, Zhou Rui said, Xiaoyan, tonight we're officially public, right? You should agree to be mine. My patience has its limits, you saw it yourself, there are plenty who admire me. Jiang Xiaoyan scoffed, then go find someone else. Persisting in believing he was jealous, Zhou Rui tightened his hold on Jiang's waist, moving slowly from side to side, lowering his voice, don't act out. Just listen. If you agree, I'll claim you tonight and stop seeing others. I'll be loyal to you. I'm serious. Jiang Xiaoyan laughed bitterly, serious? How come I feel like you're being condescending, like I'll die without you? Can you stop being so cutting? Zhou Rui's tone grew firmer, I really like you, but I have more than one option, while you only have me to choose from, got it? Jiang Xiaoyan struggled hard, breaking free of Zhou Rui's arm and raised a disdainful brow, is that so? But sorry, right now, I only want to be claimed by someone else. Your marking means nothing to me. Zhou Rui grabbed the arm of Jiang Xiaoyan who tried to turn away, you don't mean, the alpha in your dorm, do you? Even someone so weak. Jiang Xiaoyan's expression turned completely cold, try insulting him once more, and don't blame me for hitting you without regard for our history. Zhou Rui's expression showed sheer astonishment as though he'd heard something utterly absurd. He actually couldn't win against an alpha who lacked even pheromone scent. What would others think if they knew Jiang Xiaoyan dumped him for such a pathetic alpha? Would they think he was weaker than the alpha and that was why he got dumped? Wouldn't all his boasts end up being completely debunked? This absolutely couldn't happen. No walking away, exerting sudden force, he tightly gripped Jiang Xiaoyan's arm and dragged him back in front of him. Pained, Jiang Xiaoyan angrily pushed back, but then suddenly felt a wave of invisible powerful energy rushing towards him. It felt as though a merciless giant hand had clamped down on his throat instantly, restricting his breath, rendering all attempts at resistance ineffective under the intense pressure. His strength seemed to vanish by more than half. He slumped in Zhou Rui's arms, his head spinning, his steps floating, and was half supported, half held as he was led toward a secluded corridor. This bastard released pheromones. Jiang Xiaoyan gritted his teeth in hatred. His suppressant hadn't completely worn off yet, so he wasn't totally incapacitated, but the strong shock of pheromones still left him quite uncomfortable. The beast inside him hovered on the edge of awakening, placing him in an exceptionally dangerous situation. Zhou Rui brought him to a quiet corner and pressed him against the wall, effortlessly restricting his movements. His hand slowly caressed Jiang's neck, repeatedly rubbing at the gland. You, bastard, get away from me. Jiang Xiaoyan stared furiously at the person before him, his eyes dark and fearsome, as if they could kill with a glance. But this couldn't stop the heat rising in his body. A red flush crept up his cheeks, making his uneven breathing even less steady, significantly reducing his intimidating aura. Fortunately, the initial alpha pheromone impact had gradually been suppressed by the remaining effect of the suppressant, and he felt his strength starting to return bit by bit. But before he could gather himself, Zhou Rui already moved closer without hesitation. After being marked by me, you'll fall in love with this scent. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoyan stiffened in realization, understanding what Zhou Rui intended to do. He used all his strength to try and push the person pinning him down away, his nails almost digging into the flesh and blood of the other person, yet he couldn't make any effective resistance. All he could do was watch helplessly as Zhou Rui's mouth neared his gland. Then, a cold sensation spread over his neck, the sharp fangs pressing against that tender spot. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Enraged to the point of trembling, his eyes red with fury, he screamed, "You dare! I'll kill!" His voice abruptly cut off. Chapter 18. When Wang Zhe arrived at the venue, the dance had already started. He didn't know what the last words Jiang Shaoyan had said earlier that day meant, but all he could do was obediently come to find him. But after circling around the hall and outside several times, he still couldn't see Jiang Shaoyan's figure. Was his senior still not here? Or, had he already left with Zhou Rui? The autumn night, now cooled by the seasonal change, carried a sense of desolation. The autumn wind picked up fallen leaves, swirling them in the air before letting them fall again. Wang Zhe's dull brown-green eyes stared aimlessly into the distance, unsure where to go or what to do. Around him were pairs of couples, hugging each other as they passed by. Wang Zhe. Suddenly hearing someone call his name, Wang Zhe turned around to see Su Qian. He recognized her as a classmate close to Jiang Shaoyan and immediately called out, Senior sister. Su Qian took a liking to this younger schoolmate and knew he liked Jiang Shaoyan. So she teased him, "Are you here to ask your senior for a dance? Why didn't you change into a suit?" Wang Zhe was still dressed casually in loose everyday clothes and scratched his hair awkwardly. "It doesn't matter. I'm not his dancing partner, I just came to find him." Su Qian then remembered that Jiang Shaoyan attended the evening dance with Zhou Rui, which sparked quite a buzz on the school forum. It seemed like they might really be together now. Sorry, she pondered if there was any way to cheer up the younger boy. "Then, how about dancing with me? My partner is my girlfriend anyway, so it doesn't matter." Wang Zhe blushed slightly and smiled modestly, "Thank you, senior sister, but I still want to dance with my senior." Su Qian felt reluctant to hurt his feelings and spoke tactfully, "Shaoyan, might not have time right away. You've already come, why don't you enjoy yourself first?" Wang Zhe shook his head lightly, a slight curve on his lips. "I know senior probably won't dance with me tonight, and perhaps never will again. But I still only want to dance with him. Sorry." Su Qian's heart twisted painfully at his words. What kind of perfect person was this? How had she never encountered someone like him? Was it because she wasn't as tough and fiery as Jiang Shaoyan? "It's fine, I understand. So, why did you come looking for him?" "My senior said he would give me a surprise." Wang Zhe's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. "Maybe he's going to give me a present. He has been very nice to me lately." Su Qian wondered aloud, "Is that so? For example?" "He bought breakfast for me, asked me to teach him how to dance, and has been staying in the dorm with me every day. It might be because I protected him the last time." After finishing his sentence, Wang Zhe paused, and his smile gradually faded. "Senior sister, am I being too despicable? Using my senior's sympathy? I should have refused, but I just couldn't." Su Qian listened sympathetically and consoled him, "There's nothing wrong with that, you must fight for what you like." "All right." Wang Zhe replied softly, his gaze fixated on the faraway hall. "Perhaps tonight is my last chance to fight for him. If my senior finds someone, I will stop bothering him." Su Qian, unable to resist asking, inquired curiously, "Wang Zhe, what exactly do you like about Shaoyan?" Su Qian, as his friend, knew all too well about Jiang Shaoyan's temperament. Although his nature wasn't bad and as a friend he was loyal, to have him as a romantic partner, well, not many people could put up with him. And as an Omega, paired with an Alpha's innate need for control and conquest, who would willingly choose such a defiant Omega? Wouldn't it feel like choosing a strict father figure and inviting unnecessary pain? Yet someone like Wang Zhe, someone who liked Jiang Shaoyan so devotedly and sincerely, might be one in a million worldwide. Wang Zhe smiled faintly, "Actually, I don't know myself either. I've liked him for too long. I've forgotten why I initially fell for him." "You." Just as Su Qian wanted to ask more, Luo Yongheng suddenly rushed out from the hall, looking worried and seemingly shouting something towards them. "What's wrong?" "Wang Zhe." "That's great, I was just looking for you." Running closer, Luo Yongheng panted as if he'd found a savior. I just saw Shaoyan being led away by Zhou Rui. Something seemed off, but I wasn't sure what was happening. I didn't want to interfere in case it was their business, but I'm afraid Shaoyan might be in trouble. Do you want to check it out?" Wang Zhe's expression changed instantly. "Take me there." The three quickly dashed into the hall and followed Luo Yongheng down twisting corridors. But Luo Yongheng didn't know the exact location, having merely seen Jiang Shaoyan being taken somewhere. Losing his bearings, he panicked, but instead, Wang Zhe remained calm, soothing Luo Yongheng and urging him to carefully recall which direction the two went. As they were searching ahead, they suddenly heard soft noises from around the corner. The three exchanged glances and immediately ran over. The thick carpet muffled their footsteps, but it couldn't mask the suggestive sounds lingering in the air. "Don't lick, you." Wang Zhe abruptly stopped in his tracks. Su Qian accidentally bumped into his back and winced in pain. She was rubbing her forehead, about to ask why he had stopped, when she looked up and froze. Jiang Shaoyan was pinned against the wall by Zhou Rui, his face flushed red as he weakly resisted Zhou Rui's shoulder. His collar was undone, his shirt rolled down to the shoulders, revealing a large expanse of pale skin. Zhou Rui had buried his head into Jiang Shaoyan's neck, an area that anyone could recognize, the gland's location. Zhou Rui was marking Jiang Shaoyan. Jiang Shaoyan's eyes were closed, unaware of their presence. He moaned softly, feigning submission to Zhou Rui's pheromones. In a moment of quick thinking earlier, Jiang Shaoyan had restrained himself from yelling at Zhou Rui right before the man bit into his gland. Instead, he whimpered softly, calling out, "Big brother Rui, I'm scared of pain," changing Zhou Rui's biting into licking. This gave him the time to recover his strength. A temporary mark wouldn't usually matter much to Jiang Shaoyan. Even if bitten, he would have cursed with full force and not back down, simply retaliating later. But it was different now. He didn't want anyone other than Wang Zhe to touch him. As he endured the nauseating sensation while allowing Zhou Rui to lick his gland, Jiang Shaoyan prepared to take advantage of Zhou Rui's lowered guard and deliver a hard punch. Just as he slightly opened his eyes and was about to act, he caught a glimpse of Wang Zhe and the others standing nearby and froze. Wang Zhe clenched his lips tightly, his hands hanging limp at his sides balled into fists, his whole body trembling as if trying to control himself. His widened eyes glowed red, filled with sorrow and pain as they stared at the intertwined figures in front of him. Jiang Shaoyan closed his eyes and sighed deeply inside. "Stupid dog, come rescue me already." The next second, the weight on him suddenly lightened as Zhou Rui screamed furiously beside him, "Are you crazy or what?" Jiang Shaoyan opened his eyes just in time to see Zhou Rui throwing a punch toward the rushing Wang Zhe. Instantly, he stepped forward and intercepted the punch, glaring coldly and sternly saying, "Zhou Rui, this ends now." Zhou Rui's face turned red with anger as he glared at Jiang Shaoyan, who seemed to have regained his strength. Ultimately, Zhou Rui cursed loudly, "You'll regret this," before storming off angrily. There was no way Jiang Shaoyan could stop him now, knowing very well he wasn't strong enough to defeat him. So, he decided to let him go for now. Besides, there was someone more important in front of him at the moment. He glanced at Wang Zhe, whose chest still heaved with agitated breaths, then asked Su Qian and Luo Yongheng, "Did you bring him here?" Luo Yongheng nodded. "Thanks," Jiang Shaoyan said, still catching his breath, as he grabbed Wang Zhe's clothes and pulled him close to his side. "I'll take this idiot home and teach him a lesson. See ya." Luo Yongheng watched the retreating backs of the two in confusion, turning to Su Qian to ask, "So, did we screw things up or help them out?" Su Qian herself was unsure of the situation, dazedly replying, "Maybe both." Chapter 19. Jiang Shaoyan took Wang Zhe back to the dormitory, and neither of them said a word along the way. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Shaoyan took off his coat suit, adjusted the collar, letting his breathing be smoother. The influence of Zhou Rui's pheromones hadn't completely subsided yet and had caused some stirrings inside him. At this moment, the best way to quickly calm down was to get comfort from the pheromones, such as through saliva or blood. Jiang Shaoyan sat at the bedside, elbows propped on both knees, with an appearance of accusation, hooking his fingers toward Wang Zhe who was silently lowering his head. "Come here." Wang Zhe hung his head, obediently walked over, knelt half kneeling on the floor in front of him, and even so, he was still a little taller. Jiang Shaoyan said coldly, "Do you know your mistake?" Wang Zhe tightly pursed his lips, seeming reluctant, and finally said after a while, "Sorry." "For what are you sorry?" "Sorry. I couldn't hold back, I was too selfish. I shouldn't have disturbed the senior." His voice trembled slightly. Jiang Shaoyan frowned, "Who said that? What were you hesitating about just standing there? What if I really got marked?" Wang Zhe was silent for a few seconds, then I'll move out. Jiang Shaoyan's temples throbbed violently. It seemed that it was really necessary to teach him a lesson. He asked directly, "Can I beat you up?" Wang Zhe closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his eyes were red. "All right. Stand up." Jiang Shaoyan stood up, "I will hurt very badly when I hit people, close your eyes or the scene will be too bloody." Wang Zhe stood up, obviously one head taller than him, but showed no intention to fight back at all. "It's fine." He closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly, casting long shadows under his eyelashes, "I'm already in pain and almost dying now." Jiang Shaoyan could not bear it any longer, suddenly reaching out and pulling his neck down. He bit his lips hard. Wang Zhe's eyes widened in shock as he looked into Jiang Shaoyan's bright dark eyes which were extremely close, and remained frozen for a moment, looking quite foolish. "Are you hurt after being beaten?" Jiang Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. Wang Zhe's lower lip turned pale from the bite, but there was no bleeding, and it quickly returned to its original color. He stood shocked, unable to utter a word. "Speak. Did I mute you?" Jiang Shaoyan felt inexplicably nervous under his stare. "If you don't say anything, I'll continue." After a few seconds, Wang Zhe still had no reaction, so he leaned forward again, this time not being rough, gently grinding his teeth before pressing his lips against him. It wasn't until then that Jiang Shaoyan realized he didn't actually know how to kiss. He stayed on the surface for a while before separating, pinching Wang Zhe's dazed face. "Stupid dog, kiss me, why are you standing there like a dummy?" Righteously blaming Wang Zhe for his lack of kissing skills. Wang Zhe was utterly stunned, taking a long time to finally find his voice, stuttering, "Say, senior, you weren't supposed to beat me, right? I would never beat you." Then why did you kiss me? Jiang Shaoyan replied straightforwardly, because you're my alpha now. I can kiss you whenever I want. Is there a problem with that? This was the most domineering yet dignified confession he could come up with within a short time. Wang Zhe's mind still couldn't make sense of it, but earlier, wasn't he marking you? I wouldn't let him mark me. I've cut ties with him completely. Jiang Shaoyan became irritated at the thought, unwilling to discuss further, frowning impatiently, just kiss me, stop asking so many questions. Do you want to be my alpha or not? Want. Wang Zhe hurriedly responded. His originally dull eyes lit up, gradually regaining consciousness, though he still didn't fully understand what had happened, he was completely bewitched by Jiang Shaoyan's words, having only one thing on his mind. So, with a red face and more tension than ever, he lowered his head and lightly touched Jiang Shaoyan's lips. What soft lips this stupid dog has. Jiang Shaoyan instantly felt warm inside too, though his expression was still arrogant, sticking out his tongue to lick Wang Zhe's lower lip, teasing him, put a little force. I like it intense. Wang Zhe took a long time to come out of the bathroom. Jiang Shaoyan lay in bed scrolling through his phone, but he hadn't really absorbed any content, feeling that the usual adorable pets didn't interest him as much as this stupid dog. Wang Zhe dried his hair and changed into pajamas, hesitating for a while before walking to Jiang Shaoyan's bedside, kneeling down obediently and asking anxiously, Senior, I want to ask, why did you choose me? Because I like you, why else? Jiang Shaoyan thought he was stupid beyond repair, because you look pleasant. Wang Zhe struggled to process the impact of this series of events, still appearing somewhat incredulous, then that means. Senior is now dating me, right? Jiang Shaoyan was speechless and reached out to ruffle his damp hair. Yes, my foolish alpha. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Zhe pushed him down onto the bed and rubbed his wet head against his neck, like a big dog trying to please its master, only missing wagging his tail. Even though Jiang Shaoyan had water smeared all over his neck, he didn't push him away, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly upward. This dumb dog was so easily satisfied, if he treated him even better in the future, wouldn't he just go wild with joy? Chapter 20. The next day was Saturday, and Jiang Shaoyan's father happened to be back from a business trip. He had already mentioned that he wanted everyone home for a meal together. Though Jiang Shaoyan was reluctant to leave his newly established boyfriend, the latter was quite understanding and insisted Jiang go home. Jiang Shaoyan said before leaving, wait for my video call, and Wang Zhe immediately responded with a radiant smile, sure. Once home, Jiang's father bustled about again, and after dinner, Jiang Shaoyan lay on his bed burping, checking the time. It seemed that Wang Zhe should be back in the dormitory by now, so he made a video call. Wang Zhe picked up quickly, but the background wasn't their dormitory. Where are you? Jiang Shaoyan asked, looking at the dark scenery on the screen. Wang Zhe's face was still relatively clear under the light, I'm at the astronomy club. The president said there might be a meteor shower tonight, so we were called together to wait. Jiang Shaoyan remembered that during the school celebration, Wang Zhe was also in charge of the astronomy club stall. He hadn't really asked much about Wang Zhe's club activities before, but now he had some interest. Do you like watching stars? Wang Zhe replied, these stars are so far away from us, it takes hundreds of years, even tens of thousands of years, for their light to reach us, yet they still make it. As long as we try our best to shine our own light, someday we will be noticed. Jiang Shaoyan was slightly confused by this non-sequitur response but still responded, My senior obviously doesn't remember. Wang Zhe chuckled bitterly, this is what you once told me. Jiang Shaoyan was stunned. Had he really said something so profound? At what point did we actually meet? Before Jiang Shaoyan could ask, two knocks sounded on the bedroom door, which was already open. As usual, his father came in with a plate of fruit. Chatting with who? Still the same guy from last time. His father's curiosity remained. Jiang Shaoyan helplessly turned the screen towards his father, yes, it's the person who called you dad last time. Upon seeing Jiang's father, Wang Zhe was still nervous, though less than before. He respectfully greeted, Uncle. Jiang's father smiled, greeted him, and scrutinized him for a while before suddenly asking, I thought you looked familiar last time. I remembered later, little friend, didn't you come to our house before to ask where Shaoyan went to university? Wang Zhe flushed, yes. You have a great memory, Uncle. Sure enough, it's you. Jiang's father laughed heartily, I was happy that my son caught the attention of such a handsome young alpha, but then you disappeared, and I thought it was over. Who would have guessed you really went to his university? Jiang Shaoyan listened to them chat for a while on the side, astonished, Dad, when did you meet him? After recalling, Jiang's father said, seems to be the year you entered T University. I got home just as I saw this kid squatting outside our door. He asked me where you'd go to university, saying he wanted to apply to the same one. Seeing his sincerity, I told him. Jiang Shaoyan froze. That year, Wang Zhe must have been in high school, liking him from so early. Jiang's father wanted to chat more with Wang Zhe, but Jiang reclaimed the phone, Dad, I need to ask him some things. Go rest. His father playfully scolded, your wings are hard now, not letting me listen anymore, but then left reasonably, remembering to close the bedroom door behind him. Jiang Shaoyan looked back at the person on the screen. Wang Zhe, having his secret exposed, felt embarrassed and habitually rubbed his nose. His hazel green eyes glanced cautiously at Jiang Shaoyan. Senior, do you think I'm weird or something, following all the way to your home? Jiang Shaoyan took a deep breath inside, barely keeping his solemn expression. Confession leads to leniency. Wang Zhe panicked. I knew which high school Senior went to, but I didn't know which university you attended. Since Senior was so well known at school, it wasn't hard to find out your address. I'm sorry. Knowing which high school he went to. That meant the timeline stretched even further back. Where exactly have we met? What did you mean earlier when you said I helped you? Jiang Shaoyan asked outright, unloading all his doubts. Seeing that Jiang Shaoyan wasn't pursuing the matter of tracking down his address, Wang Zhe sighed in relief and recounted everything in detail. After hearing the narrative, Jiang Shaoyan finally recalled an insignificant incident long forgotten in a corner of his mind. Back then, he was only in Junior 3, not very tall, average in grades, yet already notorious as the hot-headed leader of the school. At that time, he was more impulsive, rebellious, and uncontrollable. He could study quietly when no one bothered him, passing days like a normal student. But if anyone angered him, he wouldn't hesitate to chase them across half the campus just to beat them into submission. Ironically, he always seemed to be in the right during fights. After all, Omegas were the weaker group. It was indeed rare for an Omega to make an Alpha beg for mercy, and those beaten Alphas also felt too humiliated to report it. Therefore, almost every time, things were smoothed over without any severe punishment. When Jiang Shaoyan entered his final year of junior high under the earnest persuasion of his father, he did show some restraint, but this didn't mean his temper had improved. One evening, while rushing to night study session, Jiang Shaoyan took a secluded shortcut intending to climb over the school wall when he chanced upon two Alphas bullying a younger student. Since their middle school had different colored uniforms for each grade, the two tall Alphas were clearly third-year students, while the one surrounded appeared to be from the first year. Is that all the money you have? Who are you trying to fool? One of the tall ones pushed the younger student, causing him to stumble backward and fall on the ground. That's all I brought with me today. He timidly replied, his Chinese pronunciation somewhat inaccurate. Waste of space. The other third year kicked him. I've never seen such a weak Alpha, you're truly disgracing our group. Don't you rely solely on your looks? You lack any Alpha demeanor and dare to use pheromones to attract our female classmates. Do you want to die? The young Alpha remained silent, enduring their blows and curses until the pain made him moan quietly. Jiang Shaoyan originally intended not to meddle, fearing more trouble would invite criticism from his dad again. But he needed to pass through the blocked path to get over the wall. With no choice, he called out. Excuse me, could you step aside please? As soon as his frosty voice sounded, the two third-years stopped and turned around to look at him. Jiang Shaoyan nonchalantly approached them, glancing casually at the freshman sprawled on the ground illuminated by the street lamp. His face and body were dirty with dust, yet even so, his handsome features and unique hazel green eyes stood out unmistakably. Wow, a mixed-blooded kid, so good-looking, no wonder he's envied. Jiang Shaoyan walked straight past the three of them, ignoring them, tossing his book casually onto the other side of the wall before preparing to climb over. Suddenly, one of the third-year Alphas whistled mockingly, do you need help with that fine backside of yours? His companion chuckled as well, that ass looks pretty shapely. Of course they recognized Jiang Shaoyan, though they hadn't seen him fight. They always assumed the rumors exaggerated things. How could an Omega possibly beat up an Alpha? Even if he could he possibly handle two? Seeing Jiang Shaoyan's good-looking face with fair skin that wasn't intimidating at all, they became emboldened to tease him, planning future conversation material. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaoyan paused, turned around, and smirked menacingly. Let me teach you why you should never touch a tiger's behind. 10 minutes later, the two Alphas fled, their asses bruised badly, running over 100 meters before daring to turn back to shout threats of revenge. Jiang Shaoyan paid no attention, instead squatting in front of the younger student. Hey, aren't you an Alpha too? Why didn't you fight back? The pitiful, fragile, helpless freshman said, I can't fight. I'm too weak, thank you for helping me, senior. Jiang Shaoyan detested such self-pitying words, scoffing coldly, weak. I'm an Omega, yet I managed to drive them off. What gives you the right to underestimate yourself like that? Without making any effort, blaming yourself for being bullied, this will only get you beaten again. But I don't know how to change. The freshman frantically explained in imperfect Chinese, my personality is not like an Alpha's, but I do have other merits. Why does everyone think an Alpha must be aggressive? I really can't be that way. Jiang Shaoyan looked at the distressed younger student and couldn't help but chuckle. His usually icy face lit up instantly, completely different from his fierce earlier self, momentarily stunning the younger boy. Our roles might not fit our labels perfectly, but we complement each other well. Jiang Shaoyan smiled. I copied a sentence from an essay a few days ago. Let's see. Oh, yes, something like this. Look at the stars in the sky, they're so far away, and it takes hundreds or even tens of thousands of years for their light to reach us, yet they still manage. As long as we strive to shine our own light, someone will eventually notice us. Jiang Shaoyan reached out and tousled the freshman's messy hair. Sooner or later, people will recognize your strengths. Chapter 21. After Wang Zhe finished recounting the past, Jiang Xiaoyan was still lost in his memories, until Wang Zhe softly called him back to reality. So you've liked me since the beginning of junior high? He asked incredulously. Wang Zhe nodded, his gaze gentle and profound, no longer resembling the young face from their first meeting. A faint maturity and handsome steadiness began to emerge, but at his young age, a hint of naivety remained. Jiang Xiaoyan had always known that Wang Zhe liked him. After all, Wang Zhe had confessed on their very first day of meeting. He had never taken this feeling lightly, and even his rejections were carefully considered. But he had never imagined how deep and precious Wang Zhe's feelings for him truly were. From the start of junior high to the start of college, nearly 6 years. What does it feel like to secretly love someone for 6 years? It was difficult for him to imagine the bitterness and heartache involved. Why didn't you tell me then? I was too young back then, you probably wouldn't have taken it seriously. And I also felt I wasn't good enough for you. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled. So, do you feel worthy now? Wang Zhe shook his head. I don't think so even now, but at least, I finally have the courage to confess to you. Don't be timid. You deserve it. It's me who doesn't deserve you, Jiang Xiaoyan said silently to himself. How much should he cherish this foolish man to make up for those 6 years of neglect? He quietly calculated in his mind, then suddenly remembered something. You didn't go to the same high school as me, right? Wang Zhe confirmed his suspicion. Yes, I found out which high school the senior went to. Fortunately, the admission score wasn't too high, so I got in. But when I started, you were already in your final year of high school. We met rarely, and I didn't dare to disturb your studies. Jiang Xiaoyan covered his eyes and sighed deeply. Wang Zhe. Are you really such a fool? Who would be stupid enough to remain steadfastly in love with someone for so many years without any interaction? It turned out that while he was completely unaware and thought he couldn't find his soulmate and would have to resort to suppressants, someone had been quietly loving him for such a long time. A 2-year age gap isn't large, yet it seemed to have caused them to miss each other for so long. Jiang Xiaoyan thought about the conversation between his father and Wang Zhe earlier. This guy only dared to ask about him when he entered university. By then, he had already been living on campus and often stayed away from home for 2 or 3 weeks. His father was constantly traveling for work. How many days did Wang Zhe wait before finally finding out where he was? Just thinking about it made him feel unbearably sorry. Wang Zhe muttered softly on the phone, Senior, I'm not actually dumb, my grades are pretty good. It was unclear what aspect of him being dumb he referred to, but obviously, he was indeed quite naive. Alright, you're not dumb, you're smart, Jiang Xiaoyan's tone unconsciously carried a tinge of indulgence. Since you like me so much, I guess offering myself to you is the only way to repay you. Wang Zhe blushed again. I volunteered. Senior, please don't feel pressured. At this moment, someone from the astronomy club called out to Wang Zhe in the distance, saying the meteor shower was coming soon, and they needed to quickly adjust the telescope. Senior, don't hang up, let's watch it together. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan agreed, getting up from the bed and walking to the window to look outside. The night was clear, and the sky was free of clouds, indeed, a great night for watching the meteor shower. The two chatted casually as a few students from the astronomy club saw Wang Zhe talking, laughing shyly and sweetly, so they playfully teased him. Who are you talking to? Your crush. Let me see what your crush looks like, holy cow. The astronomy club president in his 3rd year looked at the screen and locked onto Jiang Xiaoyan's sharp gaze, instantly frightened to death. Yenbro. Though he knew Jiang Xiaoyan only casually, others who hadn't seen him before were familiar with the notorious hot-headed Omega from campus rumors and online forums, so everyone froze momentarily. What nonsense are you yelling about? Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a cold glance. Have you never seen a couple chat? Wang Zhe looked a little embarrassed. Senior. Not that, but how? The club president's jaw almost dropped, full of question marks, yet hesitatingly asked, Yenbro, weren't you with that other person before? Wang Zhe's smile faltered slightly but quickly covered it up. Jiang Xiaoyan saw everything clearly through the screen. TSK, he still needed to give this fool some sense of security. How could anyone compare to him? I'm not blind either, he proudly declared his liking for Wang Zhe. The club president and a few classmates looked at each other, then simultaneously glanced at the seemingly harmless Wang Zhe. They somehow thought he must be bullied or threatened by Jiang Xiaoyan, but ultimately their own safety came first, so they only followed Jiang Xiaoyan's words, nodding along. Afterward, pretending nothing happened, they began discreetly taking out their phones to inform friends and family of this explosive news. T University's Omega bully Yen finally submitted to a freshman alpha. Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't realized that his Jiaba thread was growing several floors rapidly at the moment, lazily leaning by the window frame and asking Wang Zhe, when is the meteor shower coming? I'm so sleepy. Wang Zhe glanced at his watch, about 15 minutes left. Are you cold, senior? Otherwise, I could record it for you so you can sleep earlier. The usually hyperactive at night Jiang Xiaoyan surprisingly yawned at 8 o'clock. No, I'll keep you company. Wang Zhe immediately revealed an appreciative expression, being incredibly easy to deceive. Jiang Xiaoyan smirked inwardly, pretending to be half asleep, but I'm so sleepy. What should I do? How about you kiss me? Everyone who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Was this the same cold-blooded, ruthless alpha killer brother Yen they knew? Blushing, Wang Zhe stepped back 2 paces to avoid others from overhearing, whispering, "Senior, please don't tease me anymore. My self-control is very poor." "How poor exactly?" Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile, his eyes unconsciously darting down. "I think you're quite good at holding back, secretly loving me for 6 years. You must have suffered, right?" Innocent male university students like Wang Zhe were no match for veteran manipulators like Jiang Xiaoyan. Immediately embarrassed and awkward, he stammered, standing motionless with his face burning red, unable to come up with a proper response for half a minute. Thankfully, the president called him at this moment, allowing Wang Zhe a chance to escape. He hurried to where the crowd gathered and changed the topic. "Senior, look at the meteors, they're coming soon." "Okay." Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled quietly, letting him go temporarily. The astronomy club members concentrated on gazing at the sky, waiting idly in the evening breeze for several minutes. Suddenly, a bright meteor streaked through the ink-black night sky, fleeting and gone in an instant, prompting a wave of excited cheers. "Senior! Did you see it?" Wang Zhou on the screen grinned with bent eyes. "Remember to make a wish." Jiang Xiaoyan responded with a In fact, he didn't really care much for such seemingly romantic activities, but sharing the moment with Wang Zhe turned out to be somewhat interesting. Soon after, one meteor after another quickly fell, sometimes even more than 10 simultaneously appearing, resembling reverse fireworks as they tore across the heavens, transforming from dazzling brilliance to fading into the pitch-black night sky. It was spectacular and beautiful. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at Wang Zhe and found him closing his eyes to make a wish. "What did you wish for?" Wang Zhe opened his eyes and smiled at him. "It won't come true if I tell you." "Senior, it's your turn to make a wish." Unable to resist Wang Zhe's insistence, Jiang Xiaoyan closed his eyes and made a rather cliché wish. Just wishing that both he and the ones he loved would be safe and happy. Chapter 22. On Sunday night, Jiang Xiaoyan returned to the dormitory with a bunch of large and small packages that his father insisted he bring along. He also carried some for Wang Zhe, and the bags were particularly heavy. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have been crushed long ago. Wang Zhe, as usual, took advantage of the weekend to thoroughly clean the dormitory. The windows were shiny like mirrors, the floor spotless, and even Jiang Xiaoyan's pile of clothes that he wanted to wash together were already cleaned. Wang Zhe was so homey and caring, almost like someone from a fairy tale. Jiang Xiaoyan had previously asked why Wang Zhe never went back home on weekends. Wang Zhe said that the company his family owned was overseas, and his parents had been busy there since he started college, leaving him under the care of his uncle who was a principal. Since they could only meet during holidays anyway, and there was no one at home, he simply didn't bother going back. Taking into consideration that his boyfriend lacked family care, Jiang Xiaoyan took out 2 cartons of fresh milk his dad had forcefully stuffed on him. They were still a little cool, and casually handed one to Wang Zhe. His dad always told him to drink more milk to replenish calcium, hoping he'd grow taller so he wouldn't be bullied, though in reality, he was already tall and strong compared to most omegas, even matching the height of some alphas. Moreover, he disliked the taste of milk and could barely finish 1 box. "It's from my dad, drink it," Jiang Xiaoyan said without hesitation or embarrassment. Wang Zhe happily took it, inspecting it thoroughly as if it were a treasure. He carefully tore open the box and sipped a little. "It's good." Jiang Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. "It's just a box of milk." Swinging his leg, he sat lazily on the table and ripped open his milk pack, gulping down a large mouthful. Still not used to its taste, he frowned as he read the introduction on the box, a trace of milk residue remaining on his pale pink lips. "This brand tastes terrible," thought Jiang Xiaoyan, deciding he would tell his dad not to buy this brand next time. Just as he looked up, he saw Wang Zhe staring blankly at him. "What's wrong?" Wang Zhe pointed to his own mouth as a sign. "Here." Jiang Xiaoyan licked his lips. "Is there still any left?" Wang Zhe shook his head but couldn't take his gaze away, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyan understood the little excitement flickering in Wang Zhe's mind. A teasing idea sprouted and grew. Tilting his head backward, he took another sip, the milk dripping around his lips, giving them a milky sheen. He slightly curved his lips and teased, "Stupid dog, help me lick it." Without hesitation, Wang Zhe leaned over, squeezing himself between Jiang Xiaoyan's legs. With both arms hugging his slim waist, he pulled him closer. "Senior, I don't have much self-control." Wang Zhe's gaze was deep, his eyes almost dark green, looking straight into Jiang Xiaoyan's with an inexplicable magnetism. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart missed a beat. Suddenly, he felt that Wang Zhe wasn't quite like his golden retriever. What did he resemble? He couldn't think of it. Before he could ponder further, Wang Zhe had leaned in again. Extending his tongue cautiously, he gently licked around Jiang Xiaoyan's lips, licking off the leftover milk, as delicate as a feather brushing past, causing a ticklish sensation deep inside. After cleaning up, Wang Zhe made no further moves, their noses barely touching, his Adam's apple rolling heavily. "Senior. Can I kiss you?" Jiang Xiaoyan decided it was necessary to set some rules for this silly dog. "In future, you don't need to ask. Kiss when you want, hug when you want. Got it?" The happiness and adoration in Wang Zhe's eyes seemed about to overflow. He shyly responded with an, no longer hesitating, lowering his head to press his lips against the others. This was Wang Zhe's first active kiss with Jiang Xiaoyan. Nervous and breathing unsteadily, they lingered on the surface for a while as Wang Zhe repeatedly confirmed he wasn't dreaming until their lips' temperature rose equally high. Then, following the slight opening of those lips, he explored further. Their tongues were about to touch. Xiaoyan. I heard you and Wang Zhe, holy crap. Sorry for interrupting, Lu Han, who had rudely walked in seeing the door slightly ajar, retreated hurriedly covering his eyes. At the sound of the voice, Wang Zhe immediately let go and stepped back hastily. Jiang Xiaoyan, however, stretched his arm around Wang Zhe's neck, pulling him back. What's there to be afraid of? You're making a fuss over nothing. As a reward, he pecked Wang Zhe's lips before yelling toward the doorway, Lu Han, come in here. Lu Han, unable to escape in time, walked back in with a bitter face. Raising his eyes, he saw Jiang Xiaoyan sitting on the table with his legs spread apart, casually draping an arm on Wang Zhe's shoulder, nearly leaning against his chest, while Wang Zhe appeared tense and embarrassed, wanting to leave yet not daring to move. Omega as bold as you. Really, didn't you know to close the door while doing your business? Lu Han remarked sarcastically. You're an idiot. It's just a kiss. What era are we living in? Replied Jiang Xiaoyan. Lu Han hadn't noticed due to the initial shock but sniffed around now, there wasn't any pheromone smell in the dormitory. Still, you don't need to be so loud. Do you know the whole school knows you two are dating? At the mention of this, Wang Zhe immediately asked anxiously, how so? Is it serious? Will it cause any trouble for senior? Lu Han shrugged, not sure, but I think Zhou Rui might come to stir up some trouble. Xiaoyan, that day's event I heard from Luo Yongheng and others. That piece of trash Zhou Rui, he actually forced you with pheromones. Kudos to you for rejecting him. Wang Zhe was stunned, senior, that day when Zhou Rui used his pheromones on you, and you rejected him. Yes, Jiang Xiaoyan casually answered without picking up the subtle oddness in Wang Zhe's tone. He was contemplating whether this matter would bring trouble to Wang Zhe. He hadn't intended to hide anything, flaunting his relationship openly, but now upon reflection, he had offended many alphas before. Would they vent their anger on Wang Zhe? This dumb dog looked too weak, surely he wouldn't be able to fight them off. The most troublesome one remained Zhou Rui. When he declared that he wanted to be with Wang Zhe, Zhou Rui had gone desperate enough to use pheromones to force himself on him. Now that they were truly together, would Zhou Rui take extreme actions to exact revenge? Jiang Xiaoyan furrowed his brow after pondering for a while, then said to Wang Zhe, don't go to remote places lately, stay with me as much as possible. After several seconds went by without any response, he lifted his eyes curiously and found that Wang Zhe seemed lost in thought, wearing a dazed expression, as if deep in contemplation over something. Did you hear me? Wang Zhe suddenly snapped back into reality, then offered a smile, yeah. This smile appeared somewhat forced, and Jiang Xiaoyan assumed that Wang Zhe was worried about the same issue. So, as if comforting him, he patted his head gently. Relax, as long as your brother is here, no one will dare to harm you. Chapter 23. On Monday, Jiang Xiaoyan left the dormitory with Wang Zhe. Many students passing by were casting curious and probing glances at them. Jiang Xiaoyan remained calm, pretending they were invisible air, but Wang Zhe became awkward immediately under others' scrutiny, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed inwardly, pulling Wang Zhe's hand, don't be afraid, just contact me if there is any issue. Senior, I'm not afraid. I am. He stopped halfway through his sentence. Jiang Xiaoyan had no solution to this, with class time almost here, he could only temporarily console him with a few words before heading towards their respective teaching buildings at the corner. The entire morning, Jiang Xiaoyan was somewhat absent-minded. He didn't hear much of what the teacher was saying, instead pondering on how to make that foolish pup more courageous. Preferably, he would also teach him some fighting skills, otherwise, he couldn't help feeling somewhat uneasy. After considering for quite some time, Jiang Xiaoyan stealthily took out his phone, using the book as cover, and typed into the search box of a web page, how to cultivate one's boyfriend's willpower. However, all the results returned were not appropriate for minors. Netizens truly managed to misconstrue the perfectly legitimate term, willpower. He had to delete the word, boyfriend, pondering how to search without leading things astray. Half a minute later, he entered a new keyword. How to exercise your son's willpower. In the afternoon's PE class, Jiang Xiaoyan arrived at the playground with an old father's heart, harboring tricks from netizens. Instead of playing ball as usual, he stood beside Wang Zhe's class to take a close look at him. Start with cultivating him to no longer be shy. A few girls in Wang Zhe's lineup noticed Jiang Xiaoyan quickly, blushing instantly and whispering among themselves. Within moments, most people in Wang Zhe's class cast covert glances toward Jiang Xiaoyan out of curiosity. A boy poked Wang Zhe who was standing in front, making him look back curiously, then he glanced in the direction his classmate indicated. Since the teacher was still addressing the upcoming final physical test schedule at the front of the lineup, Wang Zhe didn't shout, but his mouth already curved upward high enough to expose a set of white teeth, his eyes becoming crescents. At this moment, a boy beside Wang Zhe tapped his shoulder, leaning close and whispering something in his ear. Wang Zhe slightly lowered his head, though his gaze still occasionally flitted over. Jiang Shaoyan frowned severely. How dare someone talk behind my back while I'm watching right here? Wang Zhe's ears turned red after hearing the boy's words, and his gaze became even shyer, darting away. Jiang Shaoyan's fingers clenched into fists at his side, contemplating how to discipline his alpha afterward. Unluckily for someone else, when Jiang Shaoyan looked cold enough to kill, this person still dared to provoke him. Our brother Yan is looking at whom? Oh, it's that utterly weak alpha. Yao Yi, who had just approached, grinned widely but spoke with a voice sharp and sarcastic. Jiang Shaoyan didn't bother turning his head, glancing sidelong, his gaze cold enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Suddenly, he smirked, loosened his clenched fist hanging at his side, stuffed it in his pocket, and lazily walked step by step to Yao Yi. Then, he firmly grabbed the other's collar. Looking for death? Think because I haven't beaten anyone for too long, my temper has gotten better. Jiang Shaoyan's smile was bone-chilling. An omega like him knew no pity or gentleness. Just as he was about to land a punch on Yao Yi's face, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of somewhere, and the punch froze mid-air. Senior. Wang Zhe's class had just been dismissed. As soon as he turned around, he noticed the wrong atmosphere on Jiang Shaoyan's side and rushed over to intervene. But before he arrived, Jiang Shaoyan had already halted his action. Are you alright, senior? Wang Zhe stepped in front of Jiang Shaoyan, questioning Yao Yi whose situation was clearly worse. What do you want? But it was Jiang Shaoyan who first opened his mouth, speaking with a tinge of incredulity. Did Zhou Rui mark you? Although being grabbed by the collar caused Yao Yi immense discomfort, upon hearing this, he arrogantly raised an eyebrow. Yes. Are you jealous? Do you regret it? I said it, he's mine. Jiang Shaoyan silently stared at the spot on Yao Yi's neck bitten by Zhou Rui, faintly emitting Zhou Rui's pheromone scent. Damn it, how did he once mistakenly think Zhou Rui was decent? To say that he was wholeheartedly devoted to me, yet after being dumped for only a few days, he went off marking other omegas. Jiang Shaoyan snorted coldly, thanks to you accepting such trash. Yao Yi mistook him for feigning composure. Your pretense sounds convincing, but who doesn't know you are full of regrets inside? After dumping Zhou Rui, you could only go after such a weak alpha. Your brain must. Jiang Shaoyan didn't give him the chance to finish. He directly carried out the incomplete action from earlier. Yao Yi fell onto the ground from the punch, stars bursting in his eyes, clutching his bleeding nose, and wearing a look of shock. You hit me? I'm an omega. Jiang Shaoyan gave him another kick to the stomach. Who told you that I don't beat up omegas? It's just that I haven't met anyone as irritating as you before. He held back a bit due to them being of the same kind, otherwise, Yao Yi would already be lying unconscious on the ground. These two hits would merely hurt for a while, and the bruises would naturally heal in a few days. But Yao Yi looked as if he had been wronged to no end and refused to get up, yelling loudly, which attracted a crowd. Someone who didn't know what happened spoke up for Yao Yi. Big brother Yan, how could you hit an omega? Another voice murmured, that's going too far. Jiang Shaoyan's face darkened as he scanned around, causing the complaints to decrease significantly. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Zhe couldn't contain himself any longer. You don't know the situation, so stop talking nonsense. Wang Zhe was unusually emotional, his tone uncharacteristically rude, showing a commanding presence. He pointed at Yao Yi sprawled on the ground making a scene. This person took advantage of Senior when he was vulnerable and stole the one Senior liked. Who's being unreasonable here? His comment made Jiang Shaoyan even more uncomfortable, quickly covering Wang Zhe's mouth. Don't say things like that. I've never liked Zhou Rui. I actually like you, stupid dog. But Jiang Shaoyan kept it to himself. There were too many people gathered around, and he worried that being too obvious might cause trouble for Wang Zhe. But what he said was indeed sincere. Back then, he mistakenly thought he had some so-called like towards Zhou Rui, but now looking back, it was merely a bit of affection. Zhou Rui coming close to him didn't make his heart race or desire to embrace or kiss the other. When invited by Zhou Rui for dates, he felt utterly unmoved and even found it somewhat boring. Seeing Zhou Rui getting intimate with others, he wouldn't feel jealous or compete, he'd only consider changing targets. He contemplated dating Zhou Rui purely because the latter had good conditions and strong alpha traits, yet Zhou Rui wasn't irreplaceable. At that time, since he hadn't experienced love, he mistook such affection for liking. It wasn't until Wang Zhe that he realized what true liking feels like. Even though this person doesn't match his ideal type, liking is liking, without any reason. Jiang Shaoyan's words came out firmly, yet it appeared insincere to others because everyone previously knew how close he and Zhou Rui had been. And with his ferocious personality, it was hard to imagine that he could like someone like Wang Zhe, making it seem like it was all done out of spite against Zhou Rui. Jiang Shaoyan didn't bother explaining to those onlookers, squatting down and gripping Yao Yi's collar again. Yao Yi shivered. What do you want to do? Hit me again. Jiang Shaoyan's icy gaze locked onto him intently, lowering his voice and leaning closer. Was it you who poured oil in the corridor that day? Huh. Yao Yi immediately showed signs of weakness. How could it possibly? Don't let me find evidence, or else. Tomo broke one leg, so I'll break yours. I always mean what I say. Jiang Shaoyan's calm tone carried a menacing expression. After the threat he lightly patted Yao Yi's swollen cheek. He's the one closest to my heart. Let me warn you not to seek death. The last two sentences he deliberately raised his voice, glancing at Wang Zhe, believing he was hinting clearly enough. However, the fool just stared blankly at him, seemingly lost in thought. Did he not hear? Jiang Shaoyan frowned. Without another chance to repeat it, he grew annoyed, stepping up and flicking Wang Zhe's forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Wang Zhe immediately followed, his expression still somewhat dazed, as if pondering something deeply, with a heavy look on his face. Initially, Jiang Shaoyan had proudly confessed indirectly in front of everyone, using quite sentimental phrases which were rare for him. Yet Wang Zhe had shown absolutely no reaction, instead appearing absent-minded and melancholic. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got, walking gloomily ahead all the way to a secluded corner of the playground where he suddenly stopped. Wang Zhe hadn't noticed, bumping into Jiang Shaoyan's back and hurriedly apologizing. Sorry, senior. Jiang Shaoyan turned around and shot him a glare. What are you thinking about so intently? Did you hear what I just said? Yeah, I heard. Wang Zhe faintly smiled vacantly. He's the one closest to my heart. I didn't know you could say such sweet words. Repeating it back made Jiang Shaoyan feel embarrassed. I just said it casually. Senior. I don't ask for the top place in your heart, as long as there's a corner where I can look up to you in your heart, will that be okay? Wang Zhe's tone was gentle, but his eyes seemed fragile. The light from several trees at the corner blocked parts of the sun, casting speckled shadows over his face with well-defined features, making him appear strikingly handsome, almost unreal. Jiang Shaoyan's heart fluttered as his inner thoughts escaped his lips. Stupid dog. Do you want to mark me? He had originally resolved not to bring it up a second time, doing so would be too undignified. But now, he didn't care. Anyway, no matter how weak Wang Zhe's pheromones were, he had already chosen this alpha. Why bother being coy? It was better to get the necessary stamps covered as soon as possible. He didn't believe Wang Zhe would refuse again. But Wang Zhe did just that. When Jiang Shaoyan heard no for the second time, he thought he must have misheard it. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the person before him, the one who had repeatedly claimed to like him. After fully realizing what had happened, frustration and embarrassment rushed to his brain all at once. As a man with self-respect and pride, this situation was unprecedentedly humiliating for him. He'd never felt so disgraced after twice asking an alpha to mark him, only to be refused both times. You damn. Jiang Shaoyan gritted his back teeth and forcefully pinned the towering alpha against the wall. I'm serious this time. Wang Zhe gazed into his eyes intently. Senior. Are you sure you want my mark? No regrets. Jiang Shaoyan was about to explode from his incessant nagging, so he tore open the collar of his shirt directly. No regrets. It's just a temporary mark anyway, it'll be gone in a couple of weeks. His plan was to build up Wang Zhe's confidence before his upcoming heat period. Otherwise, when the Real challenge came, how would this dumb dog manage to step up? There probably weren't many Omegas in the world who worried whether an alpha could handle them like him. Wang Zhe pursed his lips, his gaze shifting down to Jiang Shaoyan's neck glands, his eyes growing darker. Then, let's go back to the dormitory tonight. It's inconvenient here, and it might take me a while to complete the marking successfully. Senior, think again, don't rush. This did make some sense. After all, Wang Zhe's pheromones were faint, so marking might indeed take quite some time. Jiang Shaoyan, upon pondering, decided to let it go for now and pulled his collar together. Still, he felt unsatisfied, scolding with a stern face. What I dislike about you is your hesitation when I've already asked you to mark me. Be braver. Do you know why Zhou Rui, that worthless guy, is liked by so many people despite having no talent? Because he's bold and shameless. Of course, don't learn from him. I'm just saying. I'm not Zhou Rui, senior. Wang Zhe interrupted him abruptly, lowering his head slightly, making it hard to see his emotions. Of course I know that, how can you even compare with him? You're completely on two different levels. Jiang Shaoyan found this strange. Wang Zhe's hand trembled slightly at his side, falling silent. At this moment, the physical education class bell rang, signaling the end. Wang Zhe took a deep breath, looked up, and quickly smiled at Jiang Shaoyan. Senior, let's go back. Jiang Shaoyan felt his smile seemed somewhat forced, but couldn't quite pinpoint why. He decided to set his thoughts aside temporarily and walked out of the corner with him. Alright, he'd properly educate this foolish dog later tonight during the marking. Chapter 24. But in the evening, classmates in Jiang Shaoyan's class spontaneously decided to gather outside the school to celebrate their program getting first place in the school anniversary performance. Jiang Shaoyan originally planned to decline so he could go back early and focus on his work with Wang Zhe, but before he could even open his mouth, he received a message from Xiao Xiao. Lu Han said your class is gathering tonight. Help keep an eye on him, don't let him drink too much. Jiang Shaoyan glanced at Lu Han next to him, who was shouting excitedly about drinking until drunk, and massaged his temples in a headache before replying with just one character, alright. The bar chosen by the class officers was near the school. Winter nights fell early, so the bars opened earlier too. By the time they arrived, there were already quite a few people inside, most of whom were familiar faces from T University. Jiang Shaoyan didn't like such places, they were mixed gatherings where some alpha males would uncontrollably release pheromones. For him, an omega whose heat period was approaching, this was genuinely dangerous. However, with more than 20 classmates around, as long as he didn't drink alcohol, nothing should go wrong. He stayed close to Lu Han as they walked up to the bar counter, ordering himself a glass of juice. He calculated approximately when he should drag Lu Han home to hand him over to Xiao Xiao after drinking a few cups. Hey, Xiaoyan, are you serious with Wang Zhe? Lu Han sipped a cocktail and began gossiping again. With a deadpan expression, Jiang Xiaoyan took a sip of orange juice. Please be mindful of your next wording. If you dare to say anything about him being weak, our friendship is over. But didn't you say that initially? Why now do you threaten me instead? Lu Han sounded aggrieved. I'm the only one allowed to tease him. Others can't. Lu Han couldn't argue against this double standard. Alright. I never thought he was weak anyway. After I added him as a friend, I saw how fast he ran and asked him how he trained. He was very helpful, explaining which muscles to focus on during exercise and sent me some photos of himself. That physique. I envied him immensely. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned. Did he send you nude pictures? Just topless, it's not like we two alphas would share naked pictures, replied Lu Han. Let me see. He had yet to see Wang Zhe without clothes. Lu Han teased, isn't it easy for you to see anytime? Not only can you see but also touch and lick. Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a withering look, go to hell. Show me quickly. Lu Han grinned, pulling out his phone to open the chat record. After flipping through for a while, he found those images. Jiang Xiaoyan took the phone and blurted out upon seeing them, these must have been something he found online, right? In the picture, Wang Zhe's face wasn't visible. He had pulled up his t-shirt all the way to the collar, exposing a fully naked upper body. The broad shoulders and bulging biceps underneath led to a rather firm pectoral muscle set and 8-pack abs. His lean waistline showcased sensuous obliques, simply a perfectly chiseled figure akin to a Greek sculpture. One finger pointed at a spot on his body, probably indicating which muscle he wanted to explain to Lu Han, while the other hand held a phone. So, did that mean he used his mouth to hold the edge of the shirt while taking the photo? Just imagining the scenario almost blew Jiang Xiaoyan's mind. Lu Han glanced at the photo. No, the background looks just like your dormitory, doesn't it? Shit. Jiang Xiaoyan's throat felt dry. This dumb dog has such a good body. So I said he doesn't seem weak, maybe he's just hiding his abilities, said Lu Han. Don't underestimate him. I never underestimated him. I just worry his pheromones won't be strong enough to get through the heat period, Jiang Xiaoyan retorted. Lu Han looked around cautiously, leaned over and whispered quietly, pheromones, I don't know. But your partner's waist, definitely powerful looking. Jiang Xiaoyan stood there stunned for a second before reacting. He kicked Lu Han off the high stool at the bar. Lu Han nearly fell onto the floor but managed to stabilize himself. He wasn't angry, knowing Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't truly mad either. Laughingly, he sat back down. Xiaoyan, although others might say you two don't suit each other, I don't think so. Your names, one with fire and one with water, fit perfectly together. Jiang Xiaoyan cut him down mercilessly, thanks brother, I've only ever heard oil and water don't mix since childhood. This is the first time someone told me they match. Lu Han felt somewhat awkward after being rebutted, attempting to cover up his lack of culture knowledge by picking up the wine glass and swallowing it generously. Come on. Xiaoyan. Finish your juice. Maximum 5 glasses, or I'll tell Xiao Xiao. You handle it yourself, Jiang Xiaoyan warned. Lu Han. Jiang Xiaoyan left the bar counter holding his glass of juice, wandering to the sofa seats idly to watch classmates playing cards and chatting nonsense. Some of them with low alcohol tolerance were already drunk, clinging to their classmates beside them and pouring out their hearts indiscriminately, regardless of whether anyone wanted to hear. Suddenly an inspiration hit him. He opened his phone and sent a message to Wang Zhe. I'm at Backstreet Bar, will you come? Sure enough, Wang Zhe hastily called back. Senior, why are you going to a bar? Alone? That's dangerous. Get out now. I'll come find you right away. There are a lot of classmates here, celebrating. I haven't had any alcohol, don't worry. Wang Zhe was slightly reassured after hearing this, but his tone remained urgent, I'm coming over. Wait for me, senior. Don't move around. Wang Zhe, can you drink? Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly asked. I haven't tried it, not really good at it. What's up? Nothing, that's all. Alright. Jiang Xiaoyan ended the call and the corner of his mouth curved upward into a smirk. This dumb dog doesn't know how to drink, perfect. Soon, he'd make Wang Zhe have a couple of drinks, perhaps it would boost his courage, allowing him to take action on things he wouldn't dare say or do normally. Maybe he could get an unexpected passionate boyfriend in the end. Jiang Xiaoyan thought more about it and found this method feasible. He finished one glass of juice unknowingly. The bar gradually became crowded, the air getting stuffy, the smell of alcohol increasingly heavy, making his head ache. He wanted to step outside to get some fresh air. Just as he didn't reach the door yet, the bar door opened and a few people walked in. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced casually and his expression immediately turned serious. Zhou Rui hugged Yao Yi and entered with a few friends, chatting cheerfully. As soon as they looked up and saw Jiang Shaoyan, the group paused their steps, and the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Yao Yi shrank into Zhou Rui's arms upon seeing Jiang Shaoyan like a rat seeing a cat, overacting dramatically while trembling. Big brother Yan. I didn't know you were here, I'm sorry, please don't hit me again. She looked pitiful, almost like a delicate flower. This performance was clearly staged deliberately because they knew he was there. This little Omega was truly dedicated to getting Zhou Rui's attention. Jiang Shaoyan stood lazily with his hands in his pockets watching the show before him, unable to resist laughing. So you think kneeling and begging will win my forgiveness? I'm such a soft-hearted person. Zhou Rui frowned unhappily. Shaoyan, don't go too far. It's different now from the past when I indulged you. Zhou Rui's words sounded like an emperor announcing a concubine has lost favor, brimming with a sense of mysterious superiority. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but laugh. Indulgence? Do you even deserve to say that word? Just as the two were at an impasse, the bar door was pushed open once again. This time, it was Wang Zhe rushing over hurriedly. His face still bore traces of anxiety, and as soon as his gaze met Jiang Shaoyan, he smiled instantly. However, the smile froze upon seeing the people across from them. Jiang Shaoyan waved him over. Come here. Wang Zhe approached, his demeanor somewhat uneasy. Is everything all right, senior? Everything's fine. Jiang Shaoyan turned and said scornfully to Zhou Rui, you should learn from him about how to indulge someone properly before criticizing. Zhou Rui snorted coldly. Looks like what you want isn't an alpha, but a submissive dog. What did you just say? Jiang Shaoyan flared up instantly, readying to fight but was held back by Wang Zhe. It doesn't matter what I am. Wang Zhe pulled Jiang Shaoyan into his embrace from behind, restraining his impulsiveness. Senior needs me, that's enough. Zhou Rui looked down disdainfully at him and inspected him from top to bottom. Do you think he needs you? He's merely using you. To him, you're nothing more than a dog that comes at his beck and call. When he finds a new alpha, he'll kick you out without hesitation, believe me. If it weren't for Wang Zhe holding on to him, Jiang Shaoyan might have already engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Zhou Rui. Wang Zhe, however, stayed calm. What does it matter? At least until Senior finds a more suitable person, I will be his alpha, and you've already missed your chance. He paused. Even if I become his dog, I don't mind. Jiang Shaoyan felt a pang of guilt. His anger burst forth due to this single sentence. Are you crazy? How could you just accept what he said about you? He turned and glared fiercely at Wang Zhe, who gave you the permission to talk about yourself like that. The last sentence was practically shouted, drawing attention from others in the bar. Classmates who were originally far away also came closer when they heard the noise. Lu Han shoved through the crowd, seeing the situation and rushed over to ask, Shaoyan, do you need help? No need. Jiang Shaoyan tried calming his rapid breaths, his fiery temper making his body heat subtly rise. He exerted force, pushing Wang Zhe away hard. This time, Wang Zhe didn't use strength to stop him, didn't even resist, stumbling backward and hitting the bar table and chairs. A bottle of liquor fell off the table, breaking into countless pieces, making a sharp sound. Wang Zhe's expression seemed to fragment similarly to those broken bottles. Senior. Jiang Shaoyan, irritated, snapped at him. Sounds like I mistreat you or something. If you're unhappy being with me, then leave. I don't care. Without looking at Wang Zhe or anyone else's expressions anymore, he stormed out angrily, slamming the door. Chapter 25. Jiang Shaoyan returned to school alone, his face so grim that everyone who encountered him on the way gave him a wide berth. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, he kicked over a rack for storing clutter, scattering things all over the floor with a clatter. He had no intention of tidying up. He took off his coat and threw it violently on the ground out of frustration. Once the noise around him quieted down, he felt that his actions were indeed childish. His body was inexplicably hot, perhaps due to the cold wind he had just been exposed to. Irritated, he took off his sweater and loosened his shirt collar, which made him feel a bit better, but soon the heat came back, different from what one would feel from catching a chill. Shit, it's the pheromones running wild. With the estrus period approaching, the inhibitor's protective effect became increasingly thin, and intense emotional fluctuations could trigger disruptions. His body entered a state of overheating caused by an overflow of pheromones. Although enduring it could help him get through, the process was clearly uncomfortable. But Jiang Shaoyan didn't even bother paying attention to his body's abnormalities at this moment. All he could think about was anger. He was mad at Zhou Rui, mad at Wang Zhe, but most of all, he was mad at himself. Not only did he lack the ability to make his alpha stronger, but he also lost his temper unreasonably. He was such a mess that he wanted to beat himself up. He clearly cared about Wang Zhe immensely. Hearing such disparaging words from him hurt, causing both heartache and anger. At the time, he couldn't control his emotions and said some harsh, cutting remarks. In fact, he never expected Wang Zhe to become much more powerful. He just wanted Wang Zhe to have the courage and confidence to be his alpha, not always thinking he was inferior. He knew his temper wasn't great, not as gentle and considerate as other Omegas. But he had already shown his proactive intentions so clearly. Why did Wang Zhe still lack confidence in being his alpha? Wasn't his affection straightforward enough? He allowed Wang Zhe to kiss him, to embrace him, to do anything Wang Zhe asked for. But Wang Zhe not only refused to ask, but even asked him to stop. When he desired to move forward side by side, the other kept retreating. How could this not anger him? Knock knock, the door of the dormitory was suddenly knocked twice, followed by Wang Zhe's cautious voice outside, "Senior, can I come in?" Jiang Shaoyan remained silent in a fury, without saying a word, yet his body seemed to sense his alpha nearby, and the heat surged even more, flushing his cheeks. "Senior, I'm sorry, that wasn't what I meant. I'm really happy being with you, though I sometimes feel sad too." At first, Jiang Shaoyan had calmed down a little upon seeing him return, but when he heard the last sentence, his anger flared again. "Then go away. Find someone who makes you happy. I want to make you happy too. I kissed you, let you mark me, let you be my alpha, told you that you're the person closest to my heart, didn't hide anything from others, even boasted about you to others. So why are you still sad? What have I done wrong?" Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but sniffle. It stayed quiet outside for a long time. Restless emotions spread in his mind. Jiang Shaoyan was irritated and uncomfortable, suffering from a headache. The pheromones surging inside his body drained his strength, leaving him weak, and a hidden desire began to rise in his heart. He wanted his alpha to soothe him, both physically and emotionally. The dormitory door was clearly unlocked, it could have been pushed open easily, but Wang Zhe didn't enter. In a fit of despair, he shouted out loud toward the door, "If you don't come in now, you'll never come in again." Wang Zhe always misunderstood his words and remained still outside, resulting in complete silence inside and outside the dormitory. "Senior." After what seemed like 10 minutes, Wang Zhe finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly, "Please don't drive me away. Senior, I'm good." Jiang Shaoyan froze. On their first day meeting in the dormitory, after Wang Zhe's confession was rejected, he had also said this. "Don't drive me away, please. I'm good." His heart contracted sharply in pain, guilt, and softness overwhelming everything else. Ignoring his weakened body's condition, he rushed to the door instantly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Zhe standing stiffly there, looking pitiful and sad, the green in his eyes dimming almost completely. Though his tall figure was imposing, he looked as if he might break into pieces with just the slightest push. Jiang Shaoyan's eyes watered red, glaring at him for a few seconds before abruptly grabbing his arm and dragging him inside. He kicked the door shut with his foot and dragged Wang Zhe to the edge of the bed, shoving him hard. Wang Zhe fell onto the bed, barely having time to react before Jiang Shaoyan straddled him. "For the last time, mark me." Finally touching his alpha, Jiang Shaoyan didn't care about anything anymore and didn't want to deliberate over any issues. He set aside his arrogance and dignity, grabbed Wang Zhe's collar, and pulled him close, grinding their lips together roughly. "Don't refuse." Wang Zhe was instantly enveloped by the enticing pheromones and could hardly speak coherently. "Senior, you. I need you, I can't do without you. Understand?" Jiang Shaoyan tried to maintain a tough expression, pulling down his already open collar to his shoulders and tucking the hair behind his ears, fully exposing his glands. Wang Zhe couldn't comprehend how Jiang Shaoyan had so suddenly changed from being angry to this. The air thick with omega pheromones made him restless, his breathing quickened. It took him some time to stabilize his emotions and gradually understand the situation. Jiang Shaoyan needed his pheromones. It wasn't because they were especially potent or that he desired him intensely, it was simply that at the moment, Wang Zhe was his only option. He didn't dare ask if Jiang Shaoyan still liked Zhou Rui, or if he viewed him as a temporary replacement. He even dared not ask if Jiang Shaoyan liked him at all. He feared hearing a heart-shattering answer. Feared Jiang Shaoyan saying, "I just need your marking to help me get through, there's no way I could like you." After all, the type of alpha Jiang Shaoyan liked was never him. If he truly liked him, on the night of the ball when they kissed, Jiang Shaoyan should have told him. "If you understand, hurry up." Jiang Shaoyan urged impatiently. Wang Zhe closed his eyes, the sweetness of the omega scent lingering in his nose. When he opened them again, the person before him had flushed cheeks, clothes half undone, revealing a stretch of pale neck, head tilted for him to take. He no longer wanted to be a gentleman. Before Jiang Shaoyan found someone he truly liked, he would selfishly and ignobly claim this person as his own. Once the estrus period passed and no other alpha appeared, this person would belong to him entirely. "All right." Wang Zhe gave a faint smile, "It might hurt a little, bear with it." Before Jiang Shaoyan could study his expression closely, Wang Zhe leaned toward his gland area, softly caressing the tender skin with warm lips, then carefully extending his tongue to lovingly lick repeatedly. Jiang Shaoyan let out a low moan, pressing himself against the other's chest. "Stop licking, bite me, just bite me directly." Wang Zhe's gaze darkened, taking a deep breath to suppress the complicated thoughts swirling in his mind. He tightened his grip on the person in his arms, baring his teeth, positioning at the gland, and sinking his fangs in deeply. Chapter 26. Hiss. Swollen skin was suddenly pierced by teeth, and Jiang Shaoyan clenched Wang Zhe's shoulder in pain. But soon after, the pain gradually subsided as traces of alpha pheromone seeped into his bloodstream, scarce in quantity and slowly neutralizing the restless omega pheromones within him at a leisurely pace. How long must this biting last? Jiang Xiaoyan's patience wore thin, yet upon realizing how arduous it had been for Wang Zhe to finally mark him, he made an effort to relax his body and continued cooperating with the tedious marking process. The warmth emanating from Wang Zhe enveloped him, his robust frame held him tightly in an embrace, his furry head buried in his neck nibbling at the gland. The warm breath spraying on his skin tickled but carried more heat, enough to burn the spot, as if melting his heart along with the rising temperature. Just now, he seemed to have overstepped his bounds, there was no excuse for telling the loyal dog to go find someone else. If he'd listened and actually gone elsewhere, what would have happened? And putting himself in Wang Zhe's shoes, if the roles were reversed. He probably truly hurt Wang Zhe, causing sorrow and anguish. The more Jiang Xiaoyan reflected, the guiltier he felt. His coarse personality wasn't skilled in consoling others, perhaps inadvertently hurting Wang Zhe many times without even realizing it, hence why Wang Zhe might have said such things. At this point, he rarely took the initiative to admit fault. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive just now. In truth, I never wanted to push you away or let you leave. Please don't be sad, don't be angry with me, alright? Wang Zhe couldn't speak at that moment, gently patting his back in acknowledgement of his apology. I just wish you were more confident. Jiang Xiaoyan lightly kissed his neck, whispering softly in his ear, do you know how much I want to be marked by you? His hand cautiously slid lower, creeping beneath Wang Zhe's loose clothing, feeling with his palm the solid waist and abdomen. Indeed, abs did exist under there, the touch exceptionally pleasant, confirming that those photos were indeed authentic. UNN. While continuing to bite the gland, Wang Zhe grabbed Jiang Xiaoyan's instigative hand, breathing growing increasingly heavier as more pheromones flowed in. After cleaning up, Jiang Xiaoyan stepped out of the bathroom and saw Wang Zhe bundled up in blankets, curled up on the bed, hiding his face inside the covers. It looked as if he'd been forced by Jiang Xiaoyan. He approached and nudged with his foot, hey, come out. What are you doing? A muffled voice came from under the blanket, I can't see Senior right now, otherwise I won't be able to hold back. Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled, then we'll do it again, shall we? No. Wang Zhe's tone was firm, how could Senior allow me to make him do something like this? I lack restraint, I really do. Then let's practice your restraint. Jiang Xiaoyan ruthlessly pulled off the blanket, climbed onto the bed, and lay down next to Wang Zhe. Panicking, Wang Zhe scrambled backward, almost pressing against the wall. Will you ever finish? Don't think about control nonsense. You're my alpha, and doing this is completely natural. Jiang Xiaoyan sternly grabbed Wang Zhe's hand and placed it on his waist. Hold me, and sleep. With no other choice, Wang Zhe reluctantly drew closer, carefully enfolding the person in his arms, chin brushing against hair, tenderness filling the moment. After a while, he quietly murmured. Senior, I like you so much. Jiang Xiaoyan warmed inside, yet maintained his dignified exterior, if I lose control next time and treat you harshly, will you still like me? Of course I will. Wang Zhe kissed the hair of the Omega in his arms, you're not rough at all. Compared to the people who used to be cruel to me, it's nothing. Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyan recalled their first encounter when Wang Zhe had been bullied by two upperclassmen alphas. Were you often bullied before? What are their names, where do they live? He needed to confront them. Wang Zhe laughed faintly, it's fine now, it's all in the past. When I first returned home and was young, I was bullied 2 or 3 times. Back then, I wanted to get along well with classmates and didn't want anyone to think I started trouble, so I didn't resist. Luckily, you caught it once, and afterward, they mostly only teased me verbally. Jiang Xiaoyan naturally believed Wang Zhe was ridiculed due to weak pheromones, indignantly saying, why do they criticize you? You haven't done anything wrong. Pheromones are something you're born with. It's true there's nothing we can do. But even without pheromones, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Wang Zhe scratched his nose, actually, some alphas simply don't like me, but most classmates treat me well. Should have beat them senseless back then. Jiang Xiaoyan's hand slipped beneath Wang Zhe's clothes, tenderly stroking places where bruises might once have lingered. Wang Zhe's breathing became disordered as soon as Jiang Xiaoyan touched him, and he quickly held back, retreating, Senior, don't touch me. Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled, stupid dog, you were hugging me so tight when you came just now, but now you dare not. Senior. Wang Zhe immediately tightened his arms, his voice hoarse, if you say such things again, I won't let you sleep tonight. Jiang Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his heart rate quickened. What was going on? He actually felt a little aroused. All right. He himself didn't know why he had conceded, he only knew that Wang Zhe's heartbeat was as fast as his own, taking a very long time to return to normal. The night passed peacefully, except in his dreams where it seemed like there was a big golden retriever gently kissing his forehead. Chapter 27. For several consecutive nights, Jiang Xiaoyan had been staying on Wang Zhe's bed. The dormitory beds were slightly larger than single beds, it was a bit cramped, but they could barely fit 2 people. Besides, Wang Zhe almost hugged him to sleep all night long. Since the temporary marking, he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by alpha pheromones or emotions for these past few days. However, the suppressants would eventually lose their efficacy. After calculating the date, by the end of the semester, the suppressants would be completely ineffective, and any condition might trigger his long-delayed heat period. He could only delay it day by day since his alpha wasn't ready yet. Few people noticed that he had been marked. First, Wangja's pheromones were too weak, one wouldn't notice unless they got close. Second, not many dared to get close to him. There's something odd about this smell on you. Lu Han was the first one to discover it. Only when he leaned close to Jiang Shaoyan's neck did he confirm that the scent wasn't from an Omega's natural pheromones. The next second, he was shoved away by Jiang Shaoyan with an elbow. Hey, our Yen Bao finally has an owner. Let me guess, which brave alpha is it? Is it the one who seems always at odds with you? He spoke loudly, drawing the attention of a few classmates around them. With a slap, Jiang Shaoyan covered his mouth. The loud sound startled the other students, so they quickly turned back pretending nothing happened. Not at odds. Are you cultured? Our names both carry Wang, we're perfectly suited. Jiang Shaoyan said in a lowered tone fiercely. Lu Han. Didn't you say, at odds? Buddy? After letting Lu Han off after his complaints went unanswered, his mouth still somewhat numb from the earlier slap, Lu Han rubbed his jaw unhappily. Didn't you care what others thought? Why did you stop me just now? Jiang Shaoyan frowned. I don't mind, but he doesn't seem confident enough to be my alpha, let's not let anyone know for now to avoid putting pressure on him. Lu Han's corner of the mouth twitched. You're overthinking this. He once asked me how he could be your alpha. Jiang Shaoyan paused. He asked you. When? What did you tell him? Lu Han shrugged. A long time ago, probably when we first met. I told him the truth. You cared that his pheromones were too weak, but if he could change that aspect, there might be a chance. After hearing this, Jiang Shaoyan nodded. If Wangja had come directly to ask him, he guessed he would have given the same answer at the time. The pheromone issue was still the thing he worried about most deeply, unable to find a solution, they could only take things step by step. What did that silly dog say? He was curious about Wangja's attitude, wanting to know if Wangja lacked confidence to be his alpha due to this matter. Lu Han recalled, he seemed not to really care about the pheromones. He asked me, putting pheromones aside, is it possible that Senior likes someone with a personality like mine? Jiang Shaoyan was a little surprised. Wangja actually cared more about personality. According to common sense, alpha pheromones were the key determinant of whether someone was liked or not. Although Wangja's personality was slightly weaker, relying on his tall, handsome appearance and considerate personality, even with normal-level pheromones, he should definitely be very popular. So then, what did you tell him? Jiang Shaoyan continued asking. What else could I say? I just told him that you wouldn't likely like someone with his personality and suggested he learn some alpha demeanor from Zhou Rui. You prefer that kind. Fine job, looks like you've been stirring things up behind the scenes. Jiang Shaoyan clenched his fists. Lu Han complained, what I said was true. I couldn't deceive a junior student, could I? How would I know you two would end up together? Jiang Shaoyan knew that what Lu Han said was reasonable. At that time, he indeed had no feelings for someone like Wangja, and even if Wangja confessed multiple times, the outcome would have remained the same. But the situation was different now. Could it be that Wangja was still hung up on the rejection before and left with a psychological scar? Judging by Wangja's fragile little heart, it might truly be possible. That evening, Jiang Shaoyan returned to the dormitory carrying heavy thoughts. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a peculiar fragrance. What's that smell? Wangja saw him and hastily stood up, passing over a gift box. Senior, I bought this for you at the store today. I'm not sure if you'll like it. Upon seeing the English words on the packaging, Jiang Shaoyan realized it was a bottle of men's perfume. This brand should be quite expensive, only available in large shopping malls in the city center. It was probably bought specifically during Wangja's break from class. Even though Jiang Shaoyan wasn't particularly fond of using perfumes and even thought it somewhat feminine, considering the earnest intentions behind it, he still accepted the gift. Thanks. What do you like? I'll return the favor, he casually said. Wangja shook his head, I don't need anything. Senior, you open it and try it out first. If you don't like it, I can go buy another one. Of course I like it, Jiang Shaoyan smiled with a touch of roguishness. Actually, there's no need for this. Even the best perfume can't match your natural scent. He used to be bad at saying such sappy words, but Wangja always reacted more shyly than him, which made him not feel as embarrassed anymore. Senior, you're teasing me again. Wangja blushed. Next time when your pheromones overflow, you could cover them up with this perfume, then no one will notice. Jiang Shaoyan paused while opening the package. What do you mean? Wangja hesitated. I'm worried that if Senior suddenly does that outside, it might be dangerous. Jiang Shaoyan was puzzled. It won't happen. As long as you remark me before the mark disappears, everything is fine. Besides, his heat period was approaching. If successful, it would work for a long time. Alpha pheromones were much more effective than suppressants, which needed to be injected once a month. Wangja looked hesitant, opened his mouth several times, and eventually only muttered a soft mm. Before the lights went off at night, Jiang Shaoyan initially wanted to sleep on Wangja's bed again. But then he thought that final exam week was coming next week. Wangja had many first-year courses and studied late almost every day, whereas Jiang Shaoyan had fewer subjects to prepare for. He always went to bed earlier, and Wang Zhe would immediately stop studying and come over to accompany him as soon as he lay down. They spent the whole night sleeping together. So, he stopped Wang Zhe from turning off the light. You don't have to stay with me. I'll sleep in my own bed tonight, focus on reviewing. Wang Zhe quickly said, I'm okay. Listen to me, I think two people sleeping together is a bit crowded. He knew Wang Zhe wouldn't insist after hearing this. Sure enough, Wang Zhe immediately nodded when he heard Jiang Shaoyan didn't sleep comfortably. After these days of sharing a bed, sleeping alone felt a bit strange. Covering himself with his blanket, Jiang Shaoyan found that nothing compared to the warmth and comfort of being held in his dumb dog's arms. He scrolled through his phone lying in bed, feeling sleepy by midnight. In the haze of drowsiness, he sensed the dormitory lights shutting off on schedule, and Wang Zhe dimmed the desk lamp slightly. The weak light gradually became smaller and smaller in his eyes until he completely fell asleep. He wasn't sure how long he'd been sleeping when Jiang Shaoyan woke up in the middle of the night, vaguely hearing an unusual sound in the quiet dormitory. It came from the opposite bed. Wang Zhe's breathing was somewhat rapid, restrained and unbearable. There was a faint trace of alpha pheromone in the air. Jiang Shaoyan instantly understood what Wang Zhe was doing. But he didn't want to disturb Wang Zhe. Instead, he wondered how this pure and shy dumb dog pleasured himself. Although it might sound narcissistic, Jiang Shaoyan thought the other guy should have been thinking about him while doing it, so would he call out his name? He imagined Wang Zhe calling, "Senior," while panting, masturbating, and it even stirred him a bit. Quickly, he pressed his chest to prevent his heartbeat from betraying him. Hearing a noise, Wang Zhe abruptly tensed up and stopped making sounds, resuming only after confirming Jiang Shaoyan was still asleep. The darkened dorm provided no visibility, and all he could hear were muffled sounds. Jiang Shaoyan perked up his ears, wanting to know if Wang Zhe couldn't help saying something under such circumstances. This might seem a little perverted, but he didn't care. The fact that the dumb dog was thinking about him while touching himself late at night was already quite mature. Shaoyan. Jiang Shaoyan suddenly froze at his random musings. Wang Zhe hadn't noticed, seemingly at the final critical moment, his breath quickening, suppressing his voice hoarsely repeating. Shaoyan. Shaoyan. He grunted softly as he finally released, taking a while to calm his breathing before quietly going to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaoyan remained motionless in the same posture, his heart pounding violently against his chest. His name had been called by many people, basically, everyone close to him called him Shaoyan. Yet, those common words he'd nearly grown tired of hearing, became completely different when spoken by Wang Zhe. It seemed like the first time he heard Wang Zhe call his name. Normally, Wang Zhe called him senior, keeping the hierarchy crystal clear, with their age difference standing out even more due to this title. He always knew that Wang Zhe was younger than him, and he also always considered himself older. However, these hoarse calls erased the gap between them all at once. It felt as if he was embraced by Wang Zhe's powerful body, feeling his drowning gentleness and love. Jiang Shaoyan realized for the first time how mature and manly his alpha seemed. After finishing in the bathroom, Wang Zhe didn't return to his bed immediately. Instead, he walked to Jiang Shaoyan's bedside. Jiang Shaoyan immediately closed his eyes, breathing evenly, pretending to be asleep. The rustling sound of clothing was delicate as Wang Zhe squatted down. Up close, they could vaguely make out the outline of each other's faces. He reached out, his fingers touching Jiang Shaoyan's forehead, slightly wet and cool from cold water, then quickly withdrawing to warm his own hands. After a moment, he stretched out again, pushing away Jiang Shaoyan's bangs and leaning in to place a soft and warm kiss on his forehead. "Good night, my baby." Not until Wang Zhe returned to bed and fell deeply asleep, his breathing long and steady, did Jiang Shaoyan's burning temperature and explosive heartbeat finally settle down. It was killing him, truly killing him. Chapter 28. The next morning, Wang Zhe woke up early as usual. He quietly finished his morning routine and went to the playground for a few laps of jogging. On his way back, he bought breakfast. When he returned, it was almost time for class, but Jiang Shaoyan was still asleep. Reluctantly, he went to wake him up. "Senior, it's time to get up, you're going to be late." Jiang Shaoyan frowned and opened his eyes halfway, extremely irritable upon being woken up. He was just about to yell at whoever dared disturb his sleep when he saw it was his own dumb dog, swallowing his reprimand mid-sentence. Actually, he didn't usually sleep in, he would always wake up naturally before his alarm. But last night, after hearing Wang Zhe call him baby, he couldn't settle down for a long while. His mind was filled with all sorts of messy fantasies, causing him to fall asleep only when it was nearly dawn. He had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, and his eye circles were starting to look dark. "Oh, I understand." Jiang Shaoyan awkwardly shifted his gaze, sitting up. It was still hard for him to face Wang Zhe, afraid that recalling last night's event would make him blush. How embarrassing. Being called baby by someone younger made him unable to sleep all night. How could he ever admit this kind of thing? Absolutely cannot let the dumb dog know, otherwise every time he is called like that by him, he'd do whatever he says. "Is there anything wrong, senior?" Wang Zhe noticed Jiang Shaoyan looked a bit off, thinking maybe he wasn't feeling well. He extended his hand to touch his forehead to check his temperature, but Jiang Shaoyan quickly stopped him. "I'm fine, your hands are too cold." Was it Wang Zhe's cold hands or his own heated face? Jiang Shaoyan himself wasn't sure. Wang Zhe paused and looked at his own hands. The severe winter air outside was bone-chilling. He had just come back from buying breakfast, so his body was still chilled, his fingertips even frozen. Sorry, I didn't notice. If you're fine, then have some breakfast. As Jiang Shaoyan was about to agree, he glanced at his phone and realized there were only 10 minutes left before class started. He immediately jumped off the bed. You eat. I'm going to be late. The professor for this class was a close friend of his aunt's, entrusted by Shen Yongmei to keep an especially sharp eye on him, asking him questions several times during each class. If he were late, it would likely mean facing questioning from his aunt after class. Jiang Shaoyan hastily threw on his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Wang Zhe followed behind, trying to persuade him to eat breakfast. He mumbled something in response while brushing his teeth. By the time he came out, Wang Zhe had already packed his portion of xiaomai in a bag for him to take to class. The packaged soy milk was inconvenient to carry, so Jiang Shaoyan directly drank a few sips from Wang Zhe's hand. You've got some on your lips. Wang Zhe wanted to wipe away the soy milk residue around Jiang Shaoyan's mouth, but Jiang Shaoyan, reminded of last night when Wang Zhe got close, instinctively turned his face away and dodged his hand. Wang Zhe's hand paused in midair. I'm leaving first. Jiang Shaoyan didn't dare look at him anymore, opening the dormitory door and rushing out. Damn it, was he infected by the dumb dog? Why had he also become so timid? Fortunately, Senior Yen remained Senior Yen, with rock-solid mental fortitude. By noon, he had mostly regained his usual composure. However, although he hadn't been late for class, he was still summoned to his aunt's office. Xiaoyan, I heard that you broke things off with someone named Zhou Rui. You're now together with your roommate? Shen Yongmei asked with concern written all over her face. Auntie, how do you know all this? Cough cough, I occasionally browse our school's forum. Jiang Shaoyan was speechless, imagining what the students at T University would think if they knew the academic affairs director was monitoring their posts. He responded honestly, yes, so now you can rest assured, I have someone. What am I supposed to feel relieved about? Shen Yongmei sighed. Do you really like him, or are you just acting out because no one else was available? I heard he isn't even your type. Jiang Shaoyan chuckled, what others say doesn't matter. He's my type. Whatever his type is, I like it. Shen Yongmei, seeing his expression wasn't a joke, felt slightly reassured. She hinted, your suppressant will soon expire. Since winter break is coming up soon, where do you plan to spend it? Jiang Shaoyan hadn't considered this issue yet, but with his aunt mentioning it, he started pondering it seriously. Still, he said, we'll figure it out ourselves. No need for you to worry about it. Shen Yongmei wore an expression of melancholy as though saying, my nephew is getting married, making Jiang Shaoyan quite uncomfortable, leading him to quickly take his leave. During the afternoon class, Jiang Shaoyan was still pondering this issue. The winter vacation lasted a whole month, and his heat cycle was bound to occur within this month. For convenience, during this period, he should live together with Wang Zhe, avoiding unexpected situations. But would that dumb dog agree? Jiang Shaoyan nudged Lu Han beside him with his elbow and whispered, hey, if Xiao Xiao invites you to live together during the winter vacation, would you accept? Lu Han grinned, even if he doesn't invite me, I'd find a way to stay with him. A month apart? That's absurd. Jiang Shaoyan decided to end his conversation with this shameless alpha and instead nudged Luo Henyong on the other side. Luo Henyong, who was seriously listening to the class, looked puzzled. Jiang Shaoyan asked him, if an alpha is shy and doesn't take the initiative, how should his omega invite him to live together? Luo Henyong. You're truly worthy of being called Brother Yen. Jiang Shaoyan. The single dog Luo Henyong had no reason to live, but still offered advice for the young couple, I think you can find some excuses. Don't let him know your real intention. Besides, don't be too rough, cherish that delicate flower. What nonsense is this? As Luo Henyong went further off topic, Jiang Shaoyan didn't bother hearing the rest, but the method of finding an excuse was indeed feasible. But what kind of excuse? In the evening when he returned to the dormitory, Wang Zhe was on a phone call. Seeing Jiang Shaoyan return, he smiled at him and then continued talking about something on the phone, mixing an unfamiliar foreign language with Chinese. It didn't sound like English. Jiang Shaoyan remembered that Wang Zhe's family was in Germany, so it might be German. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhe ended the call. Jiang Shaoyan casually asked, your family? Yes, I told them I won't go to Germany to spend this winter vacation with them. Jiang Shaoyan felt a stir in his heart, why not go? Wang Zhe avoided his eyes and looked a little shy, I think the senior may need me. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Jiang Shaoyan's mouth. This foolish dog finally knew what their next step should be and deliberately stayed in China to accompany him. He pretended to show concern, won't you be bored staying at home alone? Say yes, quickly say you want to live together with me. Wang Zhe scratched his head, not really. My mom just said my cousin would stay with us during the winter break, he has returned to China for work and hasn't moved into his rented apartment yet. Jiang Shaoyan's mouth twitched slightly, your cousin. Wang Zhe seemed oblivious, even smiling as he spoke, yes, my cousin is quite accomplished. He is only 5 years older than me, but has already started his own company after graduating not long ago. Jiang Xiaoyan deeply inhaled, trying to suppress his irritation. Doesn't he have a partner? Why does he stay at your house? No, although many people pursue him, he sets very high standards. He finds ordinary omegas too weak. Wang Zhe suddenly stopped himself. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't notice his unease, only thinking about how to make this meddlesome cousin go stay elsewhere, otherwise Wang Zhe would surely have to entertain him, and how could he possibly cohabit with him then? Will the two of you feel crowded? The moment these stupid words came out, Jiang Xiaoyan found himself feeling ashamed. Wang Zhe looked puzzled. Not at all, our house is quite large, a 3-story building. One more person makes no difference. One more person makes no difference. Jiang Xiaoyan was instantly inspired. One more person like me wouldn't make any difference either, right? Since Wang Zhe couldn't come over, then he'll go there. Anyway, the cousin would only stay for a few days. Jiang Xiaoyan almost wanted to applaud his own cleverness. Wang Zhe was taken aback. Senior, are you coming to live with us? Why? Jiang Xiaoyan found his lack of insight unbearable, nearly grabbing his collar and yelling, could it be for anything else? Because I want to sleep with you, but then he remembered what Luo Hengyong said, for pure-hearted younger brothers like Wang Zhe, one must not be too brutal and find an excuse. Thus, he managed to put on a harmless smile, just that there will be no one at my place either, staying alone is boring, so I thought I'd come visit you and meet your family. Wang Zhe paused, his expression not as delighted as expected, instead showing some dejection. In a low voice, he murmured, I don't want you to meet. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't hear clearly, huh? Senior, do you want to meet my cousin? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, yes, he's your family after all. Though he wasn't his parent, this could count as a prelude to meeting the in-laws, right? Wang Zhe pressed his lips together, his eyes somewhat dimmed. Okay. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't understand why he was feeling so down, extending his hand to rub his head, be a good boy. To show the fool how much he valued him, after finishing his wash-up, Jiang Xiaoyan again intentionally made a speaker phone call to his father in front of Wang Zhe. Dad, will you be on business trip next month? Dad kindly responded, there were plans, but I intended to cancel them. Dad is usually too busy to spend time with you, so naturally I want to stay with my darling son during winter break. Don't cancel, go ahead, I'll spend winter break at a classmate's house, I won't be back. Father Jiang. Then Jiang Xiaoyan turned off the speaker and listened as his dad cried half-heartedly on the phone for half an hour, accusing him of being ungrateful and unfilial. This dialogue shouldn't be heard by Wang Zhe. Jiang Xiaoyan absent-mindedly comforted his dad, glancing at Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe sat in front of his desk reviewing with his back toward him, but after looking at a page for a long while, hadn't turned it, obviously lost in thought. Jiang Xiaoyan proudly raised the corners of his mouth. This fool must be feeling moved. It's good for you to know how much I care about you. Chapter 29. The busy and stressful exam week seemed to last forever, yet it also seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. On the last day of the exams, a heavy snow fell. The evergreen trees at T University were completely covered with snow, and the campus was wrapped in white. After finishing his last exam, Wang Zhe walked out of the teaching building. Seeing the rare and picturesque snowy landscape outside, he stopped for a moment to admire it and pulled down the scarf covering his face. This scarf had been personally wrapped around his neck by Jiang Xiaoyan before leaving home, which seemed to make it feel even warmer than usual. Feeling this warmth quietly, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, exhaling a puff of white vapor that blended into the swirling snowflakes. Jiang Xiaoyan had fewer subjects to take exams in, so he had already finished yesterday. He was probably playing video games back at the dormitory waiting for him now. In the afternoon, they would set off for his house to spend the winter vacation. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to go back. The small paths in the campus were thickly covered with accumulated snow, leaving a clear imprint every time a foot sank down. A sudden thought struck Wang Zhe, and he stopped to squat down, gathering several snowballs to create a small snowman to show Jiang Xiaoyan when he got back. Hey, look who's here. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from beside him. He looked up, his action frozen instantly. Zhou Rui, who had just turned into the small road, stood their hands in pocket, looking down on him with disdain. There were also 2 tall alpha males next to him who stopped as well upon seeing the situation. How come you're alone? Did your senior ditch you? Zhou Rui laughed arrogantly and then said to his companions, I told you, Jiang Xiaoyan wouldn't even glance at him. Wang Zhe put down the snowball and slowly stood up. Who's the one being dumped? His brown-green eyes grew unusually solemn, making his appearance look somewhat stern. When are you going to apologize to him for forcing him? Zhou Rui's smile froze. The towering alpha in front of him exuded a sense of intimidation that made him momentarily uneasy. However, he soon reminded himself that Wang Zhe lacked any pheromones, it was all bluster, and he could easily overpower him. If your senior hasn't said anything, what business is it of yours to point fingers at me? I'm his alpha. Wang Zhe said gravely. I have the right to demand an apology from you. Zhou Rui burst into laughter, scoffing at the reason, you only claim to be his alpha now. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to be a dog earlier? Even if I don't apologize, what can you possibly do about it? Even though he might get angry, if you refuse to apologize, I won't let you leave today. This clearly meant a fight was coming. Even the other two alphas laughed. Youngster, you're asking for trouble. Zhou Rui became more arrogant and dismissive. Not you, not even Jiang Xiaoyan could beat me. Stop overestimating yourself or risk losing too badly. And remember, if I give Jiang Xiaoyan up for you, it's because I let you have him. He paused briefly, his eyes revealing unbridled mockery, adding. But if you turn out to be useless and can't help him through his heat period, don't blame me when he comes pleading me to have him. The group of three erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Wang Zhe took a deep breath, veins protruding on the back of his hand as he tore off his scarf and threw it onto the snow. Jiang Xiaoyan had been playing video games in the dormitory for a while. Glancing at the clock, it was almost 12, and Wang Zhe still hadn't returned. His phone, left in the dorm due to the exam, prevented him from contacting anyone. Dressing hurriedly, he prepared to head to the teaching building to find him and eat lunch together. But as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, a ball of snow smacked straight into his face. Xiao Xiao stood at a distance laughing loudly, ducking behind Lu Han before poking her head out half-heartedly. Yan Ge wants to hit me. Sweetie, save me. Jiang Xiaoyan found it amusing. He crouched down, scooped some snow into a large snowball, and threatened them with a fierce expression. Let's see how many of you there are. Relieved after the exams, the student's playful nature was awakened by the heavy snowfall. Everywhere on the path, friends were seen playing and joking around. Jiang Xiaoyan, Lu Han, and Xiao Xiao had a great time causing mischief across half the campus. On the way, they met Luo Yonghan, Su Qian, and other classmates, who joined their snow fight. The whole group lost themselves in the fun, with snow speckling their clothes and hair, completely forgetting the cold. Just when Jiang Xiaoyan was shaken by Xiao Xiao stuffing snow down his collar and was preparing to retaliate, his phone suddenly buzzed. He raised his fist in a threatening gesture toward Xiao Xiao, smiling as he answered his aunt's call. Hello, Aunt, what's wrong? You should come to the office immediately. Your roommate fought with Zhou Rui. They're getting scolded by the principal. Shen Yongmei said anxiously. Jiang Xiaoyan's smile vanished. He waved goodbye to Lu Han and the others without further explanation and rushed toward the teaching building. What happened? Shen Yongmei said, come here first and we'll talk. Jiang Xiaoyan sprinted to the academic affairs office in 2 minutes at 100-meter speed. The biting cold wind slapped against his face painfully. When he gasped for breath and pushed open the door of the office, he saw Wang Zhe standing with his back toward the door. His clothes were torn in several places, covered with snow and dust, appearing in disarray. Jiang Xiaoyan's pupils contracted sharply as he rushed over and grabbed Wang Zhe's arm, turning him around. Wang Zhe's mouth corner was bruised, with some skin broken. Medicine had already been applied, but it appeared multicolored, green, red, and yellow, looking somewhat comical. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyan, he called out nervously, Senior. Just now you were all tough, but now you look like a mouse meeting a cat. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the speaker, who was an elder full of spirit despite his age. Although they didn't meet often, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately recognized this man as their T University's principal and Wang Zhe's uncle. Principal Shen, hello. Jiang Xiaoyan bowed politely. After all, this was Wang Zhe's family, so being courteous couldn't hurt. Shen Yongmei stood next to her nephew, looking at him in disbelief at how obedient and polite he could be. I never thought this little rascal knew how to bow. Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't in the mood for banter. Furrowing his brow, he asked Wang Zhe, what did you do? Wang Zhe looked up at him with a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, as if hesitant to speak. The principal explained for him. He got into an argument with a student named Zhou Rui and beat him up. Jiang Xiaoyan turned directly to the principal and asked, where's Zhou Rui? Is he seriously injured? The arm Wang Zhe's hand was holding seemed to tremble slightly. Jiang Xiaoyan felt a chill run down his spine, thinking maybe he had disabled Zhou Rui. Even though Wang Zhe had the support of his principal uncle, expulsion was still a possibility if Zhou Rui's parents caused a scene. The principal grunted, sent to the hospital. Fortunately, just external injuries, no fractures. That's good, Jiang Xiaoyan sighed in relief but then put on a serious face to scold Wang Zhe. Impressive, you've even learned how to fight now. As he said this, he suddenly noticed something odd. Zhou Rui had been sent to the hospital, yet Wang Zhe only had a minor cut on his lip. It felt like the outcome should have been reversed. Wang Zhe meekly stood there while being reprimanded, showing a timid expression as if afraid to provoke him further. He spoke cautiously, sorry. Senior, I know I shouldn't have done that. The principal both laughed and became angry, saying to Jiang Xiaoyan, he stubbornly refused to admit fault until you arrived, making him instantly compliant. My position as his uncle is apparently not as important as his girlfriend's. Jiang Xiaoyan slightly flushed with embarrassment. Principal, don't joke around. He and Zhou Rui have bad blood between them. It's likely Zhou Rui instigated first. Please don't blame him anymore. The principal replied, if it had been just the two of them, things would have been easier to handle by penalizing both sides and call it a day. But he's extraordinary, he managed to punch 3 people into the hospital, and their parents will surely come causing trouble. Jiang Xiaoyan froze. 3. Yes. The principal proceeded to name the other 2 students, who were all from the basketball team. They might not be as well known as Zhou Rui but were famous alpha males in the school, tall, strong, and muscular, frequently seen together. It seems it was coincidental they encountered each other. Wang Zhe actually knocked down 3 of them, and sustained only such minor injuries. Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't believe his eyes at the sight of his alpha. Even fighting Zhou Rui alone, Wang Zhe wouldn't have necessarily won, yet if he could truly take down 3, his physical strength must far surpass that of Jiang Xiaoyan. Wang Zhe gritted his teeth for a moment before venting his frustration. They said too many outrageous things. The principal urged anxiously, then why don't you say it? I've been asking you for so long and you refuse to answer. How am I supposed to explain this to their parents? But Wang Zhe fell silent again, glancing at Jiang Xiaoyan before lowering his head quietly. Jiang Xiaoyan roughly guessed what Zhou Rui must have said to deserve it. It must be related to him, which is why Wang Zhe didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want Jiang Xiaoyan to hear those excessive words. It's fine, even if the parents intend to make trouble, they wouldn't allow their sons to make a big fuss. The principal and Shen Yongmei were confused. How do you know? Jiang Xiaoyan could draw from his past experience. I understand those alphas very well. 1 against 3 and they still got hospitalized. Especially by someone like Wang Zhe. Anyway, these guys value their reputation greatly. They absolutely wouldn't let the news spread far and wide. Shen Yongmei deeply empathized with this aspect since she had handled countless messes involving Jiang Xiaoyan. Each time, even when the parents wanted to intervene, those beaten alphas would hold them back from causing a scene. I think Xiaoyan makes sense. Let's wait and see how things unfold. The principal trusted Shen Yongmei and since she agreed, could only set the matter aside temporarily, massaging his temples and waving them off. Alright then, you help educate him. He listens to you more. You can go first, we'll contact you if there are any further developments. Jiang Xiaoyan and Wang Zhe thanked the principal and the academic affairs director and walked out of the office together. I never thought you'd also know how to fight, and be so skilled at it. As soon as they left the office, Jiang Xiaoyan took Wang Zhe's hand and led him towards the dormitory. Actually, he wasn't really angry. If anything, he was a bit irritated only because Wang Zhe had injured himself. Regarding Zhou Rui and others getting beaten up, one might say this was quite a satisfying outcome. Wang Zhe, however, thought he was being sarcastic and anxiously clutched his hand tighter. Senior, are you still mad at me? Jiang Xiaoyan deliberately put on a stern expression. Of course I am. You better listen to me and stop fighting. Okay. Wang Zhe answered, obediently following Jiang Xiaoyan ahead. His jacket had been torn in several places during the fight, rendering it entirely ineffective for warmth. Cold air seeped straight through to his sweater underneath, making him shiver. However, the scarf clutched in his hands remained pristine, only dusted with a slight amount of snow. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately removed his own coat and draped it over Wang Zhe's shoulders. Though the size difference made it impossible for Wang Zhe to wear it properly, he could only drape it loosely across his shoulders. Senior, I'm fine. You should wear it or you'll catch a cold. Wang Zhe hurriedly tried to push the coat back. Jiang Xiaoyan gave a firm tug, pulling both Wang Zhe and the coat closer, then leaned up and lightly kissed the corner of Wang Zhe's mouth, the side that wasn't injured. There were plenty of students walking by who naturally began paying attention to their interaction. Some noticed Wang Zhe's disheveled state and suspected there was a juicy rumor in the making, quickly whipping out their phones to secretly take pictures for posting online. However, just as they snapped photos, what caught them off guard was none other than the scene of Jiang Xiaoyan kissing Wang Zhe, so startled were they that some almost dropped their phones. Was this person, who was so full of affection and initiated the kiss with an alpha, truly Brother Yan from T University, known to send chills down everyone's spines? Senior. Momentarily distracted, Wang Zhe forgot what he intended to do and absent-mindedly touched the corner of his mouth where he had been kissed. Jiang Xiaoyan tightened the coat around him. What are you spacing out for? I'm freezing to death, let's go back. He once again took Wang Zhe's hand, ignoring the onlookers' glances and whispers, and briskly walked forward while tugging Wang Zhe along. Jiang Xiaoyan seemed to have realized something now. This dimwit only showed weakness in front of him. In fact, Wang Zhe was strong enough that there was no need to worry about anyone bullying him. He had underestimated him all along. So from now on, he wouldn't care anymore. If they wanted to flaunt, they'd flaunt. And why would he even care? His reputation as Brother Yan was already unmatched throughout the entire campus, even when showing affection. Chapter 30. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the dormitory, tidied up their things, and set off for Wang Zhe's house according to the original plan. Jiang Xiaoyan kept muttering about being upset while humming a song with a pleased smile on his face, leaving Wang Zhe utterly unable to fathom his mood, so he decided to speak as little as possible to avoid making mistakes. Though they didn't have much luggage, the snow outside was gradually getting heavier. Worried that Jiang Xiaoyan might catch a cold, Wang Zhe called a taxi right after leaving the school gate and went straight home. An hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a villa area tucked away quietly in the bustling city center. After stepping out of the car, Jiang Xiaoyan looked at the European-style building in front of him and whistled in admiration. Rich. Truly beautiful. Wang Zhe pulled the luggage out of the trunk and blushed upon hearing these words. Senior will like it if you do. There's actually nothing fun at my place. Jiang Xiaoyan smirked. Silly dog. Did he really think he came here just for fun? Walking into the house, the interior design also leaned heavily toward European style. Clearly, Wang Zhe's family had a preference for Western culture. Jiang Xiaoyan noted this silently, considering it useful information for future gift-giving. By the time they finished organizing the items from their suitcases, it was almost 5 o'clock. The refrigerator in Wang Zhe's house was empty, so he asked Jiang Xiaoyan whether they wanted to eat out or order takeout. Jiang Xiaoyan pondered, is there a supermarket nearby? Let's go buy what we need ourselves. Wang Zhe hesitated, but I only know how to cook a few dishes, and my skills aren't great. I'm afraid you won't like it. No worries, I'll handle it, Jiang Xiaoyan said. His father used to travel frequently on business when he was young, so his independent living skills were fairly developed, and he could cook most basic home-cooked dishes. Wang Zhe clearly seemed a bit surprised. Senior, you can cook. Jiang Xiaoyan arched an eyebrow. Don't believe me? You'll see soon enough. Senior is truly amazing, so talented. Wang Zhe looked up at him with admiration. Since he'd already made the claim, Jiang Xiaoyan decided he'd better show off his culinary skills properly. He'd received so much care from Wang Zhe this semester, eaten countless breakfasts and late-night snacks he brought back, and now it was finally time to repay him. Shopping in the city center was extremely convenient. It was only a short distance from the neighborhood to a large mall where a major supermarket was located on the ground floor. Jiang Xiaoyan and Wang Zhe pushed a shopping cart through the vegetable and fresh produce section. Wang Zhe wasn't used to coming to places like this, and he looked around curiously like a little kid exploring a new world, fascinated by everything. Jiang Xiaoyan teased him, young master, what would you like to eat? Wang Zhe's ears tinged slightly red, and his gaze was gentle as water, I like whatever you cook. Jiang Xiaoyan missed a heartbeat. All that changed were the two words, senior, replaced by, you, but why did they make his heart race so much? He felt increasingly powerless against this simple-minded boy. The two leisurely strolled through the supermarket for over an hour. Their shopping cart was filled to the brim with not only ingredients for cooking but also many snacks and daily necessities. They were planning to stay for nearly a month, so stocking up was a precaution against unnecessary trips out in the cold weather. On the way back, Wang Zhe insisted on carrying the heavy bags himself, allowing Jiang Xiaoyan to carry only a light bag of vegetables. Once home, they efficiently began washing the vegetables. Wang Zhe helped by doing minor tasks while Jiang Xiaoyan took charge of the main cooking. Time was running short, so they couldn't prepare anything too complicated. Home-style stir-fries would suffice. Jiang Xiaoyan heated the oil, picked up the meat slices and black fungus that Wang Zhe had cut, and dumped them all into the pot at once. The sound of sizzling immediately filled the air as he wielded the pan handle boldly, flipping the contents around. With each vigorous movement, the sleeves he had rolled up started slipping down slightly. Can you help me roll up my sleeves? Jiang Xiaoyan said without looking back. Wang Zhe quickly washed his hands, haphazardly dried them on his own clothes, then stood behind Jiang Xiaoyan. He carefully rolled up Jiang Xiaoyan's sleeves inch by inch. As Jiang Xiaoyan finished cooking one dish and was arranging it on a plate, he noticed that Wang Zhe was still standing behind him. What's wrong? Wang Zhe moved closer, his chest almost brushing Jiang Xiaoyan's back as he buried his head in the crook of Jiang Xiaoyan's neck and softly nuzzled. Feels like a dream, being able to cook together like this with senior. Jiang Xiaoyan turned back and rubbed his head affectionately. You'll get used to it eventually. Wang Zhe looked up, eyes flickering between joy and loss, bright and shadowy, as though unsure of his thoughts. Are you unhappy? To be with me? Jiang Xiaoyan asked. Wang Zhe had once mentioned feeling sad even when he was around, a statement Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't forgotten. Since that day, he worried that his insensitivity might inadvertently hurt Wang Zhe again. Wang Zhe shook his head, lowering his eyelids. No, I'm happy, but, I feel, disgusting for feeling this way. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Today, Zhou Rui told me that you're still seeing him. Rubbish. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned. Was this the reason you fought with him? It's not. I hit him because he said something. Wang Zhe pressed his lips, as if he didn't want to say what those words were, and he forced you before, I would fight with him sooner or later. If senior gets angry, just beat me. Jiang Xiaoyan was speechless. Why should I beat you? I should thank you for beating that trash for me. Wang Zhe sighed slightly in relief and asked cautiously, then if. Zhou Rui hadn't done those things, if he were strong and excellent and good to you, would you have dumped him to choose me? Why make such meaningless assumptions? Jiang Xiaoyan said inexplicably, things are over. Anyway, now there's only you by my side. Wang Zhe's voice got smaller, almost muttering, then if there were other people. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't hear it clearly. What did you say? Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell at the entrance suddenly rang. Wang Zhe scratched his head, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue, and walked out of the kitchen to open the door. Jiang Xiaoyan carried the dishes out and went to the entrance with him. Who's this? Jiang Xiaoyan saw a man standing outside the door dragging a suitcase on the monitor. My cousin. Wang Zhe replied, then pressed the door opening key and opened the door. Yo, Zhe, long time no see. The man who walked into the house smiled brilliantly. A suit made him look quite mature and steady, but his slightly disheveled casual hairstyle added a few more touches of suave elegance. He looked a bit worn out but very spirited. He smiled and hugged Wang Zhe, then immediately saw Jiang Shaoyan standing behind him. And this gentleman is... Wang Zhe didn't know how to introduce yet, so Jiang Shaoyan spoke first. Hello, cousin, I am Jiang Shaoyan, Wang Zhe's classmate. I'm staying here during winter vacation, disturbing you. While saying this, he extended his right hand politely, flashing a composed smile, hinting subtly. Since he had called him cousin, he believed this person wouldn't fail to notice the relationship between him and Wang Zhe. Sure enough, the man instantly understood, shook back his hand and chuckled meaningfully. Nice to meet you, my name is He Yan. Our names both contain Yan, truly an extraordinary connection. Maybe fate has destined us to be a family. Jiang Shaoyan appreciated these words very much, his smile became genuine. Cousin, you're eloquent, please come in and take a seat. It was already showing an owner's manner. To leave a good impression on Wang Zhe's family again, Jiang Shaoyan casually picked up He Yan's suitcase placed on the ground and walked inside. He Yan hurriedly said, wait, let me handle it, it's heavy, you being an Omega. Jiang Shaoyan turned around holding the suitcase with one hand, looking completely relaxed. Is there any problem? He Yan. No problem, please go ahead. Jiang Shaoyan walked inside. He Yan patted Wang Zhe's shoulder, squeezed his eyes teasingly and said, this Omega is really something. He's not an Omega. Wang Zhe's voice was a little deep. His name is Jiang Shaoyan, the person I like. Then, with a shoulder movement, he slipped away from He Yan's hand and followed inside. He Yan stood in place utterly astonished. How did his always gentle and cute cousin turn aggressive in just over a year? Chapter 31. Jiang Shaoyan added another set of chopsticks and a bowl to the dining table. He Yan was completely at ease as soon as he walked in, following the scent straight into the kitchen. That smells amazing. What's cooking? Black fungus with pork slices, Jiang Shaoyan replied. I didn't know you'd come so early, brother. There isn't much prepared. He Yan took off his coat and hung it on a chair, loosening his tie casually. It's fine, just eat a little. The flight was supposed to be in 2 days, but something came up with the company back home, so I returned earlier. I tried calling Aja for ages, but no one picked up, so I just came over. Wang Zhe happened to walk out of the room with his phone and heard this, saying, my phone was charging in the room. I just saw the missed calls. Sorry, brother. Seeing his cousin returning to his familiar self, He Yan smiled, sorry. Don't be silly, it's my fault for interrupting. You two young ones shouldn't mind me, I'll only stay 3 days, won't bother your little world. Wang Zhe immediately became bashful. Brother, don't say that. Carrying the last dish out from the kitchen, Jiang Shaoyan responded, brother can stay however long you like, it won't be a disturbance. Of course, this was just polite talk, it wasn't hard for He Yan to figure it out. Shaoyan is very considerate, not like our Aja who, as an adult, doesn't even know how to say kind words, such a dolt. He may be a bit slow, but he's still well behaved, nobody has kidnapped him yet. He Yan noticed how smoothly and confidently Shaoyan responded, without any pretense or awkwardness, making him feel even more compatible. How old are you, Shaoyan? 21. No wonder you're more mature than Aja. I'm only 3 years older than you, think of me as an older brother at home, no need for too much formality. Sitting nearby, Wang Zhe suddenly interjected, I'm only 2 years younger than my senior. I'm not immature either. His voice grew quieter because he caught Shaoyan's gaze. And yet, you dared to mention it today, who got into a fight? Jiang Shaoyan asked bluntly, unperturbed about the brawl. Wang Zhe bowed his head, quietly eating his rice with what seemed to be some grievance. After tasting a bite of the dish, he couldn't help but smile, senior's cooking is really delicious. His laughter tugged at the wound on his lips, causing him to wince slightly and let out a soft hiss. Jiang Shaoyan served him another helping of vegetables with his chopsticks, too dumb to see it coming, you'll get more medicine later. He Yan had been curious about Wang Zhe's injury all along and seized the opportunity to ask about it. Jiang Shaoyan quickly summarized it to keep things vague, not wanting He Yan to know about the feud with Zhou Rui and worry that the recently established impression would change. He didn't want He Yan to think he messed around with others, leading to Wang Zhe getting hurt. After dinner, He Yan volunteered to do the dishes, while Jiang Shaoyan and Wang Zhe went to prepare the guest room. Which room should I sleep in tonight? Shaoyan asked deliberately. Wang Zhe, shyly, said, you can take my room, my bed is bigger. Convenient for rolling around, huh? And no, senior, that's not what I meant. Wang Zhe blurted out nervously, what did I mean? Shaoyan embraced Wang Zhe's neck and leaned close teasingly, what are you thinking? Are those dirty thoughts? Wang Zhe flushed immediately. Jiang Shaoyan thought he would fluster and stutter embarrassingly, but instead, Wang Zhe suddenly hugged him tightly. Senior knows exactly what I'm thinking. Wang Zhe buried his head into Shaoyan's shoulder, speaking muffledly, isn't it obvious? All I can think of is you. Damn, this foolish dog was getting better at seducing people lately. Instead of playing the teaser, Jiang Shaoyan found himself entrapped by his own mischief, trying to cover his embarrassment by pushing Wang Zhe away lightly. Alright, then I'll sleep in your room. Like he had seriously considered other rooms anyway. Wang Zhe was delighted but cautious due to his injuries, so his smile was restrained, looking somewhat comical. Jiang Shaoyan stopped bothering him and went to the living room. Just as he arrived, He Yen finished washing the dishes and emerged, unbuttoning his shirt for ease, loosening the top 2 buttons, and rolling up his sleeves to expose part of his arms. It was apparent he had a strong, athletic build despite exposing only a little. He Yen bore a slight resemblance to Wang Zhe in features, though he was clearly not of mixed heritage. His distinctly oriental traits were even sharper, his face more mature and handsome, radiating the elite charm of a successful man, confident, suave, approachable, and captivating. In the past, He Yen would have perfectly fit Jiang Xiaoyan's ideal type. But now that he already had someone in his heart, he didn't entertain other thoughts. While Wang Zhe was absent, He Yen stepped closer and smiled. I've always known there's someone in my brother's heart. I assumed it would be a delicate omega since you know his personality. Jiang Xiaoyan understood the underlying meaning and replied, we complement each other well. If anything happens, I can protect him. He Yen froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. You really are different. No wonder he likes you so much. But he doesn't need your protection. He's just too nice, taking abuse silently. Once he gets mad, he's ruthless in disciplining others. Jiang Xiaoyan was surprised. Brother, have you seen him angry? I've heard of it once, when he was in the 2nd year of junior high. A classmate who liked an omega found out the omega liked a Zhe. That classmate was upset and came to fight with him. He Zhe didn't resist much at first, but that person deliberately broke his pen. Right there, a Zhe got furious. If other people hadn't stopped him, he might have broken the guy's bones. Afterward, his parents were called over. Over a pen? That wasn't just any pen. He said it belonged to a senior who had just graduated from the 3rd year of junior high, and it was very precious to him. Jiang Xiaoyan matched the timeline and realized that this senior was probably himself. But compared to this, there was something else that troubled him more. Is Wang Zhe very popular? He's been very popular all along. Many omegas would compete and get jealous over him. Some even tried to attract him with pheromones. But a Zhe is stubborn and refuses to listen to advice from home. He went to get. Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted, puzzled, got what? He Yen scratched his head, hesitating whether or not to say it aloud. Just then, Wang Zhe appeared after finishing tidying up the room. We'll talk about it next time. It's getting late. We should rest early. Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't noticed the implication yet and replied, all right. Then added, brother, let's be friends online, we can chat later. Let me show you to your room, Wang Zhe interjected unexpectedly. Hold on. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly added He Yen as a friend, all right, brother, sleep well. He Yen was indeed tired after flying all day, wished them good night, and went to the guest room. Jiang Xiaoyan followed Wang Zhe into his room, which had its own bathroom. They were used to sharing a dormitory, so nothing seemed unusual, except that the bed was much bigger than those in their dorms. When Wang Zhe stepped out of the shower, Jiang Xiaoyan had already prepared cotton swabs and antiseptic solution. He beckoned, and Wang Zhe obediently sat by the bed, tilting his head up like a pet waiting for its master's affection. Jiang Xiaoyan reached out and gently stroked his cheek, noticing how Wang Zhe had matured a bit more, losing much of the youthful innocence he saw when they first met. In its place was an increasingly handsome, refined face, with a gentle and dependable aura. The only thing unchanged was the faint tinge of dark green in his eyes, always harboring affection and warmth whenever he looked at Jiang Xiaoyan, capable of melting anyone's heart. Jiang Xiaoyan composed himself, propped one knee on the edge of the bed, dipped a cotton swab into the medicine, and carefully wiped the injured areas. The wound wasn't large, so it didn't take long. You should eat lightly for the next few days. Wang Zhe nodded. You need to rest properly. Wang Zhe nodded seriously. Pay attention to hygiene. Wang Zhe nodded again. Want a kiss? Wang Zhe instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized what Jiang Xiaoyan had said, his eyes lighting up. You're actually taking it seriously. Don't you worry about reopening the wound? Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled. Wang Zhe murmured softly, it doesn't matter. No way. I don't want to treat you again. The brightness in Wang Zhe's eyes dimmed slightly, but he still obeyed, saying quietly, all right, let's forget about it. Seeing how docile he was, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a tickle of mischief inside him. Since you're being such a good boy, I'll give you a little reward. Stick out your tongue. Chapter 32. In the morning, Jiang Xiaoyan woke up in the warm embrace of Wang Zhe. The bed was large, but the two were as close as they used to be in the dormitory. Even Jiang Xiaoyan himself felt a little too cozy. After brushing his teeth, he walked downstairs in his pajamas, with his hair in disarray, and saw He Yen eating breakfast at the dining table. Only then did he suddenly remember that there was such a person living with them. He looked a little awkward in this state, but since they had already met, he naturally sat down and casually started a conversation. Brother, did you make breakfast? He Yen smiled, it was there when I came down. It should be a Zhe who got up early in the morning and made it. Jiang Xiaoyan stirred the millet porridge in his bowl with a spoon and looked at the sandwich on the plate, which was filled with omelette and ham. He gained a further understanding of Wang Zhe's domesticity. Xiaoyan. He Yen pointed to the collar with a teasing expression on his face, wear your clothes properly, it's cold outside, be careful not to catch a cold. The room heater was on full blast so it wasn't cold at all, and Jiang Xiaoyan was confused until he saw a red mark below his collarbone. At this point, even he felt a little embarrassed. Last night, after the two of them had finished and laid down to rest, he turned on his phone and casually scrolled through He-Yan's WeChat moments, trying to find any old pictures of Wangzhe. At that moment, the idiot dog didn't know what got into him, his head buried into his neck, constantly rubbing back and forth. Several times, his lips touched sensitive spots, and he even licked once. He almost got hard again and pushed Wangzhe's head down, but Wangzhe instead sucked hard on his collarbone before obediently lying down, thus leaving behind such an ambiguous trace. Jiang Xiaoyan pulled his collar closer together, his ear tips turning slightly red. He coughed lightly. He's like a dog, annoying. The sound of a chair being pushed away came from the side. Jiang Xiaoyan turned around and realized that Wangzhe had also come downstairs after washing up, seemingly looking listless. Good morning, senior. Good morning, brother. He-Yan put down his chopsticks. Morning, I'm done eating. Thank you. But these eggs are a bit raw, be careful about bacteria. Wangzhe paused his spoon. Senior likes runny yolks. Next time, I'll cook them separately. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't want to bother him. No problem, mine can be cooked thoroughly together. Just follow brother's taste. Wangzhe took a big bite out of his sandwich, and the egg broke, flowing yellow liquid. He chewed with his mouth full, speaking somewhat indistinctly. After pondering for a while, Jiang Xiaoyan said, or let me make breakfast, brother, what do you feel like eating? I don't care, I'll eat whatever you make, He-Yan said smiling, glancing at his watch, I have to go to the company. You two enjoy your meal. Jiang Xiaoyan politely got up and sent him off to the door. Wangzhe followed along as well, making it quite ceremonious. What are you doing? Don't be so formal. He-Yan laughed heartily. I'm leaving, see you tonight. After sending off He-Yan, the two returned to sit by the dining table, drinking porridge. Jiang Xiaoyan recalled what Wangzhe liked to eat and mentally planned several dishes. Suddenly, Wangzhe, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Senior, what do you think of my elder brother? Jiang Xiaoyan answered casually, pretty good, he seems very nice. Is that so? Where exactly is he good? He looks good, has a good personality, and is excellent in every way. How come your brother hasn't found a partner yet? That doesn't seem right. Maybe he just hasn't met the right one. Wangzhe murmured softly, lowering his head to continue eating breakfast. It snowed heavily outside again in the morning, and now the ground was covered with a thick layer, one footprint after another. Jiang Xiaoyan had no interest going out in this weather. After finishing breakfast, he went to Wangzhe's study to pass the time. There was a cabinet in the study displaying many certificates and trophies, all belonging to Wangzhe. Most were from various competitions, but there were also marathons and karate events. Pretty impressive. Jiang Xiaoyan remembered that Wangzhe once said he was academically strong, but now he realized Wangzhe was actually quite humble. Wangzhe poured a glass of freshly boiled pear juice onto the desk, just some small competitions, nothing special. Jiang Xiaoyan curled up on the sofa barefoot, drank a sip of the pear juice. Its fragrance was sweet and refreshing, moistening the throat. Delicious. Wangzhe's eyes curved warmly, then I'll boil some more later. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at his bright and warm eyes and teased, dumb dog, you look harmless enough, but why are you so aggressive when fighting? Do you secretly cause trouble outside often? Your brother mentioned that you almost broke a classmate's leg once. This time too, winning 3-on-1, really amazing, I should call you Brother Zhe. Wangzhe became instantly nervous after having his dark history revealed, squatting in front of him and swearing with raised hands, I've only fought twice, definitely no others, I promise. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart melted at the sight of him carefully peeking up at him. Such a gentle and obedient person, someone who never fights back when bullied, had fought twice because of him. What kind of dog's hit luck did he have to find such a great treasure? Jiang Xiaoyan quietly took a deep breath to cover his emotions and suddenly asked, where did you get my pen? Wangzhe was startled. How did you know, senior? It was your brother who told me. He didn't hesitate to throw He-Yan under the bus. Wangzhe got even more nervous. On the day when senior returned to school after the exam, I went in during lunchtime while you two weren't there, and I took it. So it was stolen. Jiang Xiaoyan's face darkened. I. Wangzhe found no reason to argue back. Biting his lips anxiously, his gaze fell on a corner of the bookshelf. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your stuff. That pen is still there. If you want it back, you can take it. Though he said this, his expression clearly showed that he wasn't willing to part with it. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't hold back. Standing up, he walked over to the bookshelf. At a glance, he spotted a wooden box on the second layer. Upon opening it, inside the silk cushion was an extremely ordinary black pen, the type that costs 1 yuan at stationery shops and you wouldn't even notice if you lost one or two. The cap was already cracked but was placed in such a delicate and exquisite box, which made the sight quite bizarre. So, I'll take it back then, he pretended to reach for it. Wangzhe immediately blocked him, Senior, it's already broken and can't write anymore. It's useless for you to take it back. It's useless to keep it here as well. Might as well let me throw it away. No. Wangzhe almost pressed him against the bookshelf in urgency. Senior, please give it to me. I beg you. Why should I give it to you? Give me a reason. Because this is the only thing of yours that I own. Wang Zhe looked at him earnestly, his eyes showing some pity. Jiang Shaoyan froze. His first reaction was, how could this be possible? Though he might not spoil people like Wang Zhe does, he'd given out plenty of things before. How could this be the only item? Upon closer reflection, what he gave were all consumables like food or toys. Indeed, there wasn't anything physical that could be preserved. He was more of a straightforward guy about these things, and since they were together every day, he never felt the need to miss someone through an object and thus overlooked it. But clearly, Wang Zhe thought differently. He needed something to his feelings into. The silly dog must be lacking in security. Jiang Shaoyan quickly came up with an idea and calmly put the pen back, closing the lid. Alright, I'll give it to you. Next time if you want something of mine, just ask. Wang Zhe happily hugged him, thank you, senior. You're so nice. Jiang Shaoyan patted his back, a faint smile appearing on his lips. One broken pen makes him dissatisfied. I'll give you a big surprise in a few days. Chapter 33. The university holidays had little homework, and they were both very relaxed. The two of them watched a movie on the computer. By the afternoon, Jiang Shaoyan was drowsy and lay down for a while. When he got up in the evening, Wang Zhe had already washed all the dishes and was fumbling with a recipe from a mobile app. Jiang Shaoyan pushed him aside and took over the cooking. That evening, He Yan worked overtime until 8 o'clock before coming home. Jiang Shaoyan was watching TV with Wang Zhe in the living room when they heard the door open. Immediately, Jiang Shaoyan got up and walked over. Brother, have you eaten yet? He Yan took off his coat. Not yet. Is there any leftover food at home? There is, I'll go heat it up for you. Wang Zhe turned off the TV and walked over. Senior, let me do it. Jiang Shaoyan, who needed a favor from He Yan, naturally couldn't let someone else do it. I'll do it, you go upstairs and rest first. I'm not tired. Listen to me, wait for me in the room. Wang Zhe, who always followed orders, unusually insisted, I want to stay here. Jiang Shaoyan was at a loss, I have something to tell your brother. Can't I listen? How can there be any surprise if he listens? Jiang Shaoyan could only say, you can't now, I'll tell you later. Wang Zhe slightly frowned as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just softly responded, all right. Jiang Shaoyan looked at his desolate back as he went upstairs, feeling that Shagu seemed a bit off lately. He didn't laugh much, spoke less, and always seemed melancholic and sad. Ding! The sound of the microwave interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Shaoyan placed the specially reserved food and rice on the dining table, then fetched chopsticks and bowls for He Yan. He then sat opposite him, doing nothing, quietly looking at him, thinking about how to start. He Yan, frankly speaking, when you don't have an expression, it seems like you're going to beat me next moment. Jiang Shaoyan moved his mouth a little, making his icy handsome face slightly brighter. Do I look so scary? Wang Zhe always looks afraid of me. No, you are really good looking. Truly, you just seem a little ferocious when you don't smile. Then I will smile more. Jiang Shaoyan revealed what he thought was a friendly smile. He Yan's hair stood on end, let's skip that. Tell me, what's the matter? Why aren't you finding your boyfriend late at night and instead watch me eat? Jiang Shaoyan, brother, I want to ask you something. This consultation lasted for more than half an hour before finalizing the plan. He Yan had finished eating almost everything and put down his chopsticks. I didn't expect you to spoil him so much. I originally thought he was the more proactive one between you two. Proactive? Jiang Shaoyan got angry talking about this matter. I damn wish he would be more active. Where has the courage to confess to me gone? After realizing he had cursed, he apologized. Sorry, I am temperamental. It's not his fault either, I just hope he doesn't hold back unnecessarily. I won't eat him. He Yan, it's fine, being more spontaneous suits you better. Actually, though Aisha can be overly kind-hearted sometimes, he has always been pretty optimistic. I see that he's been somewhat gloomy recently. In theory, catching you should have made him ecstatic. Are there any conflicts between you two? Jiang Shaoyan reflected, no. Well, I was indeed mad at him when I asked him to mark me the other day, but we've made up since then. He Yan paused in surprise. Has he already marked you? It's just a temporary marking. Oh, I thought my sense of smell failed. If he had completely marked you, your body should have his scent. That's not certain. His pheromones are so faint. I even worry if he can mark me or not. If not for this reason, I might have started dating him earlier. Jiang Shaoyan still remembered the first heartbeat sensation when Wang Zhe confessed to him. If Wang Zhe had shown strong alpha characteristics back then, he would probably have directly agreed to try dating immediately. Upon hearing this, He Yan burst out laughing. Shaoyan, remember what you said today. Jiang Shaoyan, question mark. Don't worry, you'll know later. He Yan mysteriously winked and continued on the main topic. I understand what you're asking. I'll take you there tomorrow. Jiang Shaoyan nodded. Thanks, brother. After finishing talking with He Yan, Jiang Shaoyan cleaned up the kitchen and then went upstairs to return to his room, only to find the bedroom door open and the light off. Wang Zhe hadn't slept, standing quietly by the window. Upon seeing him, he turned around and called out lowly. Senior. The moonlight outside the window faintly illuminated one side of his face, leaving the other half shrouded in darkness. The contrast of light and shadow made his facial contour exceptionally rugged. His eyes shimmered with dark green light, faintly emitting an unsettling charm under the somber night sky. Jiang Xiaoyan once again suddenly felt that Wang Zhe seemed different from what he had thought, not like the foolish, obedient, gentle, and loyal golden retriever he knew. But what exactly was he like? He still hadn't figured it out. With a click, he raised his hand to turn on the room light. The soft glow illuminated Wang Zhe, returning him to the familiar form Jiang Xiaoyan knew. What are you thinking about, not even turning on the light? Jiang Xiaoyan went over to him. Rarely taking initiative, Wang Zhe pulled him into his arms and looked down at him with eyes full of affection and desire. Senior. Can I mark you again? Why do you want to now? Weren't you particularly reluctant before? I wasn't reluctant. Can I? Just a temporary mark is fine. No, you can't. Wang Zhe's expression froze. Why not? My heat cycle is almost here. Why would I need your mark? Jiang Xiaoyan gave him an irritated look. It had been more than 10 days since the last marking, and it had done almost nothing. The suppressants in his body had completely failed, and he estimated his heat would arrive any day now. If he were marked again, it might delay things further, and he didn't want to drag this on. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Zhe suddenly tightened his grip around him, burying his head in his neck, his voice muffled and urgent. Can you give me some more time? Senior, I know I'm not ready yet, but I will try harder. Please wait for me. Jiang Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and coldly replied, I won't wait. Even getting onto the bed required forcing compliance from his alpha. This Omega life was too tough. Wang Zhe suddenly tightened his arms so much that it became hard for him to breathe, and his body began trembling slightly. Jiang Xiaoyan paused, confused. How could a fool like him be scared like this? According to the logic, the one who should be nervous should be him, the one underneath. He couldn't help himself and, despite the discomfort of being squeezed, gently patted Wang Zhe's back, trying his best to sound the most gentle and calm. It's not that I don't want to wait for you, it's just that I don't think it's necessary anymore. Besides, you know my impatient personality and limited patience. A decisive slash, horizontal or vertical, sooner or later, you'll have to face it. It's better for us to deal with it earlier rather than keep dragging it out. I don't want to. Wang Zhe interrupted him and repeated, I don't want to face it. Jiang Xiaoyan became irritated and said sternly, don't act like a kid. I am not a kid. I can take care of you, and treat you very well, very well. Give me a little more time. I will become more like an alpha, mature and capable like my brother. Please, senior. Wang Zhe's voice almost broke with tears. For a moment, Jiang Xiaoyan felt pity, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't know what Wang Zhe was afraid of. Maybe it was like premarital fear or anxiety. After all, complete marking essentially meant binding two people together for life. Being young, feeling scared towards such a commitment was normal. Maybe it was also because he had acted too aggressively during the previous markings, scaring him enough to leave a shadow. Jiang Xiaoyan reflected on himself briefly. Wang Zhe stopped talking, his shoulders trembling lightly as he waited for a response. Jiang Xiaoyan pushed him away slightly, propping himself up against his chest. If you really care about me, then listen to me. I don't want to drag this out. As you said, we're no longer kids. Why can't we be more straightforward and direct like adults? Honestly speaking, if I must say where you annoy me, it's your hesitation. You'd be much more likable if you changed that. Though he already liked him so much now. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't say that, a few harsh words might motivate him. Wang Zhe immediately stopped moving, then his strength seemed to drain away entirely. His arms around Jiang Xiaoyan's waist dropped limply, leaving only his forehead leaning against his shoulder. If I change, will you like me? If not for the surrounding silence, his voice would have been too weak to hear. Jiang Xiaoyan softened his tone as much as possible, yeah, I will. So listen to me, alright? After a long pause, Wang Zhe finally raised his head, his expression calm. Yet under the light, his eyes had lost the brightness they had in the darkness. Alright. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed in relief and, as a reward, leaned in and kissed the corner of his uninjured mouth. Good boy. This bothersome wound, why hasn't it healed yet? How he wanted to kiss him properly. Chapter 34. The next day was Saturday. He Yan didn't have to go to work and woke up a bit later than usual. He had already packed up his rented place near the company properly, he would be able to move in tomorrow. I'll cook lunch, can Xiao Yan take me to buy some stuff? I'm not familiar with this area. He Yan winked. Jiang Xiaoyan understood, sure, let's go. Wang Zhe, who was still having breakfast beside them, bro, let me come with you. He Yan patted his shoulder and pushed him back into the chair, you don't know how to cook anyway, why bring you along? Stay home and we'll be back soon. But. Jiang Xiaoyan had already put on his down jacket, listen up. Alright. Wang Zhe took a cashmere scarf of his from the rack and sent them off at the door. The accumulated snow from last night hadn't melted yet, the damp and cold air seeped into the bones. If it wasn't for something to do, Jiang Xiaoyan really wouldn't want to go out in such weather. Fortunately, He Yan drove this time. When Wang Zhe saw the car pull out, he paused while tying the scarf around Jiang Xiaoyan. Where are you going to buy groceries? There's a supermarket in the neighboring mall. Jiang Xiaoyan, of course, knew. He went there with Wang Zhe on his first day here, so he just said, he wants to take a look at the rented house to see how it's arranged. It wasn't a lie, He Yan indeed planned to do that. Oh, I see. Wang Zhe lowered his eyelids and continued what he was doing, carefully wrapping Jiang Xiaoyan's neck with the scarf to ensure no cold wind could get in. My brother really likes you, he didn't even take me to see the house. Jiang Xiaoyan smiled, what, are you getting jealous? Wang Zhe shook his head and asked, what time will you be back? About 11 o'clock. Okay, I'll wait for you. However, the terrible road conditions exceeded expectations. Due to the snow cover and the wet ground, all vehicles on the road feared tire slipping, driving slower than usual. Several intersections with heavy traffic were severely congested, and by the time they finished their errands and returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaoyan had already called Wang Zhe to order food delivery, and He Yan had eaten lunch nearby. Sorry about this, I was supposed to cook, He Yan helplessly shrugged. It's fine. Jiang Xiaoyan took off his snowy coat and scarf as Wang Zhe came over to greet him, did you eat? Yes, Wang Zhe took the coat and scarf and hung them neatly by the rack. Though this trip had taken up quite a bit of time, they still bought the groceries needed for dinner. Jiang Xiaoyan brought the shopping bags into the kitchen, opened a few packaging bags, and threw them into the trash casually. Suddenly, he felt something was off and looked into the trash bin again. Wang Zhe, what did you eat for lunch? He walked to the living room and asked, immediately seeing half a bread loaf left on the coffee table. Wang Zhe, I wasn't hungry, I ate a little randomly. Jiang Xiaoyan, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you now. No need, senior. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't listen and rolled up his sleeves, heading to the kitchen. Wang Zhe rushed over anxiously, while He Yan watched from the side, what's going on? He doesn't eat properly. He Yan laughed, Aiji, you shouldn't always make Xiao Yan worry, he's already worried enough about your matters, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately covered He Yan's mouth, glaring fiercely, brother, less talk. He Yan wasn't upset either, smilingly pulled away his hand, hey, I'm your elder after all, if you don't respect the elderly, I won't care about you anymore. Jiang Xiaoyan knew he was joking, but since he had a request, he could only sigh, brother, please give us some private time. After laughing, He Yan wisely stopped meddling and went upstairs to rest. These two brothers have too big a personality difference, Jiang Xiaoyan thought. Wang Zhe remained silent ever since these two began conversing, standing like a wooden person, and only spoke up after He Yan left. Am I making you worry, senior? Don't listen to your brother's nonsense, it's nothing major. Wang Zhe fell silent for a moment, why tell my brother and not me? If there's anything I've done wrong, just tell me, I'll fix it. Jiang Xiaoyan tapped his head with a wooden spoon, don't overthink it, telling you some things won't help. For example, things like pheromones, would telling help change anything? It would only make the silly dog even less confident, better not to say. Sit properly and stop the bad habit of not eating properly. Jiang Xiaoyan made a simple fried rice, fearing the ingredients might not be rich enough, he added some seasonings. But in fact, no matter what he cooked, Wang Zhe would eat it all clean, as if he could consume whatever Jiang Xiaoyan cooked, unsure whether he got full or not. That night, He Yan finally had the chance to fulfill his promise. He personally cooked a meal in return for the care of the past few days, and surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. It's so hard to eat authentic local cuisine abroad, so I could only learn by experimenting myself. He Yan pointed at a dish with his chopsticks, try this plate of green pepper stir-fried meat. It's my masterpiece. I guarantee it goes well with rice. Wang Zhe immediately said, the senior doesn't eat green peppers. Doesn't eat them at all. Try it anyway. Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't completely unwilling to eat, and he could tolerate a small bite. Besides, He Yan had helped him out so much, he should give him some face. Originally, I didn't eat them, but since it's rare to taste a dish made by brother, I'll try a little bit then. He Yan hurriedly replied, if you really don't like it, just skip it. Don't force yourself. No problem. Jiang Xiaoyan picked up a small piece of green pepper and shredded meat, and placed it in his mouth without any change in expression. Indeed, he still wasn't used to the taste. Pretty good. Is there a secret ingredient? He naturally shifted the topic, and He Yan followed along enthusiastically discussing his specially developed recipe, skipping over whether Jiang Xiaoyan actually liked it or not. Since tomorrow He Yan would be moving away, eventually all three of them had a bit of alcohol during dinner. Jiang Xiaoyan hadn't expected Wang Zhe, who can't drink, to join as well, and what's more, drank rather freely, almost downing half a glass of red wine in one gulp. Why are you drinking so fast? Your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Wang Zhe shook his head, but his face was already turning red. He reached out to pour himself another glass, but Jiang Xiaoyan slapped his hand away, prohibiting further drinking. Holding an empty glass in confusion, his eyes lost focus. Quietly, he listened to their conversation. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't even exchange many words with He Yan, instead focusing on Wang Zhe the whole time. Seeing that he had even started getting red-eyed soon after, he helplessly said, "I've had enough of him, his tolerance is so poor yet he continues drinking. I'll take him upstairs." He Yen sympathetically waved his hands, go ahead, rest early." Jiang Xiaoyan bent over, putting Wang Zhe's arm over his shoulder, supporting him to walk upstairs. Although Wang Zhe wasn't drunk to the point of being unable to move, due to his tall build, Jiang Xiaoyan's center of gravity was unbalanced, nearly colliding with the walls several times, each time narrowly pulled back just in time. Even while drunk, this fool thought about protecting him. By the time they finally got him to the bedroom, Jiang Xiaoyan felt like he had run a marathon. But before he could catch his breath, the Wang Zhe he laid down on the bed suddenly grabbed his arm, exerted some strength, and pulled him onto the bed as well. Then flipped over and pinned him underneath. "Senior. I want you." Didn't expect him to be this proactive when drunk. Jiang Xiaoyan pushed him away, "I'm not interested in drunks. Tell me again when you're sober." But Wang Zhe seemed not to have heard, grasping the hand blocking him, intertwining their fingers, pressing both against the top of their heads. His darkened gaze, blurred with intoxication, had a faint red tinge and fragmented light, looking somewhat pitiful, yet also seemingly concealing danger. "Why aren't you interested?" Drunken Wang Zhe only caught that phrase, "Am I not good enough?" "What nonsense, get off, you're too heavy. I can satisfy you." Wang Zhe pressed his whole body forward, burying his head into Jiang Xiaoyan's neck hollow, "Even if you just want my pheromones, I'm willing, everything I have, I give to you." The side of the neck's gland was suddenly licked by a tongue. Jiang Xiaoyan was instantly alarmed, this guy was serious. He tried fiercely to break free, but Wang Zhe remained unmoved. "You son of a, wake up." Jiang Xiaoyan was extremely annoyed right now. He was annoyed that he couldn't budge the idiot dog pinning him down, and even more annoyed that Wang Zhe planned to forcibly mark him under such a drunken state. This kind of marking wasn't based on love, purely a declaration of ownership of Alpha over Omega. Which irritated him immensely. Unfortunately, the mentally disoriented Wang Zhe failed to perceive the anger from the person beneath him, muttering, "I want to be your Alpha." The warmth of his breath hit Jiang Xiaoyan's vulnerable neck directly, exposing sharp teeth, firmly and forcefully biting through the gland. Jiang Xiaoyan froze instantly. The sensation of pain caused by the teeth piercing in, combined with the influx of pheromones, felt more distinct and sensitive than the previous encounter, possibly because the suppressant had completely lost effect. The essence of Wang Zhe's pheromones instantaneously blended into his bloodstream, reaching the nose of the wild beast within him on the brink of awakening. A deep-seated crackling sound came from within his body, shaking his heart. Unable to bear it anymore, he took a vicious bite out of Wang Zhe's shoulder. "See," Wang Zhe winced from the pain, loosening his bite, losing most of his strength. Jiang Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to push with all his might. Wang Zhe was pushed almost off the bed, bumping his head on the wooden bedpost, groaning in pain while covering his head and looking over. His eyes had regained some clarity. Jiang Xiaoyan was worried he might have hurt him, so when he leaned over cautiously and saw that Wang Zhe was fine, he pulled back. "Are you awake yet? What's wrong with you?" It seemed that even though Jiang Xiaoyan was prepared to give himself fully to Wang Zhe, the other had decided to force the issue. Normally, it looked like Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't taking heat periods too seriously, always making bold and explicit comments. But was he really not scared at all? Being completely controlled physically and mentally by another person, how could that not be terrifying? It was just his pride that wouldn't let him show any weakness in front of someone younger like Wang Zhe. Especially given how insecure Wang Zhe was already, if Jiang Xiaoyan showed even a hint of fear, things would never progress properly. He had prepared himself mentally and was willing to take the risk of letting Wang Zhe become his alpha, even knowing that the marking might fail or that the heat period might not pass easily. If even Wang Zhe were forcing him, then there would truly be no hope left. With an icy expression, Jiang Xiaoyan warned, "If you dare to do such a thing again, don't blame me for beating you up." To his surprise, Wang Zhe laughed softly, "But you said you'd never beat me. Taking advantage of a small favor, huh?" Jiang Xiaoyan grew furious seeing Wang Zhe's nonchalant attitude and kicked him lightly on the stomach while standing on the bed. Wang Zhe immediately curled up, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. "Stop pretending," Jiang Xiaoyan scoffed. He only used a fraction of his strength, and with Wang Zhe's strong build, it shouldn't have caused any real pain. But Wang Zhe began trembling slightly, gripping the sheet tightly, his knuckles turning white. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Xiaoyan asked, "Did I kick somewhere sensitive? Is it that painful?" As he checked closely, he noticed that Wang Zhe's eyes had reddened further. The moisture in them made emotions blur together incomprehensibly, with his nose tip also red and sniffing irregularly. It looked more like he was about to cry rather than experiencing pain. Yet Wang Zhe forced out an ugly grin, saying, "It really hurts. Am I stupid to always believe your offhand words? That's why I keep annoying you." Jiang Xiaoyan felt overwhelmed facing this side of Wang Zhe. "Alright, stop acting sad. I didn't use much force anyway, remember? This happened because you messed up first. Come over here and let me rub your belly." But Wang Zhe didn't move, continuing to mutter drunkenly, "I am foolish indeed. Taking your casual words and remembering them for 7 years. What advantages do I have? Even as a dog, I irritate you. Clinging on to you not letting you go, you must hate me so much. His voice became quieter and quieter until it was almost inaudible, leaving behind only intermittent sobs. Jiang Shaoyan was utterly confused but softened his heart eventually. He lay down on his side, gently embracing the fragile figure in front of him and patting his quivering back softly. You have plenty of good qualities and aren't irritating at all. Just stop talking now, get some good sleep. Tomorrow, when you're sober, I'll tell you each one of them. He had never been this patient and gentle with anyone besides his family. Wang Zhe rested his head against Jiang Shaoyan's chest but didn't wrap his arms around him as usual, suppressing his emotions in silence. After much soft comforting from Jiang Shaoyan, Wang Zhe gradually ceased trembling, his breathing becoming steady again, indicating that he had fallen asleep. Lowering his head, Jiang Shaoyan glanced at the large hound curled up in his arms, making sure he wasn't suffocated. He sighed deeply, his mind was chaotic. He felt like he might have missed something significant, but he couldn't sort out anything clear, and before he knew it, he fell into a drowsy haze too. Chapter 35. That night, sleep was anything but peaceful. Jiang Shaoyan was woken up several times by a vague, roving heat flow within his body, but once awake, the sensation would inexplicably disappear. In the morning, he got up with a face full of fatigue and noticed that the person beside him was already gone. As he went downstairs, he saw Wang Zhe coming out with breakfast in hand. Good morning, senior. Wang Zhe smiled warmly as usual. Morning. Do you remember what you did last night? Jiang Shaoyan raised an eyebrow. Wang Zhe's smile froze for a moment before quickly returning to normal. No, I don't remember. I was drunk. Jiang Shaoyan snorted, laughing coldly at how terrible Wang Zhe was at lying, completely betrayed by his expressions and evasive eyes. Fine, you've grown some backbone and learned to lie. Jiang Shaoyan glared coldly at him, his temper rising as soon as he woke up. Learning all the bad things and none of the good. Don't talk to me today, go be by yourself. Forcing himself last night, lying this morning, next thing he'd probably start causing real trouble if something wasn't done. In the past, Wang Zhe would surely beg pathetically after hearing this kind of remark, but today he didn't say a word. He obediently nodded and then continued eating his breakfast calmly. Jiang Shaoyan felt extremely irritable and had no appetite at all. He Yan came downstairs. Wow, both of you are up so early. Are you preparing a farewell party for me? He laughed happily as he sat down, biting into a sandwich. Ah, Zhe is really thoughtful, remembering I like my eggs well done. Jiang Shaoyan found that his fried egg was also well done, while Wang Zhe's own was still runny. He Yan also noticed this. You like your eggs runny? Next time you come over, I'll fry one for you. Wang Zhe gave a faint smile. I don't like them runny, but senior does. This sounded extremely awkward, and Jiang Shaoyan wanted to ask about it but remembered saying earlier that he wouldn't speak to him today. Thinking about it now, it seemed rather childish, like a grade school argument. Fortunately, He Yan asked on his behalf, if Shaoyan likes his eggs runny, why do you fry yours well done? Did you get confused? I said it because I was afraid senior would hit me. Wang Zhe lowered his head. It hurts a lot. Is this going to keep dragging on? The chair screeched loudly against the floor as Jiang Shaoyan abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with icy shards. Fine, pretending to be pitiful, huh? Being stubborn, right? Let's see who caves first. He forcefully pulled He Yan. Brother, we should go, we agreed, remember? He Yan looked puzzled. Huh? I haven't finished yet. Are you in such a rush? I'll take you out to eat. Jiang Shaoyan's anger boiled over into his words. We've been eating the same thing every morning. I'm sick of it. Now even He Yan sensed that the atmosphere was off. Shaoyan, you. I'm suffocating here. Let's go. Jiang Shaoyan tightened his grip, forcibly pulling He Yan, who was unaware of the situation, out the door in a hurry. In their rush, both of their coats were worn haphazardly, buttons not properly fastened. He Yan hastily bid farewell to Wang Zhe, fortunately having already packed his luggage and put it in the car, leaving nothing else to grab. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaoyan had nothing on him except a phone in his pocket. By the time they got into the car, Wang Zhe hadn't come out to see them off. Shit. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but curse. The driver beside He Yan carefully approached. What's going on between you two? Jiang Shaoyan, brother, doesn't he like me anymore? He Yan then noticed his eyes were slightly red. How could that be? He's liked you for years. It's not that easy for feelings to change. Maybe he used to have an overly idealized image of me, and after being together, he realized I'm not that good, thus getting disappointed. Isn't it always said that the best is what you can't obtain? You're actually pretty great. I know myself well. My temper is bad, I lack patience, I'm not Omega-like at all. Honestly, before he appeared, I already didn't expect to find someone I liked, and even if I liked someone, they probably wouldn't feel the same. Wang just started liking me because I encouraged him back then. He liked the me in his imagination, not the real me. As Jiang Shaoyan spoke, he became more convinced of this reality. The sorrow welling up inside him became uncontrollable. He's kind to me, and I want to reciprocate, but I'm simply not as gentle and considerate as him. No matter how hard I try, I can never catch up to him. He must have realized by now that I'm not the way he imagined. That's why he no longer likes me. He Yan, wait, where did you get the idea that he no longer likes you? He hasn't been happy when he's with me lately. After some thought, Jiang Shaoyan added, anyway, there are many abnormal behaviors. Of course, there were also the issues of forcefulness and lies, but it wasn't convenient to mention them. Wang Zhe would absolutely never do such things in the past. He Yan tried to comfort him, you're overthinking. Look, isn't he still marking you? He hadn't realized this until Jiang Shaoyan remembered it, the mark was forcibly made by Wang Zhe biting him. Perhaps Wang Zhe didn't even want to mark him, rather than being fearful as he had assumed. Jiang Shaoyan leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes wearily, covering them with his hand. Brother, let's go. No matter what, I want to give him the stuff. The journey was silent and oppressive, Jiang Shaoyan didn't speak, and He Yan didn't dare open his mouth, fearing more words would be a mistake. After they retrieved the items, Jiang Shaoyan's emotions finally calmed down slightly. Together with He Yan, he tidied up the newly rented house, and He Yan left him for lunch. Not yet ready to face Wang Zhe, Jiang Shaoyan took a nap at He Yan's place in the afternoon. All of his fleeting dreams were filled with Wang Zhe's face and figure. The room air conditioner temperature seemed too high, suffocatingly hot. Between sleep and wakefulness, he reached for the air conditioner remote, lowering the temperature several degrees, even contemplating enabling cooling mode during winter. Still, he woke up from heat and could only rub his eyes and get up. When he unlocked his phone, the first thing he saw was the time, 3 in the afternoon. The second glance showed 7 missed calls and countless messages, all from Wang Zhe. His phone was always on silent, even vibration off before sleeping, so he hadn't noticed. Jiang Shaoyan opened the messages first. Senior, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied. Please come back. Are you at my brother's house? Can I come see you? Tell me the address. I don't want you to leave, please come back, senior. You can punish me however you want, I'm sorry. Please come back to me, alright? Jiang Shaoyan scrolled through each one with his finger, almost all of them pleading for him to return. The more he read, the stranger it felt. It was as if Wang Zhe thought he was going to abandon him when, in fact, Jiang Shaoyan feared being left himself. The air conditioner seemed broken since the temperature felt not cooler but rising instead. Jiang Shaoyan tugged at his collar impatiently while reading the last 2 messages. Senior, are you reading your phone now? If you really don't want to deal with me, could you tell me directly? Otherwise, I still hold on to hope. The final message showed that it was sent half an hour ago. Do you really not want me anymore? What nonsense is this? How has he become the one feeling wronged? A burning fire rose in Jiang Shaoyan's heart, agitating him both uncomfortably hot and irate. Pushing the door open, he rushed out impulsively. He Yan, watching TV in the living room, jumped in surprise. What's wrong? I'm going back, brother. Jiang Shaoyan quickly put on his coat. Why the rush? Wait, I'll take you back. Besides, I left something at a Jia's place. Since taking the car was indeed faster, Jiang Shaoyan agreed, alright, thanks. He Yan turned off the TV and grabbed his coat, no problem. By the way, just now a Jia called asking for our address. I thought he'd come over, but nothing happened. Jiang Shaoyan hesitated, did he say anything else? No much, just asked if you're here. I told him you were a bit tired, resting in the room, possibly playing on your phone. He stayed quiet for quite some time and then hung up, it was strange. Jiang Shaoyan frowned, realizing something but wasn't sure. There was no time to ponder further, confronting that stupid dog face to face might be clearer. He Yan drove steadily, despite slippery roads due to adverse weather, reaching Wang Zhe's house within half an hour. Jiang Shaoyan had a backup key, and as he got out of the car, about to open the door, his foot felt as though stepping on cotton, nearly stumbling weakly. He hadn't noticed earlier amidst his urgency, but now he could feel it. Streams of heat surged restlessly within him like wild beasts exhaling fiercely, silently converging in his blood, waiting to burst past a threshold point. Even someone as slow as him realized by now that his heat cycle had finally arrived under the most unfortunate circumstances. Chapter 36. He was still able to remain calm for the moment, steadying himself. He Ding walked over from the other side of the car with a bag in hand. Seeing him standing motionless, he asked curiously, why don't you go in? But as he got closer, he caught a whiff of pheromones faintly lingering in the air. Shit. Let's get inside quickly, brother-in-law, don't ruin me. Alpha He Yan, who had been single for many years, was in utter disarray, unsure whether to support him or not. Jiang Shaoyan took the bag and took a few deep breaths. I'm fine, let's go. The sound of the key twisting in the lock immediately startled those inside. Senior. Wang Zhe almost rushed out barefoot, but when he saw Jiang Shaoyan entering along with He Yan, he froze instantly. With a cold expression, Jiang Shaoyan took a step forward, about to say something harsh. Suddenly, he was pushed forcefully from behind and fell directly into Wang Zhe without any defense. Into a warm and familiar embrace. Don't thank me. Hurry up and sort things out while I can still bear this smell, said He Yan, the culprit, grabbing his stuff left by the entrance before hastily leaving. The door slammed shut, and the room fell silent. Wang Zhe tightened his arms around him, suppressing the primal urge that surged within him. The scent of an omega lingered pure and enticing at his nose tip. There was no scent of another person on the person in his arms. I thought I'd lost you. His voice quivered. Do you still want me? Am I still your alpha? Jiang Shaoyan originally intended to scold him, but seeing his bloodshot eyes and the dull green-brown irises revealing a weak flicker of hope, his heart softened. When have I ever said that you're not mine? Wang Zhe choked, but I am just a temporary substitute. I thought if you found someone better, you would leave me. Furrowing his brows deeply, Jiang Shaoyan snapped, nonsense. What substitute? Who do you replace? Isn't it? Wang Zhe sniffled, you like Zhou Rui, but he forced you, so you broke up with him, pouted, and started a relationship with me. I know all of that. But I couldn't resist you, and selfishly hoped that if you didn't meet anyone else you liked before the heat cycle, maybe you'd stay with me for life. As expected, such despicable selfishness brought its own retribution. My brother is indeed more excellent than me, and it's normal for you to like him too. Jiang Shaoyan finally understood where the problem lay despite being somewhat clueless, and laughed in exasperation, you know jack squat. I like Zhou Rui. I like your brother. Then why did I come back for you? Die stupid. Tears were welling up in Wang Zhe's eyes, I am dumb, I believed whatever you said. You said you liked Zhou Rui, and also liked my brother. You called them, brother, listened to them, could do things for them that you didn't want to do, eat what you didn't want to eat. But to me, you only called me, dumb dog, and said I was annoying like a dog. Apart from fawning over you, what else could I do? I just wanted you to see my good points and like me a little more. His expression was akin to that of a patient told by the doctor that there was no cure, despairingly helpless. But you've never once said that you liked me. Wiping his tears with his hands, Wang Zhe continued, when I heard you say that I was your alpha, and you kissed me, I was so happy. I thought, as you said, someday you'd notice my strengths. Later, I realized it wasn't true. I'm not blaming you, it's my arrogance that kept irritating you, making you dislike me. A person like me, utterly worthless, how could I ever be liked by you? His eyes were red like a rabbit's, yet he forced a smile through the pain. But you still came back to find me, and I'm so happy. Tears were on the verge of falling, yet he still claimed to be happy. Jiang Shaoyan's heart throbbed with sharp pain. He didn't even know where to start explaining. Extreme frustration swept over him. There was a burning sensation throughout his body, an unbearable heat, go upstairs with me. A man of action, Jiang Shaoyan grabbed Wang Zhe's collar and dragged him upstairs, all the while holding onto the bag tightly. Fever-induced weakness drained his strength, but Wang Zhe obeyed docilely, loosely supporting him to prevent any falls. By the time they entered the bedroom, sweat already soaked Jiang Shaoyan's forehead. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he swiftly shrugged off his heavy coat, allowing the pheromones sealed inside to burst forth, flooding the entire room. Breathing unsteadily, Wang Zhe grasped the hand that was attempting to take off the sweater again, no. I won't be able to hold back. That's exactly what he wants. Jiang Shaoyan broke free from his grip, raised his arm to take off his sweater, leaving only a thin shirt on his upper body. His hair was slightly messy due to static electricity from the motion, and his cheeks flushed red. He looked nothing like his usual cold and aggressive self. Wang Zhe barely dared to look at him, but Jiang Shaoyan approached step by step under an intense gaze until he cornered Wang Zhe at the edge of the bed, pushing him down onto it. He straddled Wang Zhe's hips, his hands braced on the solid chest that kept rising and falling with uneven breaths. Looking down on him from above, his eyes burned intensely. I like you. This point had to be clarified first. As long as you let me say it, I'll repeat it as many times as you want, I like you, so much so. Do you know why Zhou Rui forced me? Because during the ball, he said he wanted to mark me, but I refused. I told him I only want to be marked by you, by Wang Zhe, that's when he got angry and tried to force it. Wang Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. I've always been serious. Calling you a dumb dog was because I thought you were just like our golden retriever. It was my pet name for it, it's the one I liked most among all my pets. There wasn't any malice toward you, it's my fault if it caused misunderstanding. I'm sorry. In the future, I'll call you whatever you want. Sweltering heat made Jiang Shaoyan loosen his collar further, revealing his sharp clavicles, but your mistake is thinking I like your brother, he's part of your family. Wanting to act more mature around you, is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it normal to make my boyfriend think I'm thoughtful? Stunned, Wang Zhe slowly processed what he was hearing amidst the increasingly potent pheromones saturating the air, there's nothing wrong. Forgetting to tell you that I liked you was my fault, but have I not confessed enough already? Haven't you heard? So many alpha guys who touch me even once get pummeled by me, yet I've kissed you, touched you voluntarily, and pleaded for you to mark me, still can't you see how much I like you? Are you blind? If I needed a replacement, wouldn't I go for someone stronger? Why would I choose you? Damn it, it's you I've chosen. The last sentence was almost shouted by Jiang Shaoyan. Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned by the ferocity, taking a while to regain his senses. You, like me. Jiang Shaoyan snapped irritably, that's what I said from the very start. Have you just figured it out now? Did you hear everything else I said? Yes, I heard, but... No buts, Jiang Shaoyan lost his patience. No others, just you, do you understand? I only like you, Wang Zhe. Only Wang Zhe will be my alpha, will hold me, kiss me, and love me, no one else. Got it? Realizing finally, Wang Zhe nodded hurriedly, though disbelief still lingered on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Shaoyan grabbed the bag beside him, pulling out a delicate little box, casually tossing the packaging aside. Inside were two simple yet stylish men's platinum rings. That broken pen isn't worth cherishing anymore. Here's something else. These rings were chosen with your brother's help over the past few days. I don't know much about this stuff, and I don't have much money either. I couldn't afford fancy ones yet, so these will have to do temporarily. Jiang Shaoyan grabbed Wang Zhe's left hand, sliding the larger ring onto his middle finger. I measured while you were sleeping, fit perfectly. Then he handed over the other ring. Put it on me. Wang Zhe seemed frozen, staring vacantly at the silver band on his finger. Jiang Shaoyan could wait no longer. Maintaining control through his heat far exceeded what an average Omega could endure, waiting any longer might harm his health. If you put it on, I'll belong to you. He reached beneath Wang Zhe's shirt, tracing his fingers along defined abs up to his chest. The heartbeat was fierce, making Jiang Shaoyan's own palms tingle from the intensity. It appeared they weren't the only ones affected by Jiang Shaoyan's impending heat. With a smirk, Jiang Shaoyan quipped slyly. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to have me? Wang Zhe's pupils suddenly contracted as he flipped them over, pinning Jiang Shaoyan underneath. Senior. His hands trembling, Wang Zhe reverently kissed Jiang Shaoyan's fingertips before carefully sliding the same ring onto the corresponding spot. Subsequently, their fingers interlaced, pressing their clasped hands against Wang Zhe's racing heart. In my heart. His eyes darkened. You've always been mine. Boom. Jiang Shaoyan felt a sudden ringing in his ears. The overwhelming heat pent up inside, released all at once like a volcanic eruption, spewing molten lava mixed with pheromones through his veins into every inch of his body, robbing him of strength and making his limbs weak. The inner beast awakened fully with this thunderous roar, roaring itself hoarse, demanding its sustaining alpha pheromones, to fill the hunger it had long suffered. Just one more thing, make me completely yours. He wrapped his arms around his alpha's neck, subconsciously wanting to get closer. You know what to do, right? Wang Zhe nodded with a flushed face, his eye rims even redder now, but it was due to the pheromones affecting him. This was the dumb dog he knew. Jiang Shaoyan lightly teased the buttons of his shirt open one by one, pulling the fabric apart to reveal the only part of him that could pass as an Omega, his pale skin, which under the light shimmered with a soft luster like white jade. You said you would satisfy me, don't let me down. Chapter 37. Wang Zhe's eyes were glued to his exposed upper body, his throat rolling several times before he could find his voice. Can I really do it? Love you, go ahead, hurry up. Jiang Shaoyan bluntly said. Finally, Wang Zhe gathered his courage and tentatively touched his waist with trembling hands. The skin under his fingers was smooth and fine, unusually warm. After a few gentle caresses with his large palm, Jiang Shaoyan's breathing became somewhat unstable, but Wang Zhe's hand only lingered around the waist area, seemingly hesitant to move further upward. Be bolder, you can touch anywhere. He couldn't get more proactive than this. Wang Zhe paused, cautiously moving his hand upward with reverence and treasuring, until his fingertips brushed against the prominent part of the chest. He sharply inhaled. I'll turn on the air conditioning, you'll catch a cold, he said, and then got off the bed. Jiang Shaoyan, drenched in sweat from head to toe, looked bewildered. You motherfucker, get your ass back here. His insult was halfway through when Wang Zhe quickly turned on the air conditioner and pressed himself over again. He kissed him passionately. His tongue ventured into his open lips, exploring every nook and cranny, claiming each corner without allowing a single trace of sweet pheromones to escape, as if determined to devour him whole after starving for so long, finally finding relief. Jiang Shaoyan, tormented by an empty and scorching sensation all day, finally caught a whiff of his alpha's essence, akin to someone wandering in the desert who spots water, greedily entwining his tongue to savor those weak yet life-saving pheromones. Wang Zhe's wound at the corner of his mouth had healed completely, and his passionate and urgent kisses revealed strong hands pressing gently yet firmly onto his chest, softly kneading the already erect red buds with hot palms that brought pain but mostly rough pleasure. Then, the hand slid down to his waist, lifting Jiang Shaoyan with a firm embrace as he removed the last piece of covering clothing from his upper body. You better take yours off too, don't wear anything. Despite Jiang Shaoyan being disheveled, his arrogant tone remained intact. Wang Zhe immediately lifted his arms to remove his shirt, revealing an alpha's fit muscles. With Jiang Shaoyan laid back on the bed anew, his strong arms braced on either side of his head as he panted while gazing down at him. The glimmer of dark green in his eyes never shone brighter, mesmerizing. As Jiang Shaoyan caught his stare, his heart suddenly clenched. Only now did he realize where the previous sense of discord came from. This wasn't any golden retriever type guy, it was clearly a young wolf. Under such profound and dangerous eyes watching, for once, he felt rare unease. But upon second thought, realizing Wang Zhe had no experience and weak pheromones, it wasn't like he could drive him crazy beyond recovery. So, steadying his mood, he didn't want to expose any sign of weakness. You've made me flow already, damn. There was none better at shamelessness than Jiang Shaoyan, though it was actually true. Instantly, Wang Zhe's face blushed crimson, averting his gaze. Yet his hand boldly ventured below to undo his pants. This is normal, omegas drip during heat, it was taught in physiology class. He stuttered, trying to justify something to calm himself down, but upon seeing the damp patch on the underwear of the person beneath him, his reason nearly snapped. Big brother. His hand unconsciously tightened its grip on Jiang Shaoyan's thigh, almost embedding his 5 fingers into the flesh. I can't hold back anymore. Jiang Shaoyan laughed. Hold what? Try holding back. Wang Zhe, already driven half insane by lust, gritted his teeth and pulled off Jiang Shaoyan's pants along with his underwear, with an uncharacteristic fierce glare. It might be a little uncomfortable. No worries, Before Jiang Shaoyan could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a penetrating intrusion. Without much effort, Wang Zhe's finger smoothly plunged into the wet opening. The burning cavity enveloped and clung to the finger, as if craving for attention, giving him an indescribably wonderful sensation that almost overwhelmed him. The throbbing pain in his lower region was unbearable. Fuck you. Jiang Shaoyan hadn't anticipated the usually bashful Wang Zhe would be so bold, not only plunging his finger inside but also beginning to thrust. Clutching Wang Zhe's arm tightly, his muscles bulged due to the force, veins showing prominently. All he could see were the slender fingers ceaselessly entering and exiting his body, leaving trails of moisture, allowing him to feel every knuckle's passage. The scene was incredibly stimulating. Though Jiang Shaoyan always talked dirty with his mouth, at his core, he was still a virgin after over 2 decades. His first heat period, his first time going to bed with someone, his mind was nowhere near as calm and composed as his words suggested. So impatient? He teased with affected nonchalance. Wang Zhe's eyes darkened. Senior brother, I'm an alpha too. Jiang Shaoyan froze momentarily. Alphas are born possessors. No matter how gentle and harmless their personalities might be, deep down, they still have a strong desire to possess omegas. The person before him had transformed dramatically from a docile large dog into a wild hungry wolf. This immense contrast unexpectedly left one utterly entranced and falling deep. Wang Zhe was driven purely by his primitive instincts clouded by pheromones, almost forgetting his nervousness and embarrassment. All he wanted was to quickly claim the omega beneath him. As he stretched him, he also kissed Jiang Shaoyan, sweating profusely in the suffocating air filled with omega scents. Beads of sweat ran down from his forehead over his handsome face, dripping from his chin onto Jiang Shaoyan's chest, mixing with the existing sweat there. Jiang Shaoyan's lower body swayed slightly from the forceful thrusts of Wang Zhe's fingers. Seeing Wang Zhe's sweat-drenched, sensual form working on him, Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but admit that his earlier words and this current appearance indeed held great charm. Though he didn't voice it, his body betrayed him by secreting more fluids, easing Wang Zhe's actions. Omegas don't need foreplay during heat periods, they can accommodate an alpha immediately. Perhaps out of concern for causing harm, Wang Zhe endured his desires and patiently stretched Jiang Shaoyan. By the time 3 fingers were inserted, Jiang Shaoyan was already heated to near combustion. Even though his entrance was occupied, his body ached with an overwhelming void that needed to be filled urgently. That's enough, come inside. If it went on any longer, he feared he'd ejaculate from finger stimulation alone, too embarrassing. Wang Zhe paused his hand action for only half a second before immediately removing his pants. His already erect member sprung free, appearing thicker than before. Swallowing reflexively, Jiang Shaoyan felt another wave of unease. Yet at this point, stopping wasn't an option anymore. Wang Zhe seemed to read his thoughts, bringing Jiang Shaoyan's hand to softly kiss the ring he had just placed on his finger. Don't be afraid. I'll make sure you feel good. Could such size truly bring comfort? Jiang Shaoyan doubted it strongly. But things had reached this stage, other than surrendering himself completely to this man, what other choice did he have? I'm not scared of anything, as long as you don't chicken out. He thought this reply was quite manly, unaware of how his flushed cheeks and rising chest made him look irresistible. Wang Zhe's eyes darkened unfathomably, while the green hue gleamed even brighter. I won't back down. I want you, I'm almost crazy with wanting you. Accompanied by his raspy voice, his monstrous erection positioned itself against Jiang Shaoyan's wet entrance and slowly pushed inside. Though an omega's body adjusts naturally to receiving during estrus, it presumes calming by alpha pheromones. Unfortunately, Wang Zhe's pheromones were weak to the point of being negligible, and so Jiang Shaoyan found his body stretched painfully open without any physiological soothing, furrowing his brows from the ache. Wang Zhe leaned down and offered his shoulder. It will get better soon, bite me if it hurts. Though Jiang Shaoyan hadn't intended to hold back, seeing the 2 deep rows of tooth marks he'd left last night on his shoulder, his heart softened a bit, choosing instead to embrace Wang Zhe's shoulders. Make me feel good already, idiot. Wang Zhe captured his lips again in a hot, moist kiss, his hands not stopping in consoling touches across Jiang Shaoyan's body. Still, these could merely ease some discomfort, the primal craving within remained unquenchable. More agonizing than the pain was the deafening roar of a beast within, yearning for its pheromonal satisfaction. By halfway penetration, Jiang Shaoyan felt as though his body would tear apart. He could go no deeper and finally surrendered his pride. Hurts, fuck, it hurts so much. Enduring his urge, Wang Zhe stopped abruptly, veins popping up on his forehead. His hoarse voice spoke gently, all right, I won't go further. Relax. Jiang Xiaoyan wanted to relax but couldn't ignore the imposing presence of the long, thick shaft inside him. After trying futilely for a while, he gave up. Screw it, do whatever you want. Still worried about inflicting pain, Wang Zhe didn't continue penetrating but maintained his half-entry posture, moving his hips slightly. A faint, barely audible sigh escaped Jiang Xiaoyan, greatly encouraging Wang Zhe, who began gently rocking his hips, withdrawing and entering again and again in small strokes, never fully plunging in. Although not soothed by pheromones, sensations of pleasure gradually welled up. Wang Zhe's movements remained incredibly gentle, the pain slowly supplanted by the tingling friction between the canal and the shaft, making his longing for pheromones grow stronger. Give me, pheromones. He groaned, attempting to obtain some solace through saliva exchange with kisses. Wang Zhe complied with a kiss. I will give them to you. I might lose control, but senior brother, please don't be scared. Why should he be scared? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't understand, frowning in complaint. Call my name. Xiaoyan. Wang Zhe's cheeks flushed red as he whispered a low call, his hands wrapping around Jiang Xiaoyan's waist while the thrusts grew increasingly forceful. His breathing became heavy and ragged. Several times, without noticing, he plunged deeper, eliciting cries of pain from Jiang Xiaoyan, who hammered at his back in frustration. Yet, Wang Zhe didn't stop, burying his head in Jiang Xiaoyan's neck as he humped and nuzzled, whispering his name again and again with a voice that was rough yet soft, sending shivers deep into Jiang Xiaoyan's heart. Jiang Xiaoyan's brain felt dazed due to the persistent heat of his estrus, worry clouding his mind about what would happen if the fool dog truly couldn't help him endure the heat. There was no way he'd consider anyone else, better to die from estrus than do so. But at this rate of pheromone influx from Wang Zhe, how long could it possibly take? Centuries. As such thoughts jumbled chaotically in his mind, Wang Zhe murmured softly in his ear, I really like you. The warmth of his breath fanned the flames of desire in Jiang Xiaoyan's head until nothing remained but surrender. His body tightened unbearably, his rear passage clenching tightly on the erection inside him. With a groan, Wang Zhe quickened his movements below, his hot breath splashing onto Jiang Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan. I'm about to. Fresh off an orgasm, Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes misted over as he followed the rhythm of the pounding, his reddened lips parting slightly with each gasp. Inside, ejaculate inside me. Wang Zhe held him even tighter, confirming once more, Xiaoyan. Do you really like me? Even with an alpha like me, weak in character and pheromones, do you really want this? Hurt from the impacts, Jiang Xiaoyan gathered the strength to utter broken sentences, yes. I want you, however it comes. Good. Wang Zhe kissed his lips and face tenderly, actions that completely contradicted the ferocity of the thrusts below. I'll give it to you, don't be afraid. Before Jiang Xiaoyan could grasp why Wang Zhe said this again, he suddenly felt an intense thrust, the thick member sinking deep halfway inside him. This caused him to arch his back with a painful yelp, followed immediately by a surge of scorching heat flooding his insides, the inner walls drenched with copious amounts of burning liquid. He gripped the bedsheet forcefully, fingers curling tightly. Fuck. Jiang Xiaoyan's pain briefly brought some clarity back to his confused mind. But then, he noticed an unusual scent wafting quietly through the air. Wang Zhe took his hand once again, his lips brushing against the ring while his gaze bored deeply into his soul. This is my loyalty to you. The unmistakable aroma of alpha pheromones. Only now did Jiang Xiaoyan identify it, shock widening his eyes as they darted to its source. That faint, nearly imperceptible smell which usually emanated from the man before him now flowed abundantly, multiplied by tenfold, 100-fold, shifting swiftly from subtle to strong to overwhelming. In just seconds, these potent alpha pheromones neutralized and then dominated the previously thick omega pheromones within the room, spreading everywhere so that even the entire house was enveloped in the alpha scent, its concentration continuing to rise, nearly suffocating. No omega could withstand such terrifying, formidable alpha pheromones without being subdued. No matter how strong Jiang Xiaoyan believed himself to be, he found his limbs going limp as sweat poured down his body. It was as if the pheromones had coalesced into an invisible hand gripping his throat and pinning him down on the bed, slowly depriving him of oxygen and leaving him dizzy and powerless, unable even to lift a finger. All he could do was stare disbelievingly at the person responsible for his predicament, his mind reeling. Still the same person outwardly, but this sudden transformation in pheromone intensity made all the difference. In an instant, one thought consumed Jiang Xiaoyan's mind. This time, Jiang Xiaoyan, you might actually get thoroughly screwed. Chapter 38. Wang Zhe slightly bent over, and the strong smell that hit Jiang Xiaoyan made his body tremble uncontrollably. The hole below, blocked by a sex organ, kept leaking large amounts of bodily fluids mixed with the white turbidity that had just been ejaculated. He tried to close his legs to cover it up, but he had no strength for any movement. Do you like it? My scent, Wang Zhe smirked lightly, handsome and charming. Jiang Xiaoyan struggled even to make a sound, what's going on? I used an alpha suppressant, it's different from the one used by omegas. After injection, I can only smell the pheromones of the omega I like. As long as I don't mate with anyone, it will be effective forever. Once I combine, it loses its effect immediately. Wang Zhe pecked his lips gently, before, some omegas tempted me with pheromones. I was afraid that if I lost control someday to my physiological instincts, so I used this. Jiang Xiaoyan. He wasn't unaware of this kind of alpha suppressant, but he never gave it much thought because why would a normal alpha use something that lowers them to the bottom rung of their own kind? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If he'd known how potent this fool dog's pheromones were, he wouldn't have hesitated before. I originally didn't plan to hide it from you. But the day I moved into the dormitory, you asked me if my pheromones were strong. If I had told you, maybe you would have been with me because of the pheromones. I didn't want it that way. Jiang Shaoyan had no idea how to react. Being deceived by his alpha for so long, naturally, he was angry. But compared to heartbreak, that anger seemed insignificant. Wang Zhe could have effortlessly gotten him with pheromones, and he could have easily intimidated other alphas with his powerful genes. Yet, for him, he willingly downgraded himself, willing to be mocked. If there was a most honest alpha award in the world, this idiot surely would win first place. Senior. Are you mad at me? Seeing his silence, Wang Zhe anxiously asked. Jiang Shaoyan came back to his senses and suddenly realized that now wasn't the time to feel sorry for the other person. He was in the worst position here. The alpha pheromones in the room finally ceased erupting violently, stabilizing at a level many times stronger than before. It was almost turning into a liquid, permeating every pore and accumulating in his organs, soaking him completely. Now Jiang Shaoyan understood why Wang Zhe had just told him not to be afraid. With such overwhelming force pinning him down, all he could do was open his body and let himself be dominated. How could that not scare someone? Yet the animal inside him, having tasted sweet nectar, became more excited rather than fearful, roaring even louder and demanding more food to satiate itself. After being slightly suppressed for a moment, the heat surged again, as if realizing there was a sumptuous banquet available, and rushed forward fiercely. There was no more time to consider anything else. We'll settle accounts later. Now, give it to me. Although Jiang Shaoyan did not finish speaking, Wang Zhe understood what he meant. Tenderly, he picked him up and placed him on his lap, holding his buttocks and slowly sinking downward, making bodily fluids and turbid whiteness coat the insides of both thighs sticky and slippery. Thanks to the pheromones, the originally tight passage opened up without difficulty instead of resisting, automatically expanding and wrapping around the still hard male member deeper inside, feeling little pain while sliding in entirely. It actually managed to take all of it in. Even Jiang Shaoyan couldn't believe it, so big. Don't really fuck me to death. He said it out of worry, yet his soft voice and misty-eyed gaze looked entirely deliberate seduction. Wang Zhe, who had always been powerless against his teasing, became flustered, his breathing irregular, the buried member swelling instantly. With his large hands gripping Jiang Shaoyan's butt, he lifted him up then squeezed his hips to push down forcefully. Ah. Fuck you. Jiang Shaoyan swore again, this time purely due to pleasure. I am fucking you. To his surprise, Wang Zhe also echoed him with dirty talk, although his face turned red, clearly still quite embarrassed. However, the actions of his lower body were clear and forceful, rapid and vigorous thrusts, each one reaching deep within and colliding with Jiang Shaoyan's posterior so vigorously it created loud, slapping sounds. Their real union had just begun. Jiang Shaoyan was already weak and listless, and after hundreds of thrusts of the thick member hitting him as though jabbing his throat, his leg roots quivered. His legs tightened around Wang Zhe's waist, his toes curled involuntarily. Breathing hot gasps, his chest heaved wildly, and his pale skin turned bright red. Although his body was limp from being pounded and nearly draped over Wang Zhe's shoulder, he still stubbornly refused to yield, fumbling for Wang Zhe's sweaty chest muscles, the rear hole contracting tightly. Wang Zhe's heart raced intensely, panting heavily, capturing Jiang Shaoyan's reckless hand and locking it behind his back to restrain him. I told you I have poor self-control. The sex organ inside him struck hard, causing Jiang Shaoyan to straighten his waist instantly. His vision turned white from the collision, and his voice got stuck in his throat. Before he could recover from the sudden rush of pleasure, Wang Zhe had already grabbed his waist, lifting it as high as possible so that only the tip of the sex organ remained inside, then forcefully pushed him down to be completely impaled. You bastard. Ah. Stop. Jiang Shaoyan cursed, but every cell in his body trembled with excitement. Beads of sweat rolled down his burning skin, being one by one sucked and kissed by Wang Zhe, leaving red marks. Wang Zhe's gaze moved upward until it reached his reddened lips for a passionate kiss. Jiang Shaoyan's tongue tingled from the suction, while Wang Zhe's half-open eyes glowed with a red light now. His usually brown-green irises looked like those of a wild beast tormented by hunger, disordered yet dangerous, tightly staring at him, clearly stimulated by desire to lose some sanity. With his mouth and hands restrained, Jiang Shaoyan had no strength left to resist. Despite Wang Zhe's lack of skill, knowing only primitive copulation rhythms, the powerful thrusts and overstimulating pheromones instead provoked the purest excitement within him. The flame of arousal kept growing hotter, nearly cooking him both inside and out. The enormous sex organ rampaged against the sensitive wet heat, pulling entirely out before ramming back in repeatedly. At first, Jiang Shaoyan stubbornly gritted his teeth against this impact, but after dozens of strokes, he was utterly fucked limp. The alpha's sex organ friction pleasure waves through the passage, making his erection stand tall, the top glistening with transparent beads of liquid, approaching climax again. Let go of me. I'm about to come. Jiang Shaoyan struggled to evade the chasing kisses, speaking brokenly. Wang Zhe's mind blurred by lust could not endure even an inch of his omega escaping. He grabbed Jiang Shaoyan's face and kissed him hard, continuously sucking on those soft lips until almost suffocating him, moving his hips and growling hoarsely, "Come, all over me." Jiang Shaoyan finally realized what it meant to suffer consequences of one's own actions. His body tensed instantly as he circled Wang Zhe's neck, helplessly moaning as he was driven to orgasm, releasing thick streams of white semen across Wang Zhe's lower abdomen. The fluid dripped downward, into the pubic hair, staining the robust and imposing sex organ that drove into his rear orifice, mingling with Wang Zhe's previously ejaculated semen. Having climaxed, Jiang Shaoyan shuddered, lowering his gaze to this scene, ashamed to even look at himself, and bit Wang Zhe's lip in retaliation. "Freak! Ah!" Before he finished cursing, he was thrown back onto the bed again, legs bent and relentlessly pounded without pause. The area around his leg roots turned crimson from repeated collisions, the junction covered in sticky liquids, soaking large portions of the sheets. During an omega's rut cycle, sensations of pleasure and orgasm are determined solely by the sensations behind them. There was no need to ask how much satisfaction was evident from his current state. Although Wang Zhe's first round lasted roughly the same as Jiang Shaoyan's, this second round stretched on considerably longer. Despite Jiang Shaoyan being male and feeling quite humiliated to be surpassed in such ways, even his weak protests couldn't stop Wang Zhe. With just a slight release of pheromones, Jiang Shaoyan went limp again. "You. Just wait." Jiang Shaoyan ground his teeth, though his words were fractured, his voice too soft to hold any threat. Wang Zhe's hot sweat dripped constantly from his forehead. Clutching his omega's shoulders, he ruthlessly slammed into his groin repeatedly, his taut waist thrusting faster, reaching the final moments. He buried his head in Jiang Shaoyan's neck, extending his tongue to lick the gland exuding tempting scents. "Say again that you like me." Unable to resist the command laced with pheromones, Jiang Shaoyan muttered, "Like, I like you the most. Only you. Ugh." At that moment, the gland was pierced by sharp teeth, simultaneously sending another massive surge of hot liquid deep into his body. It didn't just fill him up, strong and potent alpha pheromones surged into his system like a tidal wave, washing over every nerve ending, making all his cells tremble in excitement. Jiang Shaoyan had no strength left to clench the sheets, lying sprawled-legged, his neck firmly bitten, forced to accept the fierce baptism of pheromones inside and out. Unable to control his convulsions, his eyes lost focus. Too terrifying. This young wolf cub was too terrifying. He was just like prey that had been targeted, with absolutely no power to escape. This feeling was spine-chilling, yet it gave him goosebumps and an indescribable pleasure as if he no longer belonged to himself. His entire being was invaded by another person's scent, turning him into someone else's possession, forever deprived of freedom. But the scent was so overwhelming and alluring that it made him willing to submit and follow. Once tasted, it became indispensable and sweetly addicting. Chapter 39. As night fell, the pheromone smell in the room had dissipated significantly. "Know what you did wrong." Wang Zhe obediently knelt on the floor beside the bed and meekly said, "I do. I shouldn't have hidden the suppressant from you." Jiang Shaoyan furrowed his brow, "Go away, who even said that? Why didn't you stop when I told you to earlier?" After doing it for half the day on the bed, it was already dark outside. He was utterly drained and allowed Wang Zhe to hold him as they went to the bathroom for cleaning. But halfway through, he was pressed against the wall tiles again for over an hour. In the end, he was carried out like a broken puppet, and he had to be fed dinner. It was already late at night here. Thanks to the amazing recovery power of omegas during their heat, Jiang Shaoyan managed to regain some strength. Wang Zhe wanted to go to bed, but he kicked him down. "But senior, you were in heat again, and you asked me to go harder." Wang Zhe said pitifully. Jiang Shaoyan choked a little, feeling embarrassed. "I said that at first, but didn't I say no later? How could you keep going? Do you even understand moderation?" He needed to set some rules now, otherwise this young wolf would grow up and probably play around with him on the bed in unimaginable ways later. Wang Zhe's fingers twisted the corner of his pajamas. The silver ring gleamed brightly under the desk lamp. "I couldn't help myself. Senior said he liked me, gave me the ring, and took off his clothes. With any one of those, I couldn't control myself, let alone all three together. I've already tried my best to restrain myself." Still backchatting? "Even if I seduce you actively, once I say no, you must absolutely restrain yourself, got it?" Actually, Jiang Shaoyan wasn't serious about making him do so, he just wanted to verbally bully him and scare him a bit since he himself had been abused mercilessly in bed, and it seemed fair to pay him back in words. Wang Zhe lowered his eyelids, hiding his hazel green eyes, and immediately became as compliant as a golden retriever. "Does senior not enjoy being with me? What did I do wrong? Hell." Jiang Shaoyan almost suspected he had multiple personality disorder. Who exactly was the person torturing him relentlessly before? "I'm getting annoyed to death by you." In his annoyance, he spoke without thinking, without any ill intention. But after hearing it, Wang Zhe buried his head lower, his long eyelashes casting a shadow on his face. He bit his lips and remained silent. "I didn't mean that." Jiang Xiaoyan at least learned from his mistake quickly enough to realize he had hurt Wang Zhe's feelings with his words. I was annoyed because, every time you make such expressions, I can't handle it. I don't know what to do with you. Also, I'm always thinking about your stuff normally, it's troublesome, but not in the way I dislike you. Alright, come up. Hearing this last sentence, Wang Zhe immediately got on the bed and hugged Jiang Xiaoyan tightly, lying down with him. Senior has been thinking about me all the time. I'm so happy. Yeah, how could you be so stupid, so annoying, Jiang Xiaoyan muttered unhappily, yet his hands instinctively circled around the broad back of the person in front of him, nestling into the warm embrace. Alpha's scent made him yearn so much, why call me senior again? You can call my name too. I'm used to calling you that, and many people call you by your name. Calling you senior makes me feel more special. Wang Zhe blushed slightly at the tips of his ears, reverting back to his usual shy and awkward self. Jiang Xiaoyan, oh, no problem then. After this, only you and my family are allowed to call my name. If others dare to call me, I'll seal their mouths with duct tape. Wang Zhe. I mean it. Jiang Xiaoyan picked up his phone on the bedside table and sent a message in the friend group decisively. From now on, only my boyfriend is allowed to call my name. Those who understood, reply with a 1. Lu Han replied instantly, Xiaoyan, how are you even Xiaoyan? Did someone put a curse on you? Jiang Xiaoyan, if I call Xiao, darling, how do you feel about it? Lu Han, 1. Jiang Xiaoyan added another line, anyone not replying with a 1 will get a private chat with me soon. Instantly. Luo Yongheng, 1. Su Qian, 11,111. Xiao, 1 ha 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 ha. Wang Zhe looked at Jiang Xiaoyan checking the replies with complex emotions, is this really appropriate? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't care, no big deal. Anyway, they mostly call me Yan Gu. From now on, my name is your exclusive title. Go ahead and call it. Wang Zhe smiled helplessly, Xiaoyan. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction, then felt something was missing, how do you want me to call you? He wouldn't call him stupid dog if Wang Zhe disliked it, though still kept calling silently inside his heart. Wang Zhe shyly turned away his gaze, then peeked back with a blush. I want to hear you call me brother. Jiang Xiaoyan was startled, why? Because that way, it seems I'm not younger than you. Jiang Xiaoyan found it amusing and nudged his knees against Wang Zhe below, you're not younger than me anyway. No, that's not what I meant, Wang Zhe's face turned bright red as he held onto him tighter. I don't want you to think I'm too young and need your care. I want to be your support and take care of you. Besides, when you call other people brother, it feels so different, so obedient, so good, so cute. Jiang Xiaoyan never thought he would be called cute in his life. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he hammered his chest awkwardly to cover his discomfort. What are you thinking about? It's no big deal, I'll do it for you. Wang Zhe looked happy but soon frowned, still, it feels like you're calling me by a term for older cousins. Then I'll stop calling others brother and add their names instead, like Yan Gu or something, and only call you brother. Wang Zhe widened his eyes, is that allowed? Why not? It's just a title. Jiang Xiaoyan curled up the corner of his lips and deliberately stretched out the tone, calling sweetly, big brother. Are you satisfied? Wang Zhe nodded furiously, so content he didn't know what to say. Jiang Xiaoyan massaged the back of his head and touched his cheek, watching the clear gaze before him dim slowly, and the handsome face draw nearer until the familiar warmth and touch reached his lips. The beast inside him began to stir once again. This night was truly going to be long. Chapter 40. When the bright noon sunlight shone on his eyelids, Jiang Xiaoyan had no choice but to open his eyes. In a daze, he began to space out as last night's memories gradually came back to him. He had barely slept all night. The suppressed estrus heat of many years had come with an overwhelming force, wave after wave without respite. But compared to him, Wang Zhe seemed more like the one completely dominated by the estrus period, eyes glowing green at just the scent of even the slightest omega pheromones. He would constantly nuzzle and kiss Jiang Xiaoyan, and once he gave in and nodded in agreement, Wang Zhe would pounce and enter him urgently. Each time it started enthusiastically and ended with utter exhaustion. Now, his strength was somewhat restored. As Jiang Xiaoyan moved slightly to change his position, he suddenly noticed that the thing was still embedded inside him. You're awake. Wang Zhe, woken up by his movements, rubbed his eyes and kissed the forehead of the omega in his arms with a raspy voice. Do you want to eat something? Jiang Xiaoyan's face turned slightly red, and he coughed awkwardly twice. Ahem, just get out. Wang Zhe didn't understand. What? Do you want to change clothes? Jiang Xiaoyan pushed his chest gently. I mean, you get out. Wang Zhe hesitated for a moment, realizing it instantly as his face turned red. So sorry, I didn't realize he quickly pulled out, concerned as he lifted the blanket. Is there anything wrong? I think. Before he finished, Jiang Xiaoyan noticed below that upon the departure of Wang Zhe's member, a thick white turbid fluid flowed out, dripping onto the sheet along his thigh. It was from their morning session when they couldn't resist another round right after cleaning up. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's frozen movement, his eyes started to darken again immediately. Not aloud, Jiang Xiaoyan said firmly. Wang Zhe looked up, seemingly aggrieved, but I haven't said anything. You don't need to say it, your eyes say it all. After this night, Jiang Shaoyan understood him too well and muttered weakly, "Go get me something to eat first, you almost killed me." Still listening obediently, Wang Zhe got off the bed and immediately headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Watching his spirited back, Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but suspect if he'd taken some kind of aphrodisiac, how could he endure an entire night of relentless work without any sign of fatigue? Not only did Wang Zhe cook a few simple dishes, but he also called nearby restaurants to order takeout for brunch. By the time Jiang Shaoyan came out after bathing, half the dining table was already filled with food, from dim sum and porridge to meat and vegetable side dishes, even desserts and drinks. So, this is for nourishing my body. Carrying the last bowl of soup from the kitchen, Wang Zhe indeed nodded in response, "You'll be relatively weak these next few days. Last night was tough, you need to replenish nutrients properly." Jiang Shaoyan smiled and waved him over, "Come here." Wang Zhe put down the soup and walked over obediently, "What is it?" Unable to resist, Jiang Shaoyan hooked his neck and leaned in, deeply inhaling the scent of his own LPH before feeling somewhat relieved. They were tangled together all night long, his body repeatedly marked by the strong LPH pheromones, so much so that even now, when Wang Zhe was away for a moment, he felt uneasy all over. It was almost like being addicted to drugs. "Hold me while we eat," he declared confidently. Surprised, Wang Zhe blushed again, shyly replying, "Sure." Leaning down, one hand around Jiang Shaoyan's waist, the other hooking under his long legs, he carried him sideways and sat down, allowing Jiang Shaoyan to sit on his lap before pulling him into an embrace. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaoyan found a comfortable position, picked up chopsticks and started eating, while Wang Zhe held him still and occasionally reminded him which dish he should eat more of. "Aren't you hungry?" Jiang Shaoyan asked with a mouthful of food. Wang Zhe shook his head with a gentle smile, "You go ahead, you're more tired." His gaze drifted down, noticing a few red marks on Jiang Shaoyan's pale neck, causing him instant concern as he stroked them gently. "I lost control last night, sorry." Jiang Shaoyan glanced at him, "Oh, so you finally realized?" "Yeah." Wang Zhe carefully snuggled closer, apologizing, "I got too excited and forgot myself." Jiang Shaoyan chuckled and teased, lifting his chin, "Now do you believe I like you?" "Yes. I believe it." Wang Zhe nodded vigorously, extremely obedient. "You should have believed it sooner. You were such an idiot. No wonder you acted so strangely earlier, it turns out you were imagining things all by yourself without asking me. I was afraid if I asked and you said you didn't like me, then there would be absolutely no chance." At least by not asking, there was a sliver of hope. Wang Zhe lowered his eyelashes, "Everyone kept saying you wouldn't like me." Jiang Shaoyan's heart softened at the sight of him. He could understand how much the environment could influence a person, especially someone like Wang Zhe who had always been told he lacked LPH traits since he was young. And now, Wang Zhe had fallen for him, an aggressive Omega, who previously kept saying he preferred more dominant LPHs. It made sense that Wang Zhe would feel insecure. "I apologize, okay? I didn't expect you to be so stupid." "Sorry," Jiang Shaoyan said half-jokingly. Wang Zhe also smiled, "As long as you don't despise me." His face radiated with sunshine and brilliance. Unfortunately, this brilliant sunshine didn't last long before it transformed back into deep, overwhelming desire. Jiang Shaoyan hadn't even noticed his own pheromones starting to leak when he was suddenly carried up onto the dining table. "Shit, I haven't finished eating yet, wait, The insult halfway turned into a different tune because something hard under his sleep pants brushed against him. Wang Zhe pushed the dinner plates aside, laying Jiang Shaoyan down on the table. Supporting himself on either side of his head, he inhaled the overly sweet scent of Omega pheromones in the air, breathing hotly but dared not move. He spoke apprehensively, I think I'm losing control again. I'm sorry." Jiang Shaoyan was exasperated. He kicked out with his foot, pushing Wang Zhe away. "Get lost. Can you let me finish my meal first? Even I can restrain myself, why can't you?" Wang Zhe grasped Jiang Shaoyan's foot, placing it on his pounding chest. Closing his eyes for a moment to calm down, when he opened them again, they were even darker green. Then he bent down, lightly kissing his Omega's plump toes. "It's because it's you. I can't help it." After hearing those words, Jiang Shaoyan couldn't hold back anymore. The meal was never finished in the end. Instead, Wang Zhe ravished him from all angles thoroughly. This time, it got too rough. Halfway through, Wang Zhe found his sensitive spot and focused his thrusts there without stopping. At first, Jiang Shaoyan managed to grit his teeth in silence, but soon enough, he couldn't keep quiet any longer. Being driven mad by relentless thrusts, his legs trembled so badly that he couldn't even manage to hold on to Wang Zhe's waist. All he could do was collapse limply on the dining table, leaving him at Wang Zhe's mercy. Eventually, his throat became hoarse from shouting, a mix of cursing and indistinct moans. When he'd been brought to climax for the umpteenth time, lying lifelessly on the table, staring vacantly at the LPH above him, his mind hazily recalled his once naive assumption that Wang Zhe was the herbivore type. If only time could rewind, he would surely slap his past self soundly for being so mistaken. Chapter 41. It wasn't until the third day that the frequent and recurring heat started to subside. Over these 3 days, from the bed to the bathroom, from the living room sofa to the study floor, the entire house was infused with the mingled scent of their pheromones. An omega's heat typically lasts for 3 days, but Jiang Shaoyan had been using suppressants for so long that the rebound was severe. On the 4th day, there were still noticeable signs of heat, though it was more manageable than before, no longer obsessively consumed by thoughts of one thing when the heat surged. After being confined indoors for several days, they felt a little stifled. Once Wang Zhe confirmed that Jiang Shaoyan's physical condition was temporarily fine, he agreed to the suggestion of going out. However, they couldn't go too far to avoid any unexpected situations. Before leaving, Jiang Shaoyan casually put on a coat, but Wang Zhe quickly stopped him, zipping up his jacket and fetching a scarf. Layer after layer, he wrapped Jiang Shaoyan's neck, marked by several red marks, concealing it entirely. His face was half buried in the scarf, only exposing a pair of pitch-black and cold eyes. "This is so cute," Wang Zhe murmured. Jiang Shaoyan's pale skin made his dark, bright eyes stand out even more. With half of his face covered, his usual rebellious expression was muted, making him seem somewhat meeker, though this was purely on the surface. "Who's cute?" "Your whole family is cute," he rolled his eyes. Wang Zhe laughed foolishly as he held his hand and walked out. 10 minutes later, they stood in an indoor basketball court. With the Lunar New Year approaching and the harsh winter, hardly anyone came to play. They found an empty hoop, rented a ball, and began warming up. The indoor heating was sufficient, and Jiang Shaoyan took off his coat and scarf, finally breaking free from the layers of insulation. After stretching his wrists, he arrogantly arched his eyebrows at Wang Zhe. "How many rounds do I let you have?" Actually, his basketball skills were average, but he had never seen Wang Zhe play and assumed he didn't know how. Wang Zhe smiled, "You don't need to let me win anyway. I'll never beat you." Jiang Shaoyan indifferently, then immediately got into position, crouching to dribble the ball. Wang Zhe also quickly entered focus, staring intently at the ball in his hands. TSK, the fool looked even more handsome when he was serious. Jiang Shaoyan whistled mentally but remained expressionless on the outside. His sharp gaze swept over Wang Zhe's weak points, suddenly darting swiftly past Wang Zhe's raised right arm, jumping to shoot the ball. Bang! The basketball cleanly swished through the net and hit the ground. Jiang Shaoyan scored smoothly on his first shot and smirked slightly, "My touch is good today." "Amazing, senior brother," Wang Zhe exclaimed with stars in his eyes. "Learn something." At the start, Jiang Shaoyan had the upper hand, barely letting Wang Zhe even touch the ball. But as they progressed, changes began to appear. His height and build gave him advantages, and he learned quickly, mimicking the feints Jiang Shaoyan had just performed flawlessly. "Not bad. If you can score 10 points from me in the next hour, there'll be a reward." Jiang Shaoyan patted his head. "Got it." With the incentive of the reward, Wang Zhe worked harder, transitioning from pure defense to active offense. Several times, he successfully stole the ball from Jiang Shaoyan, but unfortunately lacked shooting accuracy and failed to score. He stared at the basket in thought, then after grabbing the ball again, decided not to attempt a long-range shot but instead dashed directly under the hoop and jumped for a slam dunk. Jiang Shaoyan also leaped to block, but due to his height advantage, Wang Zhe jumped higher with better hang time, achieving the dunk just as Jiang Shaoyan was descending. Bang! The ball went in, shaking the rim violently. As Jiang Shaoyan landed, he muttered with a smirk, "Too unfair. You're taking advantage of being taller than me." The smile on Wang Zhe's face immediately turned anxious. "I didn't. I'm not. I won't do it again." "What are you panicking about?" Jiang Shaoyan grinned mischievously, deliberately releasing a trace of his pheromones as he leaned closer and lowered his voice. "I like being bullied by you. Bully me a bit more, big brother." Wang Zhe's face turned instantly scarlet. In the remaining time, he was unable to concentrate properly because he had to hide a certain embarrassing area, repeatedly missing opportunities. Fortunately, he was wearing loose athletic pants, and his casual hoodie helped mask any issues. Jiang Shaoyan scored frequently, reasserting his dominance, feeling confident and proud. Brother Yen has 100 ways to ensure he doesn't lose face. By the end of the hour, Wang Zhe had only managed 5 points and looked disheartened. "I'll practice hard next time." "Is there another chance for the reward?" "Depends," Jiang Shaoyan chuckled inside, "practicing basketball might not be as useful as improving your self-control. You're so easily tempted. In the future, will you get lured away by any other Omega?" "It won't happen. I only react this way to you." Wang Zhe protested urgently, raising his left hand adorned with a ring to swear, "My heart and eyes are solely for you." "Alright, drop it. I was just joking." Jiang Shaoyan pulled down his hand. The bashful fool was truly shy, but if you said he was straightforward, that was true too. When expressing his feelings, there was never any hesitation or ambiguity. Direct and sincere words paired with his earnest and resolute expression couldn't help but make one's heart race. Jiang Shaoyan held his hand lightly, pinching it for a moment as he tilted his head up to look at him, a faintly suggestive smile playing on the corner of his lips. "Big brother, I'm feeling a bit hot." Wang Zhe's breathing instantly became disordered. So we should go back, right?" Jiang Shaoyan was unusually compliant today. He wrapped himself back up to the tight state from before they left, preventing his restless pheromones from leaking out. After returning the rented basketball and preparing to walk home, they had just reached the gymnasium entrance when they were met by 4 or 5 boys about their age. Laughing and talking, the group passed them by, but suddenly one of the boys stopped in his tracks. What the hell? Wang Zhe. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan turned around and, seeing a familiar face, asked Wang Zhe, who had also turned, "Do you know him?" Wang Zhe frowned but remained silent. The boy sneered, "I didn't expect to run into you here. My grudge from last time hasn't been settled yet. Let's settle it outside." "Wang Zhe, I don't have time now. Moreover, the 3 of you couldn't beat me last time, do you really want to fight me alone?" As soon as he mentioned this, Jiang Xiaoyan remembered, wasn't this Zhang Hong, one of the 3 from the school basketball team who had fought with Wang Zhe just before winter break? Zhang Hong originally thought that with his gang's superiority in numbers, 5 people dealing with one shouldn't be an issue, but Wang Zhe's statement restricted the battle to one-on-one. If Zhang Hong sought reinforcements now, it would show weakness, and even if he won, it wouldn't be a fair victory. For young men in their teenage years, nothing was more embarrassing than losing face. "One-on-one then, I'm not afraid of you," Zhang Hong bluffed, his confidence wavering. "But I really don't have time." "Don't have time? I bet you're just looking for an excuse to run away." The other boys who had come along joined in with jeers. Jiang Xiaoyan took off the scarf covering his face, expressionless. "He doesn't have time, but I do. Senior brother Yan. Years of prestige at T University weren't just for show." As soon as Zhang Hong caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyan's ferocious cold gaze, the overbearing arrogance he initially exhibited immediately diminished. A friend of his once offended Jiang Xiaoyan. That friend could also be considered physically robust, yet ended up being beaten black and blue and admitted to the hospital like all the foolish alphas who picked fights with Jiang. When he went to visit him, this friend mentioned that Zhou Rui from the same basketball team seemed to take an interest in Jiang Xiaoyan. Instantly, the friend grabbed his hand, earnestly pleading. "Please tell Zhou Rui not to risk it. That Omega isn't really an Omega. No, he isn't human." The shock and fear in that friend's face were unforgettable. So previously, when Zhang Hong saw that Zhou Rui seemingly hadn't exerted much effort to chase after Jiang Xiaoyan, he admired him, though afterward, Jiang kicked him to the curb. In the middle of things, an underclassman appeared out of nowhere, overpowering Zhou Rui, one of the renowned figures of T University, and tamed the notorious school bully Omega, Jiang Xiaoyan. For a while, legends about this student spread across the campus. After being rejected by the newcomer, Zhou Rui had always been irked. He frequently complained to them, mocking how weak the newcomer was. As friends and teammates, naturally, Zhang Hong couldn't stand by. That day, upon encountering Wang Zhe and seeing Zhou Rui getting ready to fight him, Zhang Hong jumped in too. But no one expected the new student to not be as weak as Zhou Rui described him. Instead, he was incredibly strong. They were dumbfounded when they found themselves beaten to the ground within minutes, followed shortly by Zhou Rui suffering the same fate. Zhang Hong couldn't help but think. "Brother, with this gap in strength, it's no wonder your Omega ran off with him." Still, thinking is one thing, losing face is another. He didn't dare bring this matter up to his parents, harboring anger in his heart wanting revenge, and this was a perfect opportunity, except Jiang Xiaoyan stepped in. It was known that Wang Zhe could take on 3 opponents at once. And while Jiang Xiaoyan might handle 2, did that mean there was still no chance of winning? "Senior brother Yan, this is between him and me, please stay out of it." The few other guys weren't from T University and, seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's delicate and pale appearance, couldn't help but laugh. "Zhang Hong, why are you being so polite to an Omega?" "Not that, you guys," Zhang Hong started, intending to say, "Watch your mouths," but already Jiang Xiaoyan's cold eyes swept over them. "Think it's awesome to be an alpha?" His knuckles cracked with a popping sound. "Want senior brother to teach you alphas how to respect Omegas?" Several proud alpha males furrowed their brows, clearly ready to blow up, but all of a sudden, a subtle sweet scent of pheromones floated through the air. Upon inhaling it, something stirred deep inside them, and their expressions toward the Omega before them became somewhat complex. Wang Zhu immediately wrapped his arms around Jiang Xiaoyan from behind to stop his movement, pulling him into his own embrace, and his large hand covered Jiang's entire face. "Sorry, I really have something today. Next time, wherever you want to fight, I'll be there, An." His chest was tightly pressed against Jiang Xiaoyan's back, and his deep voice resonated in his ear. "He's mine, don't look at him." Jiang Xiaoyan's heart rate suddenly increased. Before he had the chance to turn around and see the expression of the person behind him, Wang Zhe turned with him in his arms and hurriedly carried him away. From this angle, he could only see the rugged and handsome profile of the alpha. The group left behind looked at each other in confusion, and after a while, someone whispered. "Shit, who is that alpha? He seems even more ruthless than your Rui brother." Zhang Hong still felt a lingering sense of unease. He remembered seeing that same look in Wang Zhe's eyes before. Last time, when Zhou Rui mocked Wang Zhe to his face, saying Jiang Xiaoyan would end up begging to be with him, Wang Zhe instantly changed expression. It was like a wolf whose territory had been invaded. His eyes glinted green with fury, terrifying anyone who saw them. Swallowing hard, Zhang Hong murmured helplessly, "A new generation pushes out the old." Chapter 42. The two walked back home along the same route, and the gate closed behind them. Jiang Xiaoyan reached out to pull at Wang Zhe's stern face. You were so intimidating just now. You startled me. Wang Zhe's expression softened immediately. I'm sorry, I acted impulsively. You didn't say anything wrong. Jiang Xiaoyan took off his scarf and coat and hung them on the hanger, then turned around and opened his arms toward him. I am of course yours. Come give your Omega a hug. Wang Zhe's ears turned red, obediently stepping over to embrace him and softly asking, is the senior trying to act cute on me? So what if I am? There's nothing. It's just that. I've been feeling so happy these past few days it feels like I could die of it. I often wonder, am I not dreaming this? Jiang Xiaoyan found this amusing and tiptoed to bite his lower lip. Does it hurt? A little. Then it's not a dream. Jiang Xiaoyan leaned in again to kiss the spot he just bit, and you're mine too. Chapter 43. On this day, after everything was done, Jiang Xiaoyan's first heat period finally ended. After going through it all, his entire being from inside out exuded Wang Zhe's scent, signaling that the two had officially formed a partner relationship. Poor old Mr. Jiang only found out about this shocking news after his son had been completely claimed by another. What? Jiang Xiaoyan moved his phone further away. Dad, I'm almost deaf from your yelling. Could you please be quieter? How am I supposed to stay calm when my son has been slept with? Tisk, technically, it's your son who slept with someone else. Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled and glanced at Wang Zhe sitting nervously nearby due to his father-in-law's roar. Would you like to say something to him? At this, Wang Zhe immediately prepared as if facing an impending war, anxiously receiving the speakerphone in both hands. Uncle. Jiang Xiaoyan kicked him. What should you call him? Wang Zhe quickly corrected himself. Dad. Mr. Jiang sighed, a mix of anger and amusement. Young man, didn't you go a bit too fast? I know you truly love my son, and I approve of you too, but this came too suddenly for me. I have no idea how to accept it. You've acted without consulting anyone before making your decision. Jiang Xiaoyan interjected. So what? Should we have called to report ourselves before getting into bed? Didn't you already know my heat period was approaching? There's really nothing I can do about you. Mr. Jiang was utterly helpless against his unconventional son but still deeply concerned about him. How is your body doing now? Any side effects from the inhibitor's failure? I'm fine. Your future son-in-law has taken excellent care of me. Jiang Xiaoyan lazily lounged on Wang Zhe's broad shoulder, pinching his crimson ears. Say something. Stumbling over his words, Wang Zhe replied, Dad, Xiaoyan is fine, I will take good care of him, rest assured. After asking some detailed questions carefully, upon confirming there were no abnormalities with his son's health, Mr. Jiang let out a sigh of relief and reluctantly accepted the fact that he had become an unexpected father-in-law. Changing the subject, he said. Honey, I'll be working during the New Year celebration the day after tomorrow and won't be able to accompany you. Sorry, you'll be alone. That's fine. Shall I just go to Grandpa and Grandma's place by myself? Yes, they've been looking forward to seeing you. Mr. Jiang considered for a moment then added, bring young Wang along to meet them. Wang Zhe was shocked. Sure. After Jiang Xiaoyan finished his conversation with his father and hung up the phone, Wang Zhe still knitted his brows anxiously, pondering, what gifts should I bring for your grandparents? What should I wear? Should I give them a heads up? It's not proper to visit unannounced. Jiang Xiaoyan flicked his forehead, don't worry so much, they're easygoing people. But Wang Zhe couldn't shake off his uneasiness. He spent the whole night searching on his phone for what gifts to bring to your significant other's grandparents for the first meeting, and got up early the next morning specifically to go to the market to buy a heap of ingredients. Then, he also went to the mall to purchase numerous health supplements and several massage devices for the elderly. In the morning, when Jiang Xiaoyan woke up and didn't find anyone beside him, he rubbed his eyes and walked downstairs, seeing Wang Zhe bustling around enthusiastically in the kitchen. It's only morning, why are you cooking already? Turning back, Wang Zhe replied, I want to practice a few signature dishes to cook for your grandparents tomorrow. My culinary skills aren't very proficient. Jiang Xiaoyan approached, leaned over his back, and peered into the pot, noticing they were all light, everyday dishes, hence recalling the question he'd asked about what kind of food his grandparents preferred. Where exactly do you feel your cooking isn't good enough? I think what you make tastes quite delicious. Wang Zhe paused for a moment, smiled faintly, Senior, there's no need to comfort me, I only know how to cook one or two things, even breakfast, it's just sandwiches which made you get bored and lose your appetite. How can I not learn more? At this, Jiang Xiaoyan froze. When did I ever say I got bored? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, he recalled the hurtful words he had spoken in anger that day. No wonder Wang Zhe hadn't made breakfast afterwards, instead opting for pre-made meals every time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. They were just angry words, don't take them to heart. He rubbed up against Wang Zhe from behind ingratiatingly, I thought you were deliberately cooking fully cooked eggs for me while making soft-boiled ones for yourself to irritate me. Also, since you were acting strangely those days, I mistakenly thought you disliked my temper and no longer loved me, which upset me emotionally, leading to me losing control. I'm sorry. How could I possibly stop loving you? Wang Zhe hurried to turn around to defend. Jiang Xiaoyan held him down, alright, I understand you care most about me. Can you forgive me? He even batted his eyelashes playfully. Wang Zhe instantly became flustered, oh of course. I never blamed you in the first place. You're so kind. Jiang Xiaoyan leaned closer and planted a forceful kiss on his face, I truly haven't been dissatisfied with your cooking. My grandpa and grandma will definitely adore you, so don't feel pressured. Wang Zhe's handsome face turned red halfway, shyly nodding, softly responding with a gentle mm. Later, under Jiang Xiaoyan's coquettish pleas, Wang Zhe finally made another sandwich with a fried egg, this time with a runny yolk. Chapter 44. On the morning of New Year's Eve, the two of them set out early with large and small bags, taking a taxi to visit Jiang Xiaoyan's grandparents. The elderly couple lived in a small villa on the outskirts of the city, where the lush greenery and fresh air made it an ideal place for retirement. Jiang Xiaoyan had already called ahead to let them know they were coming. As soon as the car entered the neighborhood, they could see the grandparents waiting anxiously at the door. Getting out of the car, he immediately went over to greet his grandparents. They hadn't seen each other for several months, but they were still robust and full of spirit, which reassured Jiang Xiaoyan. He then turned around and helped Wang Zhe with the things in the trunk, leading him to meet his grandparents. This is the boyfriend I told you about, Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe stood stiffly there, feeling nervous as he was being scrutinized. Young Wang is quite handsome. How old are you? Grandpa Jiang asked with a smile. 20. Wang Zhe glanced nervously at Jiang Xiaoyan after speaking, realizing he'd reported his age in lunar years. Jiang Xiaoyan understood his subtle thoughtfulness and added, though he's younger than me, he's really good to me, very mature and steady. Right? I should count as such. Look, he's even humble. Jiang Xiaoyan patted his shoulder and gestured to the grandparents, let's go inside. Don't stay out here in the wind. As soon as they stepped through the gate, there came two barks. A big golden retriever ran out from the house, its ears flapping and tail wagging excitedly, clearly recognizing its owner's presence. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly put down the items in his hands and squatted down, only to be tackled into a loving hug by the dog. Missed me, stupid dog. With affection, Jiang Xiaoyan rubbed its head and stroked its sleek fur downward. The golden retriever obediently nuzzled against its master's palm, its shiny black eyes gazing warmly. Seeing this, Wang Zhe also squatted down and said, it's so well behaved. Grandma laughed, of course, it's very obedient. It always barks when strangers come. Really? Holding the golden retriever's front paw and turning it toward Wang Zhe, Jiang Xiaoyan teased, stupid dog, why didn't you bark at him? Do you recognize that he's your kind? Senior. Wang Zhe chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding. Jiang Xiaoyan leaned closer, whispering softly, I really like you. Since their misunderstanding was resolved, Jiang Xiaoyan seemed intent on making up for his previous negligence. Words of affection were on the tip of his tongue every day, and declarations came almost hourly, making Wang Zhe's heart race repeatedly. Only after seeing how you spoil it do I realize how much I've taken for granted my own blessings, sighed Wang Zhe. Jiang Xiaoyan calling him stupid dog was never meant as an insult, rather, it signified liking him. Unfortunately, Wang Zhe had completely misinterpreted it. It's fine, Jiang Xiaoyan bumped Wang Zhe's shoulder, it's my fault. I should have listened to Luo Yongheng sooner. In the future, I'll spoil you more to make up for your hurt little heart. The golden retriever barked twice, seemingly dissatisfied that another Wang was now occupying the position it once held in its owner's heart. Wang Zhe showed off his cooking skills during lunch and dinner, not wasting the practice from yesterday. Jiang's grandparents couldn't praise his culinary talents enough, and even the golden retriever happily munched on leftover meat. After dinner, the family watched the gala in the living room. The elders fell asleep quickly due to their age, and after escorting his grandparents to their bedroom, Jiang Xiaoyan lounged back on the sofa, his head comfortably resting on Wang Zhe's legs. Cute one, come over. He called to the two stuffed cats cuddling and playing together nearby, who instantly jumped onto the sofa and started rubbing against his hands. Jiang Xiaoyan petted the cats with one hand while massaging Wang Zhe's head with the other, enjoying his moment of embracing both his pets and partner. With both cats and dogs in his life, he truly felt like the ultimate winner in life. Wang Zhe lost all focus on the show and just indulgently allowed himself to be petted. Sensing the competition for attention, the two cats meowed softly and licked Jiang Xiaoyan's hand gently. My cats are cute, right? This one's name is Kiki, and this one is AI. Jiang Xiaoyan's naming style was straightforward yet forceful. Wang Zhe smiled faintly, they're cute, but none of them are as cute as you. Tisk, did you put too much sugar in the dinner? Your mouth is so sweet. Why were you never this talkative before? Because. I didn't dare, Wang Zhe's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy, afraid you'd find me annoying. Jiang Xiaoyan hated seeing that expression on his face, alright, let's settle some old accounts today since we're alone. Where did you ever get the idea that I liked someone else? Didn't I make it clear enough? That night I kissed you and asked you to be my alpha. Isn't that proof enough that I like you? Wang Zhe realized his mistake and admitted weakly, I thought, but then I heard Zhou Rui forced you, and assumed you dumped him because you had no choice, so I figured you were with me out of necessity. Where did you get that idea? Didn't I say it clearly when Yao Yi came causing trouble? I don't like Zhou Rui. You're the one I adore. Wang Zhe widened his eyes in surprise. Did senior actually mean me? Who else could it be? Do you think it was Zhou Rui? Goodness. Didn't my asking you to mark me later prove everything? You only mentioned wanting my pheromones at that time. Jiang Xiaoyan was completely speechless, realizing all his affectionate actions these past few months had gone to waste, hadn't even been picked up by this silly dog. Then. I also have a question for you. Wang Zhe said cautiously. Go ahead. That time after you let me mark you, you kept sleeping with me until one day you suddenly refused. The next day, you were especially cold to me. Not until I heard my brother was coming over did you get along with me again. Wang Zhe felt a bit disheartened. I thought you lost interest in me and started liking my brother. Jiang Xiaoyan paused, recalling what he went through at that time, and suddenly remembered the night when "my treasure" was whispered. His face flushed red instantly. It's because. It's all your fault. He still couldn't bring himself to admit he couldn't sleep because of such a simple term of endearment. Wang Zhe was stunned, really asking dumbly, what did I do wrong? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't want to expose himself, so he resorted to his ultimate move, kiss me, and I'll tell you. Wang Zhe fell for it immediately, all his questions forgotten in an instant. All he saw now was the Omega lying on his legs, eyes closed, waiting for a kiss. His Adam's apple moved as he leaned down and gently kissed him. While being softly kissed by Wang Zhe, Jiang Xiaoyan was thinking about how to make his easily embarrassed alpha call out that endearment again. Just the thought of it made his heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 45. A month-long winter vacation is neither too long nor too short. Jiang Xiaoyan stayed at Wang Zhe's house for 3 weeks, and in the last week, he returned home to accompany his lonely father who had just come back from a business trip. On the first day back in the dormitory after school resumed, while Jiang Xiaoyan was still on his way, Wang Zhe had already messaged him, saying that the dormitory had been cleaned. As always, Wang Zhe remained considerate. That evening, Lu Han and Xiao Xiao, whom Jiang hadn't seen for over a month, invited him out for hot pot. They specifically instructed that family members were welcome to join. Jiang Xiaoyan smirked upon reading the message, decided to grant their wish, and confidently brought Wang Zhe along. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Lu Han spotted them and waved, shouting, Xiao Yan Bao. Come sit here. Jiang Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. This guy had remembered at least some of what he said before, but the nickname was truly infuriating. He walked up and delivered a punch to Lu Han. Try calling me that again. In pain, Lu Han quickly dodged behind Xiao Xiao. What else am I supposed to call you? Besides Xiaoyan, what else is there? I'd rather not call you Yan Gu. I'm an alpha with pride. I will not bow to your tyranny. Jiang Xiaoyan clenched his fists. I haven't beaten anyone in a long time. If I accidentally hit you too hard and kill you, don't blame me. Lu Han shivered. Dear, save me. Wang Zhe, save me. Wang Zhe smiled and tugged on Jiang Xiaoyan's sleeve. Big brother, I think Yan Bao is quite cute. Why do you dislike being called this? Jiang Xiaoyan hesitated briefly before replying ambiguously, because my dad calls me treasure. Only those closest to me call me this. The hint couldn't have been clearer. But Wang Zhe merely replied with a simple, oh, to show he understood. This dimwit cannot be taught. Lu Han managed to narrowly avoid a beating. The group ordered a hot pot. By the time Jiang Xiaoyan arrived, the spicy broth was already bubbling with a tempting aroma masking his scent, but when he sat down, his proximity made Xiao Xiao immediately notice the change in his smell. Yan, you smell, something's up, Xiao Xiao whispered conspiratorially. Jiang Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. How did these random nicknames keep appearing? What could it possibly mean? It's just the scent after the heat period. With complete calmness, he picked up a piece of lamb with chopsticks. Goodness. You went through your first heat without telling anyone. Xiao Xiao gasped softly, sneaking a glance at Wang Zhe on the other side. Did he have enough pheromones? Were you not in too much pain? Not only was he not in pain, but it was absolutely pleasurable beyond words. Jiang Xiaoyan cruelly stabbed a beef ball. Enough, damn it. More than enough. After all, 3 weeks had passed, yet the residual pheromones lingered. Wang Zhe noticed they were talking and leaned closer, asking, Senior, what would you like to eat? Let me get it for you. No need. Jiang Xiaoyan placed a slice of kidney into his bowl. Strengthen your back, I owe your waist big time recently. Wang Zhe froze for a moment, then his face flushed red like the hot pot broth. By the end of the meal, the friends familiar with Jiang Xiaoyan largely knew he and Wang Zhe were serious. Even though they didn't display overly intimate gestures, every gaze and smile radiated lovey-dovey vibes impossible to ignore. On Wednesday evening, Jiang Xiaoyan packed his textbooks and attended a general elective course with Wang Zhe. The course had been chosen last semester, and Wang Zhe admitted to deliberately picking the same one. Jiang Xiaoyan approved of such subtle moves, realizing this way, their freshman-senior dream of studying together finally came true. However, once they reached the large classroom, they discovered another acquaintance had also chosen the same course. Jiang Xiaoyan initially intended to pass by as if nothing had happened, but he was stopped. Jiang, Xiao, Yan. Yao Yi gritted her teeth. Just look what your alpha has done. Zhou Rui's face was swollen for days. Cupping his hand around his ear to pretend he couldn't hear clearly, Jiang Shaoyan responded, Huh? Are you saying my alpha beat your alpha black and blue? That can't be true. Didn't you say he's the weakest? If he could beat Zhou Rui, wouldn't Zhou Rui then be the weakest person in the universe? Wang Zhe struggled hard to suppress laughter, and several nearby students who heard also covered their mouths, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yao Yi's face alternated between red and green in vivid shades. You'll see. I won't let you go unpunished. She stormed off, slamming the door angrily. That's such a hackneyed line, Jiang Shaoyan snorted with disdain. Later, I'll report to the teacher that someone skipped class on the first day. Wang Zhe admired him, even quarrels seem like an impressive skill of seniors. I'd better say, besides fighting, arguing is my second proudest skill, Jiang Shaoyan boasted proudly. Reflecting on Yao Yi's earlier words, he added, this guy's not easy to deal with. I suspect he might have been responsible for pushing you down the stairs before. Be careful lately. Wang Zhe immediately looked tense. Could he harm you? It's fine, he can't do anything to me. But Wang Zhe was still very worried, and kept talking about it until they returned to the dormitory after class. Jiang Shaoyan, however, was fearless. What kind of waves could Yao Yi, this fragile omega, possibly stir up? He could subdue her with one hand. Chapter 46. Apart from one shared elective course, the two still couldn't coordinate their class schedules. Jiang Shaoyan had fewer classes and more free time, so he immediately decided to wait for Wang Zhe every day to have dinner together. That day, Wang Zhe's last class of the afternoon was PE, and it happened that Jiang Shaoyan had nothing to do, so he went to the playground in advance, wanting to practice some ball skills and casually check what his dumb dog was doing. As soon as he reached the edge of the playground, he heard cheers coming from inside. Jiang Shaoyan stopped in his tracks and looked through the wire fence on the perimeter. Under a basketball hoop, many people were gathered around, with two figures running and weaving at the center of the crowd. One of them wasn't exactly his alpha. And the other figure was actually Zhou Rui. Jiang Shaoyan narrowed his eyes and stood there watching from afar. The cheering moments ago was obviously for Zhou Rui, who had broken out into a sweat showing signs of fatigue, but was still smiling proudly, even flexing his muscles to show off to the people around him. On the other hand, Wang Zhe nearby appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet his slightly mixed-race face seemed particularly chiseled under the sunlight, his hair tousled from running. There was an aura of unruly wildness about him, drawing everyone's eyes away from his overly handsome face. Jiang Shaoyan inwardly hummed, give it a year or two, the top position on T University's influential figures ranking would probably have to make way. Without making any sound, he entered the field and slowly moved behind the crowd. Convinced yet? Do you want another go? Zhou Rui sneered. Looking like this after being beat and you still dare compare? Wang Zhe remained silent without speaking, but some of his classmates couldn't help themselves anymore, shouting back defiantly at Zhou Rui, he doesn't really know how to play basketball. Aren't you just picking on him? Zhou Rui smirked coldly, then he didn't have to agree to compete, did I force him to say yes? Jiang Shaoyan glanced at the scorecard on the side. It showed 53:7, it was clear Wang Zhe had been utterly dominated. At this moment, someone noticed him and shouted loudly, Brother Yan. Instantly, there was some commotion among the spectators. A few seconds later, all eyes turned toward where Jiang Shaoyan was standing. It felt as if a spotlight had been shown directly on him. Seeing no way out, Jiang Shaoyan walked calmly to the middle of the court, ignoring all the whispers around him. He lifted his hand and gently pulled Wang Zhe's ear. Looking this bad? Aren't you ashamed? Did you forget everything I taught you over the winter break? Upon seeing him, Wang Zhe's originally straight posture slumped slightly as he said shyly, Senior brother, I've tried my best. Jiang Shaoyan naturally knew that Zhou Rui, as the captain of the school basketball team, had led them to win the city championship last year, his skills ranked top in the whole city among college students. Even Jiang Shaoyan himself might not be able to score much against him, let alone Wang Zhe, who had barely touched a basketball a few times. To have scored 7 points already indicated rapid improvement. With a look of disdain, Zhou Rui said, how long you work hard makes no difference. This is talent, if you don't have it, you'd better accept your beating. You're right, Jiang Shaoyan suddenly interjected. Zhou Rui frowned, Jiang Shaoyan, aren't you getting stupider by staying with this idiot too long? Can't you tell I'm mocking him? Ah. You're talking about him. I thought you were talking about yourself, Jiang Shaoyan feigned innocence, after all, weren't you the one who got beaten up until your nose bled and face bruised last winter break, ending up in the hospital? Isn't getting beaten a perfect description of you? Hearing this, Wang Zhe couldn't suppress a snort but quickly stifled it. Muffled chuckles could be heard throughout the surrounding crowd, indicating many had already heard about this incident. Infuriated, Zhou Rui yelled, are you done yet? For a moment, the surroundings grew quiet, but Jiang Shaoyan continued pressing on his sore spot, what? Not brave enough to admit? I've never seen anyone who, after losing in a fight, tries to recover face through basketball. Looks like you're well aware of your limitations. You must know you'll lose in a fight, isn't that right? Captain Zhou seems quite cowardly, having lost once, he can't muster the courage for another round. Wang Zhe has lost to you countless times, yet he still dared to accept your challenge. It's crystal clear who's the useless one, and who's the coward. Everyone should see this pretty clearly. Jiang Xiaoyan shrugged. The classmates of Wang Zhe watching nearby were deeply impressed and applauded. Brother Yan deserves his name, he's indeed incredible. Fuming, Zhou Rui's face turned greenish. Jiang Xiaoyan, I intended to save some face for you. Since you don't know your place, don't blame me for being rude. An omega no one wants, paired perfectly with an alpha no one wants. Wang Zhe darkened his expression. What did you say? Jiang Xiaoyan hastily restrained him, knowing that they were fortunate last semester when the matter didn't blow up. If Wang Zhe now beat Zhou Rui severely in front of everyone, causing fractures or amputations, even if Wang Zhe's uncle was the principal, it'd be difficult to handle. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly came from the onlookers. I think Wang Zhe is very handsome. He's definitely not someone no one wants. Jiang Xiaoyan, ? With this start, a few more voices chimed in. I also have always thought he's especially good-looking and gentle. Exactly, he doesn't resemble those arrogant alphas at all. He respects omegas so much. This is the first time in my life I've met an alpha like him, it makes me believe in love again. Jiang Xiaoyan rolled up his sleeves. I'll shatter your belief in love right now. Wang Zhe stopped him this time. Senior brother, don't lose control. How could he not lose control? There were so many little omegas eyeing his alpha with interest. Though Jiang Xiaoyan had initially not cared about Zhou Rui's offensive remarks, he hadn't anticipated that this situation would reveal so many hidden threats, immediately wanting to rush into the crowd and drag out those who spoke. Perhaps intimidated by his terrifying demeanor, the crowd immediately fell silent. But Zhou Rui continued fueling the fire. I haven't finished yet. If I remember correctly, your heat period has passed, hasn't it? Can his little bit of pheromones even satisfy you? Jiang Xiaoyan, you're just too desperate to not be choosy. Luckily, I didn't take you, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle you. It was despicable of him to bring up such private matters publicly, and even some bystander students couldn't help but show disdain. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't get angry but instead chuckled lightly, raising his hand to hook Wang Zhe's neck. That's true. Following you would make you unable to handle it, following him would make me unable to handle it. Of course, I need to stick with the alpha who offers more size and endurance. There was a brief silence. Then the crowd burst into laughter, admitting in their hearts, you should never cross Brother Yan. It's really scary. Wang Zhe's face was already red as he softly pleaded, Senior brother, please don't say these things. I'm praising you, why are you so shy? Jiang Xiaoyan ruffled his hair and yelled loudly, you all know what kind of person I am, right? An alpha who can make me devoted needs some real skills. As for those who rely on pheromones to force compliance. He gave Zhou Rui a sideways glance. You all know how pathetic they are, don't you? As they saw the surrounding people turning against Zhou Rui and glaring at him, Zhou Rui's face turned beet red with anger. Pointing at Jiang Xiaoyan, he yelled furiously, you wait. I won't let you go unpunished. Then he kicked the basketball on the ground hard and fled in embarrassment. Jiang Xiaoyan sneered, even his tough talk sounds exactly like Yao Yi. They two were actually made for each other, weren't they? Chapter 47. Once the heat period was over, it meant Jiang Xiaoyan's birthday was approaching. After all, he had started using suppressants 1 or 2 months before his 18th birthday. Wang Zhe had known the exact date for a long time. He probably wanted to give a surprise, but he just couldn't lie well. Just by asking, Senior, where do you want to go recently, his stammering and nervous expression had already completely betrayed him. Jiang Xiaoyan found it amusing in his heart, but he didn't reveal it. He casually mentioned a few famous places to visit in the city to save him the trouble. Sure enough, a couple of days later, Wang Zhe said he had bought 2 tickets to an amusement park and asked if Jiang Xiaoyan was free on his birthday to go together. How could he not be free? His alpha wanted to create romance for his birthday celebration, even if the idea was corny and the amusement park was right outside his door and he'd been there countless times as a kid, he would still accompany him all the way. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyan acted out a very skilled performance of, I am so surprised that you're going to celebrate my birthday. Over the next 2 days, Wang Zhe was especially excited, acting as though it were his own birthday. Jiang Xiaoyan saw how thrilled he was and wondered if this silly dog might want to try something novel on the day, like in the Ferris wheel. Unlikely, the silly dog wasn't that fast, it would take at least 4 or 5 rounds of the Ferris wheel. Senior, can we eat at this place on Saturday noon? Wang Zhe's words interrupted Jiang Xiaoyan's endless reverie. He glanced at the restaurant displayed on his phone in front of him. It was quite upscale, with an average spending of 700 or 800 yuan per person. It doesn't have to be too expensive, let's eat something casual. What about these ones? Wang Zhe took out another bunch of restaurant lists from his bookmarks. Let's check them when we get back home, you should eat first. He tapped Wang Zhe's plate with his chopsticks. It was lunchtime at the cafeteria, bustling with students coming and going. Although their relationship wasn't exactly news on the school forum, many were still curious about their pairing, stealing glances as they passed by. Wang Zhe seemed to have become immune to it, completely unconcerned with others' prying eyes, enthusiastically discussing the schedule for their outing. Jiang Xiaoyan was pleased with this, but he also missed Wang Zhe's previous awkward shyness, always tempted to tease him. Hey, the chicken leg in your dish looks good, let me try a bite. Wang Zhe was stunned, Didn't you just say you didn't want any? Then I'll go buy another one for you. Jiang Xiaoyan quickly stopped him, no need, I just want a small bite, give me yours. The surrounding students couldn't help but look at Wang Zhe sympathetically. As expected, dating a school bully wasn't easy, even meals were full of bullying. Without much thought, Wang Zhe directly picked up the only chicken leg from his plate and placed it in Jiang Xiaoyan's plate, smiling brightly, then eat more, I'll buy more if it's not enough. Onlookers. Fine, one is willing to hit, and one is willing to endure, excuse us for interrupting. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned unhappily, what? I just wanted a small taste, why give me the whole thing? Can't you understand what I mean? Onlookers. Is this called human speech? Wang Zhe truly didn't understand, hesitantly saying, then. Shall I tear off a piece and give it to you? Jiang Xiaoyan almost rolled his eyes, opening his mouth directly and saying, no need for such trouble, just feed me. Onlookers. Brother Yan, your way of flirting is really like threatening. Wang Zhe's eyes widened in shock for a second, and his face finally turned red. Jiang Xiaoyan was even more satisfied, smirking slightly, what, unwilling? No, not at all. Wang Zhe shook his head, swiftly looking around. Seeing that they seemed to be eating without noticing their side, he blushed and picked up the chicken leg, holding it near Jiang Xiaoyan's mouth. What should I say when feeding someone else? Wang Zhe's face got even redder, ah. Onlookers. What kind of experiences have led to such training? Jiang Xiaoyan, with a gleam in his eyes, leaned close, but did not taste it. Instead, his lips lightly touched the surface, picking up some sauce. He licked it off with his tongue and swallowed. I've tasted it, you eat it now. Wang Zhe's head was almost smoking, he was so embarrassed that his head nearly buried under the table. Jiang Xiaoyan coldly scanned the surrounding students who were pretending to eat while their faces were red. Is this declaration of sovereignty clear enough? Let's see which unwise little Omega still dares to covet his alpha. Since Saturday was Jiang Xiaoyan's birthday, for convenience, they stayed in the dormitory on Friday night instead of going home. Jiang Xiaoyan informed his father over the phone, receiving a tearful complaint from his father. Having a boyfriend means forgetting about dad. How could I raise such an ungrateful wolf? Wang Zhe heard the speakerphone nearby and immediately got nervous, whispering, then. Senior, maybe you should go home and celebrate with your dad. Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a sharp glare and spoke into the phone, Dad, didn't you say you're going to a forum this week? You wouldn't have time for me anyway, right? Jiang's father was momentarily silenced, how did you know that? Humph. Jiang Xiaoyan sneered. You've been talking about it for 2 weeks now. Looks like you forgot my birthday completely, huh? How could I possibly forget? My treasure. Alright, just tell me if you agree or not. This is your last chance to make up for our father-son relationship. Fine, go ahead then. Jiang's father sheepishly agreed. After hanging up, Wang Zhe was still concerned. Are you sure it's okay? Maybe I'm being too selfish. Birthdays should be celebrated with family, right? What nonsense are you talking? Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him fiercely. Aren't you part of my family already? Do you plan on throwing all these plans out the window now? Don't you have any principles? Wang Zhe cowered in shame. Sorry. Senior, don't be mad. Jiang Xiaoyan grabbed his chin and pressed their lips together forcefully, cutting off Wang Zhe's endless babbling. Wang Zhe widened his eyes in surprise, then quickly wrapped his arms around Jiang's waist and pulled him closer, closing his eyes as he focused on savoring his Omega's soft lips. As they kissed passionately, unable to let go. Knock, knock. There were 2 taps on the dormitory door. Wang Zhe wanted to get up and answer it, but Jiang Xiaoyan wrapped his arms around his neck, staring at him with hazy eyes and a string of saliva lingering at the corner of his lips, whispering, I want more. Wang Zhe immediately surrendered, lifting Jiang up and pinning him down on the bed for another round of fervent kisses, nearly losing control. The students outside the door seemed to hear some movement inside. Knowing someone was there, they called loudly, Yan, are you there? The head of administration wants you to go to her office. She needs to see you. Hearing that it was his aunt who was calling, Jiang Xiaoyan reluctantly indicated for Wang Zhe to stop, shouting back, who are you? If she wants me, why doesn't she call me directly? I'm from the dormitory upstairs. I just came back from the administration office, and she told me to remind you. Alright, I'll go. Thanks. When the sound outside disappeared, Jiang Xiaoyan glanced up at Wang Zhe who was still breathing heavily above him and teased, what? Feeling horny again? His hand slid downward and, as expected, found Wang Zhe rock hard like steel. Startled, Wang Zhe quickly stepped back, but Jiang Xiaoyan crawled over and said, let me help you relieve this tension first. Shaking his head furiously like a rattle drum, Wang Zhe got up from the bed. I can handle it myself. Go quick, don't keep Ms. Shen waiting. What's the rush? She's my aunt, what's she going to do to me? Saying this, Jiang Xiaoyan got up and straightened his clothes. It's so late, what business could it be? Probably just asking how my heat period went. My dad and her are always worrying about my big life decision. Wang Zhe kindly handed him his coat. They're only worried about you. Normal worry in the past, but isn't there already someone like you now? Jiang Shaoyan blinked playfully. Wang Zhe's ears turned red. Come back soon, I'll wait for you. Jiang Shaoyan grinned and pinched his face affectionately. Good boy. We'll continue tomorrow at my place, and I'll give you a proper reward. Leaving the dorm building, Jiang Shaoyan walked towards the teaching building. It was already 9:30, and most students had either gone home or gone out. They were among the few who remained in school on Friday night. Passing by the playground, he could faintly see a couple of students playing basketball through the wire mesh fence. Jiang Shaoyan strolled idly along, his attention fully on the playground without noticing the shrubs nearby. When he heard an unusual noise, his instincts led him to turn his head toward the source, but it was already too late. He barely caught a glimpse of a shadow when a sudden sharp pain shot through his neck. Then, everything turned black as he lost all consciousness. Chapter 48. When he woke up, everything around was pitch dark. Jiang Shaoyan slightly turned his neck, which ached unbearably. Suddenly, glaring white light pierced into his eyes, forcing him to close them tightly. After a few seconds of adjustment, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the 4 people in front of him at the same time. Of these 4, the only one he recognized was Yao Yi. The latter was holding a cloth bag, obviously the thing that had been placed over his head earlier to block out the light. Hey, Jiang Shaoyan greeted, only then noticing his hands were tied. Yo, you like this kind of game? Pretty hardcore taste. Yao Yi retorted angrily, Jiang Shaoyan, you may be smug now, but wait until you cry and beg me later. I wouldn't count on it. I told Wang Zhe before leaving that if I don't come back for long, he'd probably be looking for me by now. As Jiang Shaoyan engaged in banter to buy some time, he began evaluating his situation. This place seemed to be the school's storage warehouse for miscellaneous items, located in an out-of-the-way spot where few people came. Of the 4 people facing him, aside from Yao Yi, all appeared to be alphas, giving off a thuggish vibe. He estimated that, without being bound, he could take down 2 of them, but bound, even dealing with one seemed difficult. Yao Yi sneered, rest assured, by the time your alpha finds you, you'll already have been beaten to a bloody pulp. After finishing, Yao Yi gestured harshly toward the 3 alphas beside him, teach him a lesson. An alpha immediately stepped forward, ready to land a punch, but Jiang Shaoyan let out a derisive chuckle and precisely kicked him in the vital area below. Ah! The bulky alpha fell to the ground rolling in agony, causing the other 2 to hesitate momentarily. One of them quickly recovered, enraged, grabbed Jiang Shaoyan from behind, while another continued where his comrade left off and punched straight at his face. This time, unable to evade, Jiang Shaoyan was hit squarely in the face, flying off the chair and landing directly on the ground. The storeroom hadn't been cleaned for a long time, accumulating a thick layer of dust on the floor. Swallowed by his own rising dust, Jiang Shaoyan started choking, feeling sticky in his nose, and soon, fresh red drops of blood streamed down onto the floor. Fine, it's been a while since I've tasted my own blood. Jiang Shaoyan burst into laughter, devoid of anger, coldly echoing through the air, his eyes gleaming as if dyed red. You bastards will never go home unless you give me a chance to beat the crap out of you today. Yao Yi shivered under his piercing glare, but seeing the alpha crawling back up and realizing Jiang Shaoyan couldn't possibly overpower 3 of them, Yao Yi stuck out his chest again. Keep beating him. Without needing encouragement, the 3 alphas, still burning with anger from their previous frustration, especially the one hit in the groin, rushed forward to deliver blows. Jiang Shaoyan swiftly rose from the ground. Relying on years of fighting experience, his movements agile and evasive, he used every opening to attack with swift kicks. Despite his tied hands, his skill with legs managed to keep him on equal footing for a period of time. But eventually, being an omega with bound hands, facing repeated assaults from 3 physically strong alphas, physical disadvantages gradually became apparent. Finally, when an alpha pulled out a stick and launched a surprise attack from behind, Jiang Shaoyan couldn't react fast enough. A heavy blow landed on his knee, making him fall to his knees instantly. Punches and kicks rained down on him in an instant. All Jiang Shaoyan emitted was a muffled groan before going completely silent. Seeing this, Yao Yi became nervous. Alright, that's enough. Let's go. Initially, all he wanted was to give Jiang Shaoyan a taste of suffering, using it as a warning not to mess with him and Zhou Rui again, without wanting to create serious trouble. However, the alphas were carried away by their rage, growling, this guy's so arrogant, we must beat some respect into him today. At that moment, another alpha noticed Jiang Shaoyan lying sprawled on the ground, his disheveled clothes exposing a section of his pale neck. With a sinister smirk, he said. Or maybe we should fuck him into submission. Yao Yi, startled, exclaimed, I just said to beat him. No funny business or I won't pay you. That alpha acted as though deaf, instead starting to unfasten his belt. Fine, we'll do without the money. Damn it, a cock-teasing bastard like him doesn't deserve respect anyway. Upon hearing this, the other 2 immediately agreed. After all, money for a few bottles of alcohol would be spent in no time, whereas playing with an omega would bring far greater amusement. No. You can't touch him. Yao Yi never thought he'd end up standing in front of Jiang Shaoyan to protect him. The alphas frowned unhappily. You hate him, don't you? Stop getting in our way. Besides, a single omega isn't even enough to satisfy us 3. Cold sweat drenched Yao Yi as, also an omega, he couldn't bear watching Jiang Shaoyan be ruined by these men. At a loss and filled with fear, he stood rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do to stop these lunatics. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Humph, didn't expect you to be so righteous." A hoarse chuckle sounded by his ear. Yao Yi turned his head in surprise and saw Jiang Shaoyan struggle to stand up. His face was covered with dirt and blood, looking messy, yet his eyes gleamed fiercely, exuding an arrogant air that seemed to look down on everything. For a moment, Yao Yi was stunned. By the time he reacted, Jiang Shaoyan had already let go of his hand, rotating his wrist and making it crack. Yao Yi then realized the ropes on his hands were gone. The other alphas were also astonished. "How did you untie them?" "While you were beating me." "Do you think I'd just lie there letting you beat me?" "Doesn't matter," one alpha smirked lewdly, "soon we'll tie your hands and feet with belts, make you beg for mercy." Jiang Shaoyan curled the corner of his bruised lips into a faint smile. "In your dreams." Chapter 49. It was already past 10 o'clock, and Wang Zhe put down his phone, inexplicably feeling a twinge of unease. It had been nearly an hour since Jiang Shaoyan left, and the teaching building wasn't far away. Why did it take so long? Could it be that the head of the teaching office had many things to discuss with him? Moreover, he hadn't brought his phone, leaving it in the dormitory, so there was no way to contact him. Wang Zhe could only sit idly, waiting for a while longer, but an ominous premonition began to creep into his mind. An older student seemed to have mentioned being cautious about an omega named Yao Yi, and even argued with Zhou Rui over him. Thinking about this, he couldn't stay seated any longer. No matter what, he decided to check out the teaching building first. If nothing was wrong, that would be best. It would just be like going to pick up his senior. So, he got up, put on his coat, and went out. 5 minutes later, Wang Zhe burst out of the teaching building like a gust of wind, his temples pulsing anxiously. The security guard at the teaching building said that the head of the teaching office had already gone home, and Jiang Shaoyan hadn't even shown up. He immediately started running, searching frantically from the comprehensive building to the gymnasium, and then sprinted from the library towards the dormitory building. When he returned to the dormitory, drenched in sweat, and realized that Jiang Shaoyan still hadn't come back, his heart felt as if it had stopped beating. He had lost him, lost his omega. Clutching onto a glimmer of hope, he called Lu Han and asked as soon as the line connected, "Is Shaoyan with you?" Perhaps Jiang Shaoyan met classmates along the way and went somewhere to play. Unfortunately, Lu Han didn't give him the answer he hoped for. "No, why do you ask?" "Then I'll call Luo Yongheng." "Hey, wait." Lu Han spoke up before he could hang up. "He's also here with me, Su Qian, and my Xiao Xiao. We're watching a movie outside. We invited Xiaoyan earlier, but he said no." "Is he not with you?" "No, someone called him to the head of the teaching office. It's been over an hour and he hasn't returned. I went to the teaching building to ask, and the security guard said he never showed up. I'm worried something happened to him." Lu Han immediately became serious. "Don't panic yet, Xiaoyan is strong, nothing will happen to him." "He may be strong, but he's still an omega," Wang Zhe said for the first time without affirming Jiang Shaoyan's strengths. "I'll check the surveillance at the school gate again, he might have left the campus." Lu Han quickly responded, "Then we'll go back." But the call was already disconnected by an anxious Wang Zhe. He rushed back toward the dormitory door, each breath feeling like his heart was pierced by the cold wind. Jiang Shaoyan wasn't as strong as everyone thought he was. Even if he was physically tougher than the average omega, able to hold his own against two alphas, what did it really matter? Ultimately, he was still an omega. It was simply because he had only one omega father at home that he had to shoulder responsibility early, learn how to fight for self-defense, and protect himself with a hard shell. If it weren't for that, perhaps he could have become a beautiful and delicate omega too, receiving protection, enjoying love, and pursued by countless people. But even now, despite becoming Brother Yan, the person everyone respectfully kept their distance from, there were still soft, vulnerable parts within him that he didn't realize. If he were truly invincible, arrogant, and cold-hearted, why would a confession from a junior student they met for the first time make him think they could give it a try? Clearly, he was desperate for affection. Apart from his family, he hadn't experienced what it was like to be liked, hadn't encountered anyone who genuinely cared for him. Therefore, when Zhou Rui paid him a little attention, he thought it was enough. Later, when he met someone who sincerely treated him well, he gave himself completely to them, even willing to be fully marked, placing his entire life in another's hands. Deep inside, he craved to be loved. He blushed when faced with the person he liked and was afraid during his first heat period. But the stubborn character he developed from a young age made him suppress these emotions, maintaining a strong exterior and not easily revealing them. Even after realizing that his alpha wasn't weak, once he sensed danger, his first thought wasn't about himself or seeking protection. Instead, he reminded the stronger alpha to be careful. Thinking about all this, Wang Zhe's heart was already trembling with pain, but he tortured himself further by imagining what might have happened if Jiang Shaoyan hadn't met him. What else could have happened? After the suppressant wore off, he would have inevitably had his hard shell forcibly broken, exposing his fragile inner self, leaving him subject to humiliation and repeated abuse. Such a proud individual absolutely couldn't endure such treatment. Therefore, whether or not something had happened to Jiang Shaoyan, or whether he could solve it himself, was irrelevant. What Wang Zhe needed to do was find his Omega, stay by his side, protect him, spoil him, and tell him. You don't have to be so strong all the time, lean on me just a little more. Even if nothing happened, and he got scolded as a dumb dog, his mind would be at ease. At a little past 10, the campus sky was pitch dark, with only a few students still walking around. The only illumination came from the lonely street lamps casting a dim yellow light that guided the way forward. Wang Zhe sprinted anxiously along the main path when he suddenly saw someone running toward him. As they got closer, he realized it was Yao Yi. Wang Zhe immediately rushed over and grabbed Yao Yi by the collar, intending to demand answers. But Yao Yi, red-eyed and on the verge of tears, spoke first in a hurried and panicky tone. You must go to the warehouse. Jiang Xiaoyan, he's been. Wang Zhe's pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to ask more questions, so he bolted straight for the school warehouse, leaving Yao Yi far behind. The night campus was eerily quiet, making the faint noises coming from inside the warehouse sound even more jarring and distinct. When Wang Zhe reached within 100 meters of the warehouse, he could already hear the commotion. Reaching the entrance, he yanked open the iron door with a loud whoosh. The first thing that caught his eye were several figures grappling in the center of the warehouse. Jiang Xiaoyan was the most terrifying among them. His face was smeared with blood mixed with dirt. One arm tightly locked around someone's neck, he bit down ferociously on their shoulder, blood seeping through his teeth. The man he was biting screamed in agony as the other two wielded sticks, frantically beating Jiang Xiaoyan's back. However, he didn't flinch, not an inch. Blood flowed from his forehead, dripping into his eyes, forcing him to squint one eye shut, yet the savagery and menace in his other eye froze anyone who dared look at him. It was a fight to the death. The moment Wang Zhe opened the door, Jiang Xiaoyan noticed him and felt a great relief wash over him, letting all his strength and ferocity slip away instantly. He wanted to complain, why did you take so long? My whole body hurts, but something sweet and metallic filled his throat, leaving him unable to speak. His vision blurred further, and he tried lifting his hand to wipe off the blood and grime from his face, hoping not to look too ragged. Yet his hand wouldn't lift. That's right, his left hand seemed broken earlier. Everything went black before him, and his body slammed heavily onto the hard concrete floor. But he no longer felt any pain. Chapter 50. The faint chirping of birds could be heard in the distance, and the smell of disinfectant lingered faintly with every breath. Jiang Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes to a sea of white ceiling, white walls, white sheets, and a person in a white shirt. He wanted to push Wang Zhe, who was sleeping slumped over the bedside, but then he noticed the white cast on his left arm. His throat felt inexplicably hoarse, so he swallowed several times before it got better. Just as he was about to call out again, Wang Zhe suddenly raised his head at the slight sound, his eyes red-rimmed, dark circles under them, filled with bloodshot streaks. Senior. How do you feel? He hurried closer. I'll call the doctor to take a look. Jiang Xiaoyan stopped him, don't go, cough, cough. Alright, I won't leave. Don't rush, take your time. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him, all nervous and worried, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly, even though it made his injured corner of his mouth hurt a little. Don't panic. I'm fine, see. Isn't everything good? But your arm. It's just a broken arm. It's not the first time either, don't worry. Jiang Xiaoyan proudly smirked, 3 alphas couldn't beat me, breaking my own record. Wang Zhe managed a strained smile, yeah, senior is so strong. But as he spoke, his smile faltered, his eyes redder. The doctor said that if you had been hit a few more times on the back, your spine might have snapped and you'd be paralyzed. His voice trembled slightly, sorry, it's my fault for not protecting you well enough. Who asked you to protect me? Jiang Xiaoyan patted his head with his uninjured hand, I can take care of myself. Didn't you show up in the end too? Don't blame yourself. Wang Zhe shook his head, it's all my fault. I will absolutely never let you get hurt again. But. He changed his tone, if something like this happens again, don't fight so recklessly, okay? Think of other ways, buy some time. I'll definitely come to protect you, or maybe just, back down a bit. I really can't bear it if something happens to you. I would never back down, Jiang Xiaoyan firmly declared. Wang Zhe paused momentarily, sniffing a couple of times, I'll do whatever you say, but can you listen to me this once? Not happening. Why should I give up when I can still fight? I've never backed down to any scheming alpha. Wang Zhe became flustered, in such situations, personal safety comes first. Don't let your pride get in the way. Jiang Xiaoyan widened his eyes, my pride getting in the way. Those bastards tried to mess with me, I'd rather die than yield. They won't touch me. And now you're blaming me? I just want you to depend on me more, it's not blaming. I see, that's what you mean. Jiang Xiaoyan said hotly, next time it happens, I'll still do the same thing. Stop talking, I don't want to listen to you, HMPF. He deliberately added a hint of coquettishness into his tone, thinking Wang Zhe would gently comfort him and follow along, as always. This trick worked like a charm in the past. But unexpectedly, Wang Zhe became angry. Then I won't talk to you either. Before you learn how to rely on me, I won't talk to you anymore, Wang Zhe said seriously while looking straight at him. Jiang Shaoyan laughed in disbelief. What? Is the dog flipping crazy? Actually daring to threaten him? Starting from now, Wang Zhe was unusually stubborn today, and as he promised, he walked out of the room with a serious face. Jiang Shaoyan was utterly stunned. Was he still dreaming? Did he enter an alternate world where Wang Zhe suddenly became domineering? For the rest of the day, Wang Zhe kept his promise, saying not a word, silently bringing tea and meals, following instructions without hesitation. The only difference from usual was the solemn expression on his face. During this time, many people came to visit, Shen Yongmei, Lu Han, Xiao Xiao, Luo Yangan. However, the visitor who surprised Jiang Shaoyan the most was the mastermind behind his current miserable state. You actually dared to come, he asked the man in front of him. Yao Yi's face was swollen high, his eyes reduced to slits from crying. Despite being unwilling, he apologized sincerely, sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I just heard you were embarrassing Zhou Rui again and wanted to teach you a lesson. Did Zhou Rui know about this? He doesn't. Yao Yi quickly replied, it was entirely my idea. But now he knows, afraid of being dragged down by me, so he dumped me. You really love him, even after being dumped, you're still clearing things up for him. Jiang Shaoyan looked at the grieving Omega in front of him and sneered, this is called reaping what you sow. Yao Yi glared fiercely, Jiang Shaoyan. What, expecting me to comfort you? Wake up. I haven't forgotten the old grudge yet. Wasn't it you who poured oil on the staircase that one time? Yao Yi admitted everything outright, yes, I didn't want you to be his dance partner. Originally, I just wanted you to get injured, but who would have thought it'd accidentally involve Wang Zhe? Jiang Shaoyan coldly stared at him, silent for a moment. Yao Yi broke out in a cold sweat under the gaze and lowered his voice, I have reflected on it too, alright. But why are you so annoying? Alright. Jiang Shaoyan suddenly smiled, since you've already been beaten up, got your memories refreshed, and lost your boyfriend, considering that you protected me and helped bring reinforcements, I'll let it go for now. Yao Yi was dumbfounded, you're forgiving me so easily. I was the one who had people come beat you. If it weren't for me, none of these things would have happened. Forgiving you? You're dreaming. I said, let it go for now, right? In my current state, do you think I can jump up and beat you? Jiang Shaoyan pointed at his cast, besides, I have other things bothering me right now and no time to take revenge on you. Yao Yi cautiously asked, is it about that person from your house? How did you know? Isn't it obvious? Yao Yi sighed helplessly. Normally, Wang Zhe clung to Jiang Shaoyan desperately, following him everywhere with a perpetual dopey grin, but when they'd seen Wang Zhe earlier, he hadn't said a single word to Jiang Shaoyan. It's definitely because you bullied him again, right? Annoyed, Jiang Shaoyan retorted, what kind of talk is that? Could it not be the other way around? Yao Yi gave him a disdainful look, who could possibly bully you? Not even 3 alphas could keep you in check. Jiang Shaoyan proudly chuckled. After pondering for a bit, Yao Yi decided to say a few fair words on behalf of the innocent Wang Zhe, whom he had once hurt. You should treat him better. Your alpha nearly killed himself out of guilt. When he saw you that day, he went berserk, his pheromones erupted and scared those 3 ruffians into kneeling. I was actually stunned motionless by the door, barely crawling over to stop him from continuing the beating before rushing you to the hospital. Otherwise, he might have beaten them to death. It was terrifying, his brutal and ferocious demeanor might haunt me forever. Jiang Shaoyan frowned. Wang Zhe had lashed out again because of him. So were your injuries inflicted by him? Yao Yi touched his swollen cheek, yeah, I got caught trying to break it up, but compared to those alphas, this feels like a caress. Roll off. What caress? Don't go making things up. Jiang Shaoyan looked disgusted. Anyway, where are those guys now? At another hospital. First, you pummeled and bit them, then Wang Zhe also beat them up. They're far worse off than you. A few broken bones, concussions, and since we called the police, there's surveillance footage in the warehouse proving their intent to assault an Omega. They'll likely face some years in prison. After hearing this, Jiang Shaoyan nodded, that's settled then. Get out of here and call my alpha in. Yao Yi. Am I your servant now? You got me into this mess, what's wrong with delivering a message? Careful, or I'll report you as the instigator to the police. Jiang Shaoyan leaned casually against the hospital bed, smirking wickedly, go on, obedient little Omega, work for your grandpa. Enraged, Yao Yi cursed, I should have called more thugs to beat you to death. Still, despite his grumbling, he stepped out of the ward to call Wang Zhe in. Hope you get dumped soon. Yao Yi spat venomously and slammed the door behind him. Jiang Shaoyan smirked, don't joke around. Just look at how much my alpha loves me. He tilted his chin toward Wang Zhe, right? Wang Zhe nodded but remained silent. Dissatisfied, Jiang Shaoyan demanded, enough, right? You've been sulking all day. How long do you plan to stay mad at me? Will you still disregard your own safety in the future? In what way did I disregard it? Stop lecturing me. Wang Zhe fell silent again, his brown-green eyes calmly watching Jiang Shaoyan, silently conveying his steadfastness. Infuriated, Jiang Shaoyan exclaimed, if you have the guts, keep being mute forever. Let's see how long you can hold out. Wang Zhe, solemn and serious, leaned closer and lightly kissed his eyelid. I could remain silent from junior high until college freshman year, 6 whole years without confessing to you. I can definitely endure longer than you. Chapter 51. Wang Zhe indeed kept his word. Even a month after Jiang Shaoyan's serious and minor injuries healed, his cast removed and he was discharged from the hospital, he still didn't return to his usual enthusiastic and proactive self. Aside from necessary conversations, he barely spoke. During his hospitalization, it was fortunate that classmates delivered school notes and homework daily, ensuring that Jiang Shaoyan did not fall behind on his studies and wouldn't have to retake any subjects. On the day of his discharge, a crowd accompanied him back to school, and even Jiang's father, who was busy with work, took a special day off. Dad, you don't need to come, haven't you already taken nearly half a month off? Jiang Shaoyan said. Jiang's father had an apologetic look, I was too focused on work, which is why this happened to you. If I hadn't gone on that business trip that day and let you go home, then you wouldn't have. It's not related to you. Even if I went home, I could have been stuck in traffic anyway. Besides, see? Nothing bad happened, all thanks to your son-in-law. Jiang Shaoyan said as he pulled Wang Zhe's hand. Wang Zhe, however, said, Dad, it's my fault for not protecting Shaoyan well. If there's blame, it's on me. Jiang Shaoyan glared at him, why blame yourself? Wang Zhe didn't look at him and continued, it's all my fault, not only did we ruin your birthday, but you also got hurt. I'm truly useless. Jiang's father hastily said, how can you be blamed? I thank you enough for saving my beloved child. Wang Zhe shook his head, I was only able to save him because Shaoyan is incredibly strong, enduring all by himself for so long. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but feel proud, that's right, my son is very strong, not afraid of anything happening again. Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Wang Zhe letting go of his hand. Damn, they're still having a tantrum. Jiang Shaoyan's head hurt, it was inconvenient to show family members that the young couple had conflicts, so he could only endure it until they got to school. Back at the dormitory, Jiang's father and other classmates helped settle him down before leaving first. The room returned from bustling back to quietness, leaving only him and Wang Zhe. Looking at the long-lost familiar environment in front of him, who would have thought that he'd only come back after a whole month since that night out? Wang Zhe spent most of his time in the hospital aside from class, even sleeping in the additional bed in the ward every night. He could be considered almost inseparable. However, the dorm remained clean and orderly without a speck of dust, clearly cleaned before his return. TSK, truly flawless. Wang Zhe was still silent as he bustled around, making the bed, washing the dirty clothes brought back from the hospital, never stopping to rest. Whenever Jiang Shaoyan wanted to help, Wang Zhe would send him back. I'm fine already, take a look. Jiang Shaoyan rolled up his sleeve to show him his arm that had been fractured a month inside the plaster, his skin seemed even whiter. The clothes I'll wash myself, how did you take even my underwear? Don't tell me you're planning something naughty. Wang Zhe's ears turned slightly red, yet he obstinately refused to hand over the clothes. Alright then, I'll go organize the table. Bored, Jiang Shaoyan tidied the already spotless table that needed no organizing. Suddenly, he found something familiar on Wang Zhe's bookshelf. Pulling it out, it turned out to be the 2 amusement park tickets. The date on the ticket had long passed, now invalid, sandwiched between the pages of a small notebook. Inside, there were many notes, including planned routes for rides, show schedules, and fireworks display times. He became engrossed in reading when Wang Zhe finished washing the clothes and came out to dry them. Upon seeing what he was flipping through, Wang Zhe hesitated for a moment and murmured. I'm sorry. Jiang Shaoyan was startled and looked up at him, sorry for what? But Wang Zhe didn't say anything else, unable to hide his disappointment and sadness as he hung the clothes on the balcony with his head bowed. Jiang Shaoyan quickly followed, you're not still thinking this was your fault, are you? Wang Zhe dried the clothes and looked up at him with a profound, cherishing gaze, you're my omega. It's my responsibility to protect you, and if I didn't, then it's my mistake. If it's your fault, why are you sulking at me, he teased deliberately. These are different matters. In such a situation, what you did was completely correct. I just hope that you depend on me a bit more, and stop shouldering everything by yourself. Stop thinking you're invincible and don't need protection. Let me solve things for you. What if you're not there? That won't happen. Wang Zhe solemnly stated, I swear I will always be by your side and not let you get hurt even a little. I promise I will keep my word. Jiang Shaoyan's heart skipped a beat. What a man, damn it. You idiot dog, no, wolf pup, getting more mature makes it impossible to resist. He was charmed to the point where his tone softened, I've never been protected since I was little. Give me some time to think about it. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore. Tomorrow, let's go to the amusement park, alright? You've done all this preparation, it would be a waste if we don't use it. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up for a moment, but he quickly frowned again. Jiang Shaoyan didn't give him a chance to refuse, adding a decisive reason, I really want to go too. Will you come with me? Wang Zhe hesitated, contemplating for a while, and eventually nodded. Chapter 52. The next day happened to be Saturday, and after a quick tidy-up, the two set off. The amusement park was just a walking distance from Jiang Xiaoyan's house. He'd grown sick of it as a kid, but now, years later, coming back here evoked a strange sense of novelty. Most visitors were adults with children, or young couples. An alpha and an omega walking together wasn't unusual in itself, but while other omegas clung affectionately to their alphas like little birds, Jiang Xiaoyan walked boldly ahead with his hands in his pockets, leaving Alpha Wangjia trailing behind step by step. Moreover, they both stood out too much for their good looks, garnering quite a few gazes. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't care and turned to ask Wangjia, "Where do we go first?" Wangjia pointed to the first route marked on the map, indicating that they should head there. "I already said I'll consider it, why aren't you speaking to me anymore?" Wangjia shook his head, his attitude firm and unshakable. Jiang Xiaoyan was speechless. It seemed he would have to take some action if he wanted any cooperation, there was no way he couldn't handle him. They followed the planned route and first played the Raging Rapids ride. On the round rubber boats, they rushed down slopes, splashing water all over large areas of clothing. Luckily, the weather had warmed up, by the time they finished the sky spin, most of their clothes were almost dry again. Though Wangjia refrained from words, he did everything else, taking photos, waiting in queues, buying drinks, not missing a single menial task. When sitting on the childishly naive carousel with many little ones, he stayed at the back, holding his phone up to record video of Jiang Xiaoyan ahead, smiling gently and fondly the entire time. When watching a theater performance within the amusement park, Jiang Xiaoyan intentionally leaned closer, holding Wangjia's hand. Wangjia said nothing and even lightly leaned his head against Jiang Xiaoyan's. Jiang Xiaoyan curled his lips in satisfaction where Wangjia couldn't see. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Thanks to the reasonable route planning, they managed to board the final fixed project, an hour earlier than expected, the Ferris wheel, before it got completely dark. As the cabin door closed, it began ascending slowly, the noise of the crowd gradually fading into the distance. Only the gentle wind vibrating against the glass windows could be heard. In this small space, there were only the two of them. Looking upwards, Jiang Xiaoyan saw a couple in another cabin locking lips and kicked Wangjia's foot. "Hey, when are you going to kiss me?" Wangjia, who was looking at the scenery below, pretended not to hear, though his ears turned red. "If you won't come to me, I might just come to you." True to his word, Jiang Xiaoyan acted swiftly, stepping right next to Wangjia. With his arms stretched out, he cornered him between them, forcing him to face him. "We're about to descend soon. Don't you think?" Finally unable to resist any longer, Wangjia responded lowly, "Why should I kiss you? You haven't agreed to anything yet." Unbelievable. How fierce this little wolf cub has become. Internally amused, Jiang Xiaoyan teased deliberately, "I will not agree." "What are you going to do about it?" "You very well know there's nothing I can do." Wangjia looked away, his expression slightly hurt and resentful. "I can only watch you get injured, watch you collapse, and fail to prevent you from recklessly pushing yourself next time. What am I supposed to do with you?" Smiling softly, Jiang Xiaoyan moved closer, rubbing his nose gently against Wangjia's cheek. "Are you really mad?" Wangjia turned his head away. "Yes, I'm angry. Even if you hit me or scold me, I wouldn't be as angry, but you don't value yourself, and that makes me furious. So unless you promise, I won't kiss you." Coldly snorting, Jiang Xiaoyan sat back to his original spot. "Getting big-headed, huh? Daring to threaten me?" Wangjia stiffened, biting tightly onto his lips, refusing to say more. Continuing coolly, Jiang Xiaoyan taunted, "Who said yesterday it was his mistake? And who kept talking about not protecting his omega well enough? Now look, who's the one angry? Giving you the chance, but you refuse it. Did you think I enjoyed being kissed by you?" Jiang Xiaoyan shot him a cold glance. "Do you think I like you?" Wangjia's eyes widened in disbelief. After a few seconds, his voice trembled as he asked, You don't like me." At this point, the Ferris wheel reached its base. Jiang Xiaoyan pushed open the cabin door and rushed out. His pace quick, Wangjia stumbled and scrambled after him, grabbing his hand. "Haven't you told me you liked me? Senior, you weren't lying, right?" His tone urgent, bordering on desperate. Without turning around, Jiang Xiaoyan let himself be pulled along all the way to his doorstep. Throughout the walk, Wangjia received no response to his queries, and panic gripped him entirely. Once inside, he turned Jiang Xiaoyan around and slammed him against the wall, shouting hoarsely, "Tell me. Why won't you speak?" With a cold gaze, Jiang Xiaoyan looked straight at him. "Like you. I like you so much I could die." Wangjia froze, his bloodshot eyes wide open. "So, now you know what it feels like when the person you like doesn't respond, huh?" Jiang Xiaoyan's face lightened up with a smile. "Leaving me hanging for a month, only letting you be upset. But now, can't I be upset anymore?" Realizing once more that he'd been tricked, Wangjia breathed a sigh of relief, yet his heart still ached. "No matter how angry I am, I wouldn't joke about this." He turned away dejectedly. "Is my affection so insignificant to you?" Jiang Xiaoyan's heart sank. "Oh no, I've gone too far." He quickly hugged the other from behind. Sorry. I was just trying to upset you. I didn't mean I disliked you, your feelings mean a lot to me, really." It's my fault, don't be mad at me, big brother, please don't be mad. The moment that big brother came out, Wang Zhe's gloom diminished by half, but he still kept his stern face and didn't say anything, his strong facial features imposing. Jiang Xiaoyan circled around in front of him, encircling his neck with both arms and moving closer in an endearing manner. I do love being kissed by you, very much so. Can you give me a kiss? No. Wang Zhe turned his head, being obstinate. Alright then, I'll kiss myself. Jiang Xiaoyan showed no shame as he planted a kiss on his chin and moved towards his neck. Stop. Wang Zhe's cheeks reddened slightly. Attempting to push the person in front of him, he was caught by the hand, which was pulled back, and suddenly had his Omega's slim waist embraced. Jiang Xiaoyan obediently leaned into his embrace, looking up at him with bright eyes, licking his crimson lips. Big brother, I'm wrong. From now on, I won't force things, whatever you say goes, alright? Kiss me, if you don't kiss me soon, I won't be able to live on any longer. Chapter 53. For the next half hour, Wang Zhe's mind was fragmented, until he finally regained some sanity after releasing himself inside the Omega beneath him. Jiang Xiaoyan lay exhausted on the floor, his hips raised high, having endured a round of fierce thrusts. The area around his rear hole was now bright red. It hurts. He groaned softly. Wang Zhe quickly turned him over, only then noticing Jiang Xiaoyan's knees were rubbed raw. The sweet scent of Omega in the air had become thick enough to suffocate, yet it was suppressed by an even stronger alpha aura, making it appear docile and submissive. Wang Zhe's voice was hoarse, can you take more? Can we do it again? After their last heat cycle, they hadn't done this. T University required all freshmen to stay in dormitories, but the soundproofing and privacy there were far from ideal. Any action might spread pheromones, letting classmates know. Wang Zhe, with his thin skin, dared not act recklessly. Jiang Xiaoyan weakly kicked him, now you ask me. Didn't you think to ask before you suddenly entered me? Still partially hard, Wang Zhe continued to grind inside, whispering, I couldn't hold back, does it hurt? It didn't hurt, rather, it felt exhilarating. Jiang Xiaoyan, reminiscing about that coarse pleasure just moments ago, found himself instinctively clenching. Wang Zhe let out a muffled groan, unable to resist the temptation. His waist involuntarily pushed in small motions, his gaze dark and longing, as if pleading for approval. Jiang Xiaoyan teased with a smile, do you want me again? Wang Zhe nodded vigorously, his eyes blazing with fire. Make more effort if you want me. Jiang Xiaoyan wrapped his neck with his hand, reaching down to massage the exposed portion of hardness connecting them. Mark me completely, alright? Wang Zhe sharply drew a breath. Are you sure? Once marked completely, we will be bound forever. There would be no turning back, and I'm afraid you might. I won't. Jiang Xiaoyan interrupted resolutely, using his hands to hook his legs apart, revealing his wet backside without any restraint. With watery eyes, he looked at Wang Zhe in mock grievance. Every time I have to beg you to mark me, are you treating your Omega like this? Am I not attractive enough? How could that be possible? Wang Zhe's throat felt nearly burning, I can't help myself every time I see you. But I've been worried about your comfort. Even during heat, I've restrained myself. Jiang Xiaoyan glared at him, you call that restraint? Try going all out then. Wang Zhe whispered hesitantly, I don't dare. A few times during the heat period, he'd gone slightly too far and received criticism from Jiang Xiaoyan. Now, clearly trained to listen, when Jiang said no, Wang would stop. I'll give you the courage. Lying limp on the floor, Jiang Xiaoyan commanded arrogantly, don't hold back, go all out on me. Don't stop even if I scold or hit you. Keep going until you're satisfied. Wang Zhe, is this some kind of trap? I won't fall for it, I'll follow your words and absolutely not overdo it. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed in despair, struggling to sit up. In the process, the member inside slid out, causing large streams of fluid to flow out. He sat on Wang Zhe's lap, holding onto his shoulder, guiding himself slowly down over the erect length. The sensation of being filled completely, the friction against the inner walls, sent tingles through his body, but it still wasn't enough. If you won't do it, I'll do it myself. Moving his hips up and down, his strength waning in this state, he couldn't maintain the motion for long. The rear hole repeatedly clenched tightly, Jiang Xiaoyan's normally sharp eyes now misty, gazing hazily at Wang Zhe as his heated breaths landed on Wang's face. Brother, no. It feels better when you're inside me. If an alpha could endure watching their Omega become so wanton, they weren't truly an alpha. Wang Zhe's Adam's apple moved several times, ultimately unable to contain himself. Concerns about traps disappeared as he gripped Jiang Xiaoyan's buttocks, fingers sinking into the flesh, thrusting powerfully upward. The fully engorged member plunged straight into the depths once more, resting at the entrance to the reproductive cavity, moving quickly in short bursts. Intentionally releasing more pheromones, he made his Omega more delirious than ever. Feels good. Jiang Xiaoyan's body jolted rhythmically, despite the rear being stretched almost to its limit, an intense emptiness remained deep within. The reproductive cavity already open craved to be invaded and filled harshly. He wildly kissed the man before him, licking his lips to ask, brother, do you want me, do you want to mark me thoroughly? Wang Zhe's breathing grew heavy. Yes, let me inside. But Jiang Xiaoyan refused to consent easily. What should I call you? Senior. Xiaoyan. Wang Zhe was drenched in sweat on his forehead, the lust in his eyes nearly scorching with heat. Xiaoyan, let me in. Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled softly. Wrong. What do you call me when you're taking care of yourself in the dorm at night? Wang Zhe froze suddenly, and after shock came overwhelming shame. How did you? I was awake once and heard it. Jiang Xiaoyan winked slyly. Go ahead, call me that and I'll let you in. Wang Zhe was still lost in the embarrassment of being caught doing something wrong, halting his movements. Jiang Xiaoyan lightly bit his lower lip. Call me, brother. Wang Zhe's face turned completely red, but there was a glowing green light in his eyes. Even the tamest dogs bite back if pushed too far, especially one harboring wolfish nature. He suppressed his shame, retaliating by leaning to Jiang Xiaoyan's ear and lowering his voice. Baby, let me inside. The rear entrance clamped around the erection tightly, and the canal seemed to release more fluids, continuously flowing from their junction, creating a wet pool between their legs. An Omega's reactions during passion were always so transparent, impossible to hide. Not yet, Before Jiang Xiaoyan finished speaking, the phallus within abruptly tore through his reproductive cavity, penetrating deeply, making his body convulse as though electrocuted. All the usual tenderness and patience Wang Zhe displayed vanished, leaving him to hoist up his Omega's weak legs over his shoulders and lift him into the air, thrusting while standing. Jiang Xiaoyan's body bent almost double, hanging on to Wang Zhe with all points of contact below concentrated at their union, unable to do anything except hold on to his neck. Where the hell did you learn this position? He felt a strange panic as his hand stretched out toward the wall for support, but Wang Zhe moved slightly, preventing him from reaching it. What do you mean, The thick shaft slammed mercilessly into an untouched tender reproductive cavity, completely filling it. A sudden wave of intense stretching and tingling ecstasy swept through his entire body, the soft tissues greedily serviced the invading alpha organ, extracting its potent pheromones. Jiang Xiaoyan was unexpectedly invaded in his most private place, momentarily unable to produce any sound at all. The indescribable tension and unbearable anticipation caused thrilling shivers throughout his excited body. Knowing what his powerful alpha would do next, the beast inside him roared for nourishment to fill its void. Hold on to me tightly. Wang Zhe's eyes darkened, his voice raspy and seductive. With this declaration, he began vigorously pounding, lifting his Omega's hips to deepen each thrust. Jiang Xiaoyan's breathing stopped short, instantly swept away into a stormy torrent. The iron-like hardness of the alpha penetrated ruthlessly deep, using gravity to drive itself even further, tossing the reproductive cavity upside down, the posterior dilated to its limit. Though already abused beyond endurance, it helplessly stimulated the shaft within to grow larger and demanded it to move more violently against itself. Jiang Xiaoyan could find no other leverage but to cling to his partner, rising and falling with every thrust. As if nailed upon that blazing instrument, he couldn't survive without clinging close and eagerly pulling it deeper into himself. Before long, his legs wrapped around Wang Zhe's shoulders began to spasm uncontrollably, yet he couldn't dismount. Overwhelmed and spaced out from the intensity, he emitted nothing but moans, barely able to speak. No, going to die. Brother. Wang Zhe possessed terrifying stamina, effortlessly holding him aloft while pounding away for over half an hour. Jiang Xiaoyan's buttocks were nearly numbed, hearing only the rhythmic slap 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 of their coupling flesh, mixed with the continuous dripping sound from his own rear orifice hitting the ground. His face flushed bright like a ripe peach, submerged in lust, entirely different from his usual aggressive demeanor. Wet hair stuck to his sweaty forehead, his beautiful eyes full of mist. Each kiss left them red, moaning till finally drooling, his mouth couldn't close due to excess liquid spilling out. Wang Zhe licked it away with his tongue moving closer. Feeling good, baby. This title still elicited extreme reactions from Jiang Xiaoyan. He whimpered and immediately climaxed shakily, collapsing afterward. The arms hugging Wang Zhe's shoulder went limp, yet his posterior clutched ever tighter. Wang Zhe immediately hugged him securely, keeping him from slipping down, one hand supporting Jiang Xiaoyan's buttock while the other encircled him closely. He rapidly rocked his waist, repeatedly throwing his Omega upward. Ugh, uncomfortable. Get out. After finishing his own pleasure, Jiang Xiaoyan started to regret and became unreasonable. In fact, he wasn't uncomfortable, he was just so used to being arrogant that he couldn't bear being completely subdued by an alpha outside of his heat period, which made him feel disoriented. However, Wang Zhe had no intention of listening today. You said it, I'll stop only when I'm satisfied. His organ rampaged inside the reproductive cavity, watching as his Omega turned from face to chest a deep shade of crimson, his eyes brimming with lustful moisture, ready to spill at the next thrust. Alpha pheromones in the air had already taken complete control, subduing the Omega pheromones into submission. I'm about to mark you, is that okay, baby? Jiang Xiaoyan was entranced by his deep, hoarse voice and dark green-brown eyes, his heart thumping wildly, finally submitting entirely. Moreover, his body cried out in desire for the stamp of ownership. Ugh. Brother. Mark me. I want you. Wang Zhe immediately tightened his grip around him, biting onto his neck gland. The brief pain was followed by a surge of intense alpha pheromones, shocking Jiang Shaoyan momentarily. Before he could recover, the organ within his reproductive cavity drove fiercely for dozens of strokes, lodging itself deeply, blocking the entrance, swelling inside continuously. It swelled until reaching its maximum size, stretching the reproductive cavity beyond capacity, then erupted suddenly. Wave after wave of scorching semen mixed with dominant alpha pheromones surged into the reproductive cavity like molten lava, washing over the inner walls, as if capable of melting and drowning him. Jiang Shaoyan stared wide-eyed, mouth agape but mute, his entire body trembling in spasms as he helplessly bore the fierce marking from his alpha. He could never have imagined that after proudly staying single for over 20 years and defeating countless alphas, one day he would be marked while standing by a seemingly foolish alpha. And he himself had willingly requested it. And he had almost passed out from the pleasure. It was too humiliating. A few minutes later, all the hot fluid had fully erupted, completing the marking. Wang Zhe held him for a while, recovering from the heavy panting and rapid heartbeat, withdrawing slowly, letting the reproductive cavity seal shut, trapping all the infused semen securely inside. It might feel a little uncomfortable, but it will pass soon. He carried Jiang Shaoyan into the room, gently laying him on the bed, covering him and capturing his ring-wearing hand in kisses. You belong to me forever now. Jiang Shaoyan's legs wouldn't close, spread embarrassingly apart, yet the semen in his rear orifice couldn't escape, remaining trapped within his body, making him feel full and stretched as if truly fed thoroughly, even causing his belly to swell slightly. The alpha pheromone seeped into every inch of his internal organs and extremities, binding each nerve and cell tightly, forever imprisoning him. At this moment, both mind and body were entirely obedient and craving for his alpha. With a heaving chest, Jiang Shaoyan looked hazily up at the handsome man hovering above him, sharp features, deep-set eyes, high-bridged nose, everything he admired. Each muscle in his arms and abs was strong enough to pin him down and ride him senseless without relying on pheromones. An omega's body having tasted sweetness once seeks more. He licked his parched lips, that was, so good. Wang Zhe chuckled lowly, do you want more? Jiang Shaoyan was always straightforward about his desires and nodded right away, yes. Brother. I love being fucked by you. Wang Zhe's breathing faltered immediately, we need to wait until everything digests before re-entering, not today. But if you like. He blushed and leaned toward Jiang Shaoyan's ear, nibbling on the lobe. I'll do this to you every day, alright, my baby. Jiang Shaoyan was nearly driven mad by these words, wetness spreading and soaking large patches of the sheets. His omega nature let him sink entirely into this abyss, weakly clinging to his alpha, whispering lewdly. Yes. Fuck me. Brother. Keep fucking me some more. Another night was lost in passionate oblivion, endless entwining ensued. Chapter 54. The sun was high in the sky, its rays penetrating the curtains and shining directly on Jiang Shaoyan's eyelids. Only then did he reluctantly crack open his eyes, shifting his body slightly to turn over, but immediately winced from the soreness. Just as Wang Zhe opened the bedroom door and walked in, noticing that Jiang Shaoyan had woken up, he quickly approached to help him sit up. The blanket slipped down, revealing his naked body, and Jiang Shaoyan realized there were red marks all over his skin, with almost no clean, unblemished areas left. His mind was a little hazy, still unclear about what had happened when Wang Zhe pulled out a box of medicine from the plastic bag in his hand, took out a small pill, and handed it to him along with some water. I just went out to buy this. Take it. This, cough cough. Jiang Shaoyan's voice was hoarse, needing a few sips of warm water before he felt better. What is this? Wang Zhe's ears turned slightly red as he shyly whispered, contraceptive pills. Jiang Shaoyan blinked, surprised, even if I'm not in heat, we need these things. If an omega is marked outside of their heat cycle, the probability of pregnancy is extremely low. However, if during heat, contraceptive pills also cannot guarantee 100% prevention against conception. He suddenly remembered the probability Wang Zhe mentioned when they last discussed full marking during his heat. So, last time you refrained from fully marking me because you were afraid I might get pregnant? Hearing those two words, Wang Zhe seemed extremely embarrassed and muttered shyly, yeah, we're still in school, so it's inconvenient. Just in case, take the pill this time. Don't worry, there are no side effects. But in the future, I'll try to minimize, going inside you too much, or you'll be uncomfortable. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but laugh at his earnestness and deliberately teased him, didn't you say last night that you wanted to do me every day? Why are you going back on your word now? Wang Zhe's face turned bright red instantly, ah. I can, it's up to you. After teasing his alpha, Jiang Shaoyan's mood improved significantly. He swallowed the pill without hesitation. For now, let's keep taking the pills, but in a couple of years, once I graduate and stabilize in my job, if you don't want me to take them, I have no objections. He grinned while looking at Wang Zhe suggestively, do you understand what I mean? It took Wang Zhe 2 or 3 seconds to finally grasp the implication of his words, then he jumped up, excitedly stuttering. I understand clearly. Then he pounced, tightly hugging Jiang Shaoyan, rubbing his head incessantly against him. He was practically ready to howl with excitement. Ouch. It hurts, let go. Jiang Shaoyan's body was still sore, unable to endure such affectionate embraces. Wang Zhe immediately released him, I'm sorry. You should sleep for a bit more. You've only slept for 2 hours, you must be exhausted. Jiang Shaoyan paused, confused. 2 hours? He glanced at the clock by the bed, it was already 9 o'clock. How could it possibly? Suddenly, his foggy mind recalled fragments of last night and this morning. Shit, we went at it until morning. No wonder his body was completely drained, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Most humiliating of all, Jiang Shaoyan vaguely remembered begging for mercy towards the end. Bro. Stop. Please. Ah. At the time, he had lost all dignity, half lost in euphoria, half unable to physically endure any longer. But a reasonless Wang Zhe didn't relent, gripping his waist fiercely and ramming into him repeatedly. In the end, Jiang Shaoyan blacked out from sheer exhaustion, leaving behind fragmented, chaotic memories. You damn, clenching his teeth, overwhelmed with embarrassment, you must have felt great hearing me beg, huh? Wang Zhe startled momentarily, yet realizing that since the marking was complete, he already held absolute dominion over this omega before him, he boldly retorted, but you obviously liked it. Jiang Shaoyan was about to unleash a barrage of scolding, but Wang Zhe's simple statement stopped him in his tracks. Indeed, he had liked it. It's so easy to tell whether an omega enjoys being claimed by an alpha. If he hadn't truly enjoyed it, Wang Zhe wouldn't have forced himself upon him either. So what? How many times have I told you, no means no? Did you forget? Jiang Shaoyan feigned anger, resorting back to his old ways of reprimanding Wang Zhe. But Wang Zhe firmly rebutted, yesterday, you told me not to stop and to continue until I was satisfied. Did you forget? Jiang Shaoyan glared, astonished to find Wang Zhe turning around and lecturing him instead. And worse, he had indeed said those exact words. Temporarily, he couldn't find any way to counterattack. You. His expression crumpled as he acted petulant, pretending to be wronged, you never listened to me anymore. Once you got what you wanted, you don't cherish me anymore. Saying a few words gets you all worked up. The ever soft-spoken Wang Zhe was clearly aggrieved. Panicking, he said, and no, I didn't yell at you. I'm sorry. Big brother, don't be mad. I'll be good, I'll listen to everything you say. You call me baby in bed, but once we're out of bed, you switch to calling me senior student. Jiang Shaoyan continued his quiet complaints, his lips downturned and eyes red, though mostly from lack of sleep, which only made him look pitiful. Wang Zhe was racked with guilt, quickly wrapping his arms around him lightly and pecking at his cheeks and lips, baby. I like you the most, I'll do anything you say. Jiang Shaoyan let him shower affection, burying his head into his alpha's chest as he silently chuckled to himself. At least for now, he could still keep this fool under control. Chapter 55. Over the weekend, due to Jiang Shaoyan's body being unable to keep up, after all, recovery was slower outside of heat, they stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. On Sunday evening, they simply tidied up what they needed for the coming days and headed back to school. Since being completely marked, Jiang Shaoyan no longer had to worry about other alphas' pheromones interfering with him, as if a dragon entering water, he became arrogantly overbearing. Especially after the story of his taking on 3 alphas by himself spread across the T University campus, even reaching ears in other schools, curiosity seekers came just to see what this fierce omega looked like. Jiang Shaoyan quickly rose to the top ranks of T University's online forums. Joining him in rising popularity was Wang Zhe. After that incident, Yao Yi received a major reprimand and probation from the school. Zhou Rui also faced scolding. Jiang Shaoyan's past issues with Zhou Rui were dug up and discussed avidly, bringing light even to the previous fight between Wang Zhe and Zhou Rui, surprising many about how unapproachable this seemingly docile canine alpha really was. The heated discussions on Wang Zhe in the university forums even surpassed those about Jiang Shaoyan. I knew it. The alpha who could conquer Brother Yen wouldn't be weak. Can such an obedient yet ferocious alpha even exist? I'm feeling something here. What a huge contrast. But he is truly so handsome. I saw him on the playground once, lifting his shirt to wipe sweat, those muscles, mesmerizing. Who do you think would win if Brother Yen fought Brother Wang? I bet on Brother Yen. Dream on upstairs. Haven't you seen the suspicious red mark on his neck? He's already been claimed. I bet he gets utterly crushed under his alpha in bed. OMG, if Brother Yen gets crushed, I'd love to be put to sleep by his alpha. Sis, calm your hormones down. Jiang Shaoyan scrolled through these comments, his temple veins pulsing violently. He opened the reply box and furiously typed out a response before sending. Go screw yourselves. He's only mine. Anybody who wants to touch him has to defeat me first. Lu Han watched helplessly, could we act a little more restrained? Restrained? Not when they're gossiping right under my nose. Jiang Shaoyan tossed his phone onto the desk, glaring coldly at Lu Han. What are you trying to show me? Looking for a fight? With tears in his eyes, Lu Han said, I'm just giving you a heads up. Your alpha's become extremely popular now, many omegas are eyeing him greedily. Keep an eye on him so no one snatches him. Jiang Shaoyan sneered, if someone could snatch him, I'll rip your head off. Alarmed, Lu Han hurriedly protested, no, too violent. After a second, he suddenly reacted, why is it my head? For talking nonsense. Jiang Xiaoyan gave him a disdainful glance and arrogantly smirked, he loves me like crazy. Without me, he can't live. Do you understand? Enraged, Lu Han retorted, that's fighting talk. My Xiao Xiao loves me so much she's ready to die. What's so great about it? Jiang Xiaoyan, don't get too cocky. That student, stop shouting. Stand up. The professor teaching in front thunderously rebuked, stop being so smug. You've got plenty of swagger, stand there for the whole class period. After class, to compensate for Lu Han's embarrassment of standing an entire lesson, Jiang Xiaoyan generously offered to buy him lunch. Checking the schedule, it seemed Wang Zhe should have finished class too. They headed towards Wang Zhe's classroom. Before they reached it, however, they noticed from afar Wang Zhe talking happily with a girl at the classroom door. The girl was small and delicate, very cute. Wang Zhe, much taller than her, leaned down listening to her speak, his face adorned with gentle and sweet smiles. See that? Lu Han nodded toward that direction, told you to keep an eye on him. Jiang Xiaoyan jabbed him hard in the stomach, making Lu Han bend over in pain, muttering, why must I always be hurt by you? Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't interested in his complaints, cold-faced walking toward the two at the door. What are you two chatting about? So cheerful. His icy gaze shot towards the girl, hey, it's lunchtime. You should go eat. Startled, the girl saw Jiang Xiaoyan and shrieked with excitement, blushing while looking at Wang Zhe. Thrilled, she exclaimed, Brother Yan, Brother Yan. The two of you look absolutely perfect together. I am such a big fan of your couple. You must stay together forever. Jiang Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a twist. Wang Zhe shyly scratched his head, thank you for your support, we will. Carefully glancing at Jiang Xiaoyan, he added, right, senior brother. Jiang Xiaoyan took a deep breath, replacing his icy demeanor with warmth as he looped his arm around Wang Zhe's, flashing a radiant smile, of course, I love you so much. Wang Zhe's face instantly turned bright red, and there were many students passing by who had overheard the comment, lowering their voices to gossip enthusiastically. The girl was even more excited, I will definitely go to the Tieba CP thread to build a tower for you too. You must win this year's T University Cutest CP voting. With that, she blushed and ran away shyly. Jiang Xiaoyan looked confused, what's this, cutest CP voting? Is there such a pointless thing? Lu Han finally gathered himself, walking up and saying, there is. Last year, Xiao Xiao and I got third place, and there was even an award ceremony. Sounds kind of, Jiang Xiaoyan began to say, stupid, but turned his head to see Wang Zhe lost in thought. What's wrong? Nothing. Wang Zhe smiled, if we could get first place, then it would mean everyone thinks you and I are the best match. Jiang Xiaoyan gazed at him with a captivating smile, his Adam's apple rolling, whether or not we're a match is decided by us, there's no need to care about others' opinions. Wang Zhe nodded, right, senior brother is correct. Lu Han also chimed in, exactly, Xiao Xiao and I are the top pairing under heaven. Who cares what place we get? Jiang Xiaoyan patted his shoulder. Exactly. That night, in the friend group chat. Jiang Xiaoyan, click on this URL and vote for number 1. Lu Han. Isn't this the cutest CP voting? Didn't you say it was boring? And didn't you say you don't care? Jiang Xiaoyan, a real man knows how to bend. As long as my dumb dog is happy, who cares if it's boring or not? Lu Han, then why did you pretend to be so aloof during the day? You're too shameless. Jiang Xiaoyan, it's called surprise, you idiot. Stop asking questions. Everyone vote for me. Each person can only vote once per day. Need accounts? Ask me, I've bought 500. Xiao Xiao, my goodness ha 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 shining brilliantly unclearly. Luo Heng Yuan, brother Yan, it's actually unnecessary, you two are already number 1. Jiang Xiaoyan, there's still a month left before it ends. The second place only trails us by 300 plus votes. I'm afraid they'll catch up. By the way, which department is second place from? Haven't heard anything. Su Qian, Flower and Grass of the Journalism Department. They confessed publicly on a campus news live program last month, so you didn't know because you were hospitalized. It got pretty popular for a while, though not as much as you two. Jiang Xiaoyan, Journalism Department, noted. Su Qian, brother Yan, what do you plan to do? I have an ominous feeling. Jiang Xiaoyan, what are you thinking? I just asked casually. Senior brother, do you want cherries? Suddenly, Wang Zhe's voice came from behind. Jiang Xiaoyan hastily put down his phone so he wouldn't see the chat record, then turned around to look at him. Wang Zhe had just washed a bowl of cherries, putting them on Jiang Xiaoyan's side of the table, pulling out a chair and sitting down, smiling as he asked, do you want some? They're quite sweet. Jiang Xiaoyan pinched the fresh green stem of a cherry, picking a deep red ripe one, looking at it for a few seconds, then suddenly remembering something, said, do you know? People who are good at kissing can tie the cherry stem into a knot with their tongue. Why don't you try? I can't do it. Wang Zhe lacked confidence, but obediently took a cherry and put it in his mouth, awkwardly trying for a long time without success. The dumb dog was a bit disheartened, does this mean my kissing skills are bad? Jiang Shaoyan directly ate the cherry he had, spitting out the pit. Not bad. We can practice more. After all, couples receiving first place in the CP voting award ceremony have to kiss publicly, and if they don't practice enough, Wang Zhe might become too nervous to kiss him when the time comes. Wang Zhe's eyes immediately lit up, his expression eager to start practicing. Good idea. Then, when do we start practicing? The meaning was very clear. Jiang Shaoyan chuckled lowly, half leaning forward and straddling his lap, lightly caressing his throat as it rolled repeatedly. Let's start now. Chapter 56. During the week, there was a club cultural festival that lasted from day to night. Wang Zhe's astronomy club also signed up to participate, planning to set up several telescopes on the rooftop of the tallest building at school and invite interested students to come and observe the stars at night. Jiang Shaoyan, an aimless non-club person, went early with his alpha to set up the venue. He could carry heavy equipment effortlessly on one shoulder, showing no signs of strain. Two betas who were helping move the same piece of equipment couldn't help but exclaim, seeing is believing. But Jiang Shaoyan wasn't entirely satisfied with his current physique. After moving the things, he pulled Wang Zhe over to have him check his arm muscles. Take a look for me. Are my muscles less prominent than before? They feel softer when touched. Wang Zhe pinched lightly. Nope, they're about the same as before. Even if they're softer, it's not a big deal, you can practice and they'll be back. You talk so easily. Do you know how hard it is for omegas to build muscle? Jiang Shaoyan poked Wang Zhe's bicep teasingly, finding it solid and elastic. Not like you alphas, you just practice casually and get a full body of muscles. After finishing speaking, he still felt unsatisfied and patted Wang Zhe's chest muscles. Wang Zhe usually doesn't show off his body, and almost never wears tight clothes, so one cannot tell his physical shape just by looking. Only Jiang Shaoyan knew, in their naked state, how strong and handsome his alpha looked, especially during those moments in bed when sweat dripped down, and his abdominal muscles tensed, bursting with male hormones, utterly captivating. Wang Zhe grabbed his wandering hand, ears blushing red, and shyly said, I'm working out hard too, because I want you to keep liking me. Jiang Shaoyan frowned. This statement sounds like, if your body gets worse, I won't like you. Not exactly, but surely you prefer the version of me with a better body rather than the fatty me, right? This statement wasn't incorrect after all. Beauty is valued by all, so Jiang Shaoyan temporarily let this go, asking instead, you spend every day with me, when do you work out? How did I not know? Wang Zhe smiled, in the morning before you wake up, I sometimes go jogging on the playground, and when you have class and I don't, I occasionally visit the gym at school. There are many machines there. Jiang Shaoyan huffed twice, so you've been secretly working out without me while making me eat so much every day. You're trying to make me fat and ugly so you look more handsome and impressive, huh? Sneaky alpha. Wang Zhe's corners of the mouth curved even higher. He extended his arms and brought the person closer into an embrace, whispering shyly near the ear, then there would be no one else who likes you besides me, you belong solely to me, isn't that great? Jiang Shaoyan wouldn't lose easily, lazily placing a hand on Wang Zhe's shoulder and leaning close, murmuring quietly at an angle where others couldn't see. Weren't you already mine long ago? Or perhaps we should confirm again tonight when we go back. Wang Zhe was ultimately no match. Overwhelmed with shyness, he buried his head and remained silent for a moment before giving a barely noticeable nod. The astronomy club president nearby muttered, can these two please tone it down? Broad daylight, under clear skies, embracing. What sort of decorum is this? Club member, president, are you just jealous that they both have partners? I am not. Not at all. Wah. By the time night gradually fell, the students who had previously seen the astronomy club's activity announcement came in a steady stream. On the rooftop, there were 7 professional telescopes along with smaller handheld ones. The club president and members enthusiastically instructed students on how to use them. Before long, nearly every telescope was surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Wang Zhe enthusiastically called on the students to come observe through the telescope, but was politely turned away every time. Looking at the empty telescope before him which was deserted, he dejectedly lowered his head and turned around to ask Jiang Shaoyan, Senior, why aren't they coming here? Jiang Shaoyan immediately retracted his lethal glare, cleared his throat softly, and consoled, don't be sad, if no one comes we will observe ourselves. All right. But his expression remained desolate, maybe they think I look unreliable. Jiang Shaoyan felt as though he had hoisted the rock that now hit his own foot. You're reliable, very reliable. I'll go buy some food, you handle things first. 20 minutes later when he returned, Wang Zhe's responsible telescope was already crowded with over 10 people. Jiang Shaoyan narrowed his eyes and counted. Shit, 9 omegas. He casually walked over. Wang Zhe was surrounded by a group of people, yet his tall stature made him still quite noticeable. With a glance, he instantly caught sight of his omega. Senior. You're back. He smiled brightly, but the surrounding omegas all shivered at his words. Jiang Shaoyan coldly said, wow, there sure are a lot of people. The group of omegas scattered instantly. How did they all leave? Wang Zhe was confused for a moment and then happily approached, cheerfully saying, Senior, after you left, a lot of people came here. Did you see? They all said I did a great job. Jiang Xiaoyan patted his foolish Omega's head, you've always been good. He's just becoming more and more likable, which is painful. For Wang Zhe's confidence, Jiang Xiaoyan made some compromises, not glaring as before, stepping back a little further, quietly watching Wang Zhe passionately guide classmates to observe the stars. The event lasted until 9 o'clock, later than that, the school security would come to chase everyone out. After seeing off the last group of students, the astronomy club members packed the equipment and moved it back to the club, busy for another hour. On the way back to the dormitory, the group laughed and chatted while Jiang Xiaoyan walked behind, lowering his hand to hook Wang Zhe's little finger and gently swaying it. Wang Zhe immediately drew closer like a golden retriever hearing its owner's call, Jiang Xiaoyan looked up at the sky. In fact, in the big city's night, not many stars could be seen, but there were still a few faint ones shimmering in the night sky. On the night of the meteor shower, did your wish come true? Wang Zhe was momentarily startled, then smiled slightly, it did. Could you tell me what it was now? That time, Wang Zhe didn't tell him, and he actually had been quite curious. Wang Zhe softly chuckled but didn't speak. Jiang Xiaoyan thought he didn't want to say, so he stopped pursuing the matter. When they got back to the dormitory and parted ways with others, even without turning on the light, Wang Zhe pressed him against the door as soon as the door closed. His brown-green eyes emitted a light brighter than any star they had seen tonight. Wang Zhe's voice deepened, barely concealing happiness and satisfaction. The wish I made that day was actually very simple. At the time when you asked me to be your alpha, I still had a bit of uncertainty, so I wished to the meteor that you could truly like me. Hasn't this wish already come true? Jiang Xiaoyan smirked, so you learned to ask me if my feelings match your wishes too, impressive. Do you guess if it has been fulfilled? Wang Zhe leaned closer, his handsome face charming. I won't guess, I want you to say. What if I don't say? Then. I'll kiss you until you do. Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly became excited. Kiss, go on. Wang Zhe sighed, why does it feel like I'm losing out? Jiang Xiaoyan persisted, words can't be broken. Kiss quickly. Wang Zhe immediately leaned forward for a peck on his Omega's soft lips, his eyes starting to darken. Honey, open your mouth. Jiang Xiaoyan instantly felt weak in the knees. Wang Zhe's lowered tone was far too seductive, he hadn't called him that since their last marking. Now, this call brought back the vivid stimulating images of that night into his mind, making his heart wander and subconsciously follow the command to open his mouth, even extending his tongue willingly. The dormitory was silent except for slight kissing sounds. Wang Zhe kissed tenderly, tangling with Jiang Xiaoyan's tongue intimately, occasionally lightly brushing over his palate and teeth rows. Jiang Xiaoyan, used to being fervently kissed, felt restless due to this shallow penetration, humming and leaning and wanting a deeper kiss from his alpha. But Wang Zhe held his shoulder steady, stopping his movements, halting the kiss and laughing softly against his lips. Nope, you say something first, then I'll kiss you again. What should I say? Jiang Xiaoyan had long forgotten the previous conversation content, with only thoughts of being kissed dominating his mind. Say the sentence I want to hear. Jiang Xiaoyan reluctantly remembered what Wang Zhe wanted him to say. Once realizing the initiative was in his hands, he became defiant. I like this place. He deliberately teased, his hands roaming unscrupulously, raising an eyebrow. I won't say, if you think you can order me around like a superior, you're 100 years too early. If it were earlier, Wang Zhe might have flatteringly nuzzled his neck, asking him to speak, but this time he didn't. If you don't say it, Wang Zhe's hand stealthily slipped under his Omega's clothes, the scorching heat of his palm causing Jiang Xiaoyan to involuntarily shrink, yet he was pinned by the firm grasp around his waist unable to move. The other large hand wrapped around, even feeling Wang Zhe rubbing against his palm. Wang Zhe whispered the next part, then the service you enjoy will stop tonight. Jiang Xiaoyan's Adam's apple moved repeatedly, his throat dry and parched, in the dormitory. Wang Zhe's eyes gleamed darkly, and he nodded. Who are you fooling, you don't have the guts. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't believe it, the guy who would blush at saying a sweet word outside definitely wouldn't dare to get intimate in the dorm. I just don't want others to hear your voice, or smell your pheromones. Wang Zhe said, his face indeed a bit red, but his voice grew even deeper and huskier. But I realized last time that my pheromones can completely cover yours, so there's no problem. Leaning against the door, Jiang Xiaoyan thought of Wang Zhe's suffocatingly intense pheromone scent, feeling his legs grow weak with the tendency to slide down. He swallowed hard but maintained an arrogant look. Aren't you worried I'll scream loud enough for the entire dorm building to hear? Wang Zhe's face flared up instantly, yet his green eyes revealed a terrifyingly passionate possessiveness. Then I'll silence you. Jiang Xiaoyan froze as he was tightly pressed against the door, hearing Wang Zhe's low and sultry voice. If you say it, right here. I'll kiss you until you can't make a sound. Afterward, even if I stop kissing you, you won't be able to yell anymore. Then I'll carry you to the bed. Everyone in school will know by tomorrow that you were thoroughly claimed by me. Jiang Xiaoyan was stunned. Where did you learn those lines? Wang Zhe kept pretending to be bad for a few more seconds before finally cracking. I learned them online. Isn't it what you like, a dominant alpha? Jiang Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, for a moment he thought he couldn't control this young wolf pup anymore. But even though Wang Zhe's words were only learned once, their impact was powerful enough. I love every side of you, I love you. Your wish has been fulfilled from the moment you wished for it, idiot. Jiang Shaoyan went limp, hanging on to Wang Zhe's neck, presenting himself entirely. Show me your dominance, brother. Chapter 57. Once again, a night of excessive indulgence left Jiang Shaoyan waking up with two big dark circles under his eyes and a throat dry as if it were on fire. He turned to look at the culprit beside him, who was sleeping soundly. Humph. Ouch, it hurts. Wang Zhe was woken up from his dream with his cheeks being pinched, looking pitifully at his violent Omega. What's wrong? Jiang Shaoyan could only lift his arms a little, his lower body felt like it had fallen apart. Wang Zhe was terrifyingly strong, hitting hard every time they collided. Even though his mouth was blocked, what use was that? The loud sounds were almost penetrating the dormitory walls. But what made Jiang Shaoyan angriest wasn't just this. You're so cool-headed, aren't you, brother, to even dare going to the balcony? Next time, are we going to perform for everyone in the 1,000-person auditorium? Wang Zhe hugged him tightly in an appeasing manner. You said you were hot, so I took you out there. I wouldn't let anyone see us. Jiang Shaoyan still didn't buy it. Clearly, Wang Zhe had become worse. When he said, too hot, he carried him to the open balcony and started thrusting while covering his mouth. He didn't have the strength to resist, although it wasn't long before they went back inside after just a few minutes. But during that period, if the neighboring dorm noticed any unusual noise and slightly poked their head out, they would have seen everything clearly. I suspect that Baidu Tieba has already started spreading rumors now, about which Alpha released so much pheromone in the middle of the night. Jiang Shaoyan shot him a cold glance. If any Omega goes into heat because of your pheromones, I'll consider it as your cheating. Wang Zhe's face immediately fell. How can you say that? Why not? You don't want others to smell my pheromones, do I then want others to smell my Alpha's pheromones? Remember your place, you belong to me alone, okay? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe wagged his tail happily. Alright, I was wrong. I won't do that again. Jiang Shaoyan nodded in satisfaction, patting his dumb dog's head. Good boy. He had originally just been talking off the cuff, but when he checked his phone later that night, he found that Tieba users were indeed discussing it intensely. 1L, OMG, did you guys smell that last night? Which Alpha had such strong pheromones? 2L, yeah. But only for a short moment. I think it came from between the third floor and ours downstairs. Who lives around there? 3L, are you mistaken? According to my investigation, no Alpha in the whole school who can produce such powerful pheromones lives there. 4L, why are you investigating this kind of thing, third floor? 5L, warning to third floor. 6L, classmate on the third floor, is your village just connected to the internet? Isn't the new Alpha god on campus, who has conquered Brother Yen, living over there? 7L, holy sh*t. 8L, holy sh*t. 9L, holy sh*t. 10L, damn, I almost forgot about him. It said that his release of pheromones could make 3 Alphas kneel down in fear. 11L, isn't that too exaggerated? His pheromones that fierce? I thought they'd be mild, just like him. 12L, I don't believe it. Unless I personally experience it once. 13L, 12L, you're really sleazy. 14L, 12L, you're really sleazy. 15L, 12L, you're really sleazy. 16L, want to experience it? Fine, come to room 312. Brother will give you a good lesson. 17L, holy s***t, isn't that Wang Zhe himself? 18L, brother, please look at me. I can do all sorts of positions. 19L, choose me, brother. My voice is clear, my body supple, and I'm easy to handle. 20L, wait, something seems off about 16L's tone, not quite like Wang Zhe. Jiang Shaoyan smirked coldly, directly tagging the IDs of 12L, 18L, and 19L. He typed in the comment box, I'm waiting for you in the dorm. If you know what's good for you, come over and take your beating. Otherwise, if I find out who you are, calling me Dad won't help you. After pressing send, he threw the phone aside, still feeling unsatisfied, and then kicked Wang Zhe, who was writing homework at the desk. Taken by surprise, Wang Zhe lunged forward abruptly, leaving a long streak on the paper, thus ruining half a page of his assignment. Instead of getting mad, Wang Zhe remained good-natured as always, soothing him. What's wrong? Did someone upset you? Jiang Shaoyan actually felt a bit sorry, since it was just a playful squabble that accidentally ruined Wang Zhe's hard work on his homework for half a day. You deserve to be beaten. I'll rewrite it for you. Move aside. He said as he rolled up his sleeves. Wang Zhe grinned foolishly. It's fine, anyway, it doesn't need to be submitted urgently. Did I do something wrong? Then go ahead and hit me. Jiang Shaoyan had no way against his overly compliant Alpha, humping twice. There's no point in beating you. I want to torment you. Let's go play basketball, if you improve, you'll get a reward. Wang Zhe immediately agreed, put down his pen, and followed Jiang Shaoyan out of the door, while also inviting Lu Han and Luo Yongheng along. The group arrived at the playground, where they found an empty basketball hoop. Just as they were about to head over, they noticed members of the school basketball team practicing nearby, including Zhou Rui and Zhang Hong, with a fair number of students watching around. The moment they were spotted, the faces of the team members soured. Luo Yongheng hesitantly asked, Yen Gu, shall we find another place? Jiang Xiaoyan didn't care at all, this is just fine, there's no problem. He warmed up briefly before calling on everyone to start playing, completely ignoring the situation nearby and the whispered discussions among the students. Wang Zhe, however, seemed distracted, making several mistakes in catching the ball, appearing increasingly dejected. Jiang Xiaoyan tossed the ball to Lu Han. You keep playing, he said, jogging over to Wang Zhe. What's wrong? He gently grasped Wang Zhe's hand, his tone slightly flirtatious. Do you not want your reward anymore? Though this wasn't done intentionally in front of others, the gesture still managed to shock the crowd. Is that really Yen Gu? I didn't believe it before, but now I have to. Wow. Wang Zhe really scored. Even Zhou Rui was caught off guard. He had known Jiang Xiaoyan for nearly 3 years, yet even during their closest times, he had never seen such a side of Jiang Xiaoyan. Back then at T University, who didn't know the arrival of a stunning and arrogant Omega freshman? A cluster of single alphas moved eagerly, trying to conquer him to show off their alpha status, but after only a few months, when Jiang Xiaoyan knocked out the 7th alpha attempting something underhanded, most people backed off, giving excuses, saying sourly that an Omega like this, who was neither gentle nor soft, would be boring if won over. Zhou Rui initially had no interest in Jiang Xiaoyan, having plenty of sweet Omega admirers at his disposal. Why should he bother chasing someone so unyielding? But when Jiang Xiaoyan began showing a flicker of interest in him, his vanity and desire to dominate swelled. He thought perhaps luring him in could be interesting, so he patiently created moments of ambiguity, waiting for Jiang Xiaoyan to confess. However, right before his plan was nearing success, Wang Zhe appeared unexpectedly. Naturally annoyed, Zhou Rui wasn't just upset because his target Omega was taken, but more importantly, because his pride took a blow, boasting to others how much Jiang Xiaoyan adored him. Now facing a public humiliation, how could he not be angry? Initially, he assumed Jiang Xiaoyan merely associated with this weak-looking alpha out of defiance, but it turned out to be serious, and Wang Zhe wasn't weak at all. It seemed like he had ended up being the biggest loser. Fine, let it go, he thought after sulking for a while. After all, Jiang Xiaoyan wasn't really his type, just chasing the newness. Even if he got what he wanted, he probably wouldn't hold on to it long anyway. These proud and ferocious Omegas were no match for sweet and charming ones. They likely couldn't even beguile. But in this very moment, he realized Jiang Xiaoyan did indeed know how to beguile, and far more enticingly than anything he had ever heard. Do you want to play basketball or what? Jiang Xiaoyan continued talking to Wang Zhe, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding gazes and gossip, tickling Wang Zhe's palm, laughing softly. With these performances, don't you need more practice? Let me teach you, brother. That word, brother, came out naturally, filled with indulgence and submissiveness. It was evidently how he usually addressed Wang Zhe, and all present understood Jiang Xiaoyan was 2 years older, thus leaving them momentarily overwhelmed by sweetness. Zhou Rui paused, an inkling of regret bubbling up within him. It appeared he missed out on quite an alluring Omega. Being called publicly like that made Wang Zhe somewhat bashful. Looking around, he leaned closer to whisper into Jiang Xiaoyan's ear, I'm worried about embarrassing you by playing poorly. Jiang Xiaoyan responded with complete indifference, we're just fooling around anyway, why be nervous? If you embarrass anyone, it'll be yourself. No one dare say anything about me, don't worry. Close by, Lu Han overheard and remarked, are you speaking like a human? Does Xiao Wang's embarrassment mean nothing? It's no big deal, Wang Zhe smiled, turning to Jiang Xiaoyan, then I can relax. Lu Han, sorry for interrupting. After playing for more than an hour, the 4 finally left, satisfied. The students gathered around, originally expecting some juicy gossip, phones ready to capture every moment, only to see nothing happening. Once Jiang Xiaoyan and the group departed, their interests waned and they dispersed. After finishing their daily training, Zhou Rui trudged towards the dormitory building with exhaustion, his mind still replaying Jiang Xiaoyan's alluring demeanor from earlier, fueling a brewing fire inside him. Zhang Hong accompanied him along the way and noticed his displeased expression. He had a good guess what was on his friend's mind and consoled him, go, they must have been showing off for you intentionally. Don't take it to heart, considering Jiang Xiaoyan's temper, he probably treats that alpha cruelly in private. You should be glad you got rid of that ticking bomb. Zhou Rui thought about it and felt some sense in it, calming down a bit. But then he suddenly spotted 2 figures on one of the balconies of the dormitory building, causing him to halt abruptly. Following his gaze, Zhang Hong instantly widened his eyes in shock. The balcony wasn't high up as the dorm lights spilled out, revealing everything clearly. The 2 figures were tightly embracing, deeply kissing in passionate entanglement. Jiang Xiaoyan, who was always remembered by everyone as arrogant and fearsome, appeared incomparably compliant now, tilting back continuously during kisses, bending his resilient waist repeatedly as if struggling in agony. However, whenever Wang Zhe parted to let him catch his breath, Jiang Xiaoyan would chase after for another kiss, as if insatiable for his alpha scent. Afterward, Jiang Xiaoyan rested against Wang Zhe's chest, whispering something that made Wang Zhe tighten his grip on him. Jiang Xiaoyan chuckled mischievously, lowering to bite at Wang Zhe's Adam's apple before licking gently for a moment. Then his lips traveled downward along Wang Zhe's body until reaching a spot hidden behind the railing of the balcony, not reappearing again. Swallowing hard, Zhang Hong managed to open his mouth but found his voice hoarse. Holy crap. Goo, He struggled to articulate, but seeing Zhou Rui also aroused brought a sigh of relief to him. Maybe this is also something Jiang Xiaoyan does on purpose just to show you. Baloney. Zhou Rui gritted his teeth furiously. Stop staring. Let's go. Do you need me humiliated more? Chapter 58. After Jiang Xiaoyan's high-profile display of affection over this period, the two of them had received far more votes on the cutest couple list than those in second place. The group of friends in their chat finally didn't have to help him vote daily under his coercion. Wang Zhe still didn't know about this, and upon noticing Jiang Xiaoyan's especially pleasant mood recently, he curiously asked, "Is there any good news?" Jiang Xiaoyan wanted to give him a surprise, so he kept it from him, just ruffled his hair. "Nothing, let's practice." The practice referred to improving their kissing skills as mentioned before. With the award ceremony for the voting just days away, every spare moment Jiang Xiaoyan had, he pulled someone aside to practice. Wang Zhe was naturally eager, and gradually became bolder. Even outside, if his Omega requested, he dared to seek some privacy for an intimate session. They had prepared adequately to secure first place, but unexpectedly, an incident occurred the night before the voting deadline. Xiao Xiao was the first to discover it, frantically tagging Jiang Xiaoyan in the group chat. At Jiang Xiaoyan, something terrible happened. Yen. Third place is voting furiously. Jiang Xiaoyan was lying on Wang Zhe's bed scrolling through his phone when he saw the notification and immediately sat up straight. His movement was too large, and Wang Zhe, who was doing homework at the desk, noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just changing posture," Jiang Xiaoyan replied, not bothering to explain much, and quickly opened the Baidu Tieba voting page. Sure enough, the third place that originally lagged by over 2,000 votes behind them had now overtaken second place and only trailed them by 600 votes. He cursed internally, then replied to Xiao Xiao, "Which department is the third place guy from? I need to go have a heart-to-heart with him." "Xiao Xiao, this alpha named Su Xing seems to be from the computer science department. I suspect it's his doing." Jiang Xiaoyan, got it. He was about to find his aunt's number from his contact list to get the other person's number when the dormitory door was knocked twice with a bang bang. Wang Zhe went to open the door. Outside stood an unfamiliar classmate, who asked, "Who are you, and whom are you looking for?" That person nervously said, I'm looking for Brother Yen. My name is Su Sheng, from the computer science department." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately got out of bed and walked to the doorway, glaring fiercely at the person. "I haven't come after you yet, and you dare show up here. So, are you looking for a beating?" Seeing that he was angry, Wang Zhe's expression instantly turned serious as he moved to shield Jiang Xiaoyan, asking without hesitation in a cold voice to Su Sheng, "What did you do?" Faced with these two intimidating figures, Su Sheng was scared half to death, stammering, "Brother Yen, I apologize. I deserve to be beaten, just let me have the first place." This was indeed strange. Who would willingly come for a beating? Jiang Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows. "Explain yourself clearly inside." After closing the door, Su Sheng started speaking under their scrutinizing gazes. "Well, it was indeed my fault. I voted heavily because my girlfriend demanded that I take first place, or she would break up with me, calling me useless compared to freshmen." He glanced cautiously at Wang Zhe while saying this. Wang Zhe still had no clue. What voting? What first place? You don't know about the couple votes. You two are in first place, and the award ceremony is tomorrow. Now the surprise was exposed. Jiang Xiaoyan was so mad he gritted his teeth. "Shut up." Stunned, Wang Zhe looked at him. "Senior, you were voting for us." Jiang Xiaoyan felt a bit embarrassed to admit it. "What? Isn't it okay, you seem so eagerly looking forward to it." Wang Zhe was taken aback momentarily, but his lips soon curved upwards with a melted heart expression. "Why are you so cute?" "Cute my ass." Jiang Xiaoyan felt a little awkward but immediately turned fierce again toward Su Sheng. "What does your girl have to do with me? Do I not need to please my boyfriend?" By his side, Wang Zhe couldn't stop laughing foolishly. Su Sheng timidly said, "Just this once, please Brother Yen, I really can't lose her. She always complains about how timid I am. If I could win first place this time and kiss her in public, it would make her look at me differently." Wang Zhe's smile froze. The first place needs to publicly kiss. He seemed to understand something, giving a resentful look towards his Omega who has been wanting kisses lately. "Oh, so it's like that." Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly felt overwhelmed, his plan uncovered. He dared not meet his eyes, venting at Su Sheng, "Hell no, why should I give in? Even if you gain first place through fraudulent voting, would your girlfriend respect you?" Before he could scold some more, Wang Zhe pulled him into his arms, hugging him from behind. "It's fine, let him have it." Jiang Xiaoyan was shocked, turning his head incredulously. "Huh? I can understand his feelings. If it were me, I would do anything to make you happy." His voice was gentle, almost whispering into Jiang Xiaoyan's ear, "That you voted for us already made me happy. Rankings don't matter. Just let him have it." Jiang Xiaoyan was still a bit reluctant, muttering, "Why should we? Do you know how much effort I put in?" Wang Zhe chuckled deep in his throat, his breath grazing Jiang Xiaoyan's ear softly. "Yeah, you even specifically practiced with me, didn't you?" Jiang Xiaoyan felt a bit guilty. It wasn't just for that voting thing. I won't kiss you publicly. Wang Zhe suddenly said. Jiang Xiaoyan froze, about to ask why when Wang Zhe turned him around and pinned him gently against his chest. Then he said to Su Sheng, don't worry, we won't attend tomorrow's award ceremony. But whether your mass voting behavior will be acknowledged, I'm not sure about that. To win over your girlfriend's heart, those things aren't useful, it's still all up to you. Su Sheng felt like he'd been given an unexpected reprieve, quickly expressing his gratitude and saying he would work hard on his own before swiftly fleeing the potential beating scene. Jiang Xiaoyan lifted his head from Wang Zhe's chest, discontentedly, you're too kind. And why are you so unwilling to kiss me in public? What's there to be shy about? Wang Zhe's amber-green eyes looked deep and serious, I'm not shy. It's just that every time I kiss you, all I see and think of is you. I forget where I am, getting more immersed as it goes on, unable to stop. Jiang Xiaoyan felt his heartbeat quicken under his intense gaze and unconsciously lowered his voice, then don't stop. No way. Do you know what you look like after each kiss? Wang Zhe slowly leaned in, brushing his fingers over his lips, your lips redden, your face reddens, your eyes get moist and dazed. You're unbearably cute, I don't want others to see you in that state. That's why I won't kiss you in public. Jiang Xiaoyan finally realized what self-inflicted suffering was. An alpha personally trained by himself had to endure even embarrassing words. In the end, he listened to Wang Zhe's suggestion, withdrew from the competition, and did not attend the award ceremony, leaving a group of T University fans who adored them lamenting everywhere. The friends who had helped vote for more than half a month were indignant at first, but after learning the reason, they could only helplessly forgive this love-driven voter. When students rushed to the awards hall for excitement, Jiang Xiaoyan and Wang Zhe went out of the school gate against the crowd. Wang Zhe said he wanted to take him back to visit the junior high and high schools they both attended, to relive the past. The two schools were actually not far apart, reachable by a 20-minute bus ride. They first went to their junior high, where Wang Zhe took him along the small path they first met. Senior really looked cool back then, in my eyes, he seemed to glow like a savior. Wang Zhe said with admiration. Jiang Xiaoyan laughed, not that dramatic. Suddenly recalling something, he asked again, by the way, why did you used to get bullied? I heard people say you were releasing pheromones to flirt with underclassmen. Wang Zhe immediately clarified, absolutely not. Back then, I was young, and my pheromones weren't stable. After physical exercise, some always leaked out. And that's what people interpreted it as. Jiang Xiaoyan cursed himself silently for being too dull. After hearing Wang Zhe's stories back then, he should have realized from little details that his alpha was capable yet subdued. Otherwise, later he wouldn't have ended up being suppressed like that. Okay, maybe he still would. They couldn't enter the junior high school campus, so they circled it and then hailed a taxi to the high school. Being less strict, the security guard at the high school recognized Jiang Xiaoyan as a problem student from years ago and allowed them entrance. As they strolled along, Wang Zhe chattered nostalgically. This place hasn't changed at all. I remember you always played basketball beneath that hoop, able to beat alphas one-on-one, super impressive. And that small forest over there, I once saw an alpha blocking you. I originally wanted to help, but you floored him in no time at all. The seating arrangement in your class was changed every week, and every month, you'd sit by the window. I could walk by closely outside and see you. Every recess that I had time, I'd come watch you, and you never noticed. Even though Wang Zhe was smiling while recounting these memories, Jiang Xiaoyan felt deeply uneasy inside. Sorry, if I had found out earlier, it would have been better. He had never had a crush on anyone, didn't know what it felt like. Yet imagining all those years when Wang Zhe silently buried his feelings, lonesomely admiring him, even taking suppressants for him and being derided by other alphas, his heart involuntarily clenched with pain and bitterness. Wang Zhe seemed to have read his mind, and he gently said, don't apologize. Do you think I was sad back then? Actually, I wasn't. I was content seeing you once a day, with my brain filled only with my affection for you, leaving no time to feel down. It was actually later when I got closer to you, and started desiring more from you, that I began feeling more disappointed. He smiled, of course, now I've obtained everything I desired. Every day spent with you is purely happiness and satisfaction. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart softened at this, and he pulled his hand to his own chest. If we were just meeting again right here, could you confess to me one more time? Wang Zhe hesitated, then understood, smiling tenderly as he softly began, Senior, I like you, please go out with me. Before Wang Zhe could speak, Jiang Xiaoyan smirked arrogantly, I'm very obedient, Junior, will you accept or not? Wang Zhe's heart pounded. He raised a hand to brush Jiang Xiaoyan's wind-blown hair back gently, gazing at his features for a long moment before saying deeply. I accept. And you must always pamper and love me, or else I won't forgive you. Alright, I will forever love you. Me too. The early summer sun was bright yet warm, illuminating the love and sweetness in Jiang Xiaoyan's smiling eyes. I'll tell you every day from now on, I love you. Bonus Chapter 1:1. Recently, Jiang Xiaoyan felt something odd about his alpha. Normally, upon returning home, all he did was cook, do housework, and cling to him everywhere, but recently, he had often stayed inside the study staring at the computer. When asked what he was looking at, he mumbled about researching graduation thesis materials, yet it was only a month until he graduated and the final draft of his paper was already set. Why would he need to research materials all night? Additionally, he wouldn't let him touch his phone anymore, even bringing it into the bathroom while showering, and changed the password lock. It was no longer Jiang Xiaoyan's birthday. Strange, far too strange. In reason, they had been dating for 3 to 4 years already. Their relationship was stable beyond any doubt, so there should be no change. Jiang Xiaoyan absolutely didn't believe his alpha would ever stray, but clearly, Wang Zhe was hiding something, not wanting him to know. So he decided to look away with one eye closed and observe secretly. Having observed surreptitiously for several days, nothing unusual was found. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was the graduation ceremony day. Jiang Xiaoyan took a special day off to come over. He had graduated 2 years earlier and after finding a stable job, went with Wang Zhe to Germany during that summer vacation to meet the parents. That year, he had planned to deliver a speech along the lines of, "Please leave your son in my care, I will work hard to support him," but all his prepared words vanished upon seeing Wang Zhe's mansion. Fortunately, Wang Zhe's parents were kind and did not put on the melodramatic performance of, "Here's $5 million, leave my son alone." They didn't make it difficult for him, and were extremely warm during their encounter at the graduation ceremony, pulling them into an air-constricting group hug. "How are you becoming prettier and cuter, Xiaoyan?" Mrs. Wang grabbed him and examined him closely from left to right for a long while before reluctantly going to take a photo with her own son. Students around who heard her comment couldn't help shivering even in midsummer. Though Yan had graduated, his notorious reputation still loomed large in the legends of T University's campus tales. All the graduates present were from Wang Zhe's class, and most had heard of their famous romance back in the day. But since Jiang Xiaoyan left school, people discussed it less. Seeing them again sparked some gossip among them. Those two are still together. They even met the parents. I thought they'd split up eventually. They're doing well. But surely Yan must be very worried when he's away from school, considering Wang Zhe has been atop the male god list in our university for 3 consecutive years. Not just omegas but many betas have their eyes on him. Yeah, last week I saw someone confessing to Wang Zhe. What happened then? What do you mean then? Don't you know? In Wang Zhe's heart, there's only his gentle, cute, kind, charming senior. Everyone shuddered involuntarily at his tone. I think Wang Zhe might have issues with his aesthetics. Although Yan does look pretty good, still. That temperament. Only an alpha like Wang Zhe could endure it, tolerating blows and insults without retaliation. How do you know he gets hit and scolded? Isn't it obvious? His complexion has been so bad lately. Surely he's being disciplined at home by brother Yan. You live with them? Of course not. What a stupid question. The gossip person became impatient and wanted to see who kept asking such unproductive questions. Turning around, they immediately locked eyes with a pair of cold, piercing ones. Yan brother. Keep talking. Jiang Xiaoyan crossed his arms and tilted his chin. Aren't you well versed? You seem to know more about our household matters than I do. No. I wouldn't dare. Jiang Xiaoyan let out a scoffing hum, but before he could taunt further, a familiar figure came running towards him. Xiaoyan. Wang Zhe, dressed in academic robes, was running with the wind through his hair, grinning and flashing a mouthful of white teeth. He looked handsome yet slightly haggard, as if indeed disciplined at home just as those gossips had speculated earlier. Jiang Xiaoyan frowned, pinching his alpha's cheeks. What time did you sleep last night? I fell asleep while waiting for you because you were still in the study. What were you doing? Wang Zhe smiled but answered nonetheless. I was looking things up. Still looking up thesis materials after graduation? Are you trying to fool me? Confess honestly. Jiang Xiaoyan's expression darkened, and all the surrounding onlookers scattered instantly. It's not thesis materials, it's related to work. Wang Zhe replied, by the way, Xiaoyan, let's travel to Germany this summer vacation. Germany is practically your doorstep, haven't you gotten tired of it yet? I actually don't like traveling much, and since junior high, I've been living in China. There are many places I haven't visited. I thought of taking a trip during my last summer vacation. Would that be alright? You're dreaming. We have no summer vacation now. This trip will take at least 10 days to half a month, and I don't have that long an annual leave. In that case, could we request personal leave? If money is docked, I'll triple repay you. Wang Zhe, who usually compromises easily, persisted unusually today, looking at him hopefully. Who needs your money? Jiang Xiaoyan maintained dignity, yet completely lacked principles when facing his alpha. If you really want to go, I'll apply for leave. That salary means nothing, even deducting 1 or 2 months doesn't matter. Wang Zhe quickly said, we don't need that long, about a week will suffice. Alright, when should we go? Mid-July. Before finishing his sentence, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly realized something. Mid-July, wasn't it Wang Zhe's birthday? This fool probably wants to return home for a special post-graduation day together with him but felt embarrassed to ask outright, hence hiding in the study every night researching strategies under the guise of checking materials, exerting himself greatly just to invite him. He truly is, adorably foolish. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't let his feelings show, then continued, so that's settled. I'll apply for leave tomorrow. Is there any problem with your internship company? In fact, this question wasn't necessary. Last year, Wang Zhe's family established a subsidiary domestically which they planned to hand over to him for management. Even though he was currently an intern, everyone at the company knew his identity, allowing him complete freedom. Sure enough, Wang Zhe nodded, no issues at all. Thus, their trip was officially decided upon. In the following month or so, Jiang Xiaoyan remained preoccupied by the same concern: what kind of gift could both delight his dumb dog to bark with happiness and remain hidden in his luggage without being discovered? Every year, Wang Zhe prepared gifts for each holiday and birthday alike, although often lacking in creativity but certainly sincere. Naturally, he needed to reciprocate. But the luggage space was limited, a larger gift would be spotted right away. Smaller gifts lacked innovative charm. He'd given a ring years ago which Wang Zhe still wore, constantly wiping it clean every few days. A watch wouldn't work either since Wang Zhe's parents gifted him an exclusive model last year worth over 2 million, they couldn't compare. Other options escaped him. Having rarely received gifts from his own father growing up, these past 3 or 4 years with Wang Zhe pushed him to rack his brain repeatedly for gift ideas. His thoughts seemed exhausted at this point. However, he did have external support. Gift for the birthday? You even have to think about that. Your partner would be thrilled all day long receiving air as a present from you. Lu Han teased on the phone. Jiang Xiaoyan made no denial, one day isn't enough. Is there a gift that could make him happy for a whole year? That's easy. Give yourself to him, and he'd be delighted forever. Be serious. Jiang Xiaoyan said, which gift from Xiao Xiao do you like the most? Lu Han chuckled twice, the one I like most definitely cannot be told to him, he'd blush. But once she gave me a pretty good one. What was it? The right to be the boss for a day where she obeyed everything I said. For us strict alphas, it was simply a dreamlike time. Wang Zhe, suppressed by you so thoroughly, would surely want that gift more than me. Go to hell, when have I ever suppressed him? But Jiang Xiaoyan was quite interested in this suggestion, I'll consider it. Alright, wish you two a smooth trip and have fun. Jiang Xiaoyan responded offhandedly, suddenly puzzled, how do you know we're going out to play? Wang Zhe mentioned it to me before. Jiang Xiaoyan didn't think much about it, alright, then no problem. Talk again later. He hung up the phone, feeling he had a bit of a foundation now. Days worth of ownership, sounds pretty good, practical and full of fun, and requires carrying nothing. But doing exactly as it is lacks originality, so the form has to change. On the day they set out for the trip, everything was packed properly. Jiang Xiaoyan slept soundly till dawn, reluctant to wake even under the blazing sun. He turned over intending to stay in bed longer but found no one in his arms. His eyes half opened lazily and saw Wang Zhe quietly dressing at the edge of the bed, moving very gently. His fingers twirled around the edge of Wang Zhe's shirt collar and gave a tug. Wang Zhe immediately turned over, leaning down and whispering softly, did I wake you? I'll make breakfast, you can sleep some more. Jiang Xiaoyan often got annoyed when woken, frowning and shaking his head. His voice carried the lazy hoarseness of early morning, why get up so early, lie down with me. Before Wang Zhe could reply, the arm draped around his neck pulled him forcefully back down onto the bed. Feeling warmth in his arms, his omega hugged him like a koala hugging its tree. Smiling bitterly, Wang Zhe tightened his embrace a little, lightly kissing his earlobe, alright, let's sleep a bit more. But Jiang Xiaoyan's sleepiness had already been interrupted, instead certain restless notions were stirred by the deep tone resounding in his eardrums. Take off your pants. He muttered with his eyes closed. Having lived together for so long, Wang Zhe instantly understood what he meant. Back in their dormitory days, they had been a little cautious. But since Jiang Xiaoyan graduated and they moved out to live together, such reckless frequency had noticeably increased. Wang Zhe still maintained self-restraint, coaxing him gently, we'll be on the plane for over 10 hours today, you'd feel uncomfortable. Jiang Xiaoyan wouldn't listen, murmuring into his alpha's chest, I'd feel worse if we don't do it now. Wang Zhe's Adam's apple moved as he struggled to suppress himself, but Jiang Xiaoyan opened his eyes slightly in a foggy haze filled with longing, his breathing quickened, just now, I dreamed about you. Wang Zhe finally couldn't hold back anymore. By the time they got off the plane and arrived at the hotel, Jiang Xiaoyan was still holding his waist while grimacing in complaint. Are you human? Huh. To deal such a cruel blow to someone not fully awake, I thought I went to heaven because of you. Wang Zhe asked uncertainly, Is that a good feeling? That means I almost felt dead. Jiang Xiaoyan sighed in exasperation, roughly ruffling his dumb dog's fluffy hair to vent his anger. Sleep on the plane wasn't too stable. As soon as he entered the suite and dropped his luggage, he wanted to dive back into bed to catch up on some sleep. However, he was startled by the sight in front of him. Why are there so many flowers? The living room and bedroom inside the suite were adorned with 3 or 4 exquisite classical vases each, all filled with pale pink roses. The fresh petals even had dewdrops on them. There were also a few roses placed on the large bed, next to a card which read, Misty Rose. Jiang Xiaoyan flipped through the greeting card helplessly, his vocabulary being insufficient, and turned to Wang Zhe for help, what does the first word mean? Hazy, because the color is light, hence called misty rose, Wang Zhe explained. I noted, couple, when booking the hotel, it must be the hotel's preparation. Jiang Xiaoyan nodded, didn't expect Germans to be quite romantic, but this color is too girlish, unbearable to look at. Move these vases outside, I'll take a nap. For some reason, Wang Zhe fell silent for a few seconds, then with a grave face nodded, okay. Jiang Xiaoyan truly felt sore all over and didn't delve deeper. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow and woke up in the afternoon. After waking, he went with Wang Zhe to nearby scenic spots, taking plenty of photos. They also bought some food and drinks from the local supermarket. When checking out, Wang Zhe used his phone to pay. Jiang Xiaoyan unintentionally caught sight of the unlocked password. It indeed wasn't his birthday number anymore but rather, 7922. He racked his brains and couldn't figure out the meaning behind this string of numbers. Perhaps it was changed randomly. Extra Chapter 1, 2. In the next 4 or 5 days, Wang Zhe took him to several famous attractions in Germany according to the pre-prepared itinerary, plus some beautiful and lesser-known places. Every day was planned perfectly, neither too tiring nor too boring. However, what left the deepest impression on Jiang Xiaoyan was the attentiveness of the German hotels. They stayed 3 nights at the first hotel. The first day featured Misty Rose, the second day changed to Apricot Rose, and the third day became Red Rose. Upon arriving at the second hotel, bright red roses caught their eyes once again at the entrance, only for them to be replaced by yellow roses on the second day, and then revert back to pale pink Misty Rose on the third day. Jiang Xiaoyan mumbled while reading the English note on the card, do Germans stick to romantic things so rigorously? Even giving a card explanation in case we don't recognize the rose flowers. If it weren't for these cards, he might have suspected that Wang Zhe had specially arranged everything. But with the card provided, it seemed more like an official hotel gift since Wang Zhe didn't need to specially annotate flower names, writing something like, I love you, would suffice. Wang Zhe gave a faint smile nearby without saying anything. With tomorrow being his stupid dog's birthday, Jiang Xiaoyan quickly prepared the present when he was taking a shower in the morning, hiding it inside his clothes pocket before they both went out together. Today was their second to last day in Germany. According to the original plan, they were supposed to go to Wang Zhe's home to spend one night with his parents and then set off to return the next day. Jiang Xiaoyan bought some gifts to take along. Despite it not being their first time meeting the parents, etiquette still mattered. The moment the doorbell rang, the gate practically opened instantly. Jiang Xiaoyan thought the 2 elderly people had been waiting for them and felt somewhat apologetic. Dad, Mom, sorry, there was traffic on the road. No problem, you two come in quickly, it's too hot outside, Mr. and Mrs. Wang greeted warmly. Jiang Xiaoyan entered, put down the gifts, and sat on the living room sofa with Wang Zhe sitting beside him, while Wang's parents joined shortly after and took seats on either side. For a while, all 4 remained quiet without words. Why was the atmosphere so eerily silent? Jiang Xiaoyan broke the ice first. Mom, Dad, what would you like to eat for dinner? I'll make it. Mr. Wang hurriedly said, No, today you don't have to do anything. Jiang Xiaoyan was puzzled, is there something special today? Mr. Wang was stumped, but Mrs. Wang came to his rescue. His meaning is that you two must be exhausted from the past few days, rest properly, we'll prepare dinner. That's right, exactly what I meant. Jiang Xiaoyan felt something was amiss. After the 2 elders left the room, they entered their bedroom, prompting him to ask Wang Zhe, what's up with your parents? More restrained than the first time I came over. I don't know either. Wang Zhe looked around as if entering his own bedroom for the first time and suddenly said, I have a headache, Xiaoyan, can you accompany me to rest a bit? Jiang Xiaoyan immediately pushed aside his confusion and approached, touching his forehead, why a headache? You definitely stayed up late last night, I told you to sleep earlier. Wang Zhe held his hand, pressed it to his cheek, and affectionately rubbed it against it. I'm obedient, I listen to you the most. Jiang Xiaoyan cleared his throat twice, barely maintaining a stern look. Quickly lie down, you're such a bother, I'll leave after you fall asleep. But eventually, he fell asleep first. When he woke up, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang's mother shouted from downstairs, come down for dinner fast. The voice startled Jiang Xiaoyan awake. He rubbed his eyes open, realizing he had been nestled in his alpha's arms, drooling onto a spot on his chest while Wang Zhe nonchalantly leaned against the headrest looking at his phone as if unaware. He flushed red instantly, smack, covering the screen to prevent Wang Zhe from seeing. My drool wasn't wiped away, yet you didn't wake me. This statement was quite unreasonable, but Wang Zhe just smiled, it doesn't matter. He reached out and wiped the remaining water trail from Jiang Xiaoyan's corner of the mouth. You sleeping face looks so adorable. I couldn't bring myself to wake you up. Jiang Xiaoyan found himself at a loss dealing with him. Downstairs, they discovered that the dinner spread was almost exaggerated in its abundance, a huge table full of dishes from one end of the rectangular table to the other, resembling a New Year's Eve feast. Just by looking at it, Jiang Xiaoyan felt full and couldn't help asking, Mom, Dad, are there guests coming? Nope, it's just the 4 of us. Then the amount of food here was enough to feed 4 people from New Year's Eve until the 7th day after. Of course, he didn't say it out loud, eating 2 bowls of rice respectfully to save face. But unfortunately, his stomach capacity was limited, and in the end, he felt extremely bloated. He burped and reclined on the sofa, leaning on his belly to watch TV. After helping his parents clean the kitchen, Wang Zhe came to find him in the living room, glanced at his watch, and said, "It's 9 o'clock, let's go for a walk outside." Jiang Xiaoyan was also eager to digest, agreeing immediately. Before leaving, he took out the thing he'd hidden in his pocket all day, checked and confirmed it, and neatly placed it back into his pocket. Wang Zhe's home wasn't in the bustling city center. At night, it was particularly serene and peaceful, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves and faint voices coming from the residential area. They slowly walked along the stone-paved path, passed through a small landscape forest, and suddenly their view opened up. What came into sight was an enormous sea of roses. Didn't I remember this place being grass before? Jiang Xiaoyan looked puzzled. Wang Zhe had already moved to the front, turning back within the sea of flowers. Flowers were planted later. I thought they were beautiful, so I wanted to bring you here to take a look. It is quite beautiful, Jiang Xiaoyan acknowledged, looking at Wang Zhe's sturdy figure and handsome features ahead, feeling like he stepped straight out of a fairy tale, resembling a prince on a white horse. The notion made him shudder involuntarily and shake off a layer of goosebumps before continuing forward. As he got closer for a closer inspection, he discovered that this area had several varieties of roses planted in orderly arrangement and colorful diversity, mostly the same kinds they'd seen at the hotels before, complementing each other harmoniously. There were even lights underneath making them perfectly visible even in the night. Wang Zhe walking ahead casually broke a few stems of roses. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately spoke out to stop him. "What are you doing? Stop right there." Wang Zhe's hand that was about to pluck a red rose paused. "It doesn't matter, there are many flowers here." "Is this about the quantity? Didn't teachers teach you not to destroy plants?" Wang Zhe retracted his hand meekly and quietly said, I just want one more red one." Jiang Xiaoyan glanced around and, finding no one nearby, swiftly snapped the red rose off and handed it to him, whispering, "Hide it well, don't take it out, it's embarrassing. Next time if you want roses, I'll buy them for you." Wang Zhe blankly stared at the rose in his hand, his face expressing a mixture of complex emotions. In the middle of the rose garden lay a rest area which still retained its original grassy expanse. A few neighborhood residents were enjoying beer while watching open-air movies. Spotting them, these neighbors warmly invited them to join. Having nothing better to do, Jiang Xiaoyan sat down and took a couple sips of the beer handed over by an uncle, and his earlier post-dinner fullness had already mostly dissipated. After sitting down, Wang Zhe seemed a bit restless, sneaking frequent glances at his watch as if awaiting something significant. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyan knew exactly what he was waiting for. It was 2 hours until his birthday, and he must have specifically come here to welcome the 0 hour together and step into a new year of life. Even though spending the birthday at home or here felt similar to him, since his alpha wanted to create some romantic ambience, he naturally intended to fully comply. One classic love movie after another played on the big screen as the night grew deeper. The other residents gradually left one by one for home, bidding farewell with cheerful chatter in German that Jiang Xiaoyan didn't understand at all, whereas Wang Zhe nodded along during the conversation and when asked, simply explained it was casual chat. When there were only 5 minutes left until midnight, the movies had all finished playing, the screen dimmed slightly with a pale light glowing faintly. In the vast rose garden region, only the two of them remained. Jiang Xiaoyan yawned, calculating the time to be nearly there, so he stood up straight from Wang Zhe's shoulder intending to hold his hand. Instead, his palm met sweat-covered hands. He hesitated for a second then couldn't help but laugh. "Do you have to be this nervous? It's such a little thing." Wang Zhe stiffened abruptly, turning his head like a robot toward him. "Why you, know already?" Since the moment was fast approaching, Jiang Xiaoyan admitted outright, "Yes, I've known since you asked me if I wanted to come play in Germany." Wang Zhe widened his eyes, opening his mouth but shocked speechless for a few seconds. Then, he deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon. "I've ruined it. All the preparation, wanting to surprise you. And now? This is your birthday, why should I expect any surprise? It should be my turn to give you a surprise." Jiang Xiaoyan embraced and kissed his forehead softly. "Surprised yet? Happy birthday." Wang Zhe stunned for a brief second, realizing something abruptly. His eyes brightened under the glow reflected from the screen, radiating the luster of emerald gems. The sweating on his palms grew even worse. Jiang Xiaoyan pulled out 3 cards from his pocket and handed them over. "Here, this year I'm giving you a special present." Wang Zhe's heart pounded hard, trying desperately to suppress the overwhelming excitement, swallowing dryly, and asked, "What is it?" "The first card is a forgiveness card. Whatever mistake you make, use this card and I'll forgive you. The second is a punishment card. If I commit any wrongdoings, you can discipline me however you want, I won't retaliate verbally or physically. Lastly, it's a promise card. This one is powerful, whatever you say, I will agree with. Every card only has one use chance." Jiang Xiaoyan meticulously explained the function of each card. He slightly adjusted Lu Han's original idea. Master-slave play was unsuitable for their household. Firstly, Wang Zhe wouldn't indulge in such role-play scenarios, and secondly, his position as the head of the family was unshakable. Wang Zhe took the cards, and for a moment said nothing. Jiang Xiaoyan noticed his hands were trembling and thought it was due to excitement. He moved closer to his ear, intent on adding fuel to the fire. "Almost forgot to tell you that phrase today." His voice lowered even more. "I love you. And again, happy birthday. This had been their agreement since university. Jiang Shaoyan confessed to him every day. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhe looked up quickly, his eyes glowing brightly. After midnight, I'll be 22 years old. Jiang Shaoyan paused slightly, confused by why he suddenly brought this up, expecting the usual flushed and incoherent reaction from Wang Zhe. Yes, I know. 22 years. Wang Zhe closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled before opening them again. Can I use the card right now? Jiang Shaoyan was confused by his non-sequitur. Well, it's possible, but you only get one chance. Are you sure you want to use it now? Wang Zhe nodded and pulled out the forgiveness card. I lied to you before, can you forgive me? What lie? You have to forgive me first so I can continue. Alright. I forgive you. I wasn't looking up papers or work information in my study at night. Jiang Shaoyan's slightly raised heart relaxed instantly, just that. I already knew. You were looking up travel guides. Not a guide. Wang Zhe explained, actually, I was arranging flowers in the hotel, here, and some other things. To avoid being found out, I told many lies. Sorry. I'm really not good at coming up with something more creative. Please forgive that as well. Then. His brow furrowed, his expression tight and earnest, he held Jiang Shaoyan's hand, returning both the promise and forgiveness cards. I want you to agree to something. Jiang Shaoyan was somewhat bewildered. It's just your birthday, no need to make such a grand gesture. Using 2 cards is such a waste, isn't it? Wang Zhe didn't respond. He took out the 6 rose stems of various colors he'd broken off earlier along with the marked name cards seen at the hotel. Do you remember these? Of course, what's this about? Read the first letters aloud. Although Jiang Shaoyan didn't quite understand why, he followed through anyway. The first was Misty Rose which he remembered, the second written Apricot Rose, then 2 Red Rose, 1 Yellow Rose, and lastly another Misty Rose. M-A-R-R-Y-M. The quieter his voice became as he read further, just like his breathing. You. At this very moment, the distant church bells chimed, clang. Its dignified, ancient sounds echoing, reverberating throughout the vast and tranquil flower sea. Midnight had passed. Jiang Shaoyan watched his alpha gaze at him intently, then kneel on one knee, somehow conjuring an exquisite golden box and slowly opening it before him. An emerald ring lay displayed inside. Even under dim light, it emitted a deep yet transparent fluorescent green hue, much like those familiar eyes. This has been passed down in my family, emerald, the final letter, E. Wang Zhe smiled faintly. I've finally reached the legal marriage age. Would you, Marime, alright? Jiang Shaoyan was dumbfounded for a while, unable to utter a word. Wang Zhe added nervously, I've used the promise card, you said you'd agree to everything. Jiang Shaoyan stared blankly at the ring. He hadn't failed to think about this day, but when the moment truly came, he was still shocked into silence. Between them, they had long surpassed the need for such formalities. Even if Wang Zhe casually said one day, let's get married, he would have unquestioningly agreed. However, Wang Zhe clearly wanted to immortalize this moment in the most sincere and solemn way, giving him the most beautiful sense of ceremony. Regaining his composure, Jiang Shaoyan also found it somewhat amusing. This fool actually used the promise card to ensure he wouldn't refuse. How could he possibly refuse? It seemed Wang Zhe still lacked confidence in their relationship. He mentally planned that he'd have to discipline the person thoroughly after returning home. Reaching out to help Wang Zhe stand up, just as he was about to answer, suddenly, the screen that had darkened before lit up again. Lu Han's big face appeared on the screen, accompanied by his loud voice audible for a kilometer around, Yan Bao. I knew you'd say yes. Finally, you're getting married. Sob sob sob. Your dad here feels so relieved, wishing you two all the best, happiness ever after, white hair together until grandchildren fill our house. Jiang Shaoyan. Wang Zhe. Next came Luo Yongheng, pounding his chest and weeping, Yan Gu, even you are getting married? And me, still without a partner. Heaven. How can you be so unfair? Cough cough. But still, I wish the two of you happiness and good health, peace and harmony. If you have time, remember to introduce some betas or omegas to me, or an alpha would also work. Jiang Shaoyan, what nonsense is this? Wang Zhe's face turned red as he quickly stood up, hands crossed over his head, gesturing in the distance while shouting in German. Jiang Shaoyan couldn't understand him, but when he looked in that direction, he saw an uncle who had been sitting there watching a movie with them earlier giving a thumbs up sign. The recording was immediately turned off, and the screen dimmed again. Wang Zhe turned around, looking regretful as he knelt down once more, lifting the ring. He saw you raise your hand and thought it was an acceptance, so he played out the congratulatory video I requested. Can we pretend this never happened? Idiot dog. Jiang Shaoyan pinched the bridge of his nose, just let him continue playing it. It's not happening unless you agree. Suddenly, Wang Zhe realized something, his eyes brightening instantly, you've agreed? Have you agreed? Jiang Shaoyan speechless, of course I agree, why would I need to ask me again? Aren't you misunderstanding our relationship? Wang Zhe jumped up in excitement, then kneeled right back down, taking Jiang Shaoyan's omega hand in both of his. Carefully, he slipped on the ring, after which he inspected it repeatedly from every angle, kissing the back of his hand and each fingertip over and over, refusing to let go. He gazed at Jiang Xiaoyan, a towering alpha yet looking utterly endearing enough to melt anyone's heart. Xiaoyan, I love you so much, and I will keep loving you forever. Wang Zhe pecked his hand twice more, voice soft and warm, so do we continue watching the recordings? I got so many people to send blessings and gave out a lot of red packets, however, Jiang Xiaoyan was already tickled by all the kisses and had completely lost interest in the video. What else do you want to watch? Let's go home. As he turned to walk away, he was held back by Wang Zhe. Wait. There are blessings from our parents, shouldn't we watch them? Jiang Xiaoyan unmoved, we'll watch them tomorrow. Let's go home quickly. Alright. Are you tired? Then let's sleep then. Yes, sleep. Jiang Xiaoyan turned his head back slightly, lips curling into a smile. I feel like sleeping with my husband. Bonus story 1, 3. Wang Zhe was practically swept off his feet by the single word, husband, smiling dumbly on the way home. If Jiang Xiaoyan weren't an omega, one might have mistaken him for a human trafficker luring intellectually disabled children. When they reached the door, just as Jiang Xiaoyan was turning the key to unlock the gate, there came a loud bang, and colorful ribbons fluttered down from the sky. Wang Zhe's father and mother, who should have been sleeping already, were holding fireworks and laughing at them. With ribbons all over himself, Jiang Xiaoyan could only remain silent. Seeing that he didn't react, the smiles on the older couple's faces began to solidify and then they started worryingly looking towards their son, thinking it failed. Wang Zhe helplessly smiled and sighed, Mom and Dad, I told you it wasn't necessary. Taking Jiang Xiaoyan's left hand, he showed them the ring. The old couple exhaled in relief and quickly took out their phones to update progress via a video call. In-laws, it's done. Jiang Xiaoyan glanced at the image on the screen. Dad? Hey sweetie. The father beamed with joy. Little Wang worried about being discovered by you, but I said it, you're so clueless, how would you notice it? Surprising, right? Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaoyan. Wang Zhe's mother laughed gently, now we are truly family. If Wang Zhe bullies you, feel free to tell us, we'll discipline him for you. And the father added, mother-in-law shouldn't say that. Our main focus should always be on protecting little Wang. My son, I know him better than anyone, who could possibly bully him? Is this still a father? Mom, Dad, since we've agreed, I will take care of him well. Jiang Xiaoyan felt exhausted, it's almost 1 o'clock. You should get some rest now, we also need to go rest too. We have a flight tomorrow. Alright, we know you two newlyweds have a lot to talk tonight. We won't bother you. Don't forget to officially register the marriage certificate domestically tomorrow. Wang Zhe's mother covered her mouth and softly chuckled before dragging her husband back inside. Quiet returned within the house. For a moment, neither of them spoke. As Jiang Xiaoyan was just about to suggest heading upstairs, he noticed Wang Zhe's cheeks reddened, avoiding his gaze as soon as their eyes met. What's wrong? All he saw was his alpha blushing, shyly rubbing his nose, stuttering, that. Do we still, sleep together? He ultimately couldn't bring himself to say those 2 words. Instantly, a fiery sensation flared in Jiang Xiaoyan's chest. His teeth clenched tightly, sleep? Of course, let's sleep now. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaoyan pulled Wang Zhe's arm and walked upstairs to the bedroom. Once they locked the door, Jiang Xiaoyan pushed Wang Zhe onto the large double bed and straddled him. Wang Zhe was about to instinctively reach out for a kiss, but his hands were pinned on either side of his head by Jiang Xiaoyan. Be still, I'm going to take you tonight. Riding astride Wang Zhe's hips with a rogue grin on his face, Jiang Xiaoyan looked into the green eyes of the man beneath him as he teasingly kissed the 2 rings on his own hand. He then swiftly unbuckled his belt, tying Wang Zhe's hands to the bedhead post. Next, he took Wang Zhe's belt and used it to tie his feet. Throughout the whole process, Wang Zhe didn't resist. He just looked perplexed, not knowing what his omega intended to do. Once Jiang Xiaoyan confirmed there was no way for Wang Zhe to break free, he started to caress his muscles inch by inch from his waist to his chest. With one strong yank, the buttons of the shirt popped open, scattering with a jingling sound onto the ground, alongside a card that had fallen from the pocket. Jiang Xiaoyan picked up the unused disciplinary card and lightly slapped Wang Zhe's cheek. Even if you didn't use the other 2 cards, I would have forgiven you anyway. You should know your place better. Since you wasted the first 2 cards so much, I'll recycle this one tonight to discipline you and let you understand our relationship. Stop doing such things in future that harm your body through staying up late. Leaning forward, he lay on top of Wang Zhe, tracing the warm lips with his tongue. You gave me such a surprising proposal, now I'll give you an unforgettable wedding night as your birthday present. Finally realizing, Wang Zhe's eyes turned straight while his alpha pheromones began to unconsciously leak. Don't release your pheromones, Jiang Xiaoyan said harshly as his body grew limp under Wang Zhe's influence. I won't take you if you release them. But I can't control, Wang Zhe began to say before being cut off abruptly when his overbearing omega blocked his mouth, invading it with his flexible tongue, wrapping around Wang Zhe's tongue and kissing him passionately. In fact, Jiang Xiaoyan rarely took the initiative to kiss Wang Zhe deeply. He usually only teased, waiting for Wang Zhe to make him dizzy with kisses. So his kissing skills hadn't improved much over the years. Instead, Wang Zhe's skill had progressed rapidly, each time making Jiang Xiaoyan lose control completely. Seeing himself almost overtaken by his alpha, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately tilted his head back, pulling his lips apart, which left behind a silver trail. Wang Zhe attempted to follow and kiss again but was pushed back onto the bed. Jiang Xiaoyan steadied his breathing and heartbeat before starting to undress slowly. He unbuttoned each button carefully as if deliberately torturing Wang Zhe with anticipation, lowering his pants zipper gradually, exposing his well-toned and pale-skinned body under the warm yellow light and the ravenous emerald gaze of the alpha below him. "Do you want me, big brother?" Wang Zhe's Adam's apple bobbed hard as saliva mixed with the residual sweet scent of omega pheromones from their earlier kisses. "I need." When the first bird chirped outside the window, this grueling wedding night finally came to an end. The weight lifted slightly from his chest, and Jiang Xiaoyan fell into a deep slumber. He did not see how Wang Zhe tenderly kissed his ring-fingered hand, gently wiped away the tear streaks at the corner of his eyes, stared at his sleeping face for a long time, then picked up the phone and rebooked a later flight ticket. The payment password was the same as the unlock password. His fingers typed 4 numbers on the 9-grid keypad. 7,922. The digits corresponded to letters, and if Jiang Xiaoyan had paid closer attention, he might have noticed those 4 letters could form a shy yet affectionate nickname. SYBB. Xiaoyan Baby. Part 2, 1. After getting married, life normally revolves around mundane housekeeping affairs. However, given Jiang Xiaoyan's restless nature, a tranquil life was definitely impossible forever. Recently, for instance, he sentenced his alpha to the cold palace, issuing a firm command that they wouldn't be intimate for a week. There was good reason, another omega had kissed Wang Zhe. He found out after one of Wang Zhe's business trips. They returned from Germany, got their certificates, and were married. Nearly 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Zhe had taken over the family business, and Jiang Xiaoyan received a promotion. Although their work was busy now and their private moments fewer, their relationship remained close. The only thing annoying Jiang Xiaoyan was that many omegas in Wang Zhe's company fancied his alpha. If it weren't for Wang Zhe's unwavering loyalty, given Jiang Xiaoyan's fiery temper, he probably would have already pushed those reckless little omegas to the ground and rubbed them out long ago. That day, after work ended, as soon as he stepped out of the company gate, he saw his alpha waiting for him at the entrance. Over the years, Wang Zhe had grown a few centimeters taller. His stature became even more towering and robust, exuding an increasingly mature aura. At the moment, in a long coat, he looked sleek and steady, with not a trace of boyishness left on his face. Instead, his features were deep and handsome, his unusual eye color more captivating than ever. He stood out notably among the crowd, his expression cool and ruthless when unsmiling, a real cold-hearted tycoon, and attracted more than a few sidelong glances. As soon as Wang Zhe spotted him, he immediately broke into a broad grin, ruining his usual composed demeanor. "Xiaoyan. Over here." Jiang Xiaoyan stared blankly ahead. The fool was still a fool, just as clueless as the day in the university playground when he waved him over. He strolled over nonchalantly, following behind to the parking garage. Once seated inside the car, he was instantly embraced tightly. "Did you miss me?" Wang Zhe nuzzled his neck. "I missed you so much, we didn't video chat yesterday." Jiang Xiaoyan rolled his eyes internally, just a 3-day business trip felt like they'd been separated for 3 years. "It was you who didn't send me any videos, I thought you were busy with work. I sent one but you hung up." Wang Zhe looked puzzled. "I didn't receive that, how could I hang up your call?" Assuming he must have messed something up again, Jiang Xiaoyan didn't bother arguing further. He leaned in and kissed those lips he hadn't seen for a while, his arm winding around him. Wang Zhe immediately lost himself in their fervent kiss, taking charge, cradling the back of his omega's head and engaging in a deep kiss. Swamped by his advances, Jiang Xiaoyan tried pushing away from his chest but had his hand caught instead. One more kiss. Wang Zhe's voice was magnetic and low, exerting slight force as he pinned him onto the seat, pressing down with his body, wrapping his lips around the omega's mouth and tongue unwilling to let go. Though annoyed, Jiang Xiaoyan enjoyed this occasional assertiveness. Compared to college times, the fool truly showed signs of evolving from a young pup into a full-fledged wolf, growing bolder day by day. In the past, if he said no, Wang Zhe would have stopped right away. Nowadays, saying no typically led to further requests for favors most of the time. Fortunately, Wang Zhe still indulged and listened to him. After indulging in some affectionate kisses, he retreated obediently. "What do you want to eat tonight?" he asked with a faint smile. Jiang Xiaoyan steadied his breathing, just about to reply when he suddenly noticed a spot on his neck out of the corner of his eye, his words freezing mid-sentence. "What is this?" Hardly believing his eyes, he tugged at Wang Zhe's collar only to find a new, unmistakably fresh red mark. Startled, he froze for a second before his gaze turned icy, snatching Wang Zhe's collar with force. "Who did this?" "Huh?" Startled, Wang Zhe reacted immediately. "It's not what you think." "Let me explain." "What's there to explain? You were kissed or not? Who did it? Tell me the name." "It's an omega who came along on this business trip. He kissed me without warning, I pushed him off immediately. I swear. No infidelity at all. Of course, I believe you didn't cheat." Jiang Shaoyan fumed angrily, but you actually let another Omega kiss you? What do you mean by no warning? Just excuses. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you got home? Were you planning to surprise me? Wang Zhe admitted his fault apologetically, sorry. I was just too happy to see you and forgot to mention it, not trying to hide anything from you, I swear. Just regrets. Jiang Shaoyan glared menacingly, a week of reflection will teach you a lesson. And you can't touch me for a week. What? Wang Zhe suffered a devastating blow, can we swap the punishment? Anything else works, but this one is impossible for me. The rule stands firm, no objections accepted. Begging proved futile for half a day until Wang Zhe finally acquiesced. Then, will you still accompany me to the company's evening gala? On Friday night, Wang Zhe's company would host its year-end event. A month ago, they decided, and Jiang Shaoyan had already agreed to attend, marking his first public appearance as family. One thing doesn't cancel out the other, I never renege on my promises. Wang Zhe regained some spirit on his face but remained gloomy throughout the day due to this severe penalty. In the evening, lying on the same large bed, 2 different blankets covered them. Don't stare at me. Turning his head, Jiang Shaoyan glared at his alpha who lay beside him with a pitiful look like a victim of torture. I can't sleep without holding you. Huh, sweet talk. Jiang Shaoyan wasn't moved, returning a cold glare, how did you sleep during the trip? Did you cuddle someone else? I didn't. I slept alone every night. So that's settled. Turn over and go to sleep. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Shaoyan turned around himself, facing away from Wang Zhe. Yet, there was no sound coming from behind for a long while, and he could sense those hazel-green eyes still staring at him silently in the tranquil night. He lay with eyes wide open, counting numbers in his mind from 1 to 100, then back down to 1, repeating this 10 times. Still, there was no sound from behind. Finally, Jiang Shaoyan softened up a bit. The punishment indeed seemed a little cruel for his overly clingy alpha. Besides, without being held by Wang Zhe, he too found it hard to fall asleep. Then, after counting again to 100, he coughed lightly, about to say something. Who? Soft snoring broke the silence. Jiang Shaoyan. So now he was getting more and more brazen, daring to fall asleep before even he did. It was absolutely necessary to give him a taste of real discipline. Side story 2. Jiang Shaoyan meant what he said, for the entire week following, Wang Zhe hadn't touched him, not even a single hair. At first, Wang Zhe had pleaded a few times, saying that the drowsiness that night was due to fatigue from the business trip which caused him to accidentally fall asleep. However, their heartless Omega showed no mercy, determined to see the punishment through to the end. He could only submit obediently, maintaining an appropriate distance. By Friday evening's gala, Jiang Shaoyan's rigid attitude loosened a little as he allowed Wang Zhe to help tie his tie. Wang Zhe stood behind him, his hands stretched to the front forming a loose circle around him, gesturing at the collar. Lowering his gaze, he was greeted by the alluring white neck of his Omega, his eyes drawn to it uncontrollably. Despite enduring for 5 full minutes, the knot was finally tied. Facing the full-length mirror, Jiang Shaoyan took note of the expression on the man behind him, smiling inwardly, and deliberately teased. Brother, do you want to touch me? Wang Zhe lifted his head suddenly, nodding emphatically. Yet Jiang Shaoyan wasn't going to let him off so easily. Tomorrow you can touch me, he smirked slightly and lowered his voice, and when that happens, you'll take all my clothes off and have me right here in front of the mirror. Sound good? Wang Zhe's breathing became heavy immediately, his voice raspy when he replied, I'll do it right now. Not happening. Jiang Shaoyan changed expressions instantly, glaring ferociously enough to scare a child, you said a whole week, not a second less. In an instant, Wang Zhe plummeted from heaven to hell, his face sagging completely, you're bullying me. Got complaints? No, none. Good enough, Jiang Shaoyan snorted coldly, straightening his suit, come on, bring me over to that shameless Omega, I want to see who's so fearless they dare to touch my person without permission. The annual meeting took place at a large hotel in the city center, booked for a day and night, with all company employees invited, many bringing their families along. As the heir apparent to the main company, Wang Zhe had never brought his partner before, not because he hadn't wanted to, but because there had always been a lack of opportunity. Over time, rumors even circulated about discord between them. Thus, when Wang Zhe announced that he would be bringing his family member, the entire company buzzed with curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious Omega who'd captured such a high-quality wealthy alpha. As soon as Jiang Shaoyan entered the banquet hall, he could feel curious gazes coming from all directions. He barely walked a few steps before someone stopped him. An Omega approached, shorter than him by half a head, quite beautiful, elegantly dressed, yet with an air of arrogance. Coming straight to the point, she asked. Hello, may I ask, are you Wang Zhe's lover? Jiang Shaoyan narrowed his eyes. This one must definitely be the culprit, here to scope out the competition prematurely. Wang Zhe followed closely behind, exchanging pleasantries with those he greeted. Turning his head, he saw his Omega already approached by someone else. He hurried over just in time to hear Jiang Shaoyan saying, I'm his senior in school. The person at his house has recently been arguing with him and refused to come. Wang Zhe sighed helplessly, appealing with the rarely used term, senior. That word, seldom used since graduation, made Jiang Xiaoyan's heart miss a beat upon hearing it again. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. What's the matter? Wang Zhe had no choice but to play along, senior. It's not our argument, it's all my fault. I upset him. Oh. Jiang Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, but I heard it wasn't entirely your mistake. Seems like there's an Omega at your company trying to flirt with a married man. He turned his head and asked the Omega in front of him, don't you think that person is shameless? The young Omega's face alternated between red and pale, glanced at Wang Zhe, and spoke with a pinched voice in a coquettish tone, our brother Zhe is so handsome and considerate. It's normal for someone to like him, it just shows how charming he is. I don't think there's any need to be so petty. Jiang Xiaoyan cast a cold look over the Omega. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, he said, that makes some sense. Then he asked Wang Zhe, what do you think? Wang Zhe shook his head fiercely like a tambourine, brimming with survival instinct, I don't agree. Brother Zhe, you don't have to be so uptight, the little Omega tried to move closer, your guy isn't here anyway. She added, you must be strictly controlled at home, right? Relax tonight. Wang Zhe took a step back immediately, not daring to let his clothes edges touch her. Furrowing his brows, he warned, don't come near me. I already warned you last time. If you continue, I'll have to fire you. The little Omega immediately puckered her lips, water brimming in her eyes quickly, I was only joking last time, why are you being so harsh on me? Speaking, she attempted to rush forward. Wang Zhe was about to dodge when he accidentally bumped into someone passing by. A second too late, his arm was grabbed. He instantly pulled away, looking up at Jiang Xiaoyan in panic. Extend the punishment for another week. Jiang Xiaoyan stood expressionlessly in place, coldly throwing this sentence, then turned to blend into the crowd. Wang Zhe was almost ready to cry from feeling wronged. The gala had plenty of performances, all planned by employees within the company, taking turns to go on stage. As Wang Zhe's guest, Jiang Xiaoyan naturally sat at the main table. When Wang Zhe was called on stage to give a speech, Jiang Xiaoyan watched silently below until an older employee sitting next to him nudged his arm unexpectedly. Hello, I heard you're Xiao Wang Sr. Jiang Xiaoyan replied indifferently with a simple Do you know his Omega well? Fairly well, yes. Then you should warn him to be more careful. Do you see that Omega sitting over there? The man pointed to a seat where the same Omega who'd approached earlier was sitting. He's our department manager, extremely arrogant. We can all see that he likes Xiao Wang. Although Xiao Wang looks very boss-like in work, in this regard, he's pretty clueless. During a business trip a few days ago, he nearly fell prey to the advances. Jiang Xiaoyan furrowed his brows, nearly succeeded. That's right. That night we were chatting normally, but Xiao Wang suddenly started drinking. Later, drunk, he collapsed onto the table. His phone rang, and I took a glance, it was from Honey, probably his Omega. However, our manager rejected the call and insisted on escorting Xiao Wang back to his room to rest. Eventually, he was still driven out. Now it all made sense. Jiang Xiaoyan thought internally, which was why the video call that day got cut off. With such poor alcohol tolerance, drinking to intoxication outside, giving others opportunities. Deserves a beating, utterly deserves a beating. However, Wang Zhe, who didn't know he'd already received 180 lashes in Jiang Xiaoyan's heart, continued his suicidal actions. Xiao, Yan, burp. Having consumed 2 cups of wine, Wang Zhe began swaying unsteadily as he stepped off the stage. Drunkenly grinning, he reached out to embrace his Omega, Xiao, Yan, stop being angry, alright? Jiang Xiaoyan swiftly sidestepped, grinding his molars together, alright my ass. Go sulk somewhere else. Wang Zhe pouted obediently, returning to his seat, muttering under his breath with his head bowed, Xiao, Yan is mean to me, burp. Xiao, Yan doesn't love me anymore. Only Jiang Xiaoyan, seated nearby, could hear these words. He promptly tapped Wang Zhe's drooping head, what kind of fake grievance is this? Reflect properly. At this point, the game segment commenced on stage, and the host called out Wang Zhe's name. Jiang Xiaoyan turned his head to look, his expression darkening further. It turned out to be a balloon-popping game played in pairs, and Wang Zhe's partner was precisely that Omega. Are you really preparing to play this with someone else in front of me? What? Completely uninformed beforehand, Wang Zhe looked up puzzled, seeing Jiang Xiaoyan's face close up, wanting to lean in for a kiss, Xiao, Yan, you're so good-looking. An accumulation of unpleasant matters caused Jiang Xiaoyan's anger to rise from the bottom of his heart, and he pushed him away, get lost. I'll deal with you back in the room. Saying this, without caring how disheartened Wang Zhe looked, he strode onto the stage. The host, recognizing him as unfamiliar, asked in confusion, and you are? Wang Zhe doesn't feel well, I'm playing on his behalf. Jiang Xiaoyan loosened his neck a bit, casting a chilling smile at the Omega before him, please enlighten me. The Omega felt a strange chill through her entire body, managing to stutter out, please enlighten me. Alright. Start. The host gave the order. Instantly, Jiang Xiaoyan yanked the person in front of him and crashed hard into them. Bang! The balloon burst instantly, and fragments flew around in the air before scattering on the ground. At the same time, the Omega who had been slammed so hard that stars danced in her vision collapsed to the floor, sitting there with a dazed expression, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Jiang Shaoyan squatted down and fiercely flicked the already bright red forehead of the Omega. Are you even worthy of calling brother your brother? The only one who gets to call him brother is me. Wake up. And if I ever catch you seducing my alpha again, I'll beat your brains out, believe me or not. These were, of course, merely threats. He wasn't savage enough to do such a thing. But his glaring eyes filled with ferocity and his brutal retaliation earlier genuinely terrified the Omega. I believe, sorry. I didn't know you were. The host, seeing they were taking too long to get up, rushed over and asked, are you okay? Jiang Shaoyan stood up, pulling the other person from the floor at the same time, then turned around and smiled, we're fine, she's just a little drunk. The Omega, who was excessively frightened, was trembling as she was helped off the stage. Jiang Shaoyan proceeded smoothly into the next round of the finals. However, due to the lack of a partner, the host assigned another alpha to him. He originally intended to decline but caught sight of Wang Zhe watching earnestly from below, seemingly having had more alcohol, with redder cheeks than before. He really didn't learn. With a hardened heart, he immediately agreed to the change of partners. Let that fool taste some of his current suffering. The competition continued. The new alpha grinned happily as he circled his arms around the most attractive Omega on the stage. Sorry in advance, I'm kind of strong, might hurt you a bit. Jiang Shaoyan coldly responded, then I should also apologize in advance. Why would you need to? 10 seconds later, this alpha understood why. Holy crap, this guy is terrifying. He wobbled off the stage, still shaken, telling the others seated at the table, is he really an Omega? My back almost got crushed. With an unparalleled swift speed, Jiang Shaoyan won first place in the game. Just as the host was about to award him, someone suddenly rushed onto the stage, swaying unsteadily, grabbing Jiang Shaoyan's hand and walking off stage. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Jiang Shaoyan tried to break free, but his wrist was tightly grasped, even causing slight pain. No matter how much he shouted and cursed, Wang Zhe said nothing and simply dragged him forcefully into the hotel room. As soon as they entered, he was shoved forcefully against the door. I said, don't touch me, Bonus Chapter 2, 4. Wang Zhe woke up in the morning drawn by the smell of food. He hadn't eaten much last night anyway and had lost energy due to some intense activities. Now starving, the smell woke him immediately. Rubbing his eyes, he saw his Omega, draped in a bathrobe and straddling long legs, sitting at the table eating breakfast from the hotel. Hey, you're awake? Jiang Shaoyan asked. Wang Zhe's hangover left him with a slight headache, yet he managed to smile and replied, yeah, did you sleep well? His smile slowly froze. Scattered across the floor were 4 or 5 crumpled pieces of clothing, clearly torn off violently. He himself was completely naked, while Jiang Shaoyan was also evidently bare under his bathrobe, with half-exposed chest revealing various intimate marks. Despite some vague memories of the previous night, Wang Zhe finally realized what unforgivable act he'd committed under the influence of alcohol. It felt like his brain had been struck hard, reverberating with shock. Staring blankly at Jiang Shaoyan, he didn't dare to speak. Why aren't you saying anything now? Jiang Shaoyan calmly took a spoonful of congee. Last night you were full of vigor, weren't you? Spouting all kinds of dirty talk. Did I force you? Ho ho, forcing me wasn't even close. You practically violated me and then passed out yourself, leaving me practically shattered. I nearly fainted cleaning myself in the bathroom. Desperate and overwhelmed with guilt, Wang Zhe clutched the sheet tightly, feeling extremely sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, can you forgive me, please? Jiang Shaoyan coldly snorted, I already told you last night, your crying apologies are useless. Wang Zhe's expression truly looked like he was about to cry, his handsome face wrinkled up. He immediately got out of bed, knelt at his feet, kissing his hand, pleading, punish me however you want, punish me until you forgive me. I know I was wrong, I won't do it again. Please don't divorce me. Jiang Shaoyan's motion paused as he scooped the congee. How did we get to divorce? I didn't respect your will. Wang Zhe's hands trembled nervously. Coercion within marriage is still coercion. If you bring it up, the court will definitely order a divorce, making me unable to ever approach you again. What am I supposed to do? Don't divorce me, baby. He knew how proud his Omega was and how much he hated not being respected by alphas. After committing such a grave sin, it was entirely possible that Jiang Shaoyan might divorce him in anger. Seeing his anxiety, Jiang Shaoyan's fondness for him ultimately overcame his heart, unable to bear seeing him worried. He put away his pretense of coldness, pulling him up and hugging his waist, nestling into his embrace. Stupid dog, what are you thinking about? I'm a little upset, but I've never thought about getting divorced, alright. At most, I'll punish you by not letting you touch me for a week. Wang Zhe instantly felt like he'd been pardoned, exhaling a long breath of relief, even accepting the punishment he previously found hard to endure as good news. Fine, any number of days will do. Jiang Shaoyan stifled a chuckle against his chest, raising his head with eyes twinkling. After the punishment is over, my heat cycle will be near, you can do whatever you want then, alright? Wang Zhe did not show the expected look of joy, instead, he seemed surprised and uncertain. Xiaoyan, you. Didn't he break the promise and resort to force? Not only was he not severely punished, but he also received rewards. How could this be? Was it a trap again? If he agreed, would he get scolded with, "You're really stepping on my face now," followed by even harsher punishment? Being constantly ensnared by traps, Wang Zhe's alarms immediately rang loud, so he cautiously responded, "No, there's no need. I will proceed strictly according to your wishes." Jiang Xiaoyan blinked, question mark. How is this different from what he expected? I tell you to come, so come. Didn't you understand? Understood. No, thank you. Where's your understanding? Come on, climb up. Absolutely no. Damn it, will you climb or not? No. Fine. Jiang Xiaoyan ground his molars, enunciating each word clearly, "You, just wait." Looking at his Omega seemingly displeased expression, Wang Zhe fell deeply into confusion and bewilderment. Was the answer right or wrong? The anger this matter brought to Jiang Xiaoyan was higher than what he felt after being forced by Wang Zhe. It didn't dissipate until Monday morning at work, where his explosive mood and low blood pressure scared colleagues who quickly retreated, fearing they'd become punching bags. One of them, more daring, approached intending to say a few words. But upon getting close, they saw Jiang Xiaoyan browsing online with these clearly visible large letters in the search bar. How to seduce your own alpha. The colleague almost dropped their jaw before snapping it shut and rushing back to share the gossip among their clique, quietly spreading what they had just seen. Brother Yan's relationship with his alpha isn't harmonious. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyan couldn't hear these baseless remarks and continued scrolling through netizen strategies. Actually, Wang Zhe didn't need him to go to great lengths to flirt, all it took was a finger snap for Wang Zhe to rush over eagerly. However, during certain times, Wang Zhe showed exceptional restraint, resisting every temptation. For example, during each heat cycle, regardless of how many times Jiang Xiaoyan twisted his waist and called out, "Come in," Wang Zhe would never fulfill the act inside his natural body. But normally, when provoked, Wang Zhe would unleash himself without reservation on Jiang Xiaoyan, yet still insist on making him take contraception afterward. In the past, Jiang Xiaoyan thought Wang Zhe was focusing on his career. Now, he realized it was because Wang Zhe feared his pain. Though desperately wanting it to the point of personally experiencing simulations, upon discovering it would be excruciatingly painful, he secretly hid his desire, only sharing his melancholy with colleagues, trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Drunkenly spilling his truthful words, those words were still considerate and indulgent, always putting his partner first. Jiang Xiaoyan was initially a little afraid, but this act of Wang Zhe instantly made him feel he could bear anything. As long as it could make his alpha happy. On the other hand, Wang Zhe's self-restraint indeed troubled him greatly, reminding him of the days in college when he often worried about how to make their alpha more bold. There probably wasn't another Omega who would worry about this kind of issue repeatedly. Sighing while holding his forehead, a sudden voice came from beside him, "Brother Yan." Frowning and turning his head, he asked, "What is it?" A coworker sneakily looked around, swiftly pushing a small bottle into his hands, lowering his voice, "Take it, health supplement, no side effects. Thanks for helping me argue with the boss last time." Confused, after the coworker left, Jiang Xiaoyan carefully examined the instructions on the bottle. Alpha Booster, this product enhances an alpha's sensitivity to its omega's pheromones by approximately threefold, lasting about 6 hours. What nonsense. Just as he wanted to throw the bottle back onto the coworker's desk, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Hesitating for a moment, he silently tucked the bottle into his bag. On Friday afternoon, just as Jiang Xiaoyan walked out of the company after work, he spotted Wang Zhe waiting for him at the main entrance as usual. "Why didn't you wear a scarf before coming out?" Wang Zhe immediately untied his own scarf, ran over, and securely wrapped it around Jiang Xiaoyan's neck. "It's such a windy day, you'll catch a cold." Jiang Xiaoyan stood still, letting the other man bury half his face in the warmth of the scarf while raising a pair of glossy black eyes. "Isn't there you here?" Wang Zhe's hands froze mid-motion as if about to lift them to caress his face, but upon realizing he was still in the punishment period, he instantly retracted them, his Adam's apple moving. I'll go bring the car over, move a little inside so you don't get blown by the wind." Jiang Xiaoyan gazed at Wang Zhe running towards the parking lot, his lips slightly curving under the cover of the scarf. Back home, after finishing dinner and bathing, Wang Zhe routinely curled up on the sofa with thick blankets just like he had for the past few days, preparing to watch a bit of TV before going to sleep, enduring yet another difficult night during the punishment period. Calculating mentally, they hadn't been intimate for about 6 days already. This torment would last approximately 28 more hours, that is, 1,680 minutes, or 100,800 seconds. He really couldn't hold on much longer. "Would you like a cup of milk?" Jiang Xiaoyan returned holding warmed-up milk. "It helps with sleep." The desolation in Wang Zhe's heart diminished quite a bit, he entirely forgot that the person in front of him was the root cause of his suffering, his smile unusually bright. "Sure. Look at that, his Omega, the most gentle and considerate in all the world, even worrying about whether he could rest well on the couch." Jiang Xiaoyan watched Wang Zhe drink the milk in one breath, only then feeling relieved. Mission accomplished. The milk had contained the alpha enhancer he'd estimated according to the date. The heat cycle would roughly be tonight. When his pheromones overflowed from the bedroom into the living room, Wang Zhe would undoubtedly lose control and act impulsively. Did he even need to worry about seduction? Once things were done, the decision-making power would be back in his hands, absolutely perfect. Just thinking about it, Jiang Shaoyan felt triumphant and smirked, saying to Wang Zhe, "I'm off to bed. Good night." "Alright, good night." The deeply moved Wang Zhe failed to notice how malevolent the expression on his Omega's face was. Bonus Chapter 2, 5. The heat cycle arrived faster than anticipated. It seemed he had barely slept a few hours when Jiang Shaoyan was awoken by the surging heat coursing through his body. Fortunately, the early release of pheromones wasn't too intense, allowing him to endure it somewhat. He glanced toward his bedroom door. Excellent, it was open. Next, all he needed to do was wait for someone to take the bait voluntarily. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, he heard rapid footsteps approaching from the living room. "Shaoyan, aren't you?" Wang Zhe's breathing was unstable as he panted coarsely in the darkness. Jiang Shaoyan stayed silent, pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, furrowing his eyebrows deeply to feign distress in his dreams. Wang Zhe approached the bedhead and turned on the lamp. The smell of pheromones became increasingly concentrated, causing his heartbeat to thump wildly. Lifting his hand to smooth his Omega's frowning brows, he hesitated due to Jiang Shaoyan's ban, afraid to make a move. Jiang Shaoyan let out a dreamy groan, almost akin to a moan, imbued with lazy allure. Then, he slightly opened his lips and began panting softly, unconsciously licking them. Wang Zhe swallowed heavily. "Shaoyan, wake up." Just to be safe, he decided to wake his partner first. "Are you alright? Let me see you." Jiang Shaoyan sluggishly half-opened his eyes. "Huh? What's wrong? You seem to be in heat." "I'm sorry, I completely forgot. What should we do now?" Having endured neglect for too long, he had overlooked this matter entirely, prepared nothing. To add to the problem, Jiang Shaoyan wouldn't allow him to touch. Finally seeming awake, Jiang Shaoyan frowned, saying unhappily, "What to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't come near me? Keep your distance." Despite his words, the scent of pheromones emanating from his body grew stronger. Wang Zhe breathed heavier. Strange, in the past, his self-control was better at the start of the heat cycle, but today the sweet aroma was exceptionally irresistible. Still, he worried for Jiang Shaoyan's health and pleaded, "Can we put it off until after the heat cycle? Or perhaps you can extend my punishment to a month after it ends, you won't be able to bear it." Almost convinced, Jiang Shaoyan reconsidered upon hearing those final words and regained his competitive spirit. "Can't I handle it? Let's see who gives in first then." "No way." He stated firmly, "You stay away over there and don't touch me." Anxious, Wang Zhe knew not what to do but obeyed and sat on the sofa chair beside the bed, continuously urging, "Enduring like this will harm your body. Trust me, I will definitely not evade any leftover days later." But Jiang Shaoyan paid no attention. And the more Wang Zhe talked, the less energy he himself had to respond. The smell of Omega pheromones was too potent. Bonus Chapter 2, 7. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Jiang Shaoyan finally awoke from his heat phase, a blur between an erotic dream and a nightmare. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling weak and achy all over with weariness. The first thing he saw was Wang Zhe's anxious, panicked expression. "You can scold me." Wang Zhe's face was filled with regret as he carefully helped Jiang sit up, feeding him half a cup of water to ensure his throat wasn't damaged, then handed him a pillow for comfort while he rested. Seeing his Omega's swollen red eyes, Wang Zhe's heart clenched painfully, his own eyes watering in response. That morning, upon waking, Wang Zhe found Jiang Shaoyan curled tightly into a small ball in his arms, looking pitifully like someone who had endured violent abuse. There wasn't a single patch of unblemished skin on his body. His skin was covered with bruises of various colors and swelling so bad it looked alarming, even secreting fluids that had soaked through the bed. It was uninhabitable. The large house also seemed as if it had been burglarized or flooded. It was messy and chaotic everywhere, streaked with mysterious watermarks. Memories of last night began to return gradually, and he finally understood the magnitude of the disaster he'd caused. "I truly don't know what I did yesterday. I'm sorry." He shuddered at the thought of his own violence. How could he ever bring himself to harm his Omega this way? "I swore I would never let you get hurt again. Now whatever I say seems too late, but I still want to plead for forgiveness. If it means never touching you again my entire life, I will accept it, just don't ask for divorce, please." Jiang Shaoyan heard his tearful plea, but swallowed the tirade of angry words that had reached the tip of his tongue. Although Wang Zhe sometimes showed signs of sorrow and frustration, such genuine despair and red-rimmed eyes were something Jiang Shaoyan had only seen twice before. The first time was during his very first heat period when this fool misunderstood his feelings for his cousin, thinking he might lose him. This time, it was again out of fear of losing him. How could anyone remain angry with an alpha like this? Moreover, it was his own doing. He drugged Wang Zhe. Whatever abuses he suffered under Wang Zhe's hands, none of it could solely be blamed on Wang Zhe. All self-inflicted. Jiang Shaoyan had no choice but to grit his teeth and bear it. "It's fine. Occasionally spicing things up is not that bad." Hearing this, Wang Zhe's eyes reddened even more, shimmering with tears of gratitude. Despite being treated so harshly, his Omega was still so considerate and forgiving towards him. Choking back tears, Wang Zhe said immediately, "You love me so much, yet I treated you like that. I'm really too despicable. Go ahead and hit me, scold me, it's entirely my fault. I swear I won't behave like that again." This heart-wrenching remorse made Jiang Shaoyan uncomfortable. "Well, actually, your actions last night, it's my responsibility." Wang Zhe shook his head. "Stop indulging me. If there was one time, there might be another. If I lose control again, just knock me out." Jiang Shaoyan sighed heavily. "What will you do if I knock you out? We're still on the first day of the heat period, and you have 2 more days without wanting me. No, I mean, I worry about harming you again because I can't control myself." Jiang Shaoyan took a deep breath. "Wang Zhe." At the mention of his full name, Wang Zhe sat upright immediately, utterly tense. "It was me who secretly slipped you the alpha enhancer which made you act that way against me. It's my fault, don't feel guilty." Wang Zhe froze, dumbfounded. Could it be? Did I not satisfy you before? The mere suggestion was a devastating blow to any alpha's pride. Jiang Shaoyan hastily stopped his spiraling thoughts. No, no. Wang Zhe's damp eyelashes hung low as he sniffled. "So your reactions in bed were all to console me?" Jiang Shaoyan rolled his eyes. "I said there was no dissatisfaction. I was completely satisfied. But why give me the drug then? I dash." Before Jiang Shaoyan could elaborate, Wang Zhe suddenly perked up. "Right. The medicine. Let me get it for you dash." "Wait." Jiang Shaoyan interrupted hoarsely. "Don't bother, I don't want it." Wang Zhe returned, sitting by the bedside to soothe him. "After 24 hours, it'll lose effect. I understand, regardless of the reason, I still messed up. Even though I promised not to insert anything, right now your health comes first. Finish the medicine before punishing me, alright?" "No," Jiang Shaoyan outright refused. "How could that be acceptable? If you don't take it, you will." His speech halted abruptly as he caught sight of a faint smile in his Omega's eyes. "So what? Tell me already." Wang Zhe's heart slowly tightened, as if he had premonition of something, his voice carrying indescribable joy. Are you saying that you want to? You underestimate me too much." Jiang Shaoyan's smile radiated an unyielding pride. "Do I look like someone who fears pain? No matter how painful it may be for you, I promise you I won't cry." "You, how do you know?" "Then ask who was the one babbling drunk about wanting a little baby while clinging to me on the night of the party." Wang Zhe's face immediately turned bright red. "I was drunk, saying nonsense, don't take it seriously." Jiang Shaoyan hummed teasingly, "Inconveniently, I did take it seriously, and I happen to hold grudges. Even though last night was my fault, but about you making me cry, I'll definitely have my revenge." Wang Zhe looked at him blankly. How to retaliate? "You're asking the right thing." Jiang Shaoyan struggled to lift his hand, gently ruffled his alpha's messy hair, and gazed into those enchanting brown-green eyes. "Since I can't handle you alone, I'll find a helper. Just wait until your 2 little ones deal with you." Wang Zhe stared dazedly as the person in front of him revealed a bright smile with twinkling black eyes, completely different from his earlier cold and intimidating demeanor. Just like that long-ago day in the alley, facing his filthy self, that radiant smile unfolded. Jiang Shaoyan would never know, perhaps didn't want to know, how beautifully cute his young, slightly chubby face was when he smiled back then, not fierce or proud at all. He was just like a star fallen to earth, shining brilliantly, making one want to hide him away forever, yet still told him that story about the brilliance of stars. And now, his unwittingly adorable treasure, assuming an imposing stance with soft weak fists, patted his belly proudly, challenging. "Afraid already? It's too late to apologize now, it's already inside." Wang Zhe's heart instantly melted like spring water, leaning down to kiss those curved eyes, whispering softly in his ear. Scared that you will give your love to the baby later and love me less. But I still love you the most, what should I do?" "Stop talking nonsense, I won't." The rare straightforward words of affection made Jiang Shaoyan's ears hot as he pushed Wang Zhe, but due to his weakened body, it rather resembled reluctant acceptance through contact with his chest. Wang Zhe laughed, holding his hand to kiss it, lifting his gaze and softly asking, "Won't what?" Jiang Shaoyan, softened by that gaze and tone throughout his entire being, felt the heat inside beginning to stir again, yet where could he lose here? Thus, with a challenging smirk curling his lips. "Don't get too pleased with yourself, my big treasure." He tilted his head to bite Wang Zhe's lip, commanding and assertive like giving up his first kiss once more. "Just wait and see, my love for you, is far greater than yours." Epilogue. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Jiang Shaoyan finally woke up from this ambiguous phase between a romantic dream and a nightmare. His entire body ached with fatigue and soreness. He opened his eyes sluggishly, only to see Wang Zhe's nervous, anxious expression right before him. "You can scold me." Wang Zhe's face was full of regret as he carefully helped Jiang sit up, feeding him half a cup of water to make sure his throat wasn't damaged, then handed him a pillow for comfort while he rested. Seeing his Omega's swollen red eyes, Wangja's heart clenched painfully, his own eyes watering in response. That morning, upon waking, Wangja found Jiang Shaoyan curled tightly into a small ball in his arms, looking pitifully like someone who had endured violent abuse. There wasn't a single patch of unblemished skin on his body. His skin was covered with bruises of various colors and swelling so bad it looked alarming, even secreting fluids that had soaked through the bed. It was uninhabitable. The large house also seemed as if it had been burglarized or flooded. It was messy and chaotic everywhere, streaked with mysterious watermarks. Memories of last night began to return gradually, and he finally understood the magnitude of the disaster he'd caused. I truly don't know what I did yesterday. I'm sorry. He shuddered at the thought of his own violence. How could he ever bring himself to harm his Omega this way? I swore I would never let you get hurt again. Now whatever I say seems too late, but I still want to plead for forgiveness. If it means never touching you again my entire life, I will accept it, just don't ask for divorce, please. Hearing his tearful plea, Jiang Shaoyan swallowed the tirade of angry words that had reached the tip of his tongue. Although Wangja sometimes showed signs of sorrow and frustration, such genuine despair and red-rimmed eyes were something Jiang Shaoyan had only seen twice before. The first time was during his very first heat period when this fool misunderstood his feelings for his cousin, thinking he might lose him. This time, it was again out of fear of losing him. Who could bear to scold such a big and adorable alpha? Besides, it was his own doing to drug himself. No matter how much Wangja might have bullied him, the blame couldn't fall on Wangja. Purely self-inflicted. Jiang Shaoyan could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. It's fine, occasionally playing around with some kink is not bad either. Upon hearing this, Wangja's eyes turned even redder, brimming with tears of gratitude as he realized just how considerate and forgiving his Omega still was despite being treated in such a manner. He choked immediately, saying, "You love me so much, and I still treat you like that. I'm truly over the line. Go ahead, hit me, yell at me, it's all my fault. I will never be like yesterday again, I swear." The depth of Wangja's regret made Jiang Shaoyan uncomfortable. "Well, actually, the way you acted was my responsibility." Wangja shook his head, "Don't coddle me. If there's one time, there may be another. If I ever act that way again, knock me unconscious." How could Jiang Shaoyan handle knocking him out? It was the first day of heat. Would Wangja really ignore him for the next 2 days? Not what I meant, but I'm worried I'll lose control and hurt you again. Jiang Shaoyan sighed deeply. Wangja. At the mention of his full name, Wangja immediately sat upright, incredibly tense. "It was me who secretly gave you an alpha enhancer, that's why you acted that way. It's my mistake, don't blame yourself." Wangja froze. Could it be? He struggled to comprehend the meaning of those words, astonished. "Before. I never fulfilled you." This was a devastating blow to an alpha's dignity. Jiang Shaoyan quickly stopped his wandering thoughts. No. Wangja's wet lashes drooped as he sniffled. "So your reactions in bed before were just to comfort me." Jiang Shaoyan felt a headache coming on. "I said you've done more than enough. I was perfectly satisfied. Why did you give me the drug then?" Before Jiang Shaoyan could continue, Wangja suddenly shot up. "Right. The medicine. I'll go fetch it for you." "Hold on." Jiang Shaoyan interrupted, his throat still hoarse. "There's no need. I don't want it." Wangja returned, sitting by the bedside and comforting gently. "After 24 hours, it won't work anyway. I know it doesn't matter what caused it, I still made a mistake since I promised not to do it. But right now, your body is the priority. Take the medication first, and then punish me, alright?" "No." Jiang Shaoyan refused outright. "How can that be? If you don't take it, you'll..." His sentence trailed off when he noticed his Omega's smile twinkling mischievously in his eyes. "What will happen? Say it." Wangja's heart began racing, sensing something special. His voice carried indescribable joy. Are you saying you want to? You underestimate me too much." Jiang Shaoyan's pride shone fiercely through his smile. "Do I look like someone who fears pain? No matter how painful it may be for you, I promise you I won't cry." How do you know?" "Then ask who was the one babbling drunk about wanting a little baby while clinging to me on the night of the party." Wangja blushed furiously. "I was drunk, saying nonsense, don't take it seriously." Jiang Shaoyan hummed teasingly, "Inconveniently, I took it seriously, and I happen to hold grudges. Even though last night was my fault, about you making me cry, I'll definitely have my revenge." Wangja stared blankly. How to retaliate? "You're asking the right thing." Jiang Shaoyan struggled to lift his hand, gently ruffled his alpha's messy hair, and gazed into those enchanting brown-green eyes. "Since I can't handle you alone, I'll find a helper. Just wait until your 2 little ones deal with you." Wangja stared dazedly as the person in front of him revealed a bright smile with twinkling black eyes, completely different from his earlier cold and intimidating demeanor. Just like that long-ago day in the alley, facing his filthy self, that radiant smile unfolded. Jiang Shaoyan would never know, perhaps didn't want to know, how beautifully cute his young, slightly chubby face was when he smiled back then, not fierce or proud at all. He was just like a star fallen to earth, shining brilliantly, making one want to hide him away forever, yet still told him that story about the brilliance of stars. And now, his unwittingly adorable treasure, assuming an imposing stance with soft weak fists, patted his belly proudly, challenging. Afraid already? It's too late to apologize now, it's already inside. I'm scared. I'm afraid that in the future you'll give your love to a little baby and won't love me as much anymore. But I still love you most, what should I do? Stop talking nonsense, I wouldn't do that. His own alpha's rare straightforward words of love made Jiang Shaoyan's ears burn. He reached out to push him gently, but due to his lack of strength, it was more like resting his chest on him, hesitatingly accepting. Wang Zhe smiled and caught his hand, bringing it to his lips for a kiss. Lifting his eyes to gaze at him, he softly asked, "Won't do what?" Jiang Shaoyan went soft all over from that look and voice. The heat inside began to stir again. Yet, how could he be outdone here? He immediately smirked provocatively. "Don't get too full of yourself, my big treasure." He tilted his head and bit Wang Zhe's lips, just as commanding and arrogant as when he'd first given his kiss. "Just wait and see, my love for you will never be less than yours. Valentine's Day special, hot love." This year, on Valentine's Day, Wang Zhe suddenly had an idea, to make chocolate himself. Jiang Shaoyan stood at the kitchen door, arms crossed, watching him mess around all morning. Brown spots dotted the countertops from the chocolate sauce splashed during stirring. He wasn't even aware of the chocolate on the back of his hand, wiping his face with it, naturally turning into a dirty-faced kid. He excitedly exclaimed, "Last step. Pour it into the mold, and victory is right there." "Do you know what you look like right now?" Jiang Shaoyan couldn't help but say something. Wang Zhe turned his head, his eyes shining brightly, like an excellent house husband. "No, you're like a fool rolling around in the mud then roaring happily while waiting to be dragged by the ears to clean up." Wang Zhe trembled, finally realizing the crisis. "I'll clean it up. I'll come inspect the results in 10 minutes. Also," Jiang Shaoyan glanced at the newly formed chocolates, "they better taste good, or this quarter part of my weekend time needs to be compensated." "Understood." Once instructed, Jiang Shaoyan turned and left the kitchen to watch TV in the living room. By near noon, Wang Zhe finally came out carrying a pile of chocolate freshly taken out from the fridge. "You try the first one." Lying sideways on the sofa, Jiang Shaoyan shifted his gaze from the TV to him, opened his mouth, and beckoned with his hand. Wang Zhe obediently walked over, crouched down, and laughed. "Do I have to feed you?" "Who asked you to feed me? Can't I use my hands?" Jiang Shaoyan took a piece of chocolate, threw it in his mouth, pressed down on his head as he moved closer. "I only want to taste it with you." As the chocolate melted between their lips, the kiss became ever sweeter, ever. "Seemed overly sweet. Did you put too much sugar?" Jiang Shaoyan frowned and pulled away, feeling overwhelmed with sweetness. "It tastes like I ate a handful of white sugar." Wang Zhe, still basking in the afterglow of the fragrant kiss, received a sudden blow from this doubt. "I followed the tutorial online, the ratio should be fine. It's definitely written by someone who loves extremely sweet things." Jiang Shaoyan sat up straight, picking up the water cup from the coffee table and gulping down 2 mouthfuls, which helped soothe his throat. "Alright, I've appreciated your intention. Next time, if you have time for this, it would be better spent accompanying me. We both don't really like chocolates, making so many is a waste." Wang Zhe grinned, "It's not just for us too. Xiao Bao wants some too. He plans to take them to school to share with classmates." Jiang Shaoyan raised a brow, which unlucky Omega has caught that little monster's eye. He has 8 prospects, wanting to pick the gentlest and most charming one as his wife, using chocolates to test first. Jiang Shaoyan snorted, "Already fickle-hearted at kindergarten age, he'll never find a wife, and you really spoil him. Kids don't understand, it's all just for fun. If he truly does wrong, I'll deal with him." Wang Zhe picked another overly sweet piece of chocolate, popped it into his mouth, a flicker of expectation visible in his greenish-brown eyes. "Will you eat one more?" Jiang Shaoyan shook his head in disdain. Wang Zhe's head immediately drooped. With puffed cheeks chewing the chocolate, he mumbled, "Okay." Jiang Shaoyan expressionlessly raised a hand and squeezed his cheeks. Wang Zhe puckered his lips in confusion. Jiang Shaoyan leaned down and pecked loudly. "After eating, go rinse your mouth, then come eat me." Wang Zhe immediately wagged his tail to go rinse his mouth. Jiang Shaoyan reclined back onto the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, no longer interested in watching TV. This fool made chocolates for him this year, so should he return the favor next year? What else can you give on Valentine's Day? Oh, flowers, so next year, plant some in advance. They count as handmade, too. Before he could fully flesh out his plan, Wang Zhe returned after rinsing his mouth and interrupted his thoughts. Then, any ability to think vanished altogether amidst heavy breathing, leaving only the sensation that the person hugging him was even stickier than chocolate. As for the tray of chocolates that were only tasted in 2 bites, it was said that Xiao Bao took them to school the next day, only to lose all 8 of his future wives, coming home sobbing loudly. Wang Zhe comforted him while being perplexed. "It shouldn't taste that bad, right? Don't kids all like sweeter things?" Jiang Shaoyan leisurely passed by the father-son duo, entered the kitchen, and threw an empty vinegar bottle into the trash can. "Humph, another perfectly wonderful Valentine's Day." The end.